As other trainers were still vying for a Charmander, Jiang Shan unexpectedly drew a Zapdos during the initial lottery. Thus commenced his illustrious career as a rare Pokémon hunter, sweeping through the Leaf Gym with the trio of legendary birds and dazzling at the beauty contests with his shiny Latios. Even Professor Oak personally visited him to discuss his observation report on legendary Pokémon behavior. However, with the unlocking of the second-level deity permissions in the lottery system, the lurking Team Rocket and Plasma Gang had simultaneously set their sights on this moving repository of deities. Chapter 1. The Arrival of Zapdos. In the Kanto region, in the quaint town of Palette Morning had yet to awaken Jiang Shan from his slumber. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Alert. Conditions met alert. Lottery system activated alert. First activation of the system. 3 lottery tickets granted. Would you like to use a ticket to commence a spin on the roulette? This unfamiliar voice jolted him awake. What is this? A lottery system spin. After a moment of bewilderment, Jiang Shan quickly came to his senses. Although he was unsure of what it entailed, spinning seemed the right course of action after all. In a lottery, winning would be a boon, and not winning would incur no loss. Why not seize the opportunity? With his decision made, the roulette appeared before him. It was adorned with a plethora of items and Pokémon, and he even glimpsed the legendary Zapdos. Was it truly possible to draw such a grand prize? Or would it be a mere illusion? Doubt lingered in his heart. The roulette began to spin. Ding, ding, ding. The pointer whirled around before coming to a halt. Alert. You have drawn 5 Pokeballs. As the mental prompt concluded, 5 ordinary redand white Pokeballs materialized on Jiang Shan's blanket. This spectacle astonished him. They appeared out of thin air. What sorcery was this? Amidst his confusion, joy bubbled within him. If such phenomena were possible, surely he would receive the Zapdos if drawn. With this mindset, Jiang Shan continued, I have 2 tickets left, right? Spin, let's keep going. Whether he could draw the Zapdos now relied entirely on his luck. Following his command, the roulette spun once more. Ding, ding, ding. The pointer gradually slowed. Alert. You have drawn a rare card. Alert. You have drawn a Zapdos. With a snap, the alert concluded, and the roulette vanished, leaving behind a white card resembling a smartphone alongside the Pokeball containing Zapdos. He couldn't believe his fortune with exhilaration coursing through him. Jiang Shan grasped the Pokeball and pressed the button, unleashing a brilliant light. As the white glow dissipated, Zapdos emerged. Its golden form glimmered, with a sharp beak that sparkled. Enveloped in crackling energy, this was the legendary Zapdos. Instinctively, Jiang Shan activated the card for a scan name. Zapdos level, 10 type, electric flying HP, 4141 nature, impetuous ability, pressure moves, Peck Electro Ball Thunder Wave Charge Fog. The information on the card left him astounded. This Zapdos could actually increase its electric power. Its inherent strength was formidable, and when on electric terrain, the potency of its moves would double. This Zapdos was exceptionally powerful. With you by my side, perhaps we can become the strongest. Jiang Shan clenched his fist, gazing at Zapdos. He had always dreamed of becoming the champion of the Pokémon Trainer World League, a dream he previously deemed a distant fantasy, but now, with Zapdos in hand, and the mysterious lottery system, this dream could indeed become a reality. However, claiming the title of world champion was no easy feat. Firstly, he needed to reach 16 years of age to become an adult, and then he must visit the local institution to receive his initial Pokémon to embark on a journey of growth across the world. Simultaneously, he must challenge gyms and regional leagues, ultimately stepping onto the stage of the World League. Jiang Shan had just turned 16 yesterday. He was a native of Pallet Town. With his family engaged in Pokémon research and traveling the globe, Jiang Shan was also encouraged to venture forth. Unfortunately, he had not received a Pokémon. When he visited Professor Oak's lab, the last available initial Pokémon, a Squirtle, had been stolen from him. Recalling yesterday's events, Jiang Shan shook his head. Though I lost the Squirtle, I have gained a Zapdos. Such was fate, favoring him. Now that I have a Pokémon, it's time to travel. Staying home will not fulfill my dream of becoming a world champion. Stowing away Zapdos, Jiang Shan swiftly rose, freshened up, and stepped out with his backpack. His first destination was the nearby Vermilion City. There lay the Vermilion Gym, ripe for challenges. Yet before heading to Vermilion City, he needed to visit Professor Oak's lab to register the rare card he had drawn. This card served as an identification of sorts. Failure to register could lead to trouble with Ms. Jun Sha. It was still early when he arrived at Professor Oak's lab, where the professor and his grandson, Gary, were just waking up and having breakfast. Jiang Shan, what brings you here so suddenly? The professor's inquiry reflected his surprise. Jiang Shan presented the card. Am here to register. I've obtained a Pokémon and am ready to set off on my journey. He shook the Pokeball as he spoke. You managed to acquire a Pokémon yourself? Impressive. Professor Oak praised with astonishment. Gary, intrigued, chimed in, that Pokémon you hold cannot be one of the starters, can it? What is it? Would you believe me if I said it's a Zapdos? Jiang Shan squinted and countered. Naturally, Gary would not believe such a claim. After all, they were both novice trainers who could fathom that a rookie trainer could possess a legendary Zapdos. Don't joke around. If you had a Zapdos, it would be a miracle. But since you mentioned it, let's have a battle. Gary took out his Pokeball, issuing a challenge. At that moment, Jiang Shan suddenly recalled today was indeed the day Gary would receive his Pokémon. Besides him, 3 others were also present. It appeared Gary had already acquired his Pokémon. A battle? I'm not interested in fighting you, Jiang Shan scoffed. Faced with Gary's starter Pokémon, his Zapdos would undoubtedly obliterate them, and thus, he saw no reason to waste time. However, his dismissal provoked Gary's mockery. You're not interested? Afraid of losing? Hearing this, Jiang Shan furrowed his brow. Was this kid insistent on battling him? If that were the case, he wouldn't mind letting Gary face some defeat before his journey. Jiang Shan thought to himself, and then spoke. If you truly wish to battle, I have conditions. There shall be no rewards for victory unless you comply. Rewards for battling? What do you propose? Gary inquired. The loser pays the winner $10,000 for a young master like you. That's a trivial sum, isn't it? Jiang Shan laid out his terms. The reasoning behind his demand for money was simple. Traveling could be quite expensive, whether for food, lodging, or transportation, all of which consumed considerable funds. Although his family had provided some money for his journey, it barely sufficed. If he wished to purchase items to nurture his Pokémon, that would be utterly insufficient. Thus, earning money during his travels was of paramount importance. I'm not in need of money. If you lose, you needn't pay me. However, from now on, you must address me as young Master Gary. Gary's response indicated acceptance of the terms. Jiang Shan nodded. Agreed, it's settled. Then let's battle in the open space behind, Gary declared, and as he did, a voice resonated in Jiang Shan's mind. Alert. Random task triggered. Task details. Defeat Gary. Task rewards. 50 lottery points. Lottery points? What's that? Jiang Shan pondered, knowing only of the lottery tickets. Alert. Lottery points can be exchanged for lottery tickets. 500 points for a standard ticket, 1,000 for a rare ticket, and 2,000 for a luxurious ticket. The prompts illuminated Jiang Shan's understanding. It appeared he would need to devise ways to collect points during his travels to redeem various lottery tickets for his desired rewards. As they pondered, the two arrived at an open space. Holding the Pokeball containing Zapdos, Jiang Shan spoke. Today, you have also received your own Pokémon. Release it. My Pokémon is quite formidable. Let yours have some time to shine first. Jiang Shan's words were undeniably arrogant, causing Xiao Mao's expression to darken. Don't get too cocky, he retorted, tossing out his Pokeball. With a burst of light, a blue turtle materialized. It was Squirtle. Jiang Shan shook his head. A water-type starter. Squirtle, I am uncertain whether to call you unfortunate or simply ill-fated. Water is weak against Zapdos. Are you done talking? Release your Pokémon already. Xiao Mao, clearly growing impatient, urged him. As you wish, go. Jiang Shan pressed the button on his Pokeball with a sharp cry. The electrifying figure soared into the air, casting a vast shadow over Squirtle. The sense of pressure was palpable. Squirtle trembled in fear, while both Xiao Mao and Professor Oak were rendered speechless. What? That Pokémon, is it the legendary Zapdos? Chapter 2. The Mysterious Ho-Oh. Jiang Shan truly possessed Zapdos. This revelation astonished Xiao Mao beyond measure, and even Professor Oak was taken aback. In the professor's experience, he had never heard of a novice trainer capturing a legendary Pokémon as their starter. Jiang Shan had shattered his understanding, yet he felt a sense of pride. After all, Jiang Shan was a trainer from Pallet Town, and having such a remarkable trainer emerge from Pallet was a source of honor for the entire town. Perhaps this immensely promising Jiang Shan would elevate Pallet Town's name to global renown. As for his grandson, Xiao Mao, Professor Oak sighed inwardly. He still had a long way to go compared to Jiang Shan. Of course, Xiao Mao was self-aware upon witnessing Zapdos. He knew he had lost, but unwilling to lose face, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Use water gun." This was merely a desperate struggle. Zapdos used Thunderbolt. With a resounding screech, Zapdos unleashed a torrent of golden lightning towards Squirtle. The innate difference in base stats and level disparity meant that Squirtle did not even have time to unleash its water gun before being struck by the Thunderbolt thud. Squirtle collapsed limply. A notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification. Task completed. Notification. 50 lottery points. 50 lottery points were easily obtained as Xiao Mao recalled Squirtle, his previous arrogance extinguished. With reluctance, he muttered, "You won, but don't get too smug. I will definitely capture rarer Pokémon to defeat you in the future." He tossed Jiang Shan a card and turned away to gather his belongings. Jiang Shan had clearly provoked him. It seemed he was eager to embark on a journey to grow stronger. As for his words, Jiang Shan paid them no heed after all. If Xiao Mao grew stronger, he too would not remain stagnant. When they battled again, it would still be a chance to gain experience. Shaking his head, Jiang Shan recalled Zapdos and promptly registered the Pokédex information before setting off towards Viridian City. Along the way, he contemplated his Pokémon lineup. Merely having Zapdos was insufficient. Moreover, without an electric terrain, Zapdos could not unleash its full potential and would have to be saved for the final showdown. For now, he needed to capture grass, and ground types grass-type Pokémon were predominantly supportive in function, while ground types boasted strong defenses for joint protection. After exhausting his options, he would unleash Zapdos to finish the battle. Grass and ground-type Pokémon. Jiang Shan had formed a plan in his mind, however. Luck was not on his side by noon. He had encountered no other Pokémon aside from Pidgey and Rattata. Tired, Jiang Shan arrived at the riverside to rest. However, misfortune struck as the weather changed. The once clear sky turned ominous. A fierce wind kicked up, swirling dust everywhere. It seemed a heavy rain was imminent, forcing Jiang Shan to abandon his search for Pokémon and hasten across the river to seek refuge in the forest. Just as he crossed the river and entered the forest, bam! Something collided with him. Instinctively scratching his back, he turned to see a red Pokémon in the air, resembling a small cat, with pointy ears, a short tail, and two tender green leaves atop its head. Jiang Shan quickly took out his Pokédex to scan name, Oddish level, 7 type, Grass Flying HP, 24-24 gender, Female nature, Timid ability, Chlorophyll moves, Absorb tail, Whip photosynthesis, Grassy terrain leap. Upon seeing the Pokédex information, Jiang Shan was taken aback. This Oddish could even learn grassy terrain. Such a skill is rare, capable of altering the terrain's attributes, enhancing grass-type moves while restoring the Pokémon's health. How could a common Oddish possess it? It couldn't have learned it through normal means, so it must be yes. It must be a hereditary move. Given that it had such a skill, I must capture it. Watching the red Oddish being swept away by the wind, Jiang Shan decisively pursued it without hesitation. At the same time, a notification rang in his mind. Notification. Random task triggered. Task details. Capture the shiny Oddish. Task reward, 100 lottery points. To receive 100 points that exceeded the reward for defeating Xiao Mao. Moreover, the task details mentioned a shiny Oddish. Now that he thought about it, this Oddish did appear to be more vividly red than the usual pink depicted in the Pokédex. Professor Oak had previously mentioned that among the same species of Pokémon, there exist rare color variants, 1 in 1,000, often stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Such Pokémon are known as shiny Pokémon. This Oddish is likely a shiny Pokémon. 1 in 1,000, I was fortunate enough to encounter it. If I do not capture it, it would be a disservice to my luck. Just as Jiang Shan chased after Oddish, the dark sky suddenly erupted with thunder and torrential rain fell. The wind gradually weakened. The drenched Oddish plummeted from the sky. An opportunity arose. Jiang Shan immediately released Zapdos. Rush in and use thunder to paralyze it. A Pokémon that loses consciousness greatly increases the chances of being captured. Paralyzing it was the best course of action. Zapdos acted without delay. It unfurled its wings, crackling with electricity, and charged towards Oddish, unleashing a rapid torrent of lightning. The soaked Oddish, unable to evade, was left vulnerable and soon began to smoke from the electric shock. Thud! Oddish fell unconscious. Jiang Shan swiftly threw a Pokeball. Thud, thud, ding. The Pokeball blinked 3 times. Capture successful. Notification. Task completed. Notification, 100 lottery points. The notifications concluded as Jiang Shan picked up the Pokeball. He had successfully captured his first Pokémon. Zapdos was obtained through a draw and did not count as a capture. After securing the Oddish Pokeball, Jiang Shan noticed that Zapdos was suddenly agitated, staring intently at something in the distance. Following its gaze, he spotted a glimmer of color amidst the dark clouds. What is that? Wiping the rain from his face, Jiang Shan took out his Pokédex, activating the camera mode to zoom in. At that moment, the wind ceased, the rain stopped, and the dark clouds dispersed. With the setting sun, Jiang Shan witnessed a colossal red bird Pokémon soaring towards him, its tail feathers shimmering with a spectrum of colors, leaving behind a dazzling rainbow in its wake. What Pokemon could this be? After taking a photo, Jiang Shan hastily initiated a scan. Name Ho-Oh. Level. Type Fire Flying. HP. Nature. Ability. Moves. The question marks indicated that it could not be scanned. It was astonishing that even the advanced Pokédex could not identify this mysterious Pokemon. Ho-Oh. How powerful could this enigmatic creature be? Gazing at Ho-Oh, Jiang Shan's thoughts raced, perhaps sensing Jiang Shan's emotions. Zapdos emitted sharp cries, its electric aura intensifying. Was it issuing a challenge to Ho-Oh? Jiang Shan quickly calmed Zapdos. He understood its desire for a challenge. As a legendary Pokemon, it was not one to back down, however. This mysterious Pokemon, Ho-Oh, was simply too formidable. If Zapdos recklessly confronted it, it would only meet with defeat and injury. There was no need to engage in a battle that was destined to be lost. If a confrontation is truly to occur, it must await the future. We shall wait until his Zapdos has fully matured. By then, not only shall we consider challenging Ho-Oh, but perhaps we may even capture this legendary Pokemon. Jiang Shan contemplated quietly to himself. Meanwhile, Ho-Oh seemed to have taken notice of the situation. Its gaze swept over Jiang Shan and Zapdos, and then a feather shimmering with iridescent hues drifted down from its form. As Jiang Shan caught this extraordinary feather, the silhouette of Ho-Oh had already vanished into the horizon. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in his mind. Notification: acquired the rainbow feather. Notification: 500 lottery points. Chapter 3. The extraordinary Meow Meow. Gazing at the colorful feather, Jiang Shan felt a surge of emotions. There are countless undiscovered spirits in this world. The spirit he encountered earlier was powerful and enigmatic. Perhaps on his journey, he would encounter even more mysterious and formidable beings. He must strive to enhance his strength, or else he would be unable to capture such spirits even if he crossed paths with them. However, on the other hand, he had just received 500 lottery points. This implies that the rainbow feather is of significant value, perhaps capable of summoning legendary spirits. While that seemed unlikely, its beauty alone warranted keeping it as a memento. Now that he possessed 500 lottery points, it was only fitting to try his luck. System: exchange for a regular lottery ticket, Jiang Shan said, tucking away the rainbow feather. Notice: minus 500 lottery points. Notice: obtained regular lottery ticket X1. Once again, the roulette appeared before him. Ding, ding, ding. The pointer gradually came to a halt. Notice: you have drawn TR036 Heatwave X1. A videotape fell into his hands. The fire-type skill machine, Heatwave. It seemed that the electric bird could also learn it. This was fortuitous, as the electric bird was currently at a low level, with only the ability to use electric surge, which is ineffective against ground types. Learning Heatwave would undoubtedly broaden its offensive capabilities, making it an excellent asset for a collector like him. Reflecting on his day, he had first captured a shiny dandelion, then encountered Ho-Oh and obtained a feather. Now he had acquired the Heatwave skill machine. His rewards were plentiful, and Jiang Shan felt quite satisfied. It was time to head to Shurjima City. After securing the skill machine, he noticed that darkness was beginning to envelop the sky, prompting him to set off towards Shurjima City. He was not far from Shurjima City. At his pace, he would arrive before nightfall. However, due to the lateness of the hour, the gym would already be closed by the time he arrived, rendering any challenge impossible for the day. Furthermore, he opted not to visit the Pokémon Center to heal his dandelion first. Instead, he headed to the convenience store. At this hour, the convenience store was also preparing to close. He needed to purchase some essentials. "Sir, may I assist you with something?" the cashier inquired as he approached the counter. Jiang Shan scanned the nearby shelves. "I'll take 10 potions, some antidotes, and Pokémon food." His gaze was drawn to an item in the corner. It resembled a helmet adorned with numerous small light bulbs. Jiang Shan recalled that this appeared to be a learning device. Such a device could be worn by a Pokémon, allowing it to gain experience even without participating in battle. However, the experience would be shared among all Pokémon, resulting in a slower growth rate. Nonetheless, it was still a valuable item, as it could simultaneously strengthen 2 Pokémon. "How much is this learning device?" Jiang Shan asked, picking up the helmet and looking at the cashier. She smiled and opened her palm. "Not expensive, just 10,000. "What? 10,000? Are you joking with me?" Jiang Shan's expression changed instantly. This item was worth at most around 2,000. How audacious of her to ask for 10,000. "Sir, you may not be aware, but a regular learning device indeed costs around 1,500. However, ours is different," the cashier replied with a mysterious smile. Jiang Shan was taken aback. "Different? This is a special edition. Once activated, all Pokémon in your possession can gain experience, and..." The experience of the Pokémon in battle will not be diminished, the cashier explained proudly. Jiang Shan's eyes lit up. The ability to grant experience to the entire team meant that as long as this device was activated, all 6 of his Pokémon could grow stronger simultaneously. This learning device was undeniably powerful. No wonder it cost a full 10,000. Although it was expensive, it was worth every penny. Moreover, he happened to have the 10,000 that little Mao had given him. I'll buy it, Jiang Shan decided. The cashier nodded happily. Thank you for your patronage. Oh, and here is a complimentary gift. Seemingly recalling something, she retrieved a Pokeball from a nearby box for large customers and handed it to Jiang Shan. What is inside? He asked, intrigued. I'm not sure either, the cashier replied, still smiling. Seeing Jiang Shan's puzzled expression, she added, the gifts from the headquarters are varied, and we haven't checked them. So we don't know. Understanding now, Jiang Shan nodded and left the store. Just as he stepped outside, he was captivated by a massive hot air balloon shaped like a cat head, floating in the dim sky. The balloon was emblazoned with her symbol. Jiang Shan recognized this symbol from television. It belonged to Team Rocket. Team Rocket was an infamous organization, often associated with chaos and the theft of rare Pokémon. In any case, Team Rocket was not up to any good. But why were they here? Moreover, it appeared they were heading towards the Pokémon Center. Did they intend to raid the Pokémon Center for Pokémon? Jiang Shan immediately grasped their intention. Although he was reluctant to provoke such a nefarious organization and invite trouble, he needed to heal his Pokémon. He had no choice but to intervene. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Notice, random mission triggered. Mission details, repel Team Rocket. Mission reward, 100 lottery points. A mission had been triggered, with the need to heal his Pokémon and a mission at hand. There was no other option. He had to investigate. Without further hesitation, Jiang Shan rushed towards the Pokémon Center. Upon arrival, chaos reigned inside. Smoke filled the air, and through the glass, Jiang Shan caught a glimpse of a boy in a cap holding a Pikachu. He recognized this boy as Ash from Pallet Town. Ash had set off after Little Mao. This boy was surprisingly fast. But where did he get a Pikachu? While that Pokémon was quite common, it was nearly absent in this vicinity. Could it be his chosen starter Pokémon? He hadn't selected one of the traditional starters, but perhaps there were other reasons he hadn't received one. After all, his own starters had been stolen. However, a Pikachu as a starter. Was that a coincidence? Contemplating this, Jiang Shan shifted his gaze to another side, where a tall woman with long red hair and a blue-haired youth stood. They were clad in white uniforms marked with the R symbol. Unsurprisingly, they were members of Team Rocket. Beside them was a Meowth. Was it speaking? A Meowth that could talk? This was unheard of. Jiang Shan was momentarily stunned, and then a new notification sounded. Notice, special mission triggered. Mission details, capture Team Rocket's Meowth. Mission reward, 2,000 lottery points. A reward of 2,000 lottery points? This talking Meowth held such high value? And it could be captured? This meant that the Team Rocket's Meowth was a wild Pokémon without an owner, although he wasn't sure why Team Rocket hadn't captured it. Such a unique wild spirit should not be wasted on an organization that constantly engaged in wrongdoing. It would be far better for him to capture it and have a translator. This way, he would be able to understand Pokémon language. The advantages of comprehending Pokémon language were immense. For instance, many unknown legendary Pokémon messages might not be recognized by humans. But that didn't mean other Pokémon were unaware. Understanding Pokémon language would allow him to grasp these messages. Subsequently, he could locate, even capture these legendary Pokémon. Certainly, the advantages extend far beyond these. In summary, one must seize every opportunity. For every chance to win is to be embraced. All of it must be claimed. Chapter 4. Ash and Misty upon reaching a conclusion. Jiang Shan immediately sprang into action. He swiftly released the Pokeball containing the legendary Zapdos. With a sharp cry, Zapdos unfurled its wings, crackling with electric energy, captivating the attention of countless onlookers. What? What is that? It's Zapdos, the legendary Pokémon. What? A legendary Pokémon? It seems to have been released by that person. Wow, he actually managed to catch a legendary Pokémon. That boy is incredible. The surrounding crowd erupted in admiration, while members of Team Rocket inside the Pokémon Center also took note of the sudden appearance of Zapdos, their eyes gleaming with excitement, clearly plotting something sinister. What luck, it's a legendary Pokémon. The red-haired woman proclaimed with pride. It will soon be ours. Arbok, rush in and use Bind Attack to capture Zapdos. We're on it, wheezing, commanded the blue-haired youth beside her. Meanwhile, Meowth wore a face of unease. After all, Zapdos was a legendary Pokémon, and any trainer capable of possessing such a mythical creature was not to be trifled with. This could easily backfire. Indeed, Meowth's intuition proved correct. Observing the two Pokémon charging towards Zapdos, Jiang Shan remained unfazed. You dare to attack? How foolish. Soaring had to evade their assault. Zapdos unleashed an electromagnetic wave. In an instant, golden currents surged forth, paralyzing both Arbok and Weezing, sending them crashing to the ground. Ugh! Arbok, get up! The red-haired woman commanded irritably. But Jiang Shan would not grant them a moment's respite. Zapdos, ascend and unleash your most powerful thunderbolt. A powerful current erupted from below, incapacitating the now helpless Arbok and Weezing, rendering them incapable of battle. Notification: defeated Musashi's Arbok. Notification: 50 lottery points. Notification: defeated Kojiro's Weezing. Notification: 50 lottery points. A notification echoed in his mind, revealing that the duo was named Musashi and Kojiro. 100 points in total. Not bad, Jiang Shan mused, but the real objective soon captured his attention as he turned towards the frightened Meowth. Zapdos, use Peck and attack that Meowth. With a powerful flap of its wings, Zapdos broke through the glass and lunged at Meowth. The latter, trembling in fear, nearly faltered. Fortunately, Musashi reacted swiftly, kicking Meowth aside just in time to avoid Zapdos's fierce onslaught. What do you think you're doing to Meowth, you brat? Musashi yelled, glaring at Jiang Shan. Of course. I intend to capture that Meowth. It can speak human language. Such a rare and special Pokémon shall be mine. Jiang Shan replied, casting a glance at Musashi. Upon hearing this, Meowth turned pale, and Musashi's anger reached a boiling point. Traditionally, it was Team Rocket that captured others' Pokémon. But today they encountered someone intent on capturing theirs. This was utterly outrageous. That Meowth belongs to us, Musashi declared fiercely, asserting her claim. However, Jiang Shan was undeterred. It is a wild Pokémon, and as a Pokémon trainer, I have the right to capture it. Zapdos, unleash your most powerful thunderbolt. Without further ado, Jiang Shan commanded Zapdos to attack once more. A surge of electricity erupted from Zapdos's wings, striking Meowth squarely as it had just regained its footing, sending it crumpling to the ground. Now's my chance. Go, Pokeball. Jiang Shan seized the opportunity to throw a Pokeball. Click. The Pokeball captured Meowth, but in the next moment, Meowth burst forth once more. A Pokémon worth 2,000 lottery points. It certainly was not easy to catch. Notification: capture of Team Rocket's Meowth failed. Notification: received a unique consolation prize. Notification: 100 lottery points. Is there even a reward for this? Wait, does the system anticipate my inevitable failure? And it grants a unique consolation prize, which means there won't be such rewards for future failures. Jiang Shan pondered, unable to suppress his thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team Rocket was in disarray. Musashi, we've encountered a tough opponent. We should flee. Meowth. The exhausted Meowth trembled, clinging to Musashi's leg. Beside them, Kojiro nodded emphatically. Musashi gritted her teeth. That pesky brat. You will remember this? With that, she tossed a smoke bomb. As Zapdos flapped its wings to disperse the smoke, Team Rocket and Meowth had vanished without a trace. Notification: you have repelled Team Rocket. Notification: 100 lottery points. These individuals certainly knew how to make a swift escape. However, it mattered little. They would inevitably cross paths with Team Rocket again. At that time, capturing Meowth would yield 2,000 points. With this thought, Jiang Shan recalled Zapdos. The other patrons in the Pokémon Center regarded him with admiration, awed by the trainer who possessed a legendary Pokémon. Ash excitedly approached. Jiang Shan. I can't believe it's really you. Of course it is. But who is this beside you? Jiang Shan inquired, glancing at the girl next to Ash. With her orange hair styled in a side ponytail, clad in a sleeveless top and denim shorts, she waved and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Misty. At that moment, a notification resounded in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification: acquainted with Trainer Misty. Notification: 50 lottery points. This revelation momentarily stunned Jiang Shan. Meeting a trainer could yield rewards? Why hadn't he received notifications for knowing Ash and Gary earlier? Was there some specific criterion? He couldn't help but ponder. Yet, despite his thoughts, he politely nodded at Misty. Hello, I am Jiang Shan, a novice trainer hailing from Pallet Town. Are you truly from Pallet Town? Misty asked, her skeptical gaze shifting to Ash. Jiang Shan, somewhat perplexed, affirmed, of course. But the disparity between you two is rather stark. He's also a novice trainer from Pallet Town, yet you possess a legendary Pokémon, while he has caught nothing and looks rather disheveled. Misty remarked with a shake of her head and a sigh. Ash, clearly displeased, found himself at a loss for words, as Misty's statements were undoubtedly true. While Jiang Shan engaged in idle chatter with them, he handed his Oddish's Pokeball to Nurse Joy for treatment and recovery. By the way, Jiang Shan, how many Pokémon do you have? Ash suddenly inquired during their conversation. Me? I have 2. No, 3. Jiang Shan instinctively replied with 2. only to suddenly remember that a kind lady at the convenience store had gifted him a Pokémon earlier. 3. What is the third? Well, you can see for yourself. He produced the Pokeball and opened it. Buzz. A flash of white light erupted from the Pokeball. And as the glow faded, a pink, cow-like creature appeared. Jiang Shan discreetly examined its details. Name, Miltank. Level, 10. Type, normal. HP, 4242. Gender, female. Nature, careful. Ability, thick fat. Moves, tackle, growl, roll out, milk, drink, body slam. To his surprise, it was the farm Pokémon Miltank. This Pokémon is known for its milk production, commonly found on farms. While not exceedingly rare, it isn't often seen in the wild. This Pokémon possesses decent speed and defense and can learn the move Milk Drink as it levels up, restoring significant health to itself or its allies. It is an all-rounder capable of both offense and defense, exactly the type of Pokémon Jiang Shan needed. What a delightful stroke of luck. Jiang Shan nearly burst into laughter. Upon retrieving the large milk can, the shuttlecock grass also rejuvenated. After securing a room at the Pokémon Center to rest, Jiang Shan refrained from engaging in further conversation with Ash and the others, opting instead to return to his quarters. He intended to teach Zapdos the move Heat Wave in preparation for the upcoming challenge at the Tokiwa Gym the following day. Chapter 5: The Fall of the Swarm. As the morning sun bathed the land in golden light, Xiao Ji and his companions had already departed from the city of SH Can. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan had arrived at the SH Can Gym, only to find it eerily deserted. He searched the premises, even ascending to the second floor, yet found no sign of life. Where could everyone have gone? The thought puzzled him. With no one present, it was clear that he could not challenge the gym. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his eye caught a glimpse of a file buried beneath a stack of books on a table. The world's strongest synthetic Pokémon. It appeared to be a report. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Shan opened it, only to be increasingly astounded by its contents. The report detailed how Team Rocket had financed the creation of the world's most formidable synthetic Pokémon, which they had named Mewtwo. Recently, however, Mewtwo had gone rogue. The document inquired about how their leader, Takashi, intended to handle the situation. Takashi was the gym leader of SH Can. His true identity was, astonishingly, the leader of Team Rocket. Additionally, Jiang Shan surmised that the absence of people at the SH Can Gym was likely due to their efforts to subdue Mewtwo. Holding the file, Jiang Shan pondered. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Notification: reading Team Rocket's confidential document. Notification: 100 lottery points. What a fortunate windfall of 100 points. However, this reward was not the crux of his concerns. The pressing matter was that he could not challenge the gym. Yet, strangely enough, this did not seem entirely unfavorable. With Takashi preoccupied with capturing Mewtwo, and given the report's implications, even if Mewtwo were caught, it would only be a temporary setback. As the most powerful synthetic Pokémon, it would undoubtedly find a way to escape again. Thus, an opportunity presented itself. He could journey to other cities to strengthen himself before returning to challenge Takashi's gym, while perhaps also attempting to confront Mewtwo. Now was not the time. He was still too weak as a fledgling trainer. He required ample time to grow stronger. Only once he had attained sufficient strength would he be worthy of challenging Mewtwo. The strongest Pokémon deserved the strongest trainer. Jiang Shan had already devised a plan in his mind. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from downstairs. Had Team Rocket returned? With no time to spare, Jiang Shan quickly tucked away the file and clambered out of a window on the opposite side. Fortunately, the height was manageable for a jump. Shortly after his departure, 3 familiar figures emerged outside the room. Musashi frowned as she admonished Koger. Look. The boss told us to close the door tightly when he left, and you forgot. Indeed, we were fortunate to have come back to check. Meowth sighed in relief. If Boss Takashi returned to find the door wide open, we might lose our wages or even be kicked out of Team Rocket. That would indeed be a dire situation. Not concerning themselves with the trio, Jiang Shan had already made his way out of SH Can City and into SH Can Forest. He needed to elevate the levels of his Pokémon. Beyond the forest lay Nibi City, where a gym awaited. Elevating his Pokémon's levels was his foremost priority. If only he could encounter a swarm of insects to grind experience. As he traversed the SH Can Forest, Jiang Shan mused. The faint sound of buzzing reached his ears. It resembled the hum of a swarm. He lifted his gaze to see 3 figures desperately fleeing from a massive horde of Beedrill. Xiaoxia? Xiaoxi? This was fortuitous. Spotting the swarm and his acquaintances, Jiang Shan smiled. He had been worried about finding a suitable insect swarm for experience grinding. Little did he know that Xiaoxia, Xiaoxi, and an unfamiliar boy clad in samurai armor had unintentionally led the swarm straight to him. With the swarm closing in, Jiang Shan threw a Pokeball. Zapdos. Use Heat Wave. With a powerful flap of its wings, Zapdos summoned a Scorching Wind. Heat Wave, being a Fire-type move, was particularly effective against Bug-type Pokémon. The unsuspecting Beedrill, in hot pursuit of Xiaoji and the others, were caught off guard and fell from the sky, smoldering. But that was not the end of it. More Beedrills swarmed toward them. Jiang Shan frowned at the sight of the dense cloud of Beedrill above. He tossed another Pokeball. Blissey, use Rollout. Blissey shimmered with silver light. Rollout enhanced Blissey's defenses, and with each consecutive use, it became increasingly formidable. Keep using Rollout to draw the Beedrill's attention. Zapdos. Continue with Heat Wave. Both Pokémon executed their commands with precision. After enhancing its defenses, Blissey not only became more resilient, but also amplified the power of its Rollout attack, making it both tough and devastating. The Beedrill surrounded the rolling Blissey, but it was impervious to their stings. Meanwhile, Zapdos wreaked havoc upon the swarm. Countless Beedrill fell from the sky, incapacitated, witnessing their comrades' defeat. The remaining Beedrill finally took flight in fright. This massive experience haul. The levels of Jiang Shan's 3 Pokémon surged. He opened his Pokédex to check their progress. Zapdos, level 22. Blissey, level 20. Blissey learned Body Slam. Oddish, level 16. Oddish learned Sleep Powder. At that moment, Xiaoji and his companions stood in shock. They had never anticipated that the swarm, which had been relentlessly pursuing them, would be so easily dispatched by Jiang Shan. Was this the gap in their strengths? Just how powerful was Jiang Shan? Xiaoji's spirit was profoundly shaken. Simultaneously, a series of notifications resounded in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification: you have repelled the Beedrill swarm. Notification: 50 lottery points. Notification: you have astonished trainer Xiaoji. Notification: 100 lottery points. Notification: you have garnered Xiaoxia's admiration. Notification: 50 lottery points. A total of 200 lottery points. This unexpected windfall brought Jiang Shan joy. Coming back to his senses, he recalled his Pokémon as Xiaoji and the others approached. I didn't expect you to be here too. You saved us. I was just passing through to Nibi City, Jiang Shan replied with a nod. Xiaoxia suddenly chimed in, by the way, Samurai. Weren't you looking to challenge the Pokémon trainer from Mossera Town? Jiang Shan affirmed. Yes, you should challenge him. Her gaze fell upon the boy in samurai armor. He awkwardly scratched his head. He had witnessed the earlier spectacle. Battle with Jiang Shan? No way. The samurai shivered and retreated. Oh, I just remembered something. I have to go, goodbye. Observing his hasty retreat, Xiaoji scoffed. This guy had shown such enthusiasm during their battle earlier. Now, he was quaking in fear before Jiang Shan. However, it was true that Jiang Shan was exceptionally strong. Xiaoji knew he had to hasten his growth to keep pace with him and Xiaomao. Determined, he thought to himself, Jiang Shan, oblivious to these thoughts, was solely focused on reaching Nibi City. Zapdos and the others had gained significant levels from their recent battle and should be able to handle the Nibi gym. With this in mind, he waved his hand. Let us go. I'm heading to Nibi City to challenge the gym. Perfect. We were also on our way to Nibi City. Why don't we travel together for now? Xiaoxia suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shan did not refuse. Traveling together temporarily was not an issue. After all, they would part ways upon reaching Nibi City. Moreover, this way, he could engage Oddish in battles with Xiaoji's Pokémon along the journey to bolster Oddish's strength. Grass types excelled against ground and rock. As long as Oddish attained a sufficiently high level, he wouldn't even need to call upon Zapdos for the Nibi Gym challenge. Furthermore, upon calculation, I have accumulated 800 lottery points. I can draw once more. Well, I shall make my draw upon arriving in Nibi City. Chapter 6. The resurrected fossil Nibi City, also known as Deep Gray City, is surrounded by gray rock mountains. Jiang Shan and his companions arrived at noon. Having endured numerous battles in the forest prior, so they first visited the Pokémon Center to heal their Pokémon. Of course, Jiang Shan also seized the opportunity to participate in a lottery. Notice, minus 500 lottery points. Notice, obtained a regular lottery ticket X1. The redemption complete, the roulette will materialize before him. The pointer spun swiftly before finally halting. Notice, you have drawn TM034 Sunny Day X1. A disc plummeted into Jiang Shan's hands. Astonishingly, he had drawn another TM, and this one was capable of altering the weather to create sunny day. Jiang Shan couldn't help but chuckle as he held the disc. The ability of his Jumpluff, Chlorophyll, would double its speed in sunny weather. With such remarkable swiftness, Jumpluff could initiate status moves first, like putting the opponent to sleep. In short, possessing this move guaranteed a solid chance at the gym. Sir, your Pokémon has been healed, came Joy's voice. Understood, thank you. Jiang Shan replied eagerly as he retrieved his Pokémon, impatient to teach Jumpluff Sunny Day. With moves like Solar Beam, it could sustain itself. Double the joy, indeed. The power of the move would also be enhanced by grassy terrain. It would certainly suffice for the Nibby gym. Jiang Shan, shall we challenge the gym? With everything prepared, Ash rushed over. Jiang Shan looked around but did not see Misty. Hadn't they just gone out to eat? Where was she? Had they quarreled? Although puzzled, Jiang Shan was not one to meddle in others' affairs, so he refrained from asking further. The two soon arrived at the Nibby gym. An excited Ash insisted on being the first to challenge. Observing Ash's confidence, Jiang Shan initially thought he had some clever strategy to defeat gym leader Brock, only to find that he simply sent out Pikachu, while Brock chose Onix. Onix, possessing ground and rock types, was impervious to Pikachu's attacks. Ash was swiftly overwhelmed. I shouldn't have expected much from this guy. Hey there, young man. Are you also a challenger? Brock, who had just defeated Ash, turned to Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan nodded yes. With his response, a prompt appeared. Notice, challenge task triggered. Task details, defeat gym leader Brock. Task reward, 200 lottery points. It was anticipated that there would be rewards for defeating the gym. Jiang Shan was not surprised by this notice. Upon hearing his answer, Brock accepted the challenge. Very well, then send out your Pokémon. The rules here are 2-on-2, and my first Pokémon remains Onix. Brock did not switch out Onix, as Pikachu had barely wounded it earlier. I understand. Go, Jumpluff. Jiang Shan tossed out his Pokeball. With a flash of white light, the petite Jumpluff emerged. Upon seeing this Pokémon, Brock couldn't help but chuckle. While grass types are indeed strong against Onix, Jumpluff's offensive capabilities are rather weak. It seems you are just like your companion. You won't be getting that badge. Nearby, Ash chimed in, Jiang Shan. Why use such a tiny Pokémon when you have stronger ones? He shared Brock's skepticism. However, Jiang Shan remained unfazed. I advise you not to underestimate it. With that, Jiang Shan commanded, use Sunny Day. Jumpluff emitted a gentle cry, and soon, blinding sunlight enveloped the gym. This move took Brock by surprise. Your Jumpluff can use Sunny Day? I'm quite surprised, but such weather-altering moves cannot directly turn the tide. Onix, use Rock Slide. Roaring, Onix launched an attack. Massive boulders fell from above, hurtling towards Jumpluff. Thud, thud, thud. Jumpluff darted with incredible speed across the battlefield, evading Onix's strikes entirely. Brock frowned, sensing something was amiss. This Jumpluff's speed is unusually high. It's almost absurd. Wait, could its ability be chlorophyll? That would explain it. No wonder it used Sunny Day right away. Though Brock made the connection, it was too late. Jumpluff, use Sleep Powder. Jumpluff released a cloud of powder. Onix, unable to evade, inhaled it directly. Thud. With a heavy thump, Onix crashed to the ground, sound asleep. End it. Use Grassy Terrain. Onix remained in slumber. Next, use Absorb. Buzz. Jumpluff unleashed the move Absorb. The sleeping Onix succumbed in its dreams. With Grass-type moves quadrupling damage against Onix. Combined with the Grassy Terrain bonus, it was swiftly knocked out. This scene astonished Ash. Is that little Pokémon really that powerful? What would Brock use next? Ash eagerly awaited Brock's response, but instead, you've won. Brock recalled Onix. Ash gaped, what? Won? Isn't this a 2-on-2 battle? Brock shook his head. Your Jumpluff is fast and strong, and it counters my Pokémon. Even if I sent out another, it would be put to sleep immediately. There's no need to continue. You have won. Ash regarded Jiang Shan with a complex expression. The fact that Brock conceded to Jiang Shan while he couldn't even defeat Brock's single Pokémon made Ash question his own abilities. With Brock's concession, Jiang Shan also received his reward. Notice, task completed. Notice, 200 lottery points. Notice, gym leader surrender, 50 additional points. Receiving an extra reward for making the opponent surrender was an unexpected delight. Just as Jiang Shan was about to recall Jumpluff, he noticed a radiant light surrounding it. When the glow faded, Jumpluff had transformed. Its green leaf was replaced by a flower. Jumpluff evolved into Lilligant. Brock approached, congratulations. Your Pokémon has evolved. This deep gray badge is also a testament to your achievement. Thank you. Jiang Shan accepted the badge. This was his first gym badge. Just 7 more, and he could challenge the Kanto League. After securing the badge, Jiang Shan bid farewell to Ash. His next destination was Cerulean City. However, it was already quite late. He would set out tomorrow. Since the sun had yet to set, he decided to visit the Nibby Science Museum. There, he could explore many ancient Pokémon fossils. He wondered what ancient Pokémon they could be. As he pondered, Jiang Shan swiftly arrived at the museum. But just as he was about to purchase a ticket to enter, an unexpected event occurred. Boom. The museum's roof was shattered. Jiang Shan's eyes widened as he saw a creature resembling an ancient fossilized Aerodactyl burst forth from the museum, followed by several researchers in white lab coats fleeing in panic. Wait, what is happening? He instinctively grabbed one of the researchers in a white coat to inquire. The flustered researcher replied, as you can see, We accidentally obtained a mysterious amber that resurrected this ferocious fossilized Aerodactyl. Mysterious amber? What is that? Although he did not fully comprehend, it mattered little. So, it was wild, and he could catch it? Jiang Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The researcher hesitated, then nodded. Of course, of course. In fact, we would be more than happy if someone could capture it. Otherwise, the museum will be destroyed. Very well, watch me. Jiang Shan smiled as he retrieved the Pokeball containing Zapdos. Simultaneously, a system prompt echoed. Chapter 7. The Misfortunate Rocket Team. Hint. Triggering a random task. Task details. Capture a rampaging fossil pterosaur. Task rewards. 150 lottery points. Having a task is merely an embellishment. Even without one, I would still pursue the fossil pterosaur. It is indeed a rare ancient spirit. Jiang Shan promptly pressed the button of the Pokeball. Go, Zapdos. Use electromagnetic wave. The Zapdos soared into the sky to unleash its skill. The golden electrical current struck the roaring fossil pterosaur, paralyzing it and causing it to crash violently to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shan commanded, use Thunder Charge. The fossil pterosaur displayed a pained expression. After all, it belonged to the flying type. Electric-type moves are particularly effective against flying types, inflicting significant damage. Yet, the fossil pterosaur would not remain passive. Spurred by its agony, it forcefully took to the air, gathering a massive rock to hurl down. It was Rock Slide. This fossil pterosaur was of considerable level. Moreover, this move was perfectly suited to counter Zapdos. If struck, Zapdos would sustain serious injury. Use Peck to dodge. Zapdos acted swiftly. Its beak glimmered as it charged towards the fossil pterosaur. Utilizing the momentum from its attack, it successfully avoided the enormous rock that came crashing down, while the fossil pterosaur plummeted again. Almost there. Go, Pokeball. With a snap, the fossil pterosaur was captured. Jiang Shan anxiously watched the Pokeball. Thud, 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 ding. Hint. Task completed. Hint. 150 lottery points. I did it. Come back, Zapdos. After recalling Zapdos, Jiang Shan picked up the Pokeball. This time in Nibi City, he acquired the Sunny Day TM and a badge, and now, fortuitously, he had captured a fossil pterosaur. Truly, he was favored by fate. Glancing at the sky, Jiang Shan noticed that a crowd had gathered around the museum, snapping photos and discussing him. This did not surprise Jiang Shan. After all, both Zapdos and fossil pterosaur were Pokémon rarely seen by ordinary people. Their simultaneous appearance in the sky was bound to attract attention. He paid little mind to the envious bystanders and instead returned to the Pokémon Center. Once his Pokémon were healed, he released the fossil pterosaur. He hadn't checked its details earlier. Now it was time to examine its level and attributes. Name: Fossil Pterosaur, Level 21. Type: Rock Flying, HP 7171. Gender: Female. Nature: Brave. Ability: Hardhead. Moves: Bite, Rock Slide, Roost, Tailwind. Scary Face, Supersonic. This fossil pterosaur knows Roost and Tailwind. Roost for sustainability and Tailwind for speed enhancement. Coupled with its already impressive attack stats, this creature can both harvest and assist. Jiang Shan smiled, delighted by this remarkable addition. With matters in Nibi City concluded, he set off early the next morning towards Hualan City, passing through the Yueshan Mountain. It was rumored to be the territory of Clefairy, famous for its meteorite falls. It was once abundant in moonstones, which allowed certain Pokémon to evolve. Many flocked there to mine, leading to a significant decline in moonstone availability. Yet, their prices soared to over 1,000. Yueshan Mountain had been ravaged by miners, leaving behind numerous caverns as remnants of their exploits. If only he could find a few moonstones. As Jiang Shan wandered through the dimly lit caves, flashlight in hand, he muttered to himself. Moonstones were indeed valuable. Finding a few could easily net him thousands. With money, he could purchase more items. At that moment, a system prompt chimed in. Hint: triggering a special search task. Task details: find 10 moonstones. Task rewards: 150 lottery points. 150 points? Quite a sum. Since the system is so considerate of my desires, I shall seek out some moonstones along the way. Who would complain about extra money? With the task activated, Jiang Shan scrutinized his surroundings more closely, but the light around the corner of the cave caught his attention. Accompanying the light was a familiar voice. We found moonstones, Meow. Was that the talking Meowth? Jiang Shan quickened his pace, and as the area brightened, he confirmed it was indeed the rocket team trio, illuminated by lamps as they mined for moonstones. Naturally, they noticed Jiang Shan as well. It's that guy with Zapdos, Meow. Without allowing Jiang Shan to say a word, Musashi immediately released Ekans. What a coincidence to run into you here, little brat. This is a cave. Your Zapdos can't maneuver here. You're finished. Ekans, go. Ekans charged forward swiftly. Musashi has gotten smarter. realizing that Zapdos cannot unleash its attacks effectively in the cave. However, he had more than just Zapdos at his disposal. Come forth, Blissey, use Transform. A silver glow enveloped Blissey. Snap. Ekans bit down firmly, but to no avail. Weezing, you go too. Use Sludge. Simultaneously, Kojiru threw out his Pokeball. Weezing released a plume of dark gas, obscuring Jiang Shan's vision and forcing him to cover his mouth and nose to avoid poisoning. Haha. This time he has no match for us, meow. Musashi taunted. The pesky brat finally has his day? In this cave, victory is ours, heh. Yes, yes. Once he is out of commission, we'll steal his Zapdos and present it to Boss Giovanni. We'll surely get promoted, meow. The two of them seemed to envision their triumph. Yet, their sweet dreams were swiftly shattered, for Jiang Shan produced a new Pokeball. Come forth. Fossil Pterosaur. Blow away that sludge. With a roar, the Fossil Pterosaur emerged, familiar with cave combat due to its rock typing. It fanned away the sludge, then crouched low. Like a dinosaur, it opened its jaws wide and lunged at Ekans. Bite. Ekans fell to the ground. The sudden reversal of fortune left the Rocket team dumbfounded. They were now more terrified of the menacing Fossil Pterosaur. Is that the Fossil Pterosaur, meow? A super rare, ancient beast. I heard it's carnivorous. Will it eat us? Kojiru trembled, his legs quaking, seeing their frightened expressions. Jiang Shan sneered. Eat you? You're not even worthy of being a meal for the Fossil Pterosaur. However what? What do you intend to do? Musashi inquired warily. I intend to say that you've been fortunate to find moonstones. Why not assist me in mining a few more? The Rocket team could be free labor. Having them help extract moonstones would not only complete his task, but also serve as a form of retribution. 2 birds with 1 stone. And the Rocket team dared not refuse, especially in the face of the fearsome Fossil Pterosaur, which left them devoid of any rebellious thoughts. As they mined, Jiang Shan received notifications in his mind. Hint, the Rocket team's fear of you has increased. Hint, 100 lottery points. Hint, collected 10 moonstones. Hint, 150 lottery points. Their fear of me has heightened, so it turns out scaring them can yield rewards. This is splendid. The reaction is that of a villain. Hee. Now that the task is accomplished, Jiang Shan, concealing all the moonstones, departed with a sense of satisfaction amidst the furious glares of Team Rocket. The harvest this time is indeed considerable. Besides the points, the moonstones could fetch several thousand. However, I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something. As Jiang Shan walked along the path, he scratched the back of his head. Oh dear, I forgot to capture Meowth. Chapter 8, Surfing Pikachu. Hualan City is a medium-sized urban center, bordered to the north by a seaport and to the south by the golden city of Jinhualan. It is one of the rare cities with thoroughfares on all sides. Upon arriving, Jiang Shan's first order of business was to sell the moonstones he had acquired from Team Rocket, netting him over $20,000. With newfound wealth, he indulged in purchasing high-grade Pokeballs, which boast a superior capture rate compared to standard Pokeballs. He prepared to catch some formidable Pokémon. After stocking up, he visited the Pokémon Center for a quick recovery before heading to the Hualan Gym to prepare for a challenge. On his way, he heard rumors of a recent theft involving the Grand Water Pipes. Could it be the work of Team Rocket? Jiang Shan instinctively thought of them. However, it was of no concern to him. Upon reaching the Hualan Gym, he serendipitously encountered Ash, who had just vanquished Team Rocket, who had invaded the gym with a colossal machine connected to the stolen water pipes. Was it really you who committed the theft? Jiang Shan couldn't help but inquire. Recalling the earlier gossip, Musashi, visibly irate, retorted, You little brat. It's because you stole the moonstones we dug up that we couldn't afford our materials. Otherwise, we wouldn't resort to thievery. Ah, so it was because of him. Jiang Shan scratched the back of his head, dismissing the matter. At that moment, Ash commanded, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. A resounding electric strike hit the machine, sending Team Rocket soaring through the air. Hint, witness Team Rocket being blasted off. Hint, 50 lottery points. Can one truly earn points from this? Team Rocket certainly had it rough. After dispatching Team Rocket, Ash rushed over, proudly brandishing a blue badge. Jiang Shan. I earned the Water Drop badge. It was rare for Ash to obtain a badge before him. Naturally, he had to show off. After all, if he didn't flaunt now, he might never have the chance again. Jiang Shan had not anticipated Ash arriving at Hualan first. Had he not been hindered by the heavy moonstones he carried, he might have beaten Ash to it. Nevertheless, arriving late was of little consequence. He too would soon possess the Water Drop badge. Who is the gym leader here? I am here to challenge, he inquired, glancing at the 3 beautiful women behind Ash. He assumed one of them would be the gym leader. To his surprise, it was Kasumi, who cheerfully responded, I accept your challenge. Huh, Kasumi, you are the gym leader? Jiang Shan was somewhat taken aback. Of course, our battle rules are one-on-one. But I know you have Zapdos, so could you refrain from using it? And please, no using Jumpluff. Kasumi shyly requested. Her two requests were indeed a bit demanding. But she had no choice. Zapdos was far too powerful. Given her water-type Pokémon would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, she had heard from Brock that Jumpluff was also exceptionally strong. Upon hearing her conditions, Jiang Shan contemplated whether to accept. Just then, a system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Hint: special challenge triggered. Challenge details: defeat the temporary gym leader Kasumi without using Zapdos or Jumpluff. Challenge reward: 500 lottery points. A special challenge with a reward of 500 points? This must include the reward for defeating the gym. Initially hesitant, Jiang Shan's resolve solidified with the prospect of a task. Since there is a task, I must engage. I accept your two conditions. Let us begin, he declared. Really? Great. Go, Starmie. Kasumi exclaimed, summoning her Starmie with excitement. Having battled with Ash before, she could only rely on Starmie for this one-on-one confrontation. Release your Pokémon. Without Zapdos and Jumpluff, I believe I can defeat you, Kasumi urged from her position on the battlefield. Jiang Shan chuckled. You think you can defeat me? That's merely your assumption. As you wish. Go, Pokeball. He tossed the Pokeball high into the air. With a deafening roar, the fearsome silver-gray Pokémon, Aerodactyl, emerged, soaring above the gym. The onlookers widened their eyes. Aerodactyl? Jiang Shan, when did you capture this ultra-rare ancient Pokémon? Ash inquired. Astonished. I caught it after my battle with Brock. Jiang Shan casually replied before commanding, Aerodactyl, charge in and use Bite. Bite is a dark-type move that counters psychic-type Pokémon. Starmie, being both water-type and psychic-type, was in peril of struck. Dive, Starmie, Kasumi ordered. And Starmie swiftly submerged into the water. Aerodactyl halted its attack, fearing the water. Though Kasumi reacted well, it ultimately proved futile. Jiang Shan scanned the water's surface and commanded, ascend and use Rock Slide to smash down on Starmie. Aerodactyl unleashed Rock Slide. Boom. Rocks plummeted into the water, relentlessly bombarding Starmie. Despite Starmie's evasive maneuvers, it could not escape unharmed. With a resounding crash, Starmie surfaced. Darn it, use Bubble Beam. Kasumi grimaced, countering. Land and Bite. Jiang Shan instructed. As Aerodactyl landed, it was partially struck by Bubble Beam but quickly healed. Meanwhile, its bite attack found its mark on Starmie. With a crunch, Aerodactyl secured a firm grip. Starmie was rendered unable to battle. Hint: challenge completed. Hint: 500 lottery points. Excellent, 500 lottery points secured. This brought his total to 1,500 points, allowing for the exchange of a rare lottery ticket. He wondered what made the rare tickets different from the ordinary ones. As Jiang Shan pondered, he recalled Aerodactyl, and Kasumi returned Starmie, presenting him with the Water Drop badge. Truly impressive, here you go, she said, handing over the badge. You're not too shabby yourself. Jiang Shan replied with a smile. I still have a long way to go. Kasumi sighed. After chatting for a while, Jiang Shan departed. At the Pokémon Center, he summoned the system. Hint: minus 1,000 lottery points. Hint: acquired rare lottery ticket 1. Alright, time to commence the lottery. A blue special roulette materialized before him. Compared to the previous roulette, this one boasted a myriad of dazzling Pokémon and special items, far exceeding the ordinary roulette in variety. Truly worth its doubled price. As Jiang Shan marveled, the roulette began to spin. Ding, ding, ding. The pointer came to a halt. Hint: you have drawn Pikachu 1. The roulette vanished, and a Pokeball fell into his hands. Pikachu? How could it be such a common Pokémon? Jiang Shan felt a twinge of disappointment as he pressed the button to release it. The adorable Pikachu leaped out, its golden fur shimmering, with a heart-shaped notch at the tail's end and pure blue ears and eyes. Is this a shiny Pikachu? Jiang Shan immediately took out the Pokédex. Name: Pikachu. Level: 20. Type: Electric. HP: 50-50. Gender: Female. Nature: Timid. Ability: Static. Moves: Thunderwave, Surf, Quick Attack, Electric Terrain, Ground. It knows electric terrain and surf? Upon seeing the moves, Jiang Shan's disappointment faded, replaced by delight. The ability to utilize electric terrain would synergize splendidly with Zapdos. And with Surf, it could counter ground and rock-type Pokémon, potentially catching opponents off guard. Furthermore, with Static, it would be incredibly useful against the electric-type gym in Kyoshi City. This is indeed drawn from 1,000 lottery points. It is evident that this is not something that an ordinary Pikachu can compare to. The expenditure of this 1,000 points is certainly worthwhile. Chapter 9. The Beast Tamer and Xiaoming. The journey to the City of Withered Leaves is a lengthy one, traversing 3 entire roads. Merely along Road 9, Jiang Shan found himself walking for an entire day without making it to the end. The slow pace was partly due to encounters with numerous combative trainers along the way. Engaging in battles with these trainers had allowed his beloved Jejia to reach level 20. After defeating yet another trainer, the opponent, while recalling their Pokémon, couldn't help but exclaim, "You're so impressive. Perhaps you could defeat that beast tamer Xiaoming over there, who has achieved 98 consecutive victories." Beast tamer? 98 consecutive victories? This news took Jiang Shan by surprise. Such a remarkable winning streak indicated a formidable opponent. Challenging that individual might trigger a quest. Jiang Shan pondered, stroking his chin. Having become increasingly fixated on lottery points ever since experiencing a rare lottery ticket. "Let us go take a look. It's on the way anyway." With a decision made, Jiang Shan quickened his pace. However, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. "Jiang Shan, is that you?" Turning around, Jiang Shan was met by the cheerful faces of Xiaoji and his companions, who seemed to have also enjoyed a string of victories. Thinking of this, Jiang Shan asked, "So, you all have come to challenge the beast tamer Xiaoming too?" "Indeed, and I've already achieved 10 consecutive victories." Xiaoji replied proudly, confirming Jiang Shan's speculation. It appeared that a little success had gone to his head. That guy is bound to get crushed when he faces Xiaoming, Jiang Shan thought. Yet he refrained from voicing these concerns, instead joining them as they made their way to Xiaoming's campsite. Is this Xiaoming's campsite? Jiang Shan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the imposing entrance. Hanging from the massive wooden gate was a sign that boldly proclaimed 98 victories in bright red letters. Wasn't that a bit too ostentatious? Nearby, Xiaoji and his friends shared his sentiment when a green-haired young man approached, backpack slung over his shoulder, and inquired, "What are you doing here?" "We've come to challenge Xiaoming." Xiaoji replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the green-haired youth opened the gate with a smile, saying, "I am the beast tamer Xiaoming. So, you all have come to serve as fodder for my 100 consecutive victories?" Fodder? Jiang Shan's brow unfurled. It was clear that Xiaoming was an insufferably arrogant individual. It seemed necessary to teach him a lesson. Hint, challenge quest triggered. Quest details: defeat beast tamer Xiaoming. Quest reward: 150 lottery points. As Jiang Shan prepared to step forward to challenge him, Xiaoji unexpectedly jumped in front. "Humph. With such a grandiose reputation, I will shatter your 98 consecutive victories," Xiaoji declared, striding confidently onto the battle platform. "Stop boasting. Our levels are different. I set out to achieve 100 consecutive victories," Xiaoming retorted, sending out a sandshrew from his Pokeball. Jiang Shan scoffed at his words. While grinding in one location could indeed increase levels, a narrow perspective would lead to inevitable defeat when faced with unexpected challenges. However, he had no intention of offering any advice. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, he watched as Xiaoji sent out a bird Pokémon to take on the sandshrew. Yet, with a swift crack of his whip, Xiaoming commanded his sandshrew to leap into the air, executing a roll attack that sent the flying Pokémon crashing to the ground. Rendered unable to battle. In the second round, Xiaoji's Butterfree fared even worse, as the sandshrew burrowed underground to evade its attack, emerging from below to swiftly eliminate the Butterfree. As for Pikachu, it was rendered useless against the ground-type sandshrew. Victorious, Xiaoming boasted. "With such weakness, you dare claim you will break my winning streak? How laughable." Now it was Jiang Shan's turn to participate. Xiaoming pointed at him with his whip, believing Jiang Shan would be as feeble as Xiaoji. "Prepare to be the final fodder for my 100 consecutive victories. I have little patience for your arrogance," Jiang Shan stated coolly as he stepped onto the platform. Without waiting for Xiaoming to respond, he tossed his Pokeball. Out came Pikachu, the golden electric mouse. Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Clutching his stomach. "Do you not even understand basic concepts? Electric type is ineffective against ground type." Xiaoji and the others hid their faces in embarrassment. To them, it appeared Jiang Shan was about to suffer a major defeat. However, Jiang Shan remained unfazed. "Attack. Very well, as you wish." Xiaoming cracked his whip again. The sandshrew dashed forward. Claws poised for a multi-hit attack. "Face it? That would be suicidal." "Pikachu surf." Pikachu nodded, and a blue wave surged forth from beneath its feet. The approaching sandshrew was instantly engulfed. Hint, quest completed. Hint, 150 lottery points. Silence enveloped the arena as everyone stood in shock. The electric mouse had unleashed a water-type surf? Xiaoji glanced quizzically at his Pikachu, who shook its head, signaling it had not learned such a move. "I expected you to be formidable, yet this is all you have?" Jiang Shan smirked, recalling Pikachu. Xiaoming, still in disbelief, struggled to comprehend how his sandshrew, which had achieved 99 consecutive victories, could have been so easily defeated by a mere Pikachu. Moreover, this Pikachu's ability to perform surf was utterly unprecedented. "This is impossible. How could your Pikachu?" As he looked at the unconscious sandshrew, Xiaoming's expression was one of reluctant realization. Jiang Shan coldly remarked, "The world is vast, and there are far more extraordinary Pokémon than you can imagine. If you continue to confine yourself to this small space, You'll never grasp the true extent of your winning streak's worth. With no retort, Xiaoming fell silent, and suddenly, a prompt echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Hint: you have enlightened Xiaoming. Hint: 150 lottery points. There are rewards for this too? Xiaoming exclaimed, coming to a realization. I understand now. Perhaps I've been trapped in the thrill of consecutive victories. Feeling regretful, Xiaoming acknowledged his shortcomings. Seeing this, Jiang Shan chose not to linger, turning to leave, having secured his lottery points. Yet, before he could venture far, Xiaoming hurriedly approached him, offering a handful of items. Here, take these. I no longer have use for them. Consider it a token of gratitude for opening my eyes. With that, he dashed away, leaving a bewildered Jiang Shan behind. Opening the bag in his hands, he discovered a collection of peculiar devices made of various elastic bands and metal rods, resembling a vest. These items appeared somewhat familiar. Could this be? Jiang Shan retrieved a blueprint. Item name: Competitive Vest. Effect summary: slows down speed while accelerating growth. To his astonishment, it was an item designed to enhance Pokémon growth. No wonder Xiaoming's Sandshrew could defeat both the bird Pokémon and Butterfree so effortlessly. It turned out he had been using the competitive vest to bolster his Pokémon's growth, which made him so formidable. However, he hadn't expected Xiaoming to be so generous, giving away several at once. The value of these items must be in the tens of thousands. Additionally, there were some high-grade Pokémon treats included. Perhaps he was a hidden wealthy individual after all. It was undoubtedly worth it to have confronted this arrogant fellow. Had he not challenged him, he would never have acquired the competitive vest. Chapter 10. The arrogant air. In the early morning, dense fog enveloped the mountains. Amidst the mist, Jiang Shan lost his way. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the hidden academy of Pokémon research nestled within the mountains. He had heard whispers about this place. It was said that all the students here were affluent heirs, engaging in closed-door training. Moreover, it was rumored that graduation from this institution granted immediate eligibility to participate in the gym leader tournament of the Kanto region without the need to collect badges. Was it true that the inhabitants here were as formidable as they claimed? Doubts stirred within Jiang Shan's mind. The knowledge imparted at the academy was merely theoretical, and the battles among students were largely based on fixed strategies taught by instructors. Could graduates truly hold their own against seasoned trainers who had journeyed far and wide? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Shan approached the academy. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. What are you doing? Huh? Who are you? Jiang Shan turned to find a charming female student behind him. I'm Yuding Jiaozi, a student here. I am Jiang Shan, a traveling trainer, he said, gesturing towards the academy. I've heard that graduating from your academy allows participation in the league tournament, so I'm a bit curious about your prowess. Upon hearing his words, Yuding Jiaozi proudly retorted, our strength is surely superior to that of you traveling trainers. Humph. Even our least skilled students possess the strength of 2 badges, not to mention me, the top student. She puffed out her chest, brimming with pride. Jiang Shan, however, found himself even more puzzled. Without battling in gyms, how do you assess your strength? Through knowledge exams and simulated battles. Exams? Simulated battles? Jiang Shan was rendered speechless. The dynamics of real battles were infinitely variable. They could not be replicated through simulations. At that moment, he fully comprehended that these wealthy heirs were nothing more than Na'vi individuals merely seeking qualifications for the league challenge through theoretical knowledge. No wonder Professor Oak didn't send Xiaomao here. He must have known the situation. With these thoughts, Jiang Shan lost interest in lingering any longer and turned to leave, but his demeanor irked Yuding Jiaozi. What does that disappointed expression mean? Do you look down on our academy? Apologies, but I do indeed look down on you. You, despicable fellow. How many badges do you possess to dare look down upon us? Yuding Jiaozi questioned in anger. Jiang Shan raised a finger. 2 badges. Upon hearing his response, Yuding Jiaozi burst into laughter. Only 2? That is hilarious. With your level of strength, you would be at the bottom here. And yet you have the audacity to disdain our academy? How amusing. Unfazed by her remarks, Jiang Shan merely shrugged. Indeed, I have only 2 badges. But that far surpasses your paper-based assessments of strength. Humph. I see you are merely boasting. If you truly believe you are strong, then prove it by battling me. Yuding Jiaozi, do you dare? As she spoke, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification. Challenge task triggered. Task details. Defeat Yuding Jiaozi. Task reward. 150 lottery points. A chance to earn points? How delightful. Jiang Shan smirked and replied, as you wish. The two swiftly arrived at the academy's battle arena, which was already crowded with onlookers. Being the top student and a charming girl, Yuding Jiaozi was quite popular, garnering a significant following, encouraged by her admirers. Many students gathered to witness Jiang Shan's misfortune. Heard this traveling trainer only has 2 badges? How foolish to challenge the top student. Humph. He won't last a single round. I bet he'll be out in 2 rounds. Listening to the chatter, Jiang Shan furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Yu Deng Jiaozi grew even more arrogant. Look, no one believes in you. She continued, holding her Pokeball with haughty confidence. I possess the strength of 3 badges. While you only have 2, I'll let you set the rules. This woman was even more arrogant than Xiao Ming. Fine, my rules are simple. We will engage in a 2-on-2 double battle, and the loser must pay the winner 100,000. Jiang Shan replied with narrowed eyes. Yu Deng Jiaozi's expression twitched slightly. This novice truly dared to propose such stakes. 100,000? That was a tenth of her allowance. In a double battle? This format was somewhat unfamiliar. Yet it mattered little. 2 badges were just 2 badges. No way could he defeat her. With that thought, she nodded. All right. Let us begin. Go. Onix and Raichu. She threw her Pokeball, summoning her Pokémon, the ground-type Onix and the electric-type Raichu. Was she using Raichu to counter Onix? This was too transparent. Why aren't you sending out your Pokémon? Are you stumped by my combination? Yu Deng Jiaozi sneered. Jiang Shan cast her a calm glance, then released his own Pokémon, Zapdos and Pikachu, with a dazzling flash. Zapdos illuminated the sky. The powerful aura of Zapdos radiated outwards, eliciting gasps of awe from the gathered students. Yu Deng Jiaozi widened her eyes in disbelief. How could you have Zapdos? A novice like you. How could you possibly catch such a legendary Pokémon? She was unable to fathom the situation, and a sense of foreboding began to creep in. Ignoring her disbelief, Jiang Shan calmly commanded, Pikachu, use electric terrain. Zapdos, use Thunder Boost to attack Raichu. Pika Pika Pika. Pikachu sprang into action. Electric energy enveloped the entire battlefield. With the enhancement of electric terrain, Zapdos unleashed a devastating Thunder Boost against Raichu. At that moment, Yu Deng Jiaozi regained her composure. Even if you have Zapdos, it won't matter. I have a ground-type advantage. Raichu is electric-type. Your 2 electric Pokémon won't deal significant damage to me. Is that so? Jiang Shan narrowed his eyes. With a thunderous boom, Raichu collapsed. Could it truly have been defeated by a same-type move? Yu Deng Jiaozi was momentarily stunned, though she quickly reassured herself. Onix is immune to electric attacks. It's fine. Onix, use Rock Slide. As long as I take out your Zapdos. She clenched her fists, fixated on the battlefield. However, Zapdos acted swiftly, effortlessly evading the attack. Jiang Shan seized the opportunity to counter. Pikachu, use Surf. A colossal wave surged forth, engulfing Onix. With a splash, Onix was rendered unable to battle. The academy fell silent. The spectators stared in disbelief. They could not fathom that the top student would lose, and lose without putting up any resistance. At that moment, Jiang Shan received a notification from the system. Notification, task completed. Notification, 150 lottery points. Recalling his 2 Pokémon, Jiang Shan looked down at the defeated Yu Deng Jiaozi, who lay exhausted on the ground. Do you now see your true strength? You are no different from a novice trainer just beginning their journey. Yu Deng Jiaozi bit her lip. Enough with the idle chatter. Pay up. Understood. No need to rush. Fuming, she shot a glare at Jiang Shan and reluctantly handed him a check for 100,000. Indeed, these were all affluent heirs, carrying checkbooks on their person. Having earned this windfall, Jiang Shan contemplated purchasing items such as the Quick Claw or the Scope Lens for his Pokémon. This can enhance their strength. Moreover, it also allows for the purchase of strengthening potions. How wonderful it would be to have a few more gullible fools. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shan glanced at the wealthy second-generation students around him. These individuals seemed to sense his malicious gaze and instinctively recoiled in fear. How utterly cowardly. Chapter 11. The news of the electric bird. The midday sun blazed mercilessly. Jiang Shan sought refuge under the shade of a tree by the riverbank. His journey to the Withered Leaf City still required traversing several locations. He scrutinized the map on his special guide, realizing he was nearing the end of Route 9, almost upon Route 10. Beyond Route 10 lay Ziwang Town, a place rumored to be teeming with ghostly spirits. Determined to press on, Jiang Shan prepared to rise. But his gaze was suddenly captivated by a gray vine cluster by the riverbank. What could that be? Curiosity compelled him to approach. However, as he neared, the cluster stirred. 2 vines detached from the mass, swiftly ensnaring a branch, and with a vigorous swing, darted into the shadowy depths of the forest. Jiang Shan was left speechless by the fluidity of the movement. Such agility. What kind of spirit could that be? Driven by curiosity, he pursued it. But the elusive spirit proved adept at hiding. After an arduous chase, he lost track of it. Regrettably, he had not managed to scan it with his guide. With a sigh, he was about to turn away when he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar cry for help. Is anyone here? Help? The voice bore a striking resemblance to Xiaoxia's. Had she encountered trouble with Ash and the others? He hastened towards the sound. Indeed, the distressed voices belonged to Xiaoxia and Ash, who found themselves ensnared in a net, suspended high in the trees, with no sight of Brock. What happened to you two? Jiang Shan couldn't help but inquire upon seeing their predicament. It's Xiaoxia's fault for being so clumsy and stepping into the trap. Who are you calling clumsy? Shouldn't you blame the trap maker? All right, Jiang Shan, please hurry and get us down. Jiang Shan quickly severed the ropes. Hint, rescue Xiaoxia and Ash. Hint, 50 lottery points. What a pleasant surprise to receive 50 lottery points. Regrettably, he had failed to catch that spirit earlier. Remembering the elusive spirit, Jiang Shan could not resist asking the two, while you were stuck up there, did you see a gray vine cluster pass by? He still held a flicker of hope. A gray vine cluster? Yes. Really? Where did it go? It seemed to head that way. Xiaoxia pointed towards the mountain. At that moment, a prompt resonated in his mind. Hint, random task triggered. Task details, find and capture the mysterious vine. Task reward, 100 lottery points. This spirit had even triggered a task. It was indeed no ordinary entity. Excellent. Such a spirit must be captured. Resolute, Jiang Shan ascended the mountain. However, after searching high and low, he could not locate the vine cluster. Instead, he stumbled upon some very familiar figures, Team Rocket's duo along with Meowth. Stealthily approaching from behind, he overheard them discussing through binoculars. This little village is brimming with spirits, and they seem utterly defenseless, perfect for us to make our move. We could catch a plethora of spirits this time, perhaps even a powerful one. Yes, with a formidable spirit, we might just defeat that kid with the electric bird and snatch it away. Jiang Shan was taken aback by their audacity. They were still fantasizing about stealing his electric bird? Unable to contain himself, he interjected, startling Team Rocket. They turned, ready to hurl insults, but upon recognizing Jiang Shan, their bravado faltered. Ugh, it's you again. What do you want? Musashi and Kojiru nervously readied their pokeballs. Meowth scuttled behind them. Jiang Shan shrugged. I'm not here to cause trouble, just hoping to borrow your Meowth to help me find a spirit. What do you say? Meowth can talk. Moreover, it understands the language of spirits. With Meowth's assistance, it could inquire among the nearby wild spirits about the whereabouts of that vine cluster. After all, other wild spirits would surely have knowledge of it. Not a chance. Musashi flatly refused. Jiang Shan's expression darkened at her response. Seeing his demeanor, Meowth broke into a cold sweat, fearing Jiang Shan's wrath. Desperate to avoid a beating, Meowth quickly covered Musashi's mouth and sheepishly offered, "Don't mind that fool. I'll help you." Now that's more like it. Let us go? Each had their own motives as they searched the mountain. Team Rocket, of course, was unwilling to play the role of mere laborers. Observing Jiang Shan ahead, Musashi discreetly whispered to Kojiru and Meowth. That kid seems to be searching for a powerful spirit. We're aware. So what, Meow? Humph, we can't let him have it. But Musashi, we can't take him on. Indeed. What shall we do? Meowth cast a worried glance at Jiang Shan. Musashi smiled slyly. His strength lies with his spirits. Once we locate that vine cluster, you two will hold him down while I capture the powerful spirit. Then he won't stand a chance against us. Hey, that's a brilliant plan. Kojiru chimed in with laughter. Simultaneously, a hint echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Hint, random task triggered. Task details, unravel Team Rocket scheme. Task reward, 100 lottery points. Team Rocket scheme? What mischief were they concocting? Alerted by the prompt, Jiang Shan proceeded with caution. The trio continued onward, and with Meowth's assistance, they quickly gathered leads by consulting other wild spirits. Look over there, isn't that it? Meowth suddenly pointed towards a pile of stones. A gray vine cluster was subtly concealed within. It was nearly impossible to detect without close inspection. Without hesitation, Jiang Shan retrieved his guide. Name, Vine Monster, Level, 20, Type, Grass, HP, 6262, Gender, Female, Nature, Timid, Ability, Chlorophyll, Moves, Sleep Powder Vine Whiproot Growth Bind. The guide depicted the vine monster in blue. But this one was gray. It was a shiny spirit. What luck. Go, Lightning. With excitement, Jiang Shan readied his Pokeball. But before he could release Lightning, both Meowth and Kojiru lunged at him from the sides. Fortunately, Jiang Shan reacted swiftly and dodged. Watching them tumble comically, he smirked. You two are becoming bolder, daring to act so recklessly? Lightning Bird, rise with electric power. Jiang Shan unleashed Lightning Bird to attack. Team Rocket was engulfed in smoke from the electric strike. You'll pay for this, kid. Realizing their plan had been thwarted, Musashi spat a parting threat as she fled with Kojiru and Meowth. Hint, task completed. Hint, 100 lottery points. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Shan chose not to pursue them. Capturing the shiny vine monster was his priority. Lightning Bird, use Heat Wave. A scorching whirlwind surged towards the vine monster. The creature anchored itself with its vines, simultaneously dispatching other vines to hurl stones at Lightning Bird. This vine monster was not only quick, but also far more intelligent than the average spirit. Was this the unique trait of shiny spirits? Jiang Shan's desire to capture it intensified. He employed Thunder Wave to paralyze it, then followed up with a peck attack. The paralyzed vine monster's movements faltered, allowing Lightning Bird's sharp beak to strike it, sending it flying. Lightning Bird, once more with Heat Wave. This time, the blast of heat struck the vine monster directly. Weakened by the fire-type move, it grew feeble. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shan tossed a Pokeball. Thud, 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 ding. Upon picking up the Pokeball from the ground, Jiang Shan suddenly noticed several sheets of paper scattered in the nearby bushes. Could these belong to Team Rocket? He retrieved the papers, and his pupils constricted in surprise. One phrase on the page captured his attention. It mentioned the sighting of a creature resembling Zapdos heading towards the abandoned power plant. Chapter 12. The despair of Dio. If the rumors about Team Rocket are indeed true, then it is imperative for me to intervene. This would mark the second legendary Zapdos. The Zapdos I currently possess was obtained through a draw. Although it is formidable and Jiang Shan values it as a key asset, it is, after all, not one I have captured myself. This leaves a hint of regret. However, the situation has now changed. A wild Zapdos may have appeared, and given my current strength, I should attempt to capture this mythical creature with my own hands. This could serve as a foundation for future journeys. After all, there are numerous legendary Pokémon. Having captured one firsthand would grant me invaluable experience, ensuring that I do not let these powerful beings escape in future encounters. In any case, I must catch this Zapdos. Yet Team Rocket remains uncertain. If I head towards Leafy City, I will pass near the abandoned power plant. Perhaps I can gather information about the Zapdos along the way and potentially encounter other members of Team Rocket, aside from Musashi. I must be prepared. Jiang Shan pondered while stroking his chin. Perhaps I should proceed while assessing the situation. Shaking his head, Jiang Shan continued onward. After traversing the forest for several days, most of his Pokémon had exhausted their energy. It was time to visit a Pokémon center for treatment. Speaking of which, there seems to be one nearby. Consulting his map, Jiang Shan noted that the Pokémon center was not far, and he soon arrived. While waiting for his Pokémon to be treated, he recalled his recent gains. Curious about how many lottery points he had accumulated, Jiang Shan checked the system. Remaining lottery points, 1,200. To his surprise, he had saved over 1,000. He could redeem some rare lottery tickets. However, he currently had 6 Pokémon, which was sufficient. So he decided to exchange for 2 ordinary tickets and see if he could obtain anything useful. After some contemplation, Jiang Shan began the lottery. Notice, minus 1,000 lottery points. Notice, 2 ordinary lottery tickets. Before him, the ordinary roulette began to spin. Ding, ding, ding. The pointer whirled twice. Notice, acquired TM011 Solar Beam 1. Notice, acquired TR010 Earthquake 1. 2 discs clattered to the ground. Astonished and delighted, Jiang Shan picked up the discs. Solar Beam could be taught to his Vileplume and Jumpluff, allowing them to unleash devastating damage without charging when combined with Sunny Day. Similarly, the powerful Earthquake could be used by his Aerodactyl to enhance its striking capabilities and increase its harvesting efficiency. With these 2 skill discs, his Pokémon's combat prowess would soar. After retrieving his healed Pokémon, Jiang Shan immediately utilized the Pokémon Center's equipment to teach them the new skills. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hall, accompanied by loud, raucous voices. You, go fetch it quickly. Let go. I have no interest in that weak Pokémon. Jiang Shan put away his Pokémon and stepped outside, only to find Ash and his companions confronting several non-mainstream youths. Ash? What is going on? Jiang Shan, you're just in time. This scoundrel abandoned his Charmander on the mountain, claiming he would go retrieve it, but now he doesn't care at all. It's raining outside. If Charmander gets soaked and its tail flame extinguishes, it will die. Ash fumed, pointing at the leader of the non-mainstream group. The latter, however, remained indifferent and retorted that Charmander couldn't even defeat a mosquito larva. It's a worthless creature. If it dies, so be it. You. Ash and the others were infuriated further. Jiang Shan could not help but frown. Intentionally endangering one's own Pokémon? This guy is even more detestable than Team Rocket. Notice, triggered penalty mission. Mission details, teach Dio a profound lesson. Mission reward, 200 lottery points. So, this non-mainstream leader is named Dio. Naturally, Jiang Shan would not ignore the mission, especially as he harbored a strong disdain for irresponsible trainers like Dio. It would be a pleasure to teach this scoundrel a lesson. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Shan turned to Ash. You need not waste your breath on such a worthless trainer. The priority is to find a way to bring that Charmander back for treatment. With that, Ash glared at Dio and left with his companions. Jiang Shan took out a Pokémon. Your name is Dio. is it? So what? Who are you? Dio sized up Jiang Shan, while a lackey beside him suddenly whispered in his ear, Dio bro, he seems to be the person mentioned online. Mentioned online? Who exactly? He the one who was seen with a Zapdos in Nibi City. What? It's him? Dio gasped. Jiang Shan had indeed captured Aerodactyl in Nibi City, and many bystanders had recorded him commanding Zapdos. This incident had long since spread online. After the initial shock, Dio's eyes glimmered with greed. Kid, name your price. How about you let me have that legendary Pokémon you possess? Hearing this, Jiang Shan smirked. There's no need for a price. I have a better proposal. Oh, what better proposal? Let us battle. If you win, I will hand over the Zapdos. Are you serious? Dio's eyes sparkled, completely oblivious to the fleeting malice in Jiang Shan's gaze. Of course. However, if you lose. Jiang Shan gestured to the numerous Pokémon Dio had carelessly gathered. All of these Pokémon will belong to me. Deal, but you cannot use Zapdos in the battle. I cannot win against Zapdos. Dio shamelessly stipulated. Agreed, Jiang Shan replied with a narrowed gaze. As the skies darkened and the rain intensified outside, the two ventured out to commence their duel. Go, Vileplume. Jiang Shan released his Pokémon. Dio scoffed. Using a Vileplume, a Pokémon that nobody uses, to battle? You must be overly confident in your abilities. Go, Spearow. The Spearow soared from its Pokeball. The flying type has an advantage over grass types, placing Dio in a favorable position. However, Jiang Shan remained unperturbed. Vileplume, use Sunny Day. The blinding sunlight suddenly dispelled the clouds. While at the Pokémon Center, Jiang Shan not only taught Vileplume Solar Beam, but also Sunny Day to activate its ability. What is the use of this skill? It doesn't deal damage. Humph, Spearow, use Peck. Hearing this, Jiang Shan deduced that Dio was not only a scoundrel, but also a clueless fool with no understanding of Pokémon abilities. Perhaps Ash was even superior to this guy. Returning his focus to the battlefield, as Spearow attempted to peck, Vileplume, triggered by its ability, swiftly evaded the attack by raising its vines. Although Spearow severed some vines, it failed to harm Vileplume directly. Pathetic. Vileplume, Solar Beam. Nodding in response, Vileplume reacted with remarkable speed. A blinding beam of light gathered above its head before launching forth. Boom. The Solar Beam, immensely powerful, struck Spearow, knocking it unconscious and sending it crashing to the ground. Dio's expression immediately dulled. It got knocked out? By a Pokémon with a type disadvantage. And it was that rarely used Vileplume. Vileplume, bind Dio. Without giving Dio a chance to recover, Jiang Shan commanded, and Vileplume obediently extended its vines, ensnaring Dio like a dumpling. What do you intend to do? Dio panicked, desperately reaching for his Pokeballs. But Jiang Shan directed Vileplume to seize all of them. You lost, so your Pokémon now belong to me. However, this is just a personal grudge. A personal grudge? What do you mean? Dio grew increasingly anxious, to which Jiang Shan ominously replied, You left your Charmander to die on the mountain. So I shall let you experience what it feels like to be abandoned on a mountain and left to perish. With a wave of its hand, the vine monster swayed its tendrils. No. I was wrong. Dio's face was filled with terror, nearly bringing him to tears. It is too late to acknowledge your mistake now. You would do well to pray for fortune akin to that of a Charizard, hoping for a benevolent soul to cross your path, or else, prepare for your demise. After Jiang Shan's words, Dio was flung by the vine monster. Following the arc of his descent, Dio fell into the depths of the mountains. At that moment, the clear skies that had graced the day were overshadowed as dark clouds converged, unleashing a torrential downpour. Bound and helpless upon the mountainside, Dio succumbed to despair. Notification, task completed. Notification, 200 lottery points. Chapter 13. The Squirtle Brigade. Jiang Shan's spirits soared as he reveled in the satisfaction of having taught that rascal Dio a lesson. The Pokémon he had captured were all released, for they were of no use to him. Better to grant them freedom than to let them suffer under his care, an act of kindness indeed. Miss Joy, have you heard any rumors about legendary Pokémon in the vicinity lately? Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Jiang Shan inquired, recalling the recent tidings about Team Rocket's Zapdos. Ah, indeed. Joy tilted her head thoughtfully. Jiang Shan's eyes widened with anticipation. What did the rumors say? It seems there have been sightings of the legendary avian Pokémon, and many have gathered in the nearby town. Are you planning to go as well? Joy expressed a hint of curiosity. Of course. Jiang Shan nodded eagerly. Joy sighed in resignation. If you do venture there, exercise caution. That town is notorious for the Squirtle Brigade, a band of troublemakers that delights in pranking and deceiving trainers. Many aspiring adventurers seeking the legendary Pokémon have already fallen victim to their antics. The mischievous Squirtle Brigade? He recalled hearing other trainers mention them. I'll be careful. Thank you for the warning. Though unaware of the true extent of the Squirtle's menace, Jiang Shan expressed his gratitude before departing the Pokémon Center, heading towards the town. The information regarding Team Rocket seemed to be accurate. Joy had mentioned that the town was situated close to the power plant. He needed to make haste. Setting off from the town's dock toward the power plant, he felt the thrill of potentially capturing a legendary Pokémon. There was only one Zapdos, and it was a race against time. With his heart racing at the thought of encountering the wild Zapdos, Jiang Shan quickened his pace. After a full day of relentless travel, he finally approached the deserted power plant. Breathing a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the distant town, he was eager to continue his journey. However, just as he lifted his leg to proceed, a sudden thud echoed as he fell into a pit. Blast it! Who dug this hole? Rubbing his waist, Jiang Shan stood up, a surge of frustration washing over him. Who had the audacity to dig a trap in the middle of the road? After a long day of travel, he was weary and preoccupied with thoughts of capturing the wild Zapdos, leaving him little energy to pay attention to the ground beneath him. Fortunately, the pit was shallow, and with some effort, he managed to climb out. I hope I find out who did this. Dusting himself off, he tried to regain his composure and pressed on, but not 2 steps later, his foot landed in another narrow pit. Infuriated by the repeated traps, he heard a voice calling out, "Squirtle, Squirtle." Turning to the sound, he spotted several Squirtless wearing sunglasses, laughing heartily at his misfortune. Seeing them reminded Jiang Shan of Joy's words about the prankster Squirtless in town. Could these be the culprits? Before he could ponder further, the lead Squirtle unleashed a jet of water at him, sticking out its tongue in mockery before attempting to flee with its companions. System alert. Punishment task activated. Task details. Teach the Squirtle Brigade a lesson. Task reward. 100 lottery points. A task was triggered? The system seemed to disapprove of their antics. Jiang Shan's expression darkened as he retrieved a Pokeball. Fossil Pterodactyl, intercept them. With a thunderous roar, Fossil Pterodactyl descended from the sky. The mischievous Squirtless, startled by the fierce appearance of the Pokémon, began to retreat in fear, except for the lead Squirtle, which remained unfazed. How could this little creature muster such audacity against Fossil Pterodactyl? At that moment, Miss Kunsa from the town arrived on her motorcycle, drawn by the commotion. Excuse me, trainer, would you consider sparing them? What? They pranked me, and I cannot retaliate? Jiang Shan shot her a displeased glance. Kunsa shook her head. That is not my intention. These Squirtless have been abandoned by trainers and act out of frustration. Even if you retaliate, it won't solve anything. They will only escalate their mischief. Understanding her perspective, Jiang Shan realized the lead Squirtle's bravado stemmed from knowing that trainers would typically avoid confrontation. However, today would be different. He was not one to be trifled with. So, you suggest I spare them? Jiang Shan squinted, his tone skeptical. Kunsa shrugged. If you can find a better way to reform them, then by all means, do as you wish. Oh, really? Jiang Shan was taken aback. Kunsa nodded earnestly. Indeed. Their mischief has begun to affect the townsfolk's lives. If you can help them mend their ways, I would be grateful. As this revelation dawned upon him, another system alert chimed in his mind. System alert. Random task activated. Task details. Help the Squirtle Brigade recognize their mistakes and reform their mischievous behavior. Task reward. 100 lottery points. With both tasks activated, he resolved to complete them. I will handle this. Just don't interfere with my plans. Dismissing further conversation with Kunsa, Jiang Shan turned to the Squirtless, a smile spreading across his face as he commanded Fossil Pterodactyl. Kick all of them away. With a sinister grin, Fossil Pterodactyl raised its massive claw. Thud. One Squirtle was sent soaring into the air like a soccer ball, landing with a dazed thud. The Squirtle leader was left speechless. Trainers never fought back before, they simply retreated in defeat. But today, they faced a formidable opponent. Before the leader could recover from its shock, Fossil Pterodactyl began to dispatch the rest of the crew one by one, and the Squirtle leader, once so proud, was now frantic, desperately trying to stop Fossil Pterodactyl. It was no match for the colossal creature, which easily swatted it aside. Jiang Shan smirked. Where's your bravado now, little turtle? The furious Squirtle leader glared at Jiang Shan, its cries filled with rage. Although Jiang Shan could not decipher its words, he surmised it was likely cursing him or threatening retribution. What is the matter? You think you can take me on? Can your Pokémon defeat mine? Jiang Shan taunted. You were abandoned and failed to strive for greatness, instead opting to devolve into a pest, preying on the innocent. Creatures like you deserve to be nothing more than discarded trash. The Squirtle leader screeched in fury, its impotent rage evident. This was the fate of those without power. It could either reflect on its actions or continue its mischief until it learned to become stronger. With that, Jiang Shan extracted his leg from the pit. This time, the leader remained silent, its gaze fixed on its battered companions, determination igniting within it. The seed of strength had been planted in its heart. Yet Jiang Shan did not forget that it was this very leader who had orchestrated the traps. Even if it had come to its senses, he still commanded Fossil Pterodactyl to deliver a final blow, sending the leader flying as a fitting reprisal. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Notification: 2 tasks have been completed. Notification: 200 lottery points. Meanwhile, Jiang, who witnessed the transformation of Squirtle, couldn't help but commend. I didn't realize you were quite impressive. Thank you for assisting the town in resolving the issue with the Squirtle army. No need for thanks, but could you do me a favor? Jiang Shan said while retracting his Fossil Pterodactyl. I'm in a hurry to get to the dock and I'm unsure of the way. Could you give me a ride? Of course, no problem. Hop on. With Jiang Shan aboard, Junsha revved the motorcycle and sped away. Chapter 14. The most ferocious trainer. Junsha rode her motorcycle with astonishing speed, reaching the dock in just about 10 minutes. However, Jiang Shan furrowed his brow. Not far from the dock, a multitude of trainers had gathered, drawn by rumors of a legendary Pokémon, Zapdos, sighted in the area. Yet, most of them had halted in their tracks, for the boats at the dock lay in ruins, without vessels or water-type Pokémon to facilitate their journey. There was no hope of crossing the sea to the uninhabited power plant in search of Zapdos. Jiang Shan did not need to ponder long to deduce that Team Rocket was responsible for the destruction of the ships. Hint: random task triggered. Task details: prevent Team Rocket from capturing Zapdos. Task rewards: 100 lottery points. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Shan retrieved a Pokeball. He was determined to thwart Team Rocket. Even if not for the sake of the task, he could not allow that wild Zapdos, which he longed to capture himself, to fall into the hands of Team Rocket. Fossil Pterodactyl, let us soar. Jiang Shan called, summoning Fossil Pterodactyl and grasping its talons. With powerful wing beats, it ascended rapidly, carrying Jiang Shan towards the distant power plant. Just as they were nearing their destination, a searing burst of flame erupted toward them. Fortunately, Fossil Pterodactyl reacted swiftly and evaded the attack. Following the trajectory of the assault, Jiang Shan spotted numerous Team Rocket members outside the power plant, obstructing other trainers from landing. Clearly, Team Rocket had marked him as an adversary competing for Zapdos. Yet, Jiang Shan paid little mind to these minions. His focus was on the interior of the power plant. Although he could not see inside, the cacophony of battle cries and roars emanating from within spoke volumes. The situation was evident. Team Rocket's executives had found Zapdos. Time was of the essence. Jiang Shan commanded urgently, Fossil Pterodactyl, use Earthquake to disrupt these fools, then charge in. With a fierce roar, Fossil Pterodactyl unleashed a tremor, causing chaos among the disoriented Team Rocket members and other trainers. Seizing the opportunity, Fossil Pterodactyl lunged forward, crashing through the entrance with a resounding bang. Inside the power plant, the scene unfolded before him. Was that the wild Zapdos? Jiang Shan's gaze locked onto the depths of the facility, where a Zapdos with a darker hue stood, though slightly smaller than his own. Its electric aura was far more intense. Accompanying it was a burly man adorned with a mask, commanding a Raichu and an Electabuzz. Jiang Shan's abrupt intrusion interrupted his efforts to capture Zapdos, inciting a furious bellow. What are you all doing? Get rid of this pesky brat at once. Yes. The Team Rocket members nodded vigorously. The system's notification chimed immediately. Hint: random task triggered. Task details: repel Team Rocket grunts. Task rewards: 50 lottery points. Listening to the task prompt and witnessing the Team Rocket grunts charging at him with their Pokémon, Jiang Shan calmly withdrew another Pokeball. Come forth, Vileplume and Jumping Flower. Jumping Flower initiated Sunny Day, while Vileplume, after several growths, unleashed Solar Beam to obliterate the grunts. The Pokémon sprang into action at once. The sunlight from Jumping Flower's Sunny Day enhanced their powers, and after multiple boosts, Vileplume rapidly concentrated a Solar Beam aimed at the Team Rocket grunts. With a thunderous explosion, they were utterly decimated. This was the terrifying might of a Solar Beam fortified by a 6th-level special attack. The burly man stood dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Vileplume, a Pokémon often overlooked for its appearance and rarity, could unleash such tremendous power. However, after the initial shock, the man grew increasingly irate. Keep going. That Vileplume may be formidable, but it's just one Pokémon. Wear it down. Utilizing a strategy of overwhelming numbers? Quite clever. Yet, it wouldn't suffice. Jiang Shan sneered. As long as I can capture Zapdos before Vileplume succumbs, it'll all be over. He promptly summoned his other Pokémon. Why not have Vileplume attack Zapdos or the burly man? It was because, despite the grunts being weak, their sheer numbers were a threat. Once Vileplume changed targets, it would be easily overwhelmed. Vileplume could only use its abilities and exceptional burst to eliminate these grunts, buying time for itself. As for the burly man, he was but one person. Jiang Shan had other Pokémon to combat him. Vileplume needed only to withstand the most troublesome mass assault. At this moment, system notifications began to resonate frequently. Hint: Special challenge triggered. Task details. Defeat Team Rocket's executive while Vileplume holds out, and successfully capture the wild Zapdos. Task rewards. 1,000 lottery points. A 1,000-point reward. Elated yet focused, Jiang Shan did not lose his concentration. Pikachu, Fossil Pterodactyl, Block Raichu, and Electabuzz. Pikachu can withstand electric attacks with its body, while the Milk Tank provides support. Pikachu's ability was Lightning Rod, rendering it immune to electric-type moves. Then, a clash of Zapdos against Zapdos. Ka! Jiang Shan's Zapdos emitted a piercing cry. At that moment, not only was the burly man bewildered, but even the Team Rocket grunts and other trainers rushing into the power plant were struck dumb. Was Jiang Shan initiating a three-way battle? Against Zapdos, the Team Rocket executive. And the grunts? Though he possessed a legendary Pokémon, it seemed audacious to challenge all at once. You arrogant brat, do you possess such confidence? You dare to take on 3 opponents simultaneously? You must be wishing for an early demise. With our numbers, we will surely crush you. Boss. Let's teach him a harsh lesson. Jiang Shan remained unfazed by their banter. The burly man initiated the attack. Electabuzz, use Thunder Wave on that Fossil Pterodactyl. Raichu, use Body Slam on Pikachu, preventing Raichu from using electric moves. Had he anticipated Pikachu's Lightning Rod? It seemed the burly man was not entirely dim-witted. However, that was insufficient. Jiang Shan commanded, Fossil Pterodactyl, catch the wind. Milk Tank, roll after becoming round. Pikachu, evade with high speed. The favorable winds doubled their speed, allowing Jiang Shan's Pokémon to strike first. The burly man's Pokémon could only retaliate in response, losing the advantage. The most crucial factor was not merely this. Jiang Shan's Pokémon, besides being exceptionally rare, were also shiny. For instance, the astoundingly intelligent Vileplume. Even without Jiang Shan's commands, it knew to bombard foes with Solar Beam, while simultaneously using Leech Seed to recover health. Meanwhile, Jumping Flower utilized grassy terrain. These shiny Pokémon possess significant potential and intelligence, thereby alleviating Jiang Shan's burdens. In stark contrast, Team Rocket's members were in disarray, bested by Pokémon acting without a trainer's guidance. Even the burly man began to question his life's choices. This brat appeared no older than 15 or 16, likely just beginning his journey as a trainer. How could he be so formidable? The feelings of defeat overwhelmed him. Similarly perplexed were the reporters from the television station outside, seizing the chaos to broadcast this epic battle. Countless viewers witnessed this clash. Jiang Shan's combat shattered the traditional perceptions of trainers, commanding 6 Pokémon against 3 opposing forces. This was truly unprecedented. Suddenly, a peculiar notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, you have gained widespread fame. Notification, 100 lottery points. What on earth? Widespread fame? Chapter 15. Capturing the legendary Zapdos. Jiang Shan was perplexed by the earlier hints, yet he had no time to ponder further. The battle was escalating into a fierce climax. Outside, the Team Rocket grunts, alongside other trainers, began to show signs of fatigue under the relentless assault of the combination of Victory Bell and Weepin' Bell. Naturally, the 2 Pokémon were likewise exhausted. The burly man's Electrode had already succumbed, and he was now resorting to his last remaining Pokémon, a mischievous Jigglypuff, to counterattack. But the outcome was far from favorable. The primary focus remained on the clash between the 2 Zapdos. The wild Zapdos exhibited remarkable awareness. Recognizing that electric-type attacks would be less effective against another electric type, it opted to utilize its Peck attack, darting swiftly to evade while striking back. Occasionally, it unleashed a powerful ancient power. However, Jiang Shan's Zapdos was equally formidable. The force of its heat wave far surpassed that of Peck and ancient power. Both sides were trading blows, each sustaining damage. This stalemate could not persist. Time was of the essence. After deliberating, Jiang Shan commanded, Zapdos, charge forward and capture it with your talons. Pikachu, electric terrain. Pikachu promptly initiated the electric terrain. With a fierce glare, Zapdos lunged. Its sharp claws aimed at the wings of the wild Zapdos. Yet, the wild Zapdos was not to be underestimated. It erupted with electric energy, attempting to repel Jiang Shan's Zapdos. Jiang Shan anticipated that this strike would be in vain. However, the ensuing moment left him astonished. His Zapdos's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, embodying a reckless fury as it disregarded the pain and seized the wild Zapdos. With a powerful beak strike to its head, it sent the opponent reeling. Before pinning it down, Jiang Shan was fully aware of his Zapdos's fiery temperament, evident from its audacity to challenge even Ho-Oh. Yet, he had not expected such a fierce reaction. Nevertheless, shaking off his surprise, he quickly ordered, use Charge Beam to finish it off. The Zapdos radiated with brilliant light. Empowered by the electric terrain, unleashing a double charge beam that struck the wild Zapdos, rendering it unconscious. Because charge beam, when executed on electric terrain, could only deal double damage if the attack landed on a grounded foe, Jiang Shan had instructed Zapdos to bring the adversary down rather than attacking prematurely. At last, the wild Zapdos lay defeated. It was time to capture it. He hurled a Hyper Ball, meticulously prepared for this moment, to ensnare rare Pokémon encountered during his journey. With a resounding pop, the Zapdos was drawn into the ball. Jiang Shan's heart raced as he anxiously watched the Hyper Ball. The surrounding combat ceased as everyone turned their attention to him. The ball swayed gently. Thud, thud, ding. Notification, 3 tasks completed. Notification, 1,150 lottery points. The notifications signified a successful capture. Jiang Shan picked up the Hyper Ball, his heart pounding with excitement. He had accomplished it. He had personally captured the legendary Zapdos. Meanwhile, spectators before their screens erupted in cheers. Far away in Pallet Town, Professor Oak was equally elated. Intently observing the Pokémon transfer device at his laboratory, knowing that Jiang Shan possessed 6 Pokémon. Thus, the 7th would soon be returned. This was the legendary Zapdos, after all, granting him the opportunity for close study. Indeed, moments later, a Hyper Ball containing the captured Zapdos materialized on the transfer platform. Jiang Shan let out a sigh of relief. The successful teleportation of the Hyper Ball signified the conclusion of this battle. The next time he visited the Pokémon Center, he would bring the Zapdos along to examine its attributes and skills. As Jiang Shan mused over this, a chilling sensation crept up his spine, abruptly snapping him out of his elation over capturing the Zapdos. Oh right, Team Rocket was still present. He had taken their coveted Zapdos. They would not let him off easily. His apprehensions were soon validated by the system. Notification, random task triggered. Task details, escape from Team Rocket's siege. Task reward, 150 lottery points. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Shan surveyed his surroundings. The burly man, obscured by a mask, concealed his expression, but his cold gaze betrayed his current disposition. Other Team Rocket members were rallying their remaining Pokémon to encircle him. Jiang Shan's Pokémon were all exhausted. Engaging in further combat was out of the question. He had no choice but to flee. His gaze shifted to the side, where the fossil Aerodactyl was panting but still possessed a modicum of strength. Albeit for only a short time, Jiang Shan did not expect it to carry him far. He merely needed to break free from the power plant. Beyond lay the ocean, and he could escape by diving into the sea. With a roar, the fossil Aerodactyl seized its moment, and while Team Rocket members were momentarily stunned, Jiang Shan grasped its talons. With a mighty effort, the Aerodactyl burst through the rooftop, soaring like a meteor into the distance. It had already succumbed to slumber after that exertion, but it stretched its wings and glided with Jiang Shan, performing its final service for him. Moments later, Jiang Shan plunged into the sea. He recalled the Aerodactyl into its ball. The ocean was littered with debris from Team Rocket's destruction, and Jiang Shan clutched some fragments, allowing the current to carry him away. By the time Team Rocket arrived, he had vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, they would soon face the swift action of the Kanto Alliance, which dispatched the Junsha Corps to apprehend them. Notification, task completed. Notification, 150 lottery points. Time passed, though Jiang Shan could not tell how long, before a voice reverberated in his mind, rousing him from slumber. He abruptly sat up, surveying his surroundings. Evening had fallen, and a beautiful sunset painted the sky in hues of crimson. In the distance, a lighthouse illuminated the sea route. Where was he? He retrieved his map, which revealed the inscription, Zhenghui Lighthouse. Zhenghui Lighthouse. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Had Professor Oak mentioned something about it? You are Jiang Shan? Jiang Shan. As he pondered, a voice called out nearby. Jiang Shan instinctively turned to see Ash and his companions rushing towards him, their faces alight with excitement as they enveloped him in a bear hug. Where have you been? We heard from Squirtle Town that you defeated the evil Team Rocket at the power plant and captured the legendary Pokémon, Zapdos. Ash's enthusiasm was so palpable that one might mistake it for his own achievement. Before Jiang Shan could respond, Ash continued. By the way, speaking of Squirtle, Miss Jusha mentioned that you taught them a lesson, and we owe you our gratitude. After receiving your reprimand, they have turned over a new leaf. They even helped extinguish a forest fire, and the leader of the Squirtle Brigade has decided to become stronger, so now they're my Pokémon. Ash cheerfully rattled the Pokeball containing Squirtle. After hearing this, Jiang Shan grasped the situation. His exploits had likely spread far and wide, and Team Rocket would probably not escape unscathed, surely being captured by the Alliance. He was surprised to learn that the Squirtle had reformed. Following Ash? That could be a viable option. At the very least, the lad seemed decent. No need for thanks. You captured them through your own efforts. But how did you all end up by the sea? Jiang Shan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Misty sighed. It was this guy's fault for leading us astray. We got lost and ended up here. I haven't slept on a soft bed or eaten real delicious food in ages. Oh, I see. Jiang Shan chuckled, amused that they had managed to get lost and find their way to him. What a twist of fate. Well then, I am heading to the lighthouse up ahead. Care to join me? Absolutely, let us go. Chapter 16. The Anti-Tremor Talisman. The master of the lighthouse, Zheng Hui, was a figure of equal stature to Dr. Oki. He had been conducting solitary research in this place for quite some time. Upon learning that Jiang Shan and his companions hailed from Jinshin Town, Zheng Hui warmly welcomed them. Expressing his long-standing friendship with Dr. Oki, Jiang Shan successfully established contact with the doctor, who remarked, "The lightning bird you captured is in excellent condition. It simply detests human contact." Dr. Oki sighed during the video call. He had hoped to study the lightning bird up close, but realized it was unwilling to let him touch it. After all, it was a legendary creature, only engaging with its trainer while ignoring others. As Jiang Shan prepared to end the call, Dr. Oki suddenly recalled, "By the way, Jiang Shan, your family is planning to reopen the ranch, and they want you to capture more Pokémon to bring back." Reopening the ranch? Jiang Shan was taken aback. His family had previously owned several hills as ranch land, but it had fallen into disuse due to a lack of interest. The prospect of reopening it was not a bad idea, as a ranch could increase income. This meant additional travel funds for him. And he wouldn't have to rely on Dr. Oki to store his Pokémon. He could send them back home for convenient care and training. In short, reopening the ranch would bring about numerous benefits. Having confirmed the situation with the lightning bird, it was time to assess his gains. He had triggered a multitude of tasks previously. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shan silently invoked the system. Remaining lottery points, 2,200. The numbers that materialized before him startled him. Over 2,000 points had been accrued. This was sufficient to exchange for a luxury lottery ticket. Now, having tried both ordinary and rare lotteries, it was time to see what the luxury lottery had to offer. Exchange for a luxury lottery ticket and draw. Notification, minus 2,000 lottery points. Notification, obtain luxury lottery ticket X1. Before him appeared a golden, special roulette. Compared to the ordinary and rare roulettes, this one featured fewer Pokémon but an abundance of peculiar items. Overwhelmed by the sheer variety, Jiang Shan could hardly keep track as the roulette began to spin rapidly. Ding, ding, ding. The pointer came to a halt. Notification, drew Anti-Tremor Talisman X1. A blue spherical talisman fell into his hand. The Anti-Tremor Talisman? He had never heard of it. Had he unwittingly drawn a worthless item? After all, he had spent 2,000 lottery points on this. With a mix of trepidation, Jiang Shan scanned the talisman. Item name, Anti-Tremor Talisman. Item effect. When this item is held, it increases the capture rate of wild Pokémon and has a certain probability of triggering a critical capture. A critical capture meant that the Pokeball would merely wobble once. So this item actually enhanced capture rates. Is that the Anti-Tremor Talisman in your hand? A voice filled with skepticism reached his ears. Jiang Shan turned to see Zheng Hui approaching. I didn't expect you to possess such a super rare special item. It merely enhances capture rates. It can't be as rare as you say, can it? Sensing Jiang Shan's doubt, Zheng Hui continued. I've heard scientists from other regions mention this talisman. Its effect is not limited to merely increasing the capture probability of ordinary Pokémon. It has the power to turn impossibilities into possibilities. What do you mean? Jiang Shan pressed eagerly. Zheng Hui pondered before replying. In this world, there exist many Pokémon that we cannot comprehend, or even confine within a Pokeball. When encountering such Pokémon, we find ourselves utterly powerless. However, with this talisman, one can successfully capture these extraordinary Pokémon when a critical capture is triggered. As he spoke, he opened his computer and retrieved an image of an enormous Pokémon. The image was too blurry to discern, but its height was several hundred meters. What Pokémon is that? It's enormous. Jiang Shan gasped at the colossal figure. Zheng Hui shook his head. I still cannot ascertain what it is. In fact, my reason for remaining here to study is precisely because of that Pokémon. You mean to say? Jiang Shan's eyes lit up with realization. Zheng Hui, having seen through Jiang Shan's thoughts, nodded. Indeed, that titanic Pokémon will arrive here soon. My research into its calls has revealed that it is lonely and seeking companionship. Previously, I did not wish for trainers to attempt capturing it, as no one could possibly achieve that. Its colossal size and terrifying power make it nearly impossible to capture. Zheng Hui pointed to Jiang Shan's talisman and added, but with that anti-tremor talisman, you might just succeed in capturing it. I sincerely hope you do. And take it on a journey across the world to help it find other gigantic Pokémon, so it will no longer be alone. Zheng Hui gazed at Jiang Shan with a serious expression. At that moment, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification triggered a special challenge. Task details, capture the supergiant Pokémon at Zheng Hui's lighthouse. Task reward, 200 lottery points. Having triggered the task, Jiang Shan felt compelled to undertake it. Moreover, he was eager to meet this supergiant Pokémon. Understood, I will capture it, Jiang Shan affirmed solemnly, nodding at Jinghui. Seeing Jiang Shan's agreement, Jinghui glanced at the dim sky outside. Calculating the time, that supergiant will arrive soon. You must prepare in advance. Ensure your Pokémon are in optimal condition. Jiang Shan was already aware of this without Jinghui's prompting. He had some restorative items on hand, so his Pokémon's recovery was assured. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Shan made his way to the beach to wait. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the distance. This sound was both melodious and sorrowful, approaching steadily. Amid the darkness, guided by the lighthouse's light, Jiang Shan gazed out to see a colossal Pokémon rising from the sea's surface. Its arrival brought an overwhelming sense of dread. As it moved, it stirred up monstrous waves. Was this the supergiant Pokémon Jinghui had spoken of? In his awe, Jiang Shan hastily retrieved his Pokédex. However, the device flickered with a red light, failing to display any information. After half a minute, the scanning concluded. Name, Dragonite, level, 57, type, Dragonflying, HP, 220, gender, female, nature, stubborn, ability, multiscale, moves, agility, body slam, dragon dance, outrage, mist glare, sonic boom. Was this supergiant Pokémon a level 40 Dragonite? Was its HP not a tad excessive? Yet, considering its immense size, it was likely slower, and having more HP seemed reasonable. Now for the crucial part. Come forth. Jiang Shan threw out his Pokeballs, summoning 5 Pokémon. This capture must succeed without fail. For if the colossal Dragonite were to feel threatened and escape, it would undoubtedly never return to this place. Jumping Flower, Sunny Day. Vileplume, Growth. Pikachu, Electric Terrain. Lightning Bird. Power up with double the electricity and launch an attack from the sea. As the Dragonite approached, Jiang Shan issued commands without hesitation. The blinding sunlight dispelled the darkness, enhancing Vileplume's abilities, while Pikachu's electric terrain spread across parts of the surrounding sea. Seizing the opportunity, the lightning bird unleashed a powerful electric strike at the Dragonite. The massive Dragonite roared, a sound that shook the earth and pained his ears. Moments later, its colossal tail swept down, casting a shadow over the beach. And with a thunderous crash, the ground was gouged out by its terrifying force. The kingdom trembled with a cold sweat, yet fortunately, the interference of the fossilized pterosaur caused its aim to falter. However, the sheer magnitude of its power was utterly astonishing, rendering it nearly impossible to find any capable of withstanding it. Nonetheless, the greater your strength, the more worthy you become to be captured. Fixated on the fast dragon, the kingdom's eyes sparkled with intensity. Chapter 17. The colossal Dragonite, the spirits of the realm, are not to be underestimated. Yet he is acutely aware of the formidable power of the colossal Dragonite. Without an attack that counters the dragon type, the strikes from Zapdos and Pikachu would scarcely inflict meaningful damage on this giant creature. For the time being, it must rely on the prowess of the Vileplume, harnessing its 6th level special attack enhancement to unleash Solar Beam. However, first, the Dragonite must be weakened. Zapdos, use Thunder Wave. The electromagnetic wave has the potential to paralyze the Dragonite. Although, given its massive size, the paralysis may not endure for long. A brief moment of incapacitation would suffice. The crackling thunder wave ensnares the Dragonite's legs. Realizing its loss of control, it lets out a fearsome roar. Suddenly, its enormous tail glimmers with white light. Jiang Shan's pupils constrict. It is about to launch a slam attack. This move possesses considerable power, and without a moment to spare, Jiang Shan commands, Fossil Aerodactyl. Use Earthquake to knock it down. The ground trembles as Fossil Aerodactyl unleashes its earthquake. The ground beneath the Dragonite shifts, and with its legs already paralyzed, it can no longer maintain its balance, crashing into the ocean and causing mighty waves to rise. This is the opportunity. Vileplume channels all its energy into Solar Beam, aiming directly at the Dragonite's head. With a blinding beam of light, the Solar Beam strikes the colossal Dragonite, disorienting it as it thrashes about in the water. Seizing the moment, Jiang Shan commands his Pokémon to bombard the Dragonite before tossing a Pokeball. The ball strikes the Dragonite, emitting a capturing red light. However, the sheer size of the Dragonite proves too great. The capturing light cannot encompass it, and ultimately the Pokeball shatters into 2 pieces amidst vigorous tremors. Clearly, this Pokémon is not easily captured. Resigned, Jiang Shan retrieves an Ultra Ball and tosses it forth. The red light envelopes the Dragonite. Alas, it still does not comply. Glancing at the 3 remaining Ultra Balls in his pocket, he grits his teeth and throws again, but to no avail. The 3rd ball barely captures the Dragonite, only to eject it almost immediately. This is the last one. It must succeed. With determination, Jiang Shan casts the final Ultra Ball. The red light swiftly engulfs the Dragonite. Jiang Shan watches anxiously as the ball trembles. Ding! The ball quivers and triggers a critical capture. A voice resonates in his mind. Notification. Task completed. Notification. 200 lottery points. Is it truly successful? He has indeed captured it. Jiang Shan excitedly approaches to retrieve the Ultra Ball. It feels heavy. He nearly struggles to hold it with one hand. Yet, he has succeeded in capturing this exceptionally rare colossal Dragonite, rivaling the legendary Pokémon in rarity. He smiles, reflecting on the protective charm that facilitated this capture. Without its intervention, the odds would have been unfathomably slim. Jiang Shan chuckles, acknowledging that this charm was worth the effort. With this charm in his possession, he would likely be able to capture the special Pokémon others could not during his travels. Such a unique item feels akin to having an advantage in the game. Exhilarating indeed. However, he must remain vigilant. Congratulations, Jiang Shan, you have succeeded. Not far off, Zheng Hui and Xiaoxi approach. Well, you actually managed to capture such a powerful Pokémon? Truly worthy of being recognized as my rival, remarks Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, you have much ground to cover. Jiang Shan counters. I will continue to grow stronger. Listening to their conversation while gazing at the Ultra Ball, Jiang Shan notes that although this is his 7th Pokémon, it shows no sign of being transported away. Sensing Jiang Shan's confusion, Zheng Hui strokes his chin and suggests, I believe it may be due to the sheer size and weight of this Pokémon. The transport device cannot accommodate it, hence it has not been directly transferred. Does that mean I can keep it with me? Jiang Shan inquires, his excitement palpable. You may. But you will need Professor Oak to apply to the League for additional Pokémon slots, Zheng Hui clarifies. I am aware of that. Jiang Shan nods. Official trainers of the League are permitted to carry only 6 Pokémon. Others do not face this restriction. But trainers wishing to carry more must apply and be approved by the League. Thus, this issue is not insurmountable. Of course, in battle, only 6 can be deployed at once. With the matter at Zheng Hui's lighthouse concluded, Jiang Shan contacts Professor Oak to request assistance in applying for additional Pokémon slots. The following day, he and Xiaoxi depart. Jiang Shan must find a Pokémon center swiftly, as his Pokémon have been under considerable stress due to frequent battles. They require a comprehensive examination and treatment from Nurse Joy to avoid any lingering ailments that could inflict irreparable harm. Traveling alongside Xiaoxi, they navigate using a map and reach Lave City 2 days later. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Jiang Shan observes numerous trainers challenging the gym, all tending to their severely injured Pokémon. While submitting his Pokémon for examination, he cannot help but ask Nurse Joy at the front desk, what is happening here? Gesturing towards the stream of Pokémon being rushed to the emergency room. With a sigh, Nurse Joy responds, that is all due to gym leader Majishir. Recently, for reasons unknown, he has become irritable and aggressive, striking with excessive force. She continues, the Pokémon of rookie trainers coming to challenge him have become his punching bags, returning battered and bruised. Frowning at this revelation, Jiang Shan asks, have you not reported this to the League? Nurse Joy offers a wry smile. Majishir may be heavy-handed, but he has not violated any rules regarding gym challenges. Reporting it would be futile. The League has no grounds to penalize him, so there are no grounds for punishment. Jiang Shan understands now. By the way, you are Jiang Shan, the rampaging trainer, correct? Taken aback, Jiang Shan asks, what do you mean, rampaging trainer? Indeed, you were unaware? Your previous display at the power plant, where you single-handedly vanquished Team Rocket, has been broadcast repeatedly. Nurse Joy giggles, covering her mouth. This title of rampaging trainer was bestowed upon you after others witnessed your battle style. Feeling slightly bashful, Jiang Shan scratches the back of his head. He realizes he has gained notoriety, but never expected it to be to this extent. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. Nurse Joy's expression turns serious. Oh, what is it? Please, speak. I wonder if you could teach Majishir a lesson? With your formidable strength, you could surely defeat him, and perhaps he would temper his behavior. Nurse Joy gazes at Jiang Shan with hopeful eyes. He nods. Leave it to me. This Majishir's cruelty certainly deserves to be addressed. Jiang Shan thinks, as a prompt appears. Notification, event task triggered. Task details, defeat and teach Majishir a lesson. Task reward, 100 lottery points. An event task? A new type, indeed. As the examination concludes, and his Pokémon are restored to health, Jiang Shan retrieves them and encounters Xiaoxi, who has just returned from his gym battle. Xiaoxi, too, bears the marks of battle, his Pikachu returning injured and battered. Jiang Shan, you must teach that scoundrel a lesson. He exclaims, casting a worried glance at Pikachu. Rest assured, I will avenge you, Jiang Shan assures him. Bidding farewell to Xiaoxi, Jiang Shan promptly arrives at the gym. However, upon seeing Majishir, he suddenly comprehends why the gym leader has become so volatile and irritable of late. And as Ma Jisher spots Jiang Shan, his expression transforms, as though he has seen a ghost. Chapter 18. The emergence of the bulky figure. Observing Ma Jisher, Jiang Shan let out a cold smirk. Ma Jisher gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He was all too familiar with Jiang Shan. Just recently, he had donned a mask and engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Shan at the deserted power plant over a wild Zapdos. Of course, he was acutely aware that as long as Jiang Shan wasn't blind, he would easily recognize him. His suspicion proved accurate upon seeing Ma Jisher's familiar imposing figure, coupled with the information he had heard outside about Ma Jisher's use of a mischievous Pikachu and Raichu. It was evident even to a fool that this individual was a member of Team Rocket. Unexpectedly, his public persona was that of the Leaf Gym leader. The recent surge of his irritability could be attributed to the fact that he had lost the Zapdos to Jiang Shan and that many of his fellow Team Rocket members had been apprehended by the League. He must have received a severe reprimand from the leader, Banmu, right? Anyone in his shoes would undoubtedly be in a foul mood. Have you come here to challenge the gym? Ma Jisher asked, attempting to steady his emotions. Jiang Shan nodded, not merely to challenge the gym, but to seek vengeance for those Pokémon you have severely injured. Ma Jisher's forehead twitched in anger. How dare this insolent brat underestimate him? Did he really believe he could prevail over him? Vengeance. We'll see if you possess the capability. Do not think that just because you won by a stroke of luck last time, you can do so again here, Ma Jisher declared, pulling out a Pokeball. Come forth, my Pokémon. A bellowing creature of gold and black appeared. Its massive form and terrifying exterior, with crimson eyes gleaming, made it clear that this was the evolved form of Electabuzz. Electivire. Your Electabuzz evolved? Jiang Shan exclaimed, astonished. Has it truly only been a few days? He could hardly believe that Ma Jisher's Electabuzz had undergone evolution so swiftly. Seeing Jiang Shan's surprise, Ma Jisher laughed heartily. Ha! Did you not expect my Electabuzz to evolve? Its strength now far surpasses that of the Electabuzz you previously encountered. This time, it's not you teaching me a lesson, but rather me bringing you to your knees. Ma Jisher crossed his arms, exuding confidence. This self-assuredness stemmed from Electivire. Jiang Shan glanced at his own Pokeballs. Ma Jisher had seen these Pokémon before, and he was surely well acquainted with their skills, thus would be prepared for them. However, Jiang Shan was unfamiliar with Ma Jisher's Electivire. Recklessly sending out a Pokémon could lead to a minor loss. But if his Pokémon were to be gravely injured by Ma Jisher's Electivire, that would indeed be a grave miscalculation. He could not afford to take such a risk. Nevertheless, Jiang Shan caught sight of the Ultra Ball beside him. He too possessed a trump card that Ma Jisher was unaware of. I advise you not to be overly confident, Jiang Shan proclaimed, producing a hefty Ultra Ball. Ma Jisher scoffed. I am confident. I am well acquainted with your Pokémon. Even if I let you have a few moves, you still may not manage to defeat me. What do you think you can do to me? With that, he openly mocked Jiang Shan. To him, it seemed that Jiang Shan stood no chance. However, as Jiang Shan pressed the switch on the Ultra Ball, Ma Jisher's mocking expression abruptly froze on his face. A radiant light burst forth from the Ultra Ball. This luminescence gradually took the form of a colossal Pokémon. With a resounding crash, the roof of the Leaf Gym was shattered as a gargantuan Dragonite, towering over 100 meters, loomed above the Leaf Gym, casting a shadow over the city and the minuscule figures of Ma Jisher and Electivire below. Its arrival sent shockwaves throughout the city. What kind of Pokémon is that? A Dragonite? How can there be such a gigantic Pokémon? My heavens, what kind of monster is this? It seems to have emerged from the gym. The gym? I heard that the ferocious trainer Jiang Shan had gone to challenge it. Could this terrifyingly massive Dragonite belong to him? It is possible. This fellow is defying the heavens. At this moment, Ma Jisher was utterly dumbfounded. His Electivire was equally terrified. It never imagined that its clumsy trainer would pit it against such a terrifying creature. Was this not a death sentence? It shot a resentful glare at Ma Jisher, wishing it could kick him to death. Of course, while it might entertain such thoughts, Electivire would never act on them. Jiang Shan wasted no time and commanded, Dragonite, teach them a lesson. Roaring, Dragonite raised its leg. Its colossal foot descended like a dark omen. A shadow of death loomed over Ma Jisher, whose face turned pale and legs trembled, yearning to flee, but feeling as though his legs were weighed down by lead. He could not move. He cast a desperate glance toward Electivire, hoping it would assist him in escaping. Yet, he found that Electivire had already fled. Indeed, a poor trainer was accompanied by a poor Pokémon. In despair, Ma Jisher closed his eyes. With a thunderous crash, Dragonite's foot came down. However, Dragonite possessed restraint. Its intention was merely to intimidate Ma Jisher, not to truly crush him. That foot merely stomped the ground. Yet, even this display of power caused the gym to tremble, leading to its collapse and eliciting cries of agony from Ma Jisher. Now do you understand pain? Did you ever consider that those Pokémon you injured suffered just as much? Jiang Shan inquired as he recalled Dragonite and approached the struggling Magishar, who was pinned beneath the rubble. Magishar, enduring the pain, nodded. I understand. I've made a mistake. I will never harm those Pokémon again. Truly. Hint. Task completed. Hint. 200 lottery points. Hearing the notification, Jiang Shan nodded in satisfaction. I hope I do not have to hear of you maliciously harming Pokémon again. Otherwise, I will not let you off lightly, he warned coldly. And Magishar nodded vigorously. He was genuinely frightened, nearly traumatized. With that, the matter concerning the Leaf Gym was resolved. As for the collapsed Leaf Gym, with the League's resources, a new Leaf Gym could be constructed within a few days, so it was not a significant issue. Whether Magishar would continue to be the gym leader in the future was not for Jiang Shan to contemplate. Now, having obtained the Leaf Badge, he could head to the next gym, which was located to the north in Goldenrod City, a Psychic-type gym. However, before that, he needed to replenish his supplies. Speaking of which, the famous S, and seemed to be docked nearby. Perhaps there were trainers from other regions there, and he could go over to exchange ideas. Jiang Shan mused as he walked along the road. However, he had not ventured far before being intercepted by a group of young girls, their faces filled with admiration, who shyly inquired, Are you the esteemed Jiang Shan? May we take a picture with you? A photo? Of course, that would be no problem. Jiang Shan nodded without hesitation. Yet, he found it somewhat hard to believe. Not long ago, he had been a mere traveling trainer from the countryside. And now he had become a well-known figure throughout Kanto, having also acquired numerous formidable Pokémon. All of this was thanks to the lottery system. He must remain vigilant, not become complacent. The path to travel, grow stronger, and ultimately realize his dreams lay ahead. As he posed for the photo, Jiang Shan silently vowed. The familiar notification echoed in his mind. Hint. Remain true to your original aspirations. Hint. 50 lottery points. 50 points. A modest gain. After concluding the photo session amidst the adoring gazes of onlookers, Jiang Shan returned to the Pokémon Center, transferring the wild Zapdos he had captured to replace his Blissey, before finally making his way to the Leaf Dock to board the and it seemed preparations for some event or gathering were underway. Many trainers had gathered to exchange ideas. However, amidst the crowd, Jiang Shan spotted 3 familiar figures. It seemed to be Musashi and Nyarth. What were they, as members of Team Rocket, doing here? Curiosity compelled him to quietly follow them. Chapter 19. The hidden trump card. Following the Rocket team, Jiang Shan stealthily ascended to the 3rd floor. He stood outside the door, straining to listen. You've distributed all the party tickets. A deep, unfamiliar voice resonated from within. Shortly thereafter, Musashi's voice interjected, Boss. Is it truly wise to give away all the party tickets to those trainers? Boss. Jiang Shan's interest peaked as he continued eavesdropping. This party is organized by me, so there is no issue. Our aim is to lure more trainers aboard and then seize their Pokémon to compensate for our previous losses at the power plant, Banmu explained. At this point, Jiang Shan began to comprehend the situation, though a lingering doubt clouded his mind. The St. Anno had gathered over 100 trainers, all possessing formidable combat skills. Even if the Rocket team had set a trap, it would be no easy feat to snatch away the Pokémon of so many skilled trainers. What gave the Rocket team such confidence? Did Banmu have a hidden agenda? As he quietly retreated, Jiang Shan pondered these questions. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Notification, special event triggered. Mission details, prevent the Rocket team from enacting their scheme aboard the St. Anno and collaborate with the undercover Junsha and others to apprehend them. Mission reward, 200 lottery points. A special event? Jiang Shan was somewhat taken aback. The mission even mentioned Junsha. Had the Alliance received advance notice? Otherwise, why would Junsha and her companions be aboard this ship? His gaze flickered with intrigue. If he was indeed correct, then by locating Junsha and her team, he might uncover the source of the Rocket team's unwarranted confidence. With knowledge of both friend and foe, dismantling their scheme would become a straightforward endeavor. Lost in thought, Jiang Shan reached the deck. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. Trainers engaged in battles and exchanges were scattered everywhere, alongside elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies, as well as merchants hoping to make a profit. Among them were also the inevitable charlatans, such as the one nearby, loudly advertising golden Magikarp for sale. As Jiang Shan surveyed the crowd, he suddenly noticed a few suspicious individuals in the corner, clad in trench coats and sunglasses, squatting at a makeshift stall. Perhaps their dubious attire deterred buyers, as no one seemed inclined to approach them. Could they possibly be Junsha's undercover team? Jiang Shan approached Junsha. Jiang Shan, the rampant trainer? Shoo, keep your voice down. Junsha exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before pulling him aside. As expected of the new star from Kanto, you immediately saw through our disguise. Jiang Shan couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. This party was organized by the Rocket team, There was no need for them to disguise themselves in such a manner. It was quite evident that these individuals were indeed Jiang Shan and her team. Their disguise was simply too poor. It was sheer luck that they hadn't been discovered by the rocket team. What are you doing disguised like this? Jiang Shan inquired, recalling his mission. Jiang Shan lowered her voice. We received intel that the rocket team seems to have gained control over a particularly powerful Pokémon. They plan to lure trainers aboard the Saint Anu and unleash that formidable Pokémon to swiftly overpower them, subsequently seizing their Pokémon to offset their losses at the power plant. A powerful Pokémon? Jiang Shan mulled over this revelation. A name instinctively flashed in his mind. Mutwo. Could it be that Mutwo had been completely subdued? That seemed implausible, considering it was a man-made Pokémon of unparalleled strength. Do you know which Pokémon it is? He asked. We're not certain. Jiang Shan shook her head. Jiang Shan decided not to press further. For now. Knowing this was sufficient. If the rocket team's ultimate trump card was indeed a Pokémon, defeating it would be the key. His own Pokémon were no slouches. With this thought, Jiang Shan felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he couldn't afford to let his guard down entirely. While there was still time, he should explore the vicinity to see if there were any items that could enhance his Pokémon's combat prowess, ensuring a foolproof victory. As he was lost in his own plans, Jiang Shan suddenly spoke up. It's truly fortuitous to encounter you, known as the Rampant Trainer. Could you lend us your assistance? How can I assist you? Jiang Shan raised his head. Jiang Shan pondered for a moment before replying. Your combat prowess is exceptional. If the rocket team unleashes their trump card, you could help us defeat it. We have enough personnel to handle the remaining members of the rocket team. They were directly handing over the boss to him? What audacity! Jiang Shan was quite bold. Notification. Event mission triggered. Mission details. Agree to Jiang Shan's request and assist her in defeating or thwarting the rocket team's ultimate Pokémon. Mission reward. 150 lottery points. With the mission activated, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Jiang Shan nodded. Understood. But you can't expect me to confront the rocket team's trump card without compensation. That is fair. Jiang Shan considered for a moment and gestured towards the items for sale on the ground. All these items were confiscated in the past, including several rare ones. If you're interested, I can sell them to you for 1,000 each. The makeshift stall was indeed stocked with a variety of items, numerous Pokeballs, evolution stones, and various Pokémon items and TMs. You're charging for these? Can't you just give them to me? Jiang Shan exclaimed, picking up an evolution stone. Jiang Shan shrugged with a hint of exasperation. We are not like the Jiang Shan from small towns or urban areas. We don't have a fixed salary. And our income is scant. We can only sell these confiscated items to make a living. If we give them away for free, what would we eat? All right then. Jiang Shan conceded, though it sounded rather dismal. Nevertheless, 1,000 wasn't too steep. Besides, he still had a substantial amount of money from previous victories over wealthy opponents. Shaking his head, he set the evolution stone back down. His gaze was drawn to several grimy discs. TM-033 Rain Dance. TM-046 Weather Ball. TR-009 Thunder. Staring at the discs, Jiang Shan fell into contemplation. All three were moves that Zapdos could learn. Rain Dance could summon rain, while Thunder was a powerful electric-type move. Weather Ball was particularly unique, as its power varied with the weather conditions. The combination of Rain Dance and Weather Ball could deal water-type damage. This would allow Zapdos to swiftly defeat Pokémon that typically counter it. Perhaps he could assemble a rain-themed team, coupled with Pikachu's electric terrain. Any opponent would be doomed. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Jiang Shan's eyes. I'll take these 3 TMs, and also this Pikachu toy, the electric ball, and the magnet. I'll pay 5,000 for all of them. This was an extraordinary bargain. If you come across any good items in the future, do remember to contact me. I'm not short on cash. With a cheerful smile, he left his contact information with Jiang Shan before heading to the resting room he had reserved aboard the Saint Anu. He intended to equip his 2 Zapdos with new skills. Everyone outside was aware that he was a grass-type sunny day trainer. This time, he would unveil a rain-themed team, and no one would anticipate it. Moreover, if the team was well coordinated, taking advantage of his 2 electric birds' combat prowess, the rocket team would surely be unable to defeat him. Even if Bama truly had Mutwo with him, he still possessed a formidable Dragonite, and he was not without a fighting chance. In summary, the rocket team's conspiracy would undoubtedly be thwarted. Their plans would come to naught. Chapter 20. The emergence of Mutwo. The learning of Pokémon skills proceeded seamlessly. Jiang Shan handed the magnet to Zapdos, an item capable of enhancing electric-type moves. Naturally, he did not forget to provide Pikachu with its exclusive item, the Electrium Z. Now, all that remained was to wait for Team Rocket's move. After all, other matters were being handled by Jiang Shan. Upon returning to the deck, Jiang Shan found Ash and his companions arriving on the S, and, having received party tickets from Team Rocket, he intended to remind them to leave, but was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice calling out to him. Jiang Shan. It's been a while. The voice belonged to none other than Gary. Turning around, Jiang Shan saw Gary approaching with a confident smile, accompanied by several beautiful girls. It appeared he had also received a party ticket, though he could very well have purchased one himself, as he was never short of money. Unexpected to see you here as well, Gary. I'm here to challenge you and redeem myself. Gary grinned, producing a Pokeball. I know you've gained quite a reputation lately, and even captured a wild Zapdos, but this time, victory shall be mine. Jiang Shan raised an eyebrow at Gary's confidence. Gary was no longer the inexperienced trainer he once was. Facing someone with 2 Zapdos, Gary still declared his certainty in winning. What Pokémon had he acquired? Hint. Random challenge triggered. Task details. Defeat challenger Gary. Task reward. 100 lottery points. With the task initiated, Jiang Shan was ready to engage. Although bewildered by Gary's confidence, he accepted the challenge. Our rules remain one-on-one, and the loser must provide the winner with a battle reward. Are you ready? Gary nodded. All right, go Rattata. The large mouse Pokémon emerged from the Pokeball. Jiang Shan frowned. This was Gary's choice? Rattata was a common Pokémon. If he truly aimed to defeat him, he would not have chosen such a mundane creature. Was there something special about this Rattata? Seeing Jiang Shan's skepticism, Gary urged, why do you take so long to choose a Pokémon? Don't rush. Go Victory Bell. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Shan sent out Victory Bell. Unsure of Gary's strategy, he decided to play it safe with the most intelligent Pokémon at his disposal. Upon seeing Victory Bell, Gary appeared somewhat disappointed. You didn't send out Zapdos? With Zapdos, you might have had a fighting chance. But with Victory Bell, you stand no chance. Without hesitation, Gary commanded, Rattata. Use Swords Dance. The move boosted Rattata's attack by 2 stages. Was Gary planning to unleash a devastating attack after powering up? Victory Bell. Use Sunny Day and follow with Sleep Powder. Sunny Day activated, doubling Victory Bell's speed. The Sleep Powder was launched towards Rattata, but Rattata, anticipating the command, swiftly dodged with Quick Attack. Jiang Shan was taken aback. This Rattata was quite intelligent. Hey, Jiang Shan, didn't see that coming, did you? Don't assume only your Pokémon are formidable. My Rattata has never known defeat in battle. Gary beamed with pride, seeing Jiang Shan's astonishment. Jiang Shan remained silent and continued. Victory Bell, use growth multiple times and then take root. This Rattata was clever, and using Solar Beam would be futile if it couldn't hit. A different approach was necessary. Jiang Shan pondered internally. Gary wasn't idle either. Rattata, focus your energy. Rattata glowed with a red light. After concentrating, it would easily strike a critical hit. Was Gary indeed aiming for a one-hit knockout? Victory Bell, continue with Sleep Powder. The Sleep Powder missed as Rattata used Endure. Indeed, Rattata deftly avoided the Sleep Powder and charged toward Victory Bell with Endure, only to be evaded by Victory Bell. Yet, Jiang Shan suddenly sensed something amiss. Rattata's earlier attack seemed lackluster, as if it had no intention of hitting Victory Bell. What was Gary plotting? Jiang Shan stroked his chin, deep in thought, yet could not decipher the strategy. Gary, however, maintained his composure. Jiang Shan, I told you this time you would lose. With a victorious grin, he declared, it's over. With Swords Dance and Focus Energy, Rattata will unleash a Stomp attack after missing its previous move. No one can withstand that. Rattata, Stomp. Rattata seized the moment, leaping into the air, its feet glowing a deep brown. Jiang Shan's expression shifted. Stomp's effect doubles in power if the preceding move misses. Coupled with Swords Dance and Focus Energy, the attack was sure to strike hard. Boom. Rattata's assault created a hole in the deck. Victory Bell lay motionless on the ground. The surrounding spectators began to murmur. Had the ferocious trainer Jiang Shan lost? It appeared so. That Rattata was remarkably strong. It was unexpected for Jiang Shan to be defeated by Rattata. Truly, this was newsworthy. Jiang Shan was still too young. Amid the crowd's chatter, Jiang Shan maintained a calm demeanor. In battles between trainers, victories and defeats were commonplace. Losing was merely part of the game. But had he truly lost? Jiang Shan's gaze fell upon the fallen Victory Bell. Under his watchful eye, the vines on Victory Bell began to shed. Moments later, the slightly smaller Victory Bell sprang back to life, unleashing Solar Beam. Boom. The unsuspecting Rattata was blasted away. Hint. Task completed. Hint. 100 lottery points. As the notification arrived, the onlookers were left astonished. Gary remained in shock, unable to comprehend the turn of events. What just happened? Your Victory Bell should have been defeated. How is it still standing? Jiang Shan recalled Victory Bell. Do not forget, Victory Bell possesses the ability to protect itself with its vines. And even if those vines are severed, it remains unharmed and does not even feel pain. This is explicitly stated in its Pokédex entry. Upon hearing this, realization dawned on Gary. The spectators gasped in unison. So it had used its vines to absorb the attack? Impressive. No wonder he was known as the ferocious trainer. This was his true strength. And how astute was that victory bell? In that moment, Gary accepted his defeat gracefully. As he happily received the prize money from Jiang Shan, applause suddenly erupted from a distance. You did well, and your victory bell is remarkable. Unfortunately, neither of you are a match for it. Following the sound, Jiang Shan spotted a tall figure wearing a mask, accompanied by a Meowth. Simultaneously, members of Team Rocket, previously concealed, revealed themselves, surrounding them. What do you mean by it? And who are you? Jiang Shan felt an unsettling sensation in his chest. The masked man smirked, snapping his fingers. With a loud clap, the lights extinguished. In the darkness, Jiang Shan glimpsed a pair of red eyes, belonging to a figure shrouded in ominous black armor. It floated toward him, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread, far surpassing that of the Zapdos and Dragonite he had previously encountered. With a mere gesture, everyone and their Pokémon were lifted off the ground, completely under its control. What formidable psychic power! What was this entity? Struggling, Jiang Shan retrieved his Pokédex to scan. The information displayed amplified his anxiety. The name on the Pokédex read, Mutwo. Chapter 21. The Tsundere Mutwo, similar to encountering Ho-Oh. Aside from its name and attributes, everything about Mutwo was shrouded in mystery. Yet, the name Jiang Shan was all too familiar. A creature engineered to be the most formidable Pokémon in existence. Jiang Shan had initially believed that Team Rocket would not be able to control it so swiftly. However, Mutwo now appeared under their command, completely defying his expectations. With the capabilities Mutwo exhibited, if it were to willingly assist Team Rocket in seizing Pokémon, it would be nearly impossible for any trainer aboard the Saint Anna to stop it. Nonetheless, armed with his own strength and prior preparations, he might still have a chance. Even if he could not defeat Mutwo, he merely needed to hinder its actions. After all, Junsha and the others would be there to resolve the situation. Using telekinesis, Mutwo was about to retrieve the trainer's Pokeball. As Jiang Shan contemplated his strategy, the masked man had already pointed at him, issuing commands to the levitating Mutwo. Mutwo raised its hand to amplify its control. Jiang Shan's Pokeball slowly floated out. You intend to steal my Pokémon? Impossible! Jiang Shan shouted defiantly. Zapdos. With a piercing cry, two Zapdos leapt from the Pokeball, positioning themselves protectively in front of Jiang Shan. Following them, all his other Pokémon, excluding Dragonite, emerged to confront Mutwo and the masked man. Can you still summon more? Focus. The masked man frowned, displeased, as he reprimanded Mutwo, who flickered with intensity in its eyes. The telekinetic grip on the Pokeball intensified. It appeared that the other trainer's Pokémon could not emerge. Jiang Shan could only rely on himself to stall Mutwo until Junsha and the others could act. However, if they could not arrive in time, he would have to make a hasty retreat. At that moment, a mission was triggered once more. Notification, special challenge triggered. Mission details, repel Mutwo. Mission rewards, 200 lottery points. Hearing the notification, Jiang Shan hesitated no longer and immediately issued commands. The masked man, however, calmly responded, You still wish to fight? Your strategies have been deciphered. You are a Sunny Day team, right? You might strengthen yourself enough to contend with it, but I shall not grant you the opportunity. As he spoke, he glanced at Mutwo, who waved its hand. With a resounding bang, the Bellossom was sent flying. Fortunately, it crashed onto the sofa, sustaining only minor injuries. Yet, Mutwo's psychic special attack was overwhelmingly powerful. Without a means to weaken it, Jiang Shan had little chance to retaliate or execute his strategies. Considering this, Jiang Shan commanded, Little Flash, light screen. Little Flash was the name of the wild Zapdos. The other Zapdos had been named Little Tempest for distinction. Upon hearing the command, Little Flash unleashed the skill. A translucent barrier rose before them. The effect of the light screen was to reduce special attack damage. Once the barrier was erected, Jiang Shan could distinctly feel Mutwo's telekinetic control diminish significantly. Now, it was time to counterattack. Little Flash, Rain Dance. As the rain dance commenced, dark clouds gathered above, and a light rain began to fall. Observing the unexpected weather alteration, the masked man and the trainers under Mutwo's control exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't Jiang Shan supposed to be a Sunny Day team? Why was he suddenly employing rain dance? Get rid of this kid quickly. The masked man ordered Mutwo, sensing impending doom. To his surprise, Mutwo spoke. Ignorant one, do you think a human with 2 legendary Pokémon can be dispatched so easily? Why don't you try it yourself? It did not open its mouth. Was that telepathy? It must be, as telepathy allows for communication. The masked man clenched his fists in response, but remained silent. Noticing this, Mutwo snorted coldly and continued its assault. A blue psychic blade coalesced and hurtled forward. Rock slide, fossil Aerodactyl. Jiang Shan commanded. The falling rocks obstructed the psychic blade. His gaze flickered as he ordered, "Little Flash, Thunder." "That move is futile." Mutwo's protective shield rose again. Yet Jiang Shan smiled, "Not necessarily." The thunder struck down, and the shield began to crack. Bellossom unleashed Sleep Powder. Pikachu initiated Surf, and Little Flash continued with Thunder, while Little Tempest ramped up its electricity. The electric terrain amplified the power of their electric-type moves. Mutwo was not one to take Thunder lightly. However, this time was different. As the thunder cracked the shield, the doubled power of the electricity surged through the fissures, electrifying Mutwo upon impact. Nonetheless, it was not enough to inflict significant damage. As the mightiest Pokémon, it could endure. Yet this current was no ordinary attack. It rendered Mutwo momentarily paralyzed, hindering its movements. Those crucial seconds allowed Pikachu to execute Surf, crashing into Mutwo while Bellossom's sleep powder enveloped it. The diluted effects of the sleep powder made Mutwo feel drowsy. Along with this, its telekinetic control diminished drastically. Seeing this, Jiang Shan's heart soared with joy. The opportunity had arrived. Little Flash and Little Tempest, unleash your previous skills. Venusaur, charge Solar Beam. Jiang Shan seized this chance for a comeback. The Pokémon gathered their formidable energies and launched them forward. Mutwo, in a daze, instinctively sensed danger and unleashed its telekinesis to form a protective barrier. Thunder and sunlight converged in a devastating attack. Mutwo's barrier shattered completely, and the violent shockwave of energy sent all nearby Team Rocket members flying. The masked man, struggling to maintain his nearly dislodged mask, was filled with fury. "What is wrong with you? Can't you defeat him?" He glared at Mutwo in frustration. Mutwo replied coldly, "The armor you imposed on me restricts my abilities. This human is formidable, making it somewhat troublesome to eliminate him." "You mean to say you do not wish to fight?" The masked man gritted his teeth, demanding, "Are you saying you are unwilling to battle?" Mutwo, employing its psychic abilities, flung the masked man away, responding with haughty disdain, "I am the strongest being. I shall not be defeated. Yet this armor severely limits my power, and his tactical execution is quite adept. We are evenly matched. Continuing this battle would yield no results. Therefore, I refuse to waste time." Just then, the sound of engines echoed from the sea, and dozens of small boats carrying League enforcers surrounded the area. The masked man, rising with fury in his eyes. The League had arrived, and he had botched it again. As he observed his subordinates engaging in combat with the League enforcers, he realized the situation was dire. Reluctantly, he declared, "We must leave." Humph, it was about time. Mutwo waved its hand, creating a hole in the ship's hull. It enveloped the masked man in telekinesis as they ascended, and before departing, it cast a parting glance at Jiang Shan, leaving a chilling promise, "We shall meet again soon. I eagerly anticipate our next battle." With a swift motion, Xiao soared into the heavens. At that moment, Jiang Shan received a notification in his mind. Notification: 3 tasks have been completed. Notification: 550 lottery points. Notification: gained Mutwo's acknowledgement. Notification: 50 lottery points. Chapter 22. The Artist. Jasmine. The plans of Team Rocket have crumbled. However, the battle is far from over. Numerous members of Team Rocket remain aboard this vessel, unwilling to await their capture in silence. As the confrontation between Team Rocket and the League enforcers unfolds, the heavily damaged S. and succumbs to the encroaching sea, beginning to sink under the strain. Passengers hurriedly abandon ship in a desperate bid for survival. Jiang Shan also discreetly slips away in Junsh's small boat. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center to heal his Pokémon, Jiang Shan receives an unexpected call from Professor Oak. "Jiang Shan, are you heading to Goldenrod City? If all goes as planned, may I ask why?" Jiang Shan, perplexed, inquires about the purpose of the question. "I'm currently on a community outreach journey, and my destination is Lavender Town, which you will pass through on your way to Goldenrod City. I wish to see your enormous Dragonite. Could you meet me there?" It turns out the professor is keen to observe the majestic creature. Note: triggered random task. Task details: meet Professor Oak in Lavender Town. Task reward: 50 lottery points. Upon hearing the task prompt, Jiang Shan nods in agreement. Lavender Town, much like Leaf Green, is a coastal city. It is renowned for its beautiful tourist attractions, connected to the famous Yuqing Pier. Additionally, rumors suggest that investments are underway for a floating hotel, making a detour to Lavender Town en route to Goldenrod City quite feasible without hindering his progress. That's splendid. By the way, have you encountered Ash and his companions? Ash's mother, Hanako, is also here and is eager to see him. Jiang Shan shrugs. Ash? I did run into him, but we got separated. While aboard the S. And Jiang Shan had hoped to keep Ash company, but he could not locate them in the chaos and had to leave alone. Nevertheless, Jiang Shan remains untroubled. Ash is in the company of 2 gym leaders, and with Misty's exceptional swimming skills and her plethora of water-type Pokémon, Even if they fell into the sea, they would surely manage to survive. However, their whereabouts remain a mystery to Jiang Shan. After hanging up, Jiang Shan sets off. Leaf Green City is not far from Lavender Town. A short, unnumbered road separates them, and with Jiang Shan's stamina, he can reach it in a little over a day. By evening, he arrives at the riverside, preparing to camp for the night when a disgruntled voice interrupts. You're blocking my reference point. Reference point? What on earth? Perplexed, Jiang Shan turns to survey his surroundings. Bathed in the evening glow, he spots a girl clutching a sketchpad and paintbrush, hiding in the bushes, glaring at him. Who are you? Jiang Shan feels an odd sense of unfamiliarity. The girl, clearly impatient, replies, could you please step aside? Oh. Jiang Shan scratches the back of his head and takes a step back, following her line of sight to a nearby tree, where a swarm of bee drills, under the command of their queen, has gathered to rest. Such a sight is a rarity. The girl appears to be an artist, likely hiding here to capture this scene on her canvas. No wonder she seemed displeased, now he understands. A short while later, after finishing her painting, the girl approaches. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I was eager to complete my artwork. My name is Jasmine, and I hail from the Alola region. Jiang Shan glances at her sketchpad, which depicts a scene nearly identical to what he just witnessed. Her artistry is quite impressive. Wait, you said you were from the Alola region? Jiang Shan exclaims in surprise. Jasmine nods. I had planned to conclude my travels in Kanto today and return by boat. But I accidentally missed the last ferry and must wait a few more days to continue my journey. She puts away her sketchpad with a hint of frustration. An actual Alolan resident. Do you have any Pokémon from the Alola region? Jiang Shan's excitement builds. After all, the Kanto region is quite distant from Alola, and he has yet to encounter any Alolan Pokémon. Of course. Look, Jasmine ponders for a moment, then produces a Pokeball. With a flash of light, a blue Ninetales materializes before Jiang Shan. At the same time, snowflakes begin to drift from the sky. Jiang Shan quickly opens his Pokédex to examine it. Name, Ninetales. Form, Alolan variant. Type, Ice Fairy. As this Ninetales is not wild but belongs to someone else, the Pokédex cannot fully scan its data. Nonetheless, this information suffices for Jiang Shan. Ice and Fairy. The Kanto Ninetales is solely fire type. Noticing Jiang Shan's gleaming eyes as he reaches out to touch the Ninetales, Jasmine hastily intervenes. Please, do not touch it. This Ninetales has a rather foul temper. Woof. The Ninetales emits a soothing sound. Jiang Shan continues to stroke its tail, much to Jasmine's astonishment. It didn't bite you? How is that possible? It usually resists my affection. Taken aback, Jiang Shan responds, really? Absolutely. It is serious and combative by nature, whereas I am a traveling artist who prefers not to engage in battles. So our relationship is rather average. It has rarely shown affection to others, yet now. Jasmine tilts her head, perplexed. Why does this Ninetales take such a liking to him? Realizing Jiang Shan bears a familiar visage, Jasmine cannot help but inquire, may I ask who exactly you are? Oh. My apologies for not introducing myself. Jiang Shan stands, slightly embarrassed. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Shan, a traveling trainer from New Bark Town. Jiang Shan. Jasmine's eyes widen in recognition. She finally recalls why he seems familiar. She has seen him on television at the Leaf Green Pokémon Center. This is a renowned figure in the Kanto region. To meet him in person is almost surreal. Are you truly the legendary rampaging trainer? She asks, still in disbelief. Jiang Shan smiles wryly and nods. Indeed, that is me. Overjoyed, Jasmine eagerly pulls out her phone to take a picture with Jiang Shan. For an ordinary person like her, encountering a superstar like Jiang Shan is an extraordinary opportunity. Now, Jasmine begins to understand why the Ninetales is so fond of Jiang Shan. They share a mutual love for battle, and given Jiang Shan's fame and strength, it is only natural for the Ninetales to gravitate toward him. Putting her phone away, Jasmine gazes at the frolicking Ninetales with a newfound resolve. May I ask you a favor? She hesitantly proposes. Sure. What is it? Jiang Shan inquires, intrigued. Jasmine presents the Pokeball. I would like to entrust this Ninetales to you, as I believe you would be a more suitable trainer for it than I. Her expression is serious, devoid of jest. The Ninetales affectionately nuzzles Jiang Shan's leg. I'm fine with that. But are you truly certain? Jiang Shan cannot help but seek reassurance. Jasmine nods firmly, absolutely. I believe Ninetales longs to accompany you on your adventures and grow stronger. It cannot thrive under my care. Since you insist, very well. Ninetales, I look forward to working with you. Jiang Shan takes hold of the Ninetales' icy paw. Woof. The Ninetales joyfully wags its tail, releasing a flurry of delicate ice crystals to express its elation. Jiang Shan, too, is brimming with joy. He has just acquired an Alolan Ninetales, a Pokémon not found in Kanto. This Ninetales will undoubtedly evoke envy among many, such as the advantage of fame with it. One encounters fortunate events like this. Jiang Shan secretly chuckles to himself. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that the surrounding temperature has dropped due to the Ninetales' presence, awakening the nearby swarm of bee drills. Disturbed from their slumber, the irate hive stirs in anger. It seems that misfortune may befall the nation. Chapter 23. The enormous fairy island, a swarm of enraged bees, is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, this Ninetales possesses the ice type, and ice type is particularly effective against flying types. Thus, this group of bug and flying type bees was ultimately vanquished by Jiang Shan's Alolan Ninetales, which he subsequently captured and transported back. The 3 bees have the ability to produce honey. They can create sweet nectar. Raising them on a ranch can be quite profitable, hence the reason for capturing them. Of course, Jiang Shan temporarily left Ninetales with Jasmine, as his Pokémon storage was already full, and he could only replace Ninetales once he reached Lanyavale City. Jasmine also planned to accompany him to Lanyavale, for a ship would return to Alola in a few days. Jiang Shan, wake up quickly. The next morning, Jasmine roused Jiang Shan from his slumber. Emerging from his sleeping bag, he yawned. What is it? Why are you waking me up so early? I saw Zapdos. What? Jiang Shan instantly became alert. Jasmine had spotted Zapdos. How could there be so many Zapdos in this world? He looked at her with skepticism. Are you absolutely certain? I am certain. I even took a picture. Jasmine replied, showing him the photo on her phone, which depicted a colossal Zapdos, significantly larger than even the most aggressive of Pokémon. However, there was something amiss about the Zapdos. Its body lacked the electric aura, resembling a frazzled chicken. How could such a gigantic Zapdos exist? Moreover, its state was rather peculiar. Jiang Shan's gaze fell upon the surface of the sea in the photo where the Zapdos was circling. Could it be that, like the enormous Dragonite, it hails from an undiscovered island? Pondering these questions, Jiang Shan resolved to investigate personally. He decided to trigger the system task. Notification. Event task triggered. Task details. Unravel the mystery of the gigantic Pokémon. Task reward. 50 lottery points. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Shan summoned his Aerodactyl. Let's go check it out. With Aerodactyl leading the way, Jiang Shan and Jasmine soon spotted a small island connected to the beach from the sky. Look, it seems there are people over there. Who? Jiang Shan followed Jasmine's pointing finger and saw several familiar figures crouched behind a rock on the island. It was Ash and his companions. He was surprised they had ended up here. Immediately, Jiang Shan commanded Aerodactyl to descend. Upon seeing Jiang Shan, Ash was ecstatic. Jiang Shan, it's fantastic to see you. With you here, we might just be saved. Saved? What happened? Jiang Shan queried, perplexed by Ash's words. Look over there. Brock pointed towards the woods. In the dimly lit forest, a terrifying creature over 100 meters long lay motionless, seemingly resting. What is that? Is it another gigantic Pokémon? That's a colossal Steelix. Misty exclaimed, her expression filled with resignation. We drifted to this island and got separated from our Pokémon. When we searched for them, we discovered that this island is teeming with unusually large Pokémon. Moreover, they are highly aggressive. Jiang Shan was taken aback by Misty's revelation. An island filled with gigantic Pokémon? Could it be true that there is a colossal Zapdos? What kind of place is this? An island renowned for its gigantic Pokémon? Could his own Dragonite also have emerged from here? Yet, that seemed off. He recalled what Zheng Hui had mentioned. He stated that the colossal Dragonite was unable to find companions of its size, which is why it lingered near the lighthouse. It was profoundly lonely. If it came from here, it wouldn't be lonely. Jiang Shan, don't you have a colossal Dragonite? Release it to deal with these creatures. The gigantic Pokémon here will attack us on sight, and we can't search for our Pokémon. Ash suggested urgently. Having been separated from Pikachu for too long, he was anxious. Notification. Random task triggered. Task details. Provide cover for Ash and his companions to escape. Task reward. 100 lottery points. With the task activated, Jiang Shan had no reason to decline. Understood. You all go ahead. I will hold them off. Nodding, Jiang Shan withdrew a Pokeball. Regardless, as long as it was a Pokémon, he would either capture or defeat it without issue. As Ash and his friends retreated from the boulder, the resting colossal Steelix awoke, locking onto them with a roar. Its eyes glowing red and devoid of the spirited vitality typical of normal Pokémon. The gigantic Pokémon here is quite peculiar. Thinking swiftly, Jiang Shan threw out a high-level Pokeball. Come forth, Dragonite. With a roar, the colossal Dragonite emerged from the ball. Upon its arrival, it immediately spotted the Steelix. Jiang Shan had anticipated that seeing another Pokémon of its size would delight Dragonite, prompting it to greet the Steelix. However, to Jiang Shan's astonishment, with an enraged roar, Dragonite surged forward, launching a fierce attack on Steelix, its determination to obliterate the foe evident. What is happening? Jiang Shan was bewildered, but in the next moment, Dragonite provided him with an answer. With a swift bite, Dragonite severed Steelix's arm. Rather than the anticipated scene of bloodshed, only severed wires scattered about. Wires? Are these artificial machine Pokémon? No wonder Dragonite was so vicious. It must have discerned the deception, feeling betrayed by appearances, thus unleashing its fury to annihilate the imposter. Just as Jiang Shan was processing this information, a voice echoed from above. Jiang Shan, are you seeking death? The voice brimmed with rage, and Jiang Shan looked up to see a gigantic Zapdos soaring above, similarly a mechanical Pokémon like Steelix. Moreover, there appeared to be someone piloting it. Who are you? What grievance do we hold? Jiang Shan asked, motioning for Dragonite to kick the immobilized Steelix aside. The voice from the machine Zapdos boasted, who am I? I am a member of Team Rocket. Now you understand our grudge, don't you? I'll be honest with you, our leader has placed a bounty on you. Any Team Rocket member who eliminates you will receive a substantial reward. I was planning to seek you out, but you delivered yourself right into my hands. Team Rocket? This is Team Rocket's territory. Jiang Shan had not anticipated this twist. Eliminate me? Do you really think you can? Given it was Team Rocket. Jiang Shan had no intention of holding back. The Team Rocket member laughed. Ha ha ha, you think you can escape? Do you not see how many gigantic machine Pokémon I command? As he spoke, a cacophony of sounds filled the air. Over a dozen gigantic machine Pokémon approached. Are you stunned? Jiang Shan, your fate is sealed. As Jiang Shan found himself surrounded, the Team Rocket member laughed maniacally. In that moment, Jiang Shan received another system notification. Notification, random task triggered. Task details, destroy Team Rocket's Pokémon paradise. Task reward, 150 lottery points. Destroy this place? This task is fortuitous. Jiang Shan smirked. Who is truly doomed remains to be seen. I suspect this is an important location where your Team Rocket plans to sell tickets and fund events, but alas, it will soon be no more. Upon hearing this, the Team Rocket member scoffed. Even at death's door, you still wish to inflict losses upon us? Dream on. Attack. With the command given, the machine Pokémon began their assault. Jiang Shan immediately ordered, Dragonite, use Dragon Dance. Then commanded, follow up with Body Slam. With a powerful swing of its tail, Dragonite struck, and one colossal Charizard was swiftly rendered inoperable. The corners of the eyes of the Rocket Team cadre, seated within the mechanical lightning bird, twitched. This contraption cost several 100,000. What a loss. Chapter 24, The Duality of East and West at Last. Dragonite is a living Pokémon, capable of employing a myriad of skills to launch attacks, whereas machines lack such abilities. After utilizing Dragon Dance, Dragonite enhances its attack and speed. The inherent power of a gigantic Dragonite is already terrifying. How could a mere sluggish machine Pokémon possibly contend with it after multiple uses of Dragon Dance? Another Pokémon was obliterated. The Team Rocket officer's eyes blazed with fury. Damn it. Everyone, attack with full force. Following the command, the subordinates intensified their machine's assault, yet no matter how they tried, machines could never rival the agility of living creatures. The fortified Dragonite effortlessly evaded their attacks. It even retaliated, causing yet another to be destroyed. It seems we cannot win. Should we retreat, boss? After several of their Pokémon had been annihilated by Dragonite, the Team Rocket members could no longer restrain themselves and urged their leader to withdraw. The latter began to waver. However, Jiang Shan remarked, isn't it too late to run now? Dragonite employed quick attack. Whoever attempted to flee would be targeted first, and if they chose not to escape, Dragonite would continue to amplify its strength through Dragon Dance. With a roar, Dragonite responded. The Team Rocket officer found himself in a dilemma. If they ran, they would be crushed. If they did not, Dragonite would continue to grow stronger, and soon there would be nothing on the island that could halt it. To fight or not to fight. If only they had never provoked this menace. The Team Rocket officer was engulfed in regret. After all, this was someone who could make their boss Banmu, suffer. How could such an individual be easily defeated? Frustration consumed him. They could only muster their strength for one last desperate assault. Gritting his teeth, the Team Rocket officer commanded a full-on attack. With a thunderous roar accompanied by the incessant sound of explosions, the colossal machine Pokémon transformed into a heap of scrap metal. The island's structures were utterly decimated. Emerging from the wreckage, the Team Rocket officer sat on the beach, gazing at the now completely destroyed Pokémon paradise, tears threatening to spill. Not only had he lost the opportunity to claim a reward from Boss Banmu for defeating Jiang Shan, he was fortunate not to be annihilated himself. How he regretted ever provoking that harbinger of calamity. What fate awaited the Team Rocket officer, Jiang Shan was oblivious. As he had already departed with Ash and the others in search of their Pokémon. Notice, 3 missions completed. Notice, 300 lottery points awarded. Listening to the notifications, the group temporarily journeyed together. The following morning, they arrived at Blue Pulsar. Professor Oak seemed to have yet to arrive. So Jiang Shan bid farewell to Ash and the others and accompanied Jasmine to the Pokémon Center to send Little Shimmer back home. With the vacancy in his Pokémon roster, he opted for Ninetales. Upon receiving Ninetales, he immediately examined its detailed attributes. Name, Ninetales. Form, Alolan variant. Level, 29. Type, Ice Fairy. HP, 99E. Gender, female. Nature, serious. Ability, Snow Warning. Moves, Hypnosis. Disable Encore Ice Beam. Snow Warning ability? It summons hail upon entering the battle. It seems a snow-themed team could be worth considering in the future. Disable can prevent opponents from using the same move repeatedly, while Encore forces them to use the same move 3 times. If utilized effectively, it could be utterly infuriating for the enemy. No wonder this Ninetales is combative. Its skills are formidable. If only it had Aurora Veil. Stowing away Ninetales, Jiang Shan couldn't help but ponder. Aurora Veil is a move that, during hail, has the physical and special damage received by allied Pokémon. This skill would pair perfectly with Ice Ninetales. Speaking of which, I seem to have quite a few lottery points left. What if I draw Aurora Veil? With this thought in mind, Jiang Shan accessed the system. Remaining lottery points, 1,650 points. Let's exchange 1 regular and 1 rare. Draw. Jiang Shan steeled himself and used them all. 2 familiar wheels appeared before him. Notice, obtained Light, Clay 1. Notice, obtained TM70, Aurora Veil 1. A piece of light green clay and a disc fell before him. Jiang Shan paused, then realized, did I actually obtain it? And even the light clay? This item can extend the duration of Aurora Veil. Normally, Aurora Veil lasts around 5 turns. Equipping this clay on a Pokémon can extend it by 3 additional turns. Incredible, a perfect set. Only the lottery system understands me. With the desired items in hand, Jiang Shan immediately taught Aurora Veil to Ninetales and placed the light clay in a small pouch to be worn by it for activation. Just as he was about to leave, Jasmine called out to him. Jiang Shan, shall we have a battle? Huh? This is rather sudden. Jiang Shan was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. Jasmine produced a Pokeball. I simply want to see how well Ninetales performs under your command. It also serves as a formal farewell. Her explanation left Jiang Shan unable to refuse. Moreover, Ninetales had just learned Aurora Veil. A battle would be an excellent opportunity to familiarize itself with its new move. Alright, let's battle outside. Upon stepping outside, due to Jiang Shan's fame, many tourists visiting Blue Pulsar recognized him. As they saw him preparing to battle, they gathered around, while many others were drawn in by curiosity, resulting in a crowd of over 100 people forming in the open area outside the Pokémon Center in no time. Let's begin. Go, Ninetales. Jiang Shan tossed the Pokeball, summoning Ice Ninetales. It let out a cheerful cry. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Is that Ninetales? Why is it blue? Furthermore, upon its arrival, it began to snow? What an extraordinary Pokémon. Truly a fierce trainer. It's so beautiful. I want one. Absolutely. I'm so envious. With so many eyes upon her, Jasmine felt a twinge of nervousness. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Go, Blacephalon. Use Bite. The pink Blacephalon opened its large mouth and charged towards Ninetales. However, despite its high attack power, it was rather slow. Ninetales easily evaded its strike, prompting Jiang Shan to command, use Encore. Then, follow up with Aurora Veil. A faint blue laser enveloped Ninetales. Blacephalon fell victim to Encore. Ignoring Jasmine's commands and rushing in again to attempt another bite, Ninetales instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, Jiang Shan ordered, use Ice Beam directly. Crack. Blacephalon bit down on Ninetales' tail. Thanks to the protection of Aurora Veil, the damage was halved, and Bite, which was inherently weak and dealt minimal damage to fairy types, failed to harm Ninetales. Conversely, Blacephalon, immobilized by its own attack, was struck by Ninetales. Boom. Ice Beam struck it solidly, freezing Blacephalon in place. Incredible! That Ninetales has Ice-type abilities? And its defense is formidable. Blacephalon cannot harm it. So beautiful and so powerful. I really want one. How does he always manage to showcase such extraordinary Pokémon? After recalling Blacephalon, Jasmine sighed. Jiang Shan's Ninetales truly was impressive. And it had even learned Aurora Veil. It seemed entrusting Ninetales to him was the right decision. Indeed, I cannot defeat you, but do not grow complacent. When you visit the Alola region in the future, we shall battle again. Certainly, Jiang Shan nodded. To become a world champion, he would continue his travels. He would definitely visit the Alola region in the future. By the way, could I have your autograph? Haven't we already taken a picture together? That is an entirely different matter. I sense that you shall become an exceptional trainer. If I do not seek your autograph now, I may never have the opportunity again. Jasmine, with a beaming smile, held out her sketchpad. Jiang Shan shrugged and granted her request with his signature. This act sent the onlookers into a frenzy. Lord Jiang Shan, I too desire an autograph. I want one as well, and I wish to take a photo with the Ninetales. Do not crowd, I asked first. Step aside. For I am the more attractive one. I shall have my photograph taken first. Observing Jiang Shan surrounded by a throng of admirers. The men nearby could not help but display expressions of envy and jealousy. Chapter 25. The effort enhancer. The throng of admirers seeking photographs and autographs was overwhelming. It took an entire hour for Jiang Shan to manage it all. Is it truly this exhausting to be famous? He couldn't help but sigh while waving his sore arms. At that moment, Dr. Okido, whose arrival was unbeknownst to him, approached. Once you become the champion of the Kanto League, you will likely find yourself even busier than you are now. Dr. Okido, you finally made it. Upon seeing Dr. Okido, Jiang Shan felt a sense of fulfillment. The earlier 50 points had also been credited to his account. I came not only to gather information on Dragonite, but also to introduce you to an old friend of mine, Dr. Okido remarked as they walked. Jiang Shan followed him. Puzzled. A friend of Dr. Okido in Blue Purity? There aren't any researchers or scientists around. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, they arrived at a building with a sign indicating it specialized in Pokémon-related merchandise, adorned with a logo resembling the letters. Jiang Shan recognized this S-shaped emblem. It was the renowned symbol of the Silver Company. The Silver Company was quite formidable, having pioneered the current Pokeball technology and invented various TMs and items. Did Blue Purity also have a branch of silver? This was indeed news to Jiang Shan. But why had Dr. Okido brought him here? Was he to meet a high-ranking official from the Silver Company? Or perhaps there was something valuable he wished to present him. With these thoughts, Jiang Shan felt a spark of anticipation. They continued to the top office of the building, where a bespectacled middle-aged man awaited them, wearing a furrowed brow. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Bin, the vice president of the Silver Company, and this is Jiang Shan, whom I believe you've seen on television. Upon hearing this introduction, the middle-aged man immediately approached them, saying, At last, I have been waiting for you, Mr. Jiang Shan, the rampaging trainer. You must help us navigate this crisis. Mr. Bin, the vice president of the Silver Company? Jiang Shan thought, surprised to find he needed assistance from himself. If he helped their company, wouldn't that mean he could obtain any item he desired in the future? What troubles does your company face? Excited yet curious, Jiang Shan swiftly inquired. Mr. Bin sighed. A few days ago, I discovered that our headquarters in Goldenrod City seems to have been invaded and occupied by Team Rocket. We have received no response from the League despite our pleas for help. Our headquarters houses crucial data and materials that cannot be lost. Hence, I reached out to the doctor to contact you, someone who has dealt with Team Rocket on multiple occasions. We hope you can assist us in resolving this matter. Team Rocket? This nefarious organization had set its sights on the Silver Company. It was no surprise that the League had not responded. It was evident from Ma Zhisher that many departments within the League had been infiltrated by Team Rocket. Their communications must have been intercepted. However, this situation seemed to present an opportunity for him. I will soon challenge the gym in Goldenrod City. And since it's on my way, I can assist you in dealing with Team Rocket. However, Jiang Shan hesitated, and Mr. Bin seemed to understand. Rest assured, the rewards will be substantial. Mr. Bin waved his hand, and an aide brought forth a box of medicines. This is our research on the Pokémon Effort Enhancer. Once administered to Pokémon, it can enhance their various abilities without any side effects. We have a total of 5 of these enhancers. The box read HP Effort Enhancement. Receiving the box, Jiang Shan struggled to contain his excitement. While he had anticipated the Silver Company would be generous, he had not expected Mr. Bin to offer such a precious item. This could directly enhance the attributes of his Pokémon. It was akin to winning a luxury prize in a lottery. May I inquire, how much would this cost if one were to purchase it? Jiang Shan couldn't help but ask tentatively. Mr. Bin shrugged. 1 million for each. Meaning this box of 5 was worth 5 million? Jiang Shan was nearly taken aback, almost dropping the box of enhancers. This is merely a token of our meeting. Upon successful completion of your task, we can even provide you with an additional 5 enhancers of your choice. Mr. Bin continued, and Jiang Shan nodded eagerly. Count on me. How could I refuse a gift valued at 10 million for merely defeating a bunch of lowlifes? After Jiang Shan nodded, a notification chimed in his mind. Notification. Event quest triggered. Quest details. Liberate the Silver Company headquarters. Quest rewards. 200 lottery points. As the notification concluded, a voice emerged from behind him. So, this is the rampaging trainer, Jiang Shan? How much battle experience can someone younger than I truly possess? A woman in a white lab coat and glasses approached, her expression cold. Today's media often glorifies so-called prodigious trainers. Yet they are merely superficial figures lacking a fundamental understanding of Pokémon-type advantages. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Shan, making it clear she was speaking directly to him. Not one to endure such derision, Jiang Shan retorted. So you must be quite experienced and strong then? I wonder how many badges you have collected or which Kanto League Championship or Elite Four title you hold. At this, the woman's expression darkened. Auntie? You cheeky brat. I see I've struck a nerve. While I have not participated in the league competition, my battle experience allows me to easily crush newcomers like you. Realizing she was yet another self-important opponent, Jiang Shan initially intended to dismiss her. However, Mr. Ben suddenly stood up and interjected. Lai Hua, do not speak so recklessly. Mr. Jiang Shan is quite renowned. However, if Mr. Jiang Shan does not mind, could we request a battle against my daughter, Lai Hua, to showcase your formidable strength? Was this a challenge to his skills? It seemed those 5 million worth of enhancers were not so easily won. Perhaps this father-daughter duo had conspired to ensure their safety by putting on this performance. The objective was clearly to assess his capabilities. If he could not defeat Lai Hua, it seemed the enhancers would be rescinded. With Mr. Ben's request, how could he refuse? Jiang Shan glanced at the reluctant doctor. Okido, and nodded. Soon, they arrived at an open area behind the building. Notification, random quest triggered. Quest details, defeat Lai Hua. Quest rewards, 50 lottery points. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Shan inquired, what are the rules? It's simple, a one-on-one battle. All right, go, Ninetales. Jiang Shan threw the Pokeball. Lai Hua scoffed at the sight. Alolan Ninetales? That Pokémon is 4 times weak to Steel-type moves. You bring forth such an evident weakness. Truly a superficial contender. Regardless of your perceived advantage, you think you can defeat me so easily? Jiang Shan retorted with a cold smile. Ninetales, use Aurora Veil. The light blue veil unfolded instantaneously. Steelix, use Metal Claw. The Steelix leapt up, attacking with its silver claws. Ninetales, evade and use Confuse Ray. Utilizing its superior speed, Ninetales dodged the strike, sealing Steelix's Metal Claw move and rendering it unable to attack. Lai Hua laughed softly. Confuse Ray? Impressive. But what good is it? While you seal my attack, I will simply strengthen myself until your move expires, and then you will be finished. Steelix, use Lighten Up. The armored bird's body lightens, and its speed increases. However, Jiang Shan reveals a sinister smile. Is that so? Ninetales, let's do it again. Upon hearing this, Lai Hua's expression shifts dramatically. A paralysis technique combined with do it again? What a repulsive strategy. Indeed, the armored bird continues to become uncontrollable and lighter, while Lai Hua employs an attack skill, and Jiang Shan persistently immobilizes her. Occasionally, when she strikes Ninetales, the damage is mitigated by the Aurora Shield. After several rounds, Lai Hua is utterly disgusted. Moreover, Jiang Shan is clearly capable of attacking, yet he refrains, allowing Ninetales to toy with her. She can only watch helplessly as she reaches her breaking point. You insufferable fiend, I concede. What did you say? The wind is too strong. I couldn't hear you. I concede. I accept your surrender, Jiang Shan replies with a cheeky grin, infuriating Lai Hua. Notification, task completed. Notification, 50 lottery points. Chapter 26. The Colossal Jellyfish. The battle concluded with Lai Hua conceding defeat. She was thoroughly disgusted by the fight against Jiang Shan. The tactics employed were unprecedented for her. After such an ordeal, Lai Hua resolutely decided never to battle with a trainer like Jiang Shan again. It was far too grueling. Of course, Jiang Shan's victory did have its advantages. Mr. Ben was completely convinced of his capabilities. Moreover, he presented Jiang Shan with a VIP card, which granted a 50% discount on all purchases within the building. However, most of the items here did not appeal to Jiang Shan. The only exception was a peculiar pair of glasses that piqued his interest. These were inspection glasses, newly developed by our company. Upon wearing them, one could perceive things invisible to the naked eye. Noticing Jiang Shan fixated on the glasses at the counter, Lai Hua, who was reluctantly accompanying him at Mr. Ben's insistence, explained with a glum expression. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan immediately inquired, what exactly are these things that the naked eye cannot see? Can you provide examples? Lai Hua, growing impatient, replied, they're like those invisible ghosts. Understand? Invisible ghosts? So that's what it is. Lai Hua's explanation made it quite comprehensible. How much are these glasses? I mean, after the discount. Not expensive at all, 50,000. Lai Hua raised her hand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan shook his head in disbelief. 50,000 is not expensive. I certainly can't afford that. What? You're broke? If you're short on cash, you could head to Yachting Dock and assist Granny Jean in eliminating the agate jellyfish. There's a reward of 1 million. Lai Hua suggested upon realizing Jiang Shan's financial predicament. Granny Jean at Yachting Dock? 1 million? The agate jellyfish isn't exactly a formidable Pokémon. A single thunder from Zapdos would likely resolve the issue, right? Earning that 1 million seems far too easy. It's practically handing out money. How could one refuse? Jiang Shan promptly asked, where can I find Granny Jean? You wouldn't be able to locate her even if I told you. Come with me. I'm heading to Yachting Dock for some business anyway. It's a free ride, after all. Before departing, Jiang Shan remembered to send Professor Ohm the data on Dragonite. This data could be acquired simply by scanning a Pokeball, and it was quite swift. Equally swift was Lai Hua's sports car. Jiang Shan hadn't realized she was a speed enthusiast. The car sped down the highway as if it were in a blockbuster movie. However, thanks to her, they arrived at Yachting Dock in mere minutes. After being guided by Lai Hua to Granny Jin's residence, Jiang Shan discovered that she was the wealthy investor behind the construction of the Ocean Hotel. Observing the elderly woman before him, who stood less than 5 feet tall and leaned on a cane, he felt a twinge of admiration. I need someone to eliminate those jellyfish because they incessantly disrupt the progress of the hotel's construction. It's infuriating. Granny Jean gritted her teeth as she spoke of the jellyfish. Jiang Shan interjected, I can help drive away the jellyfish, but is that 1 million reward genuine? Of course it is. No deception here. With your renowned reputation, I'm sure you'll succeed effortlessly. If all goes smoothly, I can offer an additional 500,000 as a gesture of friendship. Granny Jean smiled as she provided an extra incentive. This old woman certainly knew how to deal with people. No wonder she had amassed such wealth at her age. Hint, event task triggered. Task details, peacefully handle the jellyfish. Task reward, 150 lottery points. Upon hearing the task prompt, Jiang Shan paused for a moment. Peacefully handle the jellyfish? What does that mean? Based on the system's previous task assignments, it typically outlines specific actions based on current circumstances. For instance, dealing with Dayo and Majishur. Peaceful handling implies no direct confrontation. If the agate jellyfish were maliciously sabotaging the construction, the system would logically issue a task requiring their outright elimination, rather than this vague request for peaceful resolution. This suggested that something was amiss. With this in mind, Jiang Shan turned to Granny Jean. Granny, are you certain that those agate jellyfish are deliberately sabotaging the construction? Well, of course they are. A flicker of unease crossed Granny Jin's eyes. Jiang Shan keenly noticed this. At that moment, another task prompt echoed in his mind. Hint, random task triggered. Task details, expose Granny Jin's wicked nature. Task reward, 50 lottery points. This task clarified everything. Granny Jean was indeed lying. However, he couldn't forfeit the 1 million. Understood, I shall attend to the jellyfish swarm, with the intent to unravel the truth and secure the reward. Jiang Shan maintained a calm facade. Watching him depart, Granny Jean furrowed her brow, distribute flyers widely, proclaiming that anyone who can eliminate the jellyfish swarm will receive 1 million. Jiang Shan's demeanor had led her to believe he might not be reliable. Thus, she decided to recruit additional help. Her subordinates immediately sprang into action upon hearing her command. Meanwhile, as Jiang Shan and Lai Hua exited, they encountered Xiaoji and his companions surrounding a seahorse that was spewing ink. Seemingly engaged in some form of communication, the seahorse was discussing the jellyfish. Lai Hua suddenly interjected, prompting Jiang Shan to express his surprise. Can you actually comprehend the meaning of the seahorse's ink drawings? Of course. I'm a researcher too. Lai Hua waved her white lab coat and continued. It indicates that the Ocean Hotel construction has disrupted the agate jellyfish's nesting grounds. And now a special agate jellyfish is leading a rebellion against humanity. So that's the situation. Now it all made sense. No wonder the jellyfish continually obstructed the construction. This Granny Jean was maliciously damaging the ecosystem. After all, it wasn't just a single agate jellyfish's nest. It was the shared home of thousands of agate jellyfish in the vicinity. But what is this special agate jellyfish? I don't know. It's just very special. Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from the ocean. A colossal jellyfish, towering over 100 meters, swung its tentacles, shattering the partially constructed Ocean Hotel in half. Simultaneously, it was accompanied by a dark mass of agate jellyfish surging towards the shore, clearly seeking vengeance against humanity. Without a doubt, this enormous jellyfish was the special one depicted by the seahorse. The jellyfish continued to advance with a thunderous roar, the waves crashing violently, causing tourists to panic and flee towards the city center. What are you still staring at? Hurry and escape. Seeing Jiang Shan dazed, Lai Hua pulled him to run. However, Jiang Shan turned and headed towards the jellyfish. Witnessing his reckless approach, onlookers gawked at him as if he were a madman. Was he seeking his own demise? That gargantuan jellyfish could crush him with a single tentacle. He resembled a deranged trainer. What a shame about that face. If he had emulated Jiang Shan, he might have garnered media attention and made money, but now he was courting death. Forget about that fool, let us run. Surrounded by chaos, Jiang Shan was oblivious to the clamor. He was fixated on the jellyfish, his heart racing with excitement. This time, it wasn't a machine but a truly living Pokémon, and its size was nearly identical to his mighty Dragonite. Now, Dragonite would have a companion. Moreover, If he could capture it, he could command the jellyfish to retreat while simultaneously exposing Granny Jin's sinister ocean hotel plans. Wouldn't he that perfectly resolve the task? As for the 1 million? If it truly was attainable, so be it. Capturing a Pokémon was far more pressing at this moment. After all, he could save up to buy those glasses later. With that thought, Jiang Shan took out an Ultra Ball. Come forth, colossal Dragonite. With a thunderous roar, Dragonite's massive form emerged from the Pokeball. The path of the colossal jellyfish was abruptly obstructed, and the fleeing tourists instantly erupted in excitement. It was none other than the gigantic Dragonite of the ferocious trainer. Oh, what a remarkable sight. Salvation was at hand. Goodness, is that truly the master? I thought it merely resembled. How intriguing, two giants. I wonder who is more formidable. Undoubtedly, Master Jiang Shan's Dragonite must be the superior one. At that moment, Laiwa was also rendered speechless. She had never anticipated that Jiang Shan possessed such a massive Dragonite. If only he had revealed this in their previous encounter. Laiwa shuddered, daring not to dwell further on the thought. Chapter 27. Good deeds are rewarded. The enormous Dragonite was brimming with excitement. It had spotted a similarly sized Pokémon. This time, it was truly not a counterfeit. After enduring years of solitude, it was finally encountering a companion, and it could not resist rushing forward to embrace the Tentacruel. However, a slap from the Tentacruel's tentacles sent it reeling. Who is this hulking creature? Get away from me! The massive Tentacruel exclaimed. Jiang Shan initially thought the Tentacruel was capable of speech until he saw the Team Rocket Meowth ensnared by its tentacles, unexpectedly caught by this group of jellyfish. Nonetheless, this development proved advantageous for Jiang Shan. With Meowth at his disposal, he could communicate with the jellyfish, thus facilitating the process of capturing it. This is my Pokémon, and it wishes for you to be its companion. Therefore, I shall defeat you and capture you, Jiang Shan declared. The Tentacruel turned its gaze towards him, seething with rage. You wretched human, do you dare to dream of capturing me? You are simply deluded. You humans have ravaged our home, and I shall never forgive you, nor will I ever become your Pokémon, it declared, angrily swinging its tentacles toward Jiang Shan. Upon witnessing the attack, Dragonite instinctively swung its tail, blocking the Tentacruel's tentacles and sending it several meters away. Jiang Shan continued, if you cannot even defeat my Dragonite, what right do you have to speak of sparing humanity? Let us make a deal. If I defeat you, you shall become my Pokémon, and I will help you exact revenge. Those who have destroyed your home will face retribution. What do you say? The Tentacruel responded in an irate tone. If I truly cannot win, I will accept your deal. Unfortunately for you, I shall not lose, and I cannot lose. With that, it unleashed a murky water jet. This was the move Muddy Water, known for its considerable power. However, Dragonite remained undaunted. Jiang Shan commanded. Use Quick Attack to dodge with utmost speed and then employ Dragon Dance to enhance your strength. Dragonite executed Quick Attack with remarkable swiftness, evading the muddy water while colliding with the massive Tentacruel, producing a thunderous sound. It seemed that the impact had made the Tentacruel acutely aware of Dragonite's might, and it was not pleased. Damn humans, everyone, attack. The beleaguered Tentacruel roared as countless anemone jellyfish began their assault. Dragonite used Thunder Punch to strike the ground. Thunder Punch was an electric-type move particularly effective against the dual water poison-type Tentacruel. With a resounding crash, Dragonite's electrified fist hammered the ground, causing currents to radiate outwards. The feeble anemone jellyfish were all incapacitated, a mass defeat, leaving the Tentacruel stunned. I told you, you cannot win. Accept the deal, Jiang Shan urged as Dragonite executed another Dragon Dance before employing Thunder Punch once more. Dragonite, now doubly empowered, prepared its attack. As the Tentacruel braced itself for impact, it mustered a final effort, declaring, I shall never concede to you vile humans. Barrier. With a series of ominous sounds, the Tentacruel's barrier fortified its defenses, yet Dragonite shattered it with a single blow, continuing the Thunder Punch to strike the Tentacruel directly. Though bolstered by the barrier, it still stood, but not for long. If one blow fails, I shall strike again. Thunder Punch. With a thunderous impact, the weakened Tentacruel collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shan immediately tossed a great ball, and with a satisfying click, the capture was successful. Jiang Shan paused, momentarily stunned. Was it truly this simple? Such a duplicitous Tentacruel. Though it understood it could not win and had accepted the deal, it had pretended otherwise, leading Jiang Shan to doubt his ability to capture it. Notification: captured giant Tentacruel. Notification: 100 lottery points. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Shan retrieved the great ball. Nearby, onlookers erupted in cheers. Victory! Lord Jiang Shan is incredible. Such a rare sight, a battle of two gigantic Pokémon. I told you that Dragonite was formidable. Indeed, it is Lord Jiang Shan's Pokémon. Now that giant jellyfish also belongs to him. I wish I could have a giant Pokémon too. Amidst the crowd's admiration, Jiang Shan glanced towards the harbor, where Granny Jean had been watching for quite some time. As he approached, she expressed her displeasure. What is the meaning of this? If you had acted sooner, my seaside hotel would not have been destroyed. She was still fixated on the hotel. Jiang Shan coldly regarded her and released the giant tentacruel. What do you intend to do by releasing it? Feigning calm, Granny Jean responded. Jiang Shan asked icily, tell me. Did you not know that the coral reef beneath the hotel was the tentacruel's nesting ground, yet still proceeded to destroy it for construction? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Granny Jean turned away, pretending to be ignorant. Observing her shamelessness, Jiang Shan waved his hand. The tentacruel immediately ensnared her with its tentacles. If you do not speak the truth, I shall have it toss you into the ruins of the seaside hotel and allow the jellyfish to surround you. So you can experience the feeling of being homeless, unable to escape, and waiting to perish among the ruins. Upon uttering this, the tentacruel prepared to throw her. Seeing the situation, Granny Jean became frantic. She had no fear of anything else, but she dreaded being surrounded by the jellyfish. They were now filled with hatred for her. If trapped by those jellyfish, who knew what horrific methods they would employ to punish her for being the enemy that destroyed their home? Granny Jean hastily relented, I confess. I knew that the coral under the hotel was the tentacruel's nesting ground. But so what? Those ugly, useless creatures cannot be eaten and frequently paralyze others with their toxic stingers. Do they deserve to possess beautiful coral reefs? I would rather drive them away and build a seaside hotel. Kid, I am quite wealthy. How about we collaborate? Let those foul jellyfish leave forever, and we can establish a new hotel and profit. She smiled, attempting to win Jiang Shan over. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur. After all, Granny Jin's actions were highly unethical, and once this reached the Alliance's ears, someone would surely come to investigate her misconduct. Do you think I would agree to your proposal? Jiang Shan replied coldly, waving his hand once more. The tentacruel immediately raised its tentacles. What do you intend to do? You rascal. I have already told you everything. You cannot let this wretched jellyfish throw me. Granny Jean panicked. Jiang Shan remained expressionless. I may choose not to throw you, but the tentacruel will do as it pleases, and that is beyond my control. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's brazen response, Granny Jean was left speechless. Before she could gather her thoughts, the tentacruel had already flung her far away into the ruins of the seaside hotel. She would not escape unscathed. Even if she managed to survive, the Alliance would be watching her closely. Any further attempts to destroy the ecosystem would be utterly impossible. At this moment, the notification of task completion sounded. Notification: 2 tasks have been completed. Notification: 200 lottery points. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Shan, who was in the process of recalling his 2 giant Pokémon and preparing to leave, suddenly noticed a check lying where Granny Jean had been. The amount written was 150,000. This money is ultimately mine. He had thought he would be unable to secure the funds, only to discover that Granny Jean had prepared the check in advance, and, ironically, it had fallen. Is this the reward for doing good deeds? How delightful. Now he could purchase a magnifying glass. After discreetly stowing away the check, Jiang Shan, once the matter with Lai Hua was resolved, took her car back to buy the glasses before setting off towards Golden City. Before leaving, he requested the professor to apply for a Pokémon slot, for the tentacruel could not be transported. Dr. Damu wished to utilize it for research, but was declined by Jiang Shan. Such a colossal spirit proves to be remarkably versatile, providing comfort wherever it may be. Chapter 28. The mysterious strait. To reach Golden City, one must traverse a significant stop, the renowned Maiden Strait. 2 days after departing from Lampiki City, Jiang Shan arrived in this bustling locale, alive with the fervor of the summer temple fair. How lively it is! Jiang Shan surveyed his surroundings, noting the throngs of travelers and merchants populating the streets. In a moment of daze, he glimpsed a beautiful woman in ancient attire. But before he could steal another glance, she vanished into thin air. Am I seeing things? Jiang Shan rubbed his eyes. A voice called from behind. Is that you, Master Jiang Shan? It was Miss Jun Sha from Maiden Strait, approaching on her motorcycle. It truly is you. My cousin from Lampiki mentioned you would pass through here on your way to Golden City. The Jun family certainly possesses keen information. So, is there something you need from me? Jiang Shan was not averse to her request, as often such engagements led to tasks, and he would not refuse the opportunity for lottery points. We indeed require your assistance. Jun Sha nodded earnestly. Every time we hold the temple fair, young men mysteriously go missing for a time. Most of them eventually return, tossed onto nearby roads by criminals, yet a few vanish forever. Those who do return often remain unconscious for an extended period. This did not sound like an ordinary crime. So you wish for me to help solve this case? Jiang Shan inquired thoughtfully, to which Jun Sha affirmed with a nod. We have attempted to investigate, but we are consistently thwarted by a mysterious force, leaving us at a standstill. What do you mean by a mysterious force? Jiang Shan interjected. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, it is an unknown power, such as suddenly falling asleep at critical moments or becoming ensnared in an inescapable fantasy. This certainly did not seem like a human capability. Could it be the work of a spirit? Having grasped the general situation, Jiang Shan agreed to assist. I will help, he said, stroking his chin as a notification chimed. Notification. Event task triggered. Task details. Unravel the maiden straight case. Task reward. 100 lottery points. Listening intently, Jiang Shan continued to inquire. From Jun Sha, he learned of a local legend. 2,000 years prior, a maiden awaited her lover who had gone to war, standing on the cliff day after day, until she transformed into a stone statue. This statue is the famous Maiden Rock. Is that it? Jiang Shan gazed upwards. The statue of the maiden on the cliff appeared remarkably lifelike. Local tales also suggested that the missing individuals bore a resemblance to the maiden's lover, leading to their abduction by her ghost. However, we have investigated Maiden Rock and found nothing. Jun Sha shrugged helplessly. Yet, a notion began to form in Jiang Shan's mind. He hopped onto Jun Sha's motorcycle. Let us go to Maiden Rock. I believe I have deduced the identity of the perpetrator. Really? But there's nothing there. Jun Sha questioned as she started the engine. Albeit she ultimately chose to trust Jiang Shan. After all, his reputation was formidable. Soon, they arrived at Maiden Rock, which also housed a shrine dedicated to the maiden. As they reached the site, they coincidentally encountered the shrine's caretaker displaying the shrine's treasures, including an ancient painting of the maiden from 2 millennia ago. Upon seeing it, Jiang Shan was taken aback. The ancient maiden depicted in the artwork resembled the fleeting beauty he had glimpsed earlier. Gazing at the painting, Jiang Shan murmured, Indeed. What do you mean, indeed? Have you discovered something? Jun Sha pressed, and Jiang Shan smiled, nodding. I had a hunch about the culprit, but now I am certain. Moreover, they will undoubtedly appear here tonight. Really? I shall contact the personnel immediately, excited by the prospect of solving the case. Jun Sha hurriedly summoned the law enforcers from the Alliance working at Maiden Strait. They had previously faced obstacles in their investigations. This time, Jun Sha sought to ensure absolute certainty. Jiang Shan did not deter her. As time passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night enveloped Maiden Strait. The Alliance enforcers lay in wait, yet the hours dragged on without any sign of the entity they sought. Complaints began to surface. Have we made a mistake? There is nothing here? This is a waste of our time. We investigated this place before and found nothing. Mr. Jiang Shan may excel in controlling spirit battles, but I doubt he possesses the skills to solve a case. Others echoed their sentiments. Indeed, this is utter nonsense. Jun Sha began to waver in her confidence. Yet Jiang Shan remained unfazed, patiently awaiting developments. The full moon was obscured by clouds, and as deep night fell, the enforcers, yawning, could no longer withstand the tedium and began to rise. What a waste of time. Let us leave. Just then, Jiang Shan noticed a swirling black mist hovering above Maiden Rock. This mist gradually coalesced into a ghostly visage. Before Jiang Shan could scrutinize it further, the apparition suddenly radiated a gray aura, exuding a terrifying aura of oppression that surged towards them. What is that? A ghost? The Alliance enforcers recoiled in fear. Jiang Shan cast a glance at the ashen faces of the group and coldly declared, This is the culprit you have been pursuing, a ghost-type spirit, Gaisu. It just utilized its dark pulse ability. It is astonishing that you, as members of the Alliance, lack the patience to wait for the perpetrator and exhibit such abysmal composure. I cannot fathom how you were selected by the Alliance. His derision left the enforcers feeling somewhat ashamed. Yet, one could not help but retort, Humph, just because you say Gaisu is the culprit, does that make it so? What evidence do you have? Perhaps you are merely grasping at straws since you cannot locate the real criminal? Can you really justify the time we wasted waiting here from evening until nightfall? A few enforcers chimed in agreement. Jiang Shan coldly scrutinized the speaker, replying, As an Alliance enforcer, do you not understand the nature and ecological habits of Gaisu? They delight in mischief and can hypnotize their prey with the toxic mist enveloping them, draining their energy. If I am not mistaken, the missing individuals fell into a stupor due to this. Moreover, Jun Sha mentioned that your investigations were impeded. You frequently fell inexplicably asleep or became ensnared in fantasies. Is it not a curious coincidence that Gaisu specializes in hypnosis, easily rendering individuals unconscious or entrapped in illusions? Furthermore, it can create phantoms. For instance, transforming into that ancient maiden. Jiang Shan's gaze bore into the enforcer as he spoke. All these details aligned with the evidence. The Alliance enforcers felt their faces flush, unable to counter his claims. At that moment, Gaisu suddenly chuckled. How amusing. It's the first time a human has seen through it all. This admission confirmed Jiang Shan's assertions. The eyes of all present shifted towards him. They had not anticipated his capabilities. He possessed profound knowledge of spirits. No wonder he was so renowned. They admired him, truly admired him. How unfortunate that he did not pursue a career as a detective. Jiang Shan gazed at Jiang Shan with newfound admiration. She never anticipated that the case they had been unable to unravel for many years would be resolved so swiftly by Jiang Shan, who even managed to uncover the true culprit. To her surprise, she had previously harbored some doubts. After all, it was she who had entrusted the task to him. The thought filled her with a sense of shame. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan's mind resonated with a voice. Notification. Task completed. Notification. 100 lottery points. Notification. Random task triggered. Task details. Capture the criminal. Ghost Sea. Task reward. 100 lottery points. Chapter 29. The terrifying Jengar the criminal has finally emerged and must be apprehended. Moreover, a capture mission has been triggered. Naturally, Jiang Shan must take matters into his own hands. Furthermore, to his astonishment, this Jengar can speak human language. Capturing it to serve as a translator seems like a splendid idea. With this thought, Jiang Shan produced a Pokeball. What do you intend to do with that Pokeball, kid? Jengar remarked in a mocking tone upon witnessing Jiang Shan's actions. You humans can't possibly be thinking of capturing me, can you? Hee. After its laughter, it suddenly vanished from sight. Everyone, beware. That is Jengar's ability to become invisible. Miss Junsha warned loudly, signaling to the others to remain cautious. Just as she finished her warning, a scream pierced the air. An enforcer collapsed, convulsing on the ground. It's Lick. It will paralyze you. Step back and leave this to me, Jiang Shan shouted, throwing the Pokeball to summon his Aerodactyl. Though he surveyed the area, he still could not spot Jengar. Miss Junsha, filled with concern, asked, how can you deal with it if you can't even see it? Who says I cannot see it? I have this. Jiang Shan replied with a smile, donning a pair of goggles he had purchased in Lamper City. Initially, he bought them out of mere curiosity. Little did he know they would prove useful so soon. Aerodactyl, use Rock Slide over there. After putting on the goggles, Jengar became visible. Hearing Jiang Shan's command, Aerodactyl, though unable to see Jengar, obediently unleashed a Rock Slide, sending massive boulders crashing down. With a thunderous roar, the rocks fell, sending dust and debris into the air. Jengar, now visible, coughed and exclaimed, cough, cough, you little brat. I didn't expect you to possess such peculiar gadgets. However, capturing me with your current strength seems rather improbable, doesn't it? Is that so? You speak rather boldly. Jiang Shan replied as he activated his Pokédex to scan Jengar. Name, Jengar, level, 74, type, Ghost Poison, HP, 151-151, gender, male, nature, mischievous, ability, levitate, moves, hypnosis, shadow ball, lick, dark pulse. Seeing the information displayed, Jiang Shan's expression shifted drastically. The creature's level was an astounding 74. Moreover, it was a wild Pokémon. How many years had it lived to reach such a level? Hee, scared are you? I've lived countless years and seen all manner of storms. You, with your little wits, dare to attempt to capture me? If I get serious, you're finished. At this moment, the others recognized the peculiar strength of Jengar. Its level was exceptionally high, implying its power was equally formidable. It seemed unlikely that even Jiang Shan could defeat it. Perhaps, we should retreat? Someone suggested hesitantly. Upon hearing this, the others chimed in, yes, this Jengar is beyond our capabilities. Its level is too high. We stand no chance. Even Mr. Jiang Shan might not be able to win. We should request assistance from the League. Another added, indeed, we should retreat and think of a plan. Amidst these comments, Jiang Shan remained silent, contemplating the possibility of defeating Jengar. Since the system had issued a mission, it indicated that there must be a way to overcome this formidable foe with his current strength. But what could that method be? As the night breeze began to rise, bringing a touch of chill, Jengar muttered, ugh, the wind is picking up again, so annoying. Hearing this, Jiang Shan's eyes lit up. He recalled attending Professor Oak's summer camp, where it was mentioned that Pokémon like Jengar were particularly sensitive to strong winds due to their bodies being composed of toxic mist. A strong breeze could disperse the mist, thereby weakening it and causing it to shrink. Come forth, my fiery little one, Flareon, Bellossom, Ninetales. Without further hesitation, Jiang Shan summoned his other Pokémon. Observing his refusal to retreat, the others frowned. Truly a reckless trainer, all he knows is battle, foolish. One scoffed. Does he not realize he cannot win? Let us hope he doesn't drag us down with him. Just let him go and die. It might buy us the time we need to escape. Enough. Let us move. He can't hold out for long. Ignoring their jeers, Jiang Shan commanded Aerodactyl. Use Tailwind to boost our speed. Flareon, use Heat Wave. Bellossom, Sunny Day. Ninetales, use Confusion. Jengar feared both wind and sunlight. Employing Sunny Day would further weaken it. As expected, with Bellisum's skill activated, a ray of sunlight illuminated Jengar, blinding it momentarily. Simultaneously, Flareon's heat wave unleashed a powerful gust, dispersing the mist enveloping Jengar. Its form visibly shrank, and its strength diminished as well. However, this also incited Jengar's wrath. "You insufferable brat. You must be tired of living. No one dares to provoke me after all these years. Yet here you are, rushing to meet your doom. Taste my power." As it spoke, a beam of light shot forth from its eyes. Without hesitation, Jiang Shan performed a roll to evade, and the spot where he stood moments before was struck, resulting in a violent explosion that left a massive crater. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jiang Shan chuckled. "Ninetales, use confusion." Despite Jengar's overwhelming strength, the effects of confusion would not last long. However, even a brief control would suffice, rendering Jengar incapable of executing powerful counterattacks. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shan continued to issue commands. "Flareon, maintain heat wave. Aerodactyl, rock slide. Bellisum, use sleep powder. Ninetales, unleash ice beam." With a barrage of attacks, Jengar found itself unable to dodge effectively, sustaining considerable damage as it grew weaker. It attempted to retaliate, but after rushing forward to use Lick, Ninetales struck again, forcing Jengar to rely solely on its tongue to attack. Yet Jiang Shan's Pokémon were swift. Even when Jengar managed to lick, the impact was minimal. Thus, Jengar endured relentless torment and depletion, its physical form shrinking until it resembled merely a palm-sized entity. "Stop. Please, no more. I surrender. I surrender, is that not enough?" Jengar pleaded, tears welling in its eyes. A level 74 powerhouse reduced to submission by a novice trainer. Upon hearing its plea for surrender, Jiang Shan immediately tossed out a Pokeball, while the enforcers and bystanders who had yet to escape stood in stunned silence. They could scarcely believe it. Jiang Shan dared to confront a level 74 Jengar. Not only did he dare, but he had also emerged victorious, though his methods were somewhat underhanded. A victory is still a victory, no denying it. By the heavens, I won't watch the league matches without him from now on. Indeed, the reputation of a fierce trainer is well deserved. This new batch of trainers is astonishingly strong. I knew Master Jiang Shan would triumph. Please. You're merely a backseat driver. I saw you trying to flee earlier. What do you mean flee? That was a tactical retreat. Ignoring the chatter around him, Jiang Shan's gaze remained fixed on the Pokeball on the ground. Thud, 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 ding. After shaking 3 times, the Pokeball stilled. Notification, mission completed. Notification, 100 reward points. With the notifications received, Jiang Shan picked up the Pokeball. A level 74 Jengar, successfully captured. Chapter 30. The violent black butterfree. To be candid, Jiang Shan felt a surge of excitement. This Ghastly possessed a commendable level, yet it also bore significant limitations. A high level indicates a diminished potential for growth. Given its current level, it should have evolved by now. The absence of evolution must be its own choice, implying that it can never evolve in the future. While evolution does not signify everything, it undoubtedly enhances one's capabilities. Unfortunately, this Ghastly cannot be integrated into the main team. A pity, really, as it can even speak. Just as Jiang Shan was contemplating this, the Pokeball had not yet been teleported away when Ghastly unexpectedly emerged from the ball. "You pesky little brat. I admit you are impressive. Though you captured me, I am accustomed to freedom and shall not heed your commands," Ghastly huffed, expressing its discontent. With a stern countenance, Jiang Shan retorted, "Spare me your nonsense. Do not forget the numerous misdeeds you have committed that endangered countless tourists. You must realize, there are still some tourists whose whereabouts remain unknown." Ghastly appeared momentarily stunned. "Impossible. I returned everyone." "Returned them? You mean you tossed them aside by the roadside? Or left them unconscious, oblivious to the dangers they might encounter? Is that not your responsibility?" Jiang Shan pressed, causing Ghastly to lower its head. Despite its proficiency in human speech, it remained a Pokémon, often acting on whims without considering the consequences. The notion of individuals going completely missing was something it had never contemplated. "I merely intended to frighten them. I had promised the young girl ghost that I would help her spread her story," Ghastly said, sounding aggrieved. "I never anticipated it would come to this." Enough with the pity party. Jiang Shan was unsympathetic towards the ghostly creature. "Lord Jiang Shan, might I suggest we keep it? It could provide valuable clues to locate the missing individuals, and its abilities are noteworthy. It could assist us in apprehending the culprits, thereby redeeming itself." Miss Junsha interjected after a moment's thought. Jiang Shan had no objections to relinquishing Ghastly. After all, it was troublesome and disobedient. The primary concern was its limited growth potential. Yet, handing it over to Junsha felt like a loss. Noticing Jiang Shan's hesitation, Ghastly seemed to read his thoughts. "I am quite willing to stay here and atone for my sins. if you believe it would be a loss to send me away, I can offer you a location with a powerful Pokémon. Oh, what Pokémon? Pray do tell. Ghastly's words piqued Jiang Shan's interest. Hee. It's a rather unfortunate creature I encountered during my wanderings, an utterly hideous and solitary black butterfree that no one else wants. Ghastly paused before continuing in human terms. It might be considered a so-called shiny Pokémon. Moreover, it is exceptionally strong, capable of taking on 10 at once. I witnessed it defeat 10 other butterfree with ease. A shiny Pokémon that could take on 10 opponents? This certainly eclipsed the cunning Ghastly. Capturing it would undoubtedly be worth the endeavor. Where is it? Jiang Shan inquired immediately. Ghastly pondered for a moment and replied, in the direction towards Golden City, around a cliff. Upon hearing Ghastly's description, a mission was triggered. Notification, random mission activated. Mission details, capture the black butterfree. Mission reward, 150 lottery points. The activation of the mission confirmed that Ghastly had not lied. Jiang Shan's spirit soared, with a new objective in mind. He remained at the young girl's strait only until the morning light before setting off directly. The destination was en route to Golden City, thus sparing him from any detours, a fortunate circumstance. Before departing, Jiang Shan left Ghastly behind and procured ample supplies from Miss Junsha, a token of her gratitude. Was this truly the location Ghastly spoke of? A day later, Jiang Shan arrived at the destination. It was indeed a cliff, bustling with trainers releasing their butterfree, who subsequently found partners and flew across the ocean to lay their eggs. This was a butterfree release point. As he pondered, a voice called out from nearby. Jiang Shan, over here, Jiang Shan. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Ash and his companions. It seemed Ash also had a butterfree. After joining them, Jiang Shan learned that Ash had indeed released his butterfree, which had already found a mate. Jiang Shan gazed up at the flurry of butterflies in the sky, not spotting Ash's butterfree. He noticed instead a shimmering electric net descending upon a group of butterfree, shocking them and causing smoke to billow, followed by a whirlwind that sent them flying. Nearby trainers began to curse. That violent butterfree is back. How infuriating. Drive it away. This grotesque creature wreaked havoc every year. Following the gazes of those around him, Jiang Shan spotted a black butterfree amidst the swarm, rampaging and attacking others. Was this the shiny butterfree Ghastly had mentioned? But why was it attacking its own kind? What was going on? Jiang Shan could not help but inquire. Brock shook his head. We have heard that this butterfree, due to its unappealing black color, has never been accepted by its peers, leading it to grow increasingly aggressive and attack any pairs it sees. So, it was merely a rampaging singleton. Was no one considering capturing or defeating it? Many have thought about it, but as you can see, that butterfree is extraordinarily strong and even capable of utilizing electric nets. Brock implied that no one had succeeded in defeating it. Yet, the stronger it was, the more intrigued Jiang Shan became. Taking out a Pokeball, he declared with a grin, since no one else can capture it, I shall not hesitate to claim it for myself. Come forth, Ninetales. With a flourish, the Azure Ninetales emerged, initiating with Aurora Veil, followed by Ice Beam. The Veil reduced damage while the Ice Beam, being super effective against Butterfree, would deal significant damage. However, the Butterfree, swift as ever, evaded the beam. Suddenly, the Butterfree emitted a piercing sound. This was Bug Buzz, a highly damaging move. Yet, the Aurora Veil mitigated a portion of the impact. Ninetales, use it once more. Jiang Shan commanded. Ninetales unleashed the attack again. The Butterfree, intending to use another skill, found itself involuntarily continuing to use Bug Buzz, leaving it suspended in the air, helplessly buzzing for an extended period. Jiang Shan seized this opportunity. Ninetales, unleash a flurry of ice beams. The ice beams flew forth in rapid succession. The Butterfree, unable to evade in time, was struck, its body freezing and its stamina plummeting. Jiang Shan promptly tossed a Pokeball. With a satisfying click, a critical capture was achieved. Notification, mission completed. Notification, 150 lottery points. Jiang Shan joyfully picked up the Pokeball, while Ash and the other trainers stood bewildered in the wind. Is that it? Is it really captured? That Butterfree was supposed to be formidable. Indeed, I had attempted to catch it before and was defeated. This is too quick. It was so strong. Yeah. And why did he only shake it once? A bunch of rookies. That was a protective charm, an incredibly rare and extraordinary item. My goodness. Such a miraculous item exists. Wow, I genuinely envy him. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Jiang Shan proudly released the recently captured shimmering Butterfree, simultaneously opening its profile. Name, Butterfree, level, 32, type, bug flying HP, 90-90, gender, female, nature, impulsive, ability, compound eyes, moves, Bug Buzz Electroweb Sleep Powder Silver Wind. Indeed, it possesses Electroweb and Silver Wind. Electro Web can unexpectedly counter its own flying type, while Silver Wind, upon usage, has a certain probability of enhancing all attributes, except HP, by one stage. It is no wonder that this creature had previously eluded capture, with its level and skill set. Avoiding a counterattack from it is already a stroke of luck, let alone capturing it. Fortunately, I possess a Ninetales to counter it, along with moves like Disable and Encore to restrict and frustrate it, preventing it from unleashing its full potential. This time, I sacrificed a useless Ghastly. Yet I have gained such a formidable Butterfree. Hee hee, what a profit, indeed a substantial gain. Chapter 31. The following phantom Jiang Shan departed from the cliff, continuing his journey. In the distance, the faint silhouette of Golden City came into view. This city serves as the economic heart of the region. It is interconnected with other cities and boasts a maglev train station, not to mention being the headquarters of the Silver Company. Ordinarily, one would expect this place to be bustling with activity. Yet, the city now appeared rather desolate. Observing the sparse foot traffic and the numerous shops adorned with closed signs along the street, Jiang Shan was filled with confusion. What could possibly have happened? How could this once thriving metropolis have become so forlorn? Could it be due to Team Rocket? That seems unlikely, as Team Rocket has not made any overt moves. Their invasion of Silver was merely for data. Never mind, let us first visit the Pokémon Center. Suppressing his bewilderment, Jiang Shan made his way to the Pokémon Center. In the past, the city's Pokémon centers were always bustling with trainers, but the one in Golden City was eerily empty. The front desk attendant, Nurse Joy, yawned repeatedly. It was only when Jiang Shan stepped inside that a glimmer of awareness returned to her dreamy eyes. Could you be the rampaging trainer, Jiang Shan? She inquired, somewhat uncertainly as she rose to her feet. Jiang Shan nodded, handing her his Pokeballs. Indeed, I just arrived today. By the way, Nurse Joy, I recall Golden City being quite prosperous in the past. What caused it to become so desolate and quiet? Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Joy's expression became one of resignation. It used to be very lively here, but ever since the peculiar and powerful Nasi became the gym leader, things have changed. Trainers who challenge her either end up as her dolls or are frightened away. Because of her, the number of travelers and trainers visiting has dwindled significantly. There are still many of her admirers in the city, those who have learned a bit of her psychic abilities and have become arrogant, turning the area into chaos. More and more people have moved away. Recently, Team Rocket has also emerged. In short, this city appears to be beyond saving. Jiang Shan was astonished to learn that Golden City had fallen to such depths. Yet, it seems the root of the issue lies with Nasi, the gym leader. Since he intended to challenge her, perhaps he could also deal with Nasi and her followers in the process. Maybe then the city could gradually recover. Hint, event quest triggered. Quest details, defeat Nasi to eliminate her psychic abilities. Quest reward, 300 lottery points. Jiang Shan was not surprised by the quest trigger. However, the details of the quest left him bewildered. How was he supposed to eliminate Nasi's psychic abilities? Just as Jiang Shan pondered this, Joy handed him a phone. It seems Miss Jusha from the Girl Estrade is trying to reach you. Miss Jusha? What could she want? Jiang Shan asked, perplexed, as he took the call. Just now, Gaisai accidentally let slip a detail. The ghost in the Girl Estrade is indeed real, and that ghost is following you. Miss Jusha spoke anxiously. Instantly, Jiang Shan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He instinctively glanced around, yet saw nothing. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his inspection mirror and placed it on. Suddenly, a semi-transparent ancient-dressed beauty appeared before him. She bore a striking resemblance to the ghost Gaisai had transformed into, but this one was a true phantom, floating in the air. Seemingly sensing Jiang Shan's wariness, the young ghost calmly stated, I follow you because you bear an uncanny resemblance to my beloved. I suspect you are his reincarnation. I wish to accompany you on your travels. Do not be too quick to refuse. I possess considerable supernatural powers that could assist you, such as dealing with Nasi. And I can even enter your Pokeball. Hearing this, Jiang Shan suddenly understood. No wonder the system instructed him to eliminate Nasi's abilities. He would likely need the ghost's assistance. The system must have been aware of her presence all along. However, her following him did not seem like a bad thing. After all, since she could enter his Pokeball, no one else would be able to see her. He could summon her to assist him when needed. It was akin to having a bodyguard, a win-win situation. Given the long journey ahead, it was prudent to have her around. After all, one could never be too sure when facing foes with psychic abilities. Having come to this realization, Jiang Shan spoke. I understand. If you wish to accompany me on my travels, I will not send you away. But you must heed my commands. The young ghost nodded with a smile. Let us proceed then, first addressing the matter of Nasi. With a plan in mind, Jiang Shan collected his healed Pokémon amidst Nurse Joy's bewildered gaze and made his way to the Golden Gym. However, Upon arrival, he found the doors firmly shut. Was there no one inside? Jiang Shan pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to leave and return later, a familiar, panicked voice echoed from within. Xiaoxia, Xiaojiang. That voice unmistakably belonged to Ash. Had he encountered trouble? Without a moment to spare, Jiang Shan released his Aerodactyl. With a mighty bang, Aerodactyl smashed open the door. Inside the dimly lit gym, Ash and his Pokémon were trembling, staring in horror at Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang, who had been transformed into dolls on the floor. A long-haired woman with glowing eyes was advancing toward them. This woman was undoubtedly Nasi. Upon seeing Jiang Shan, Ash's eyes lit up, and seizing the moment while Nasi was momentarily distracted, he grabbed Jiang Shan and fled, exclaiming, "Jiang Shan, we must escape. This woman has psychic powers that we cannot possibly defeat. Xiaoxia and the others have already been turned into dolls. We need to run first and think of a solution later." However, Jiang Shan halted Ash. "Run? I can defeat her. It's fine." With that, he recalled Aerodactyl and took out his other Pokeballs. Ash, in a state of urgency, insisted, "Even if you can win, we cannot contend with her psychic abilities. I can handle her psychic powers," Jiang Shan replied calmly, glancing at the young ghost. They were invisible to Ash and the others. Thus they could not comprehend Jiang Shan's words. Nasi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. "This is the first time I've heard someone so arrogantly declare they can defeat me and counter my psychic powers. I find it amusing to think of turning you into a doll." As she spoke, the light in her eyes intensified. Ash, growing increasingly anxious, began to back away slowly. "You think you can turn me into a doll? Go ahead and try," Jiang Shan retorted with a cold smile, causing Nasi's expression to shift. A blue glow began to envelop Jiang Shan. Ash sighed, "Jiang Shan, you fool. You're so skilled in Pokémon battles. Yet you're being reckless at a time like this. How can an ordinary person confront psychic powers? Now look, you're going to turn into a doll. Sigh, I'll have to come up with a solution." He seemed to envision Jiang Shan transformed into a doll. However, in the next instant, a resounding bang echoed through the gym. Nasi, who was about to unleash her psychic power to turn Jiang Shan into a doll, was suddenly propelled backward by a powerful telekinetic force, crashing into the wall. Jiang Shan, however, remained completely unscathed. This scene left Ash in utter shock. What just happened? He stared wide-eyed, while Nasi, now disheveled, climbed to her feet and fixed a puzzled gaze upon Jiang Shan. "You possess psychic powers too?" "I do not," Jiang Shan shrugged. "Really? Then what was that just now?" Nasi questioned, her expression darkening. Was this brat merely jesting with her? The young ghost stifled a laugh behind her hand. Having existed for 2 millennia, Nasi was, of course, no match for her, effortlessly blocking Naz's assaults and even counterattacking her. Chapter 32. The return of Banmu. The formidable presence of Jiang Shan instilled a sense of trepidation in Nasi. Unable to decipher his intentions, she refrained from taking action. Yet, Jiang Shan was not one to be easily deterred. "Your psychic abilities hold no power over me, but as the gym leader, I hope your Pokémon are not as ineffectual as your powers," he declared, releasing a Pokeball to summon Ninetales. Nasi, her expression darkened, retorted, "Setting aside your psychic prowess, dreaming of obtaining my badge is a fool's errand. Go, Youngera." With that, she floated back to the opposite side of the battlefield, poised to command her Pokémon. The earlier psychic attack had missed its mark, and she seemed determined to reclaim her footing through her Pokémon. However, Jiang Shan thrived in battle. Ninetales, use Aurora Veil, he commanded, initiating a shield to reduce damage. Nasi refrained from issuing orders, her eyes aglow as Youngera materialized behind Ninetales, brandishing its spoon and unleashing a dazzling beam. The illusion ray struck the unsuspecting Ninetales, yet the Aurora Veil mitigated the damage. Communicating with your Pokémon through psychic means? Intriguing, but defeating me is beyond your reach. Jiang Shan continued, use confusion. Youngera's illusion ray was ensnared. Nasi subtly furrowed her brow, contemplating her next move. Even without the illusion ray, my Youngera can evade attacks through teleportation. Your Ninetales is destined for defeat. As she spoke, Youngera executed a swift teleportation, vanishing to Ninetales' flank. Psychic energy surged forth, lifting Ninetales into the air before casting it down. The pain ignited a surge of fury within Ninetales. Ninetales, use Ice Beam. It howled. As the icy projectile hurtled toward Youngera, the latter quickly teleported away, seizing the moment for Jiang Shan to command, use Encore, followed by continuous Ice Beam. The Encore effect enveloped Youngera, causing it to teleport uncontrollably. Even if you can only teleport, you cannot strike Youngera. You are too weak to defeat me, Nasi proclaimed with a calm demeanor. Jiang Shan, however, chuckled coldly. Is that so? I hope you remain as tranquil when your Youngera falls. With a resounding crash, Youngera was struck and failed to rise again. How is this possible? Nasi gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Just one ice beam and it is down? This cannot be. I know my Pokémon well. What have you done? She glared at Jiang Shan, who shrugged nonchalantly. Have you not realized that the ice beam has frozen the entire battlefield? Coupled with Ninetales' snow warning ability, the temperature here is abysmally low. Youngera's continued teleportation has left it frozen. Not to mention that the low temperature saps its strength. A Pokémon that can only teleport cannot recover. It will remain frozen until it loses its fighting capability. Nasi fell silent upon hearing his explanation. Jiang Shan recalled Ninetales. Now that I have one, you must revert Xiaoxia and Xiaojing to their human forms and grant me the badge. Yet Nasi wore a mocking smile. You were the one who insisted on battling me. I never said that a victory would necessitate returning your friends, nor that this constitutes a valid challenge for the badge. Her mirth was evident. Not only was Jiang Shan incensed, but Ash could no longer contain his frustration. How can you be like this? When I battled you, you said you would give me the badge if I won. You are you, and he is he. It is different. If you have the skill, defeat me as well. Nasi sneered, levitating in the air with her psychic abilities. Ash seethed, but was powerless to act. I'm the gym leader, and I make the rules. I can do as I please. If I want to turn you into dolls and place you in a toy box, I shall. Her face radiated arrogance, and Ash's impotent fury only amused her. Hint: random task triggered. Task details: take revenge on the arrogant Nasi. Task reward: 100 lottery points. Upon hearing the task, Jiang Shan revealed a sinister smile. Relying on your psychic abilities makes you feel invincible, does it? You think you can torment others by turning them into dolls? Perhaps you should experience being a doll yourself, to understand the feelings of those you have transformed. He turned his gaze towards the girl ghost. Nasi, following his line of sight, caught a glimpse of nothingness. Unable to resist, she laughed derisively. Talking to thin air will not grant your wishes. Yet, no sooner had she spoken, she found herself crashing to the ground. The pain in her foot sent her into a panic. What is happening? My powers have failed. She closed her eyes, striving to activate her abilities. But her body refused to levitate. Now thoroughly disoriented, she stammered. How could this be? Is it you? What kind of trickery is this? She lunged toward Jiang Shan, attempting to seize his collar, but in the blink of an eye, she was enveloped in blue light and began to shrink. Eventually, she was reduced to the size of a palm-sized doll. Grasping the miniature Nasi, Jiang Shan smirked. Tell me, what would happen if I were to accidentally apply too much pressure? Nasi's complexion drained of color, her body trembling. It was only after being shrunk that she comprehended terror, the kind that comes from knowing that any random person could easily crush her. I beseech you, turn me back. She gazed up at the towering Jiang Shan, her teeth chattering as she struggled to suppress her fear. Now you know fear. Where was this sentiment before? Jiang Shan was not one to exhibit mercy. Without imparting a profound lesson, Nasi would likely continue to cause harm, even without her psychic abilities. Thus, he placed her within her own toy box. You have imprisoned others here, so I shall confine you as well. In a few days, you may recover. As for whether someone will seek revenge on you in the meantime, you can only hope for the best. With that, Jiang Shan signaled for the girl ghost to restore Xiaoxia and Xiaojing. At that moment, a prompt echoed in his mind. Hint: 2 tasks completed. Hint: 400 lottery points. Jiang Shan, do you truly possess psychic abilities? The hint concluded, and Ash regarded him with skepticism. As a longtime acquaintance, he had never known Jiang Shan to be so formidable, capable of effortlessly stripping Nasi of her powers and shrinking her to such a diminutive size. Had he always concealed his strength? No wonder he had managed to capture a Zapdos as his initial Pokémon. It must have been through his own abilities. How impressive. I wish I could be like him, Ash thought, his gaze toward Jiang Shan shifting. Yet Jiang Shan remained oblivious to Ash's thoughts. He merely shook his head. That is a discussion for another time. For now, let us find out where Nasi has hidden the badge. Oh yes, the badge. The thought of the badge caused Ash to cast aside all else. With Jiang Shan having dealt with Nasi, he too could benefit from acquiring a badge. The prospect filled him with delight. The two scoured the golden gym and successfully located the badge, while Jiang Shan also managed to subdue the other psychic users present. The existence of psychic abilities posed too great a danger to these individuals. The city of Golden was in disarray because of them. Now that he had secured the badge, it was time to address Team Rocket. Furthermore, with the assistance of the girl ghost, even if Mutwo appeared, he need not fear for his life. With no lingering concerns, he could act boldly, even confront Team Rocket to seize Mutwo. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Shan parted ways with Ash and the others and made his way to the Sylph Company at the heart of Golden City. However, before he could devise a plan to enter, he was suddenly met with the sound of propellers overhead. It is the masked man from last time who has taken a flight here. That individual, it must be Cyrus, right? Remarkably, he has come in person. Splendid. With Cyrus here, it is likely that Mutwo has accompanied him as well. Even if he did not bring Mutwo, this occasion presents an opportunity to confront him. The leader of Team Rocket, it is time to test his capabilities. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Shan's eyes. Hint, triggering a random quest. Quest details, defeat the leader of Team Rocket, Cyrus. Quest reward, 100 lottery points. Chapter 33. After the mighty Nidoking, the Silver Tower, towering at 11 stories, stands as the pinnacle of Golden City. The rooftop features a helipad for landings. Hence, Jiang Shan decided against entering through the front door, for ascending from the first floor to the top would mean encountering numerous Rocket Team grunts. He had no time to squander on these minions. It was far more efficient to confront the boss directly at the summit. Without their leader, the grunts would be mere fodder. Use your psychic abilities to elevate me, Jiang Shan commanded, opting for the young ghost with psychic powers to lift him, as utilizing the fossil pterodactyl would create too much noise and attract attention. Thus, he truly appreciated the convenience of having a companion with such extraordinary abilities. Moments later, he arrived at the top floor, which, surprisingly, was devoid of any Rocket Team guards. Perhaps they considered the uppermost floor secure, which ultimately worked to Jiang Shan's advantage, allowing him to traverse unhindered. As he approached the stairway leading to the 10th floor, he overheard voices. Boss, that guy is hiding in the president's office and won't come out. Her Pokémon is quite formidable, and we can't break in. It seemed the Rocket Team was preoccupied with someone. Indeed, he then heard Banmu's displeased retort. You lot can't handle the mere Secretary of Silver? Truly useless. Boss, the documents are in her possession. We're afraid she might destroy them if we push too hard. The Rocket member defended himself, feeling aggrieved. Bama huffed in silence, and Jiang Shan stealthily followed them, his mind swirling with questions. What documents warranted Banmu's personal involvement? Soon, he reached the president's office, where 3 or 4 white-clad Rocket Team officers surrounded the entrance. The metal door was sturdy and difficult to breach. Seeing his subordinates at a loss, Bama produced a Pokeball. With a resounding thud, Nidoking's imposing figure emerged, delivering a powerful punch that rendered the iron door useless. Jiang Shan was taken aback by Nidoking's extraordinary strength. It was no wonder it was the Pokémon of the Rocket Team leader. However, this was not the time for spectatorship. The destruction of the door would likely result in the capture of the individuals inside. The pressing matter was to rescue them swiftly. Come forth, Zapdos, unleash your electric fury. The majestic Zapdos appeared in the corridor. Before the rocket officers could react, a surge of electricity erupted, incapacitating them all. Only Bama managed to evade the attack, but he immediately turned to see Jiang Shan approaching, his expression darkening beneath his mask. You again, you little brat. Continuously thwarting our Rocket Team's plans. Do we have a vendetta against each other? His disdain for Jiang Shan was palpable. I bear no enmity towards you at present, but I cannot turn a blind eye to your misdeeds, Jiang Shan retorted, recalling Zapdos. Nidoking, being a dual-type ground and poison Pokémon, rendered Zapdos' attacks ineffective. It was time to summon another Pokémon. Humph, so you're intent on stopping me this time? Bama sneered, and Jiang Shan nodded. Come forth, Venusaur. He tossed the Pokeball. While Ninetales had an advantage over Nidoking, it had already battled and was fatigued. Thus, Venusaur was the more prudent choice. Venusaur, you're relying on such a Pokémon. Banmu remarked dismissively. Your shiny Venusaur is indeed clever, but it has a significant flaw. Without sunny weather, its combat prowess is reduced to less than half. So what? Venusaur, sunny day. Jiang Shan commanded directly. Since Banmu was aware of Venusaur's weakness, he was curious to see how Banmu would counter it. Nidoking, Fury Attack. Banmu ordered coldly, and Jiang Shan's heart sank. Nidoking could use Fury Attack? Indeed, it can. Jiang Shan could no longer contain his curiosity. The response was a blaze of scorching flames. The sleep powder was incinerated instantly. You little brat, I acknowledge your talent. But to me, you remain merely a novice trainer embarking on your journey. Banmu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Do not presume that fame equates to unparalleled prowess. With your current strength, a single Nidoking can effortlessly defeat you. Do you understand? Jiang Shan stared at him, remaining silent. Banmu's Nidoking was indeed formidable. Conventional methods would likely prove ineffective. Venusaur, use Vine Whip to entangle Nidoking's legs. Jiang Shan commanded, shifting his strategy. While Venusaur lacked the Vine Whip move, it possessed the innate ability to control its own vines, ensnaring Nidoking with ease. Banmu appeared unconcerned. Whatever you attempt is futile. Nidoking, unleash Flamethrower. Not necessarily. As Venusaur executed a slide to evade the attack. With a deft maneuver, Venusaur slipped beneath Nidoking's legs, avoiding the flames entirely, leaving onlookers in shock. Banmu was equally surprised by Jiang Shan's tactical acumen. Venusaur, now. Sleep Powder. This time, he deployed Sleep Powder at close range, catching Nidoking off guard after its recent flamethrower. It collapsed heavily to the ground. Bamboo's face shifted through shades of blue and white, realizing he had just been outmaneuvered after reprimanding Jiang Shan. With Nidoking asleep, defeat was imminent. The Rocket team members exchanged glances, bewildered. Is this even possible? This crafty brat has outsmarted us again. It's not even a skill. Who would have thought? No wonder we've learned a thing or two. But wait, doesn't that mean the boss loses? Indeed. Bamba scowled, recalling Nidoking. He had not anticipated encountering Jiang Shan here, and had only brought Nidoking along. With Nidoking defeated, he was left with no options. As for his subordinates, he glanced at the incapacitated grunts, shaking his head in disappointment. What a useless bunch. Worthless. You little brat, we shall meet again. He shot Jiang Shan a fierce glare before retreating. Jiang Shan did not pursue. Even if he could catch up, Bamba might have reinforcements. It was prudent not to chase a desperate foe. With that thought in mind, a notification resonated in his mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 100 lottery points earned. Chapter 34. Heracross, the formidable leader of Team Rocket, has been defeated and forced to retreat. The other minions, sensing the impending doom, hastily fled as well. At last, Silver Company has liberated itself from their control. The task previously triggered by Jiang Shan has been successfully completed. After resolving these minor issues, Jiang Shan could not help but inquire, what exactly is Team Rocket after within your company's information? To be honest, Jiang Shan was genuinely curious. It pertains to undisclosed information about the Master Ball. This is a device capable of capturing Pokémon with absolute certainty, a name temporarily assigned by the company's executives. The secretary in the office replied. She bore a striking resemblance to Lan Puki's Laiwa. Perhaps they are sisters? Jiang Shan did not dwell on that. His primary concern was the Master Ball. Absolute capture? Has it been manufactured yet? Jiang Shan eagerly gazed at the secretary, who shook her head with a rueful smile. Not yet, mainly due to the rarity and difficulty in sourcing the materials required for its creation. Team Rocket's pursuit of this information. They must be desperate to acquire the Master Ball to capture and control a certain Pokémon. What Pokémon could Team Rocket possibly wish to control? It must be that unruly Mutwo. After all, Mutwo is currently under the control of a suit of armor. If not fully captured, it still has a chance to escape. Team Rocket would not be content to watch Mutwo evade them. Unfortunately, their plans have been thwarted by their own actions. By the way, here is something for you. Consider it an additional token of gratitude. The secretary produced 5 special attack effort enhancers for Jiang Shan, perfect for enhancing the damage output of Zapdos. The strategy of unleashing it to swiftly eliminate opponents is indeed the way to go. Thank you. By the way, I have one more thing to ask. Jiang Shan thought for a moment and smiled. If you genuinely manage to create the Master Ball, could you possibly sell me one for use? Sell it to you? That is simply out of the question. Seeing Jiang Shan's disappointment, the secretary continued. The League would never permit such a sale, however, as a gesture of goodwill. I can offer you one in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's face lit up with joy. He could save the money he would have spent on it, which was quite delightful indeed. Then it's settled. Let us exchange contact information. After they exchanged details, Jiang Shan took his leave. However, before departing, he requested the researchers at Silver to assist him in adding a video call function to his special card. Previously, his card was capable of voice calls, but it could not facilitate video calls like those at the Pokémon Center. Now with video calling, it would be much more convenient. With the issues in Goldenrod City temporarily resolved, and with the absence of Naza and Team Rocket's menace, the city should swiftly regain its former prosperity. Jiang Shan returned to the Pokémon Center to recuperate. The next step is to prepare for a journey to Rainbow City. But before that, a lottery draw to check his points. Remaining lottery points, 1,450 points. Exchanging for a rare lottery ticket, let the drawing commence. With ample points, Jiang Shan generously redeemed a rare ticket. Prompt, minus 1,000 lottery points. The rare lottery will begin to spin before him. Prompt, obtain TR-089 Hurricane 1. A disc of Hurricane dropped into Jiang Shan's hands. This is a remarkably powerful flying-type special attack move. He recalled that this move was almost guaranteed to hit in rainy weather. Holding the disc, Jiang Shan began to strategize. His Zapdos, Little Flash, had Rain Dance. And if he added a Pokémon with Hurricane, a Rain and Thunderstorm team would seem plausible. Coincidentally, Butterfree could learn Hurricane. Moreover, the next gym in Rainbow City is a Grass-type gym, allowing Butterfree to learn Hurricane for the gym battle, combined with the overall boost from Silver Wind. Oh, this would surely flatten the Rainbow Gym. Jiang Shan could not help but chuckle with delight. Without further ado, he immediately returned the fossil Aerodactyl and retrieved Butterfree to learn Hurricane, replacing Aerodactyl's position. With all matters settled, it was time to depart. The distance between Goldenrod City and Rainbow City is quite short. The two cities are merely separated by Route 7. If all goes well, one could reach it in a day or even half a day. On the road, Jiang Shan encountered other trainers and learned from them that there seemed to be Heracross roaming this route. Heracross, a bug fighting type Pokémon. Currently, Jiang Shan did not possess any fighting type Pokémon. He felt a flicker of interest in this Pokémon. After all, Heracross has a high base stat total and is quite rare. If he were to capture one, it would be valuable to train. Moreover, he recalled that there was a P1 fighting tournament near Rainbow City. It is said that the prize money is substantial, and if he captures Heracross, he might even participate in the tournament and possibly win the championship. With this mindset, Jiang Shan searched while he walked. Unfortunately, after wandering along Route 7 for quite some time, aside from encountering a single Mankey, he saw no sign of Heracross. Fate dictates what one can find. One must not force what is not meant to be. It appears that it is simply not meant to be for me. Sighing, Jiang Shan settled under a tree to rest and have lunch. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted nearby. He heard Ash's voice crying, "Help!" Ash again. Jiang Shan turned to look. He saw Ash, bruised and battered, fleeing in panic, pursued by an enraged Infernape that was smashing through everything in its path. Has Ash provoked Infernape and gotten beaten up? It is said that Infernape holds grudges. Prompt. Random task triggered. Task details. Rescue Ash from the pursuing Infernape. Task reward. 50 lottery points. With the task triggered, there was no way he could ignore Ash's plight. It was the perfect opportunity for Butterfree to showcase its abilities. Go. Jiang Shan threw out a Pokeball and summoned Butterfree. Alright, Jiang Shan, quickly take care of it. Seeing the black Butterfree, Ash immediately hid behind Jiang Shan, looking confidently at the charging Infernape. Roar. Ash's actions only served to further infuriate Infernape. It growled angrily and accelerated towards them. Butterfree, use Hurricane. Upon receiving the command, Butterfree unleashed its move. In an instant, the winds turned fierce, and a massive tornado surged forth with the ferocity to devastate everything in its path, charging towards Infernape. The latter, blinded by rage, continued its reckless charge. Boom. Infernape was instantly overwhelmed by the powerful hurricane, losing its ability to fight, and was subsequently hurled against a tree by the strong winds. Prompt. Task completed. Prompt. 50 lottery points. With the notification, Infernape plummeted to the ground. However, it was not just Infernape that fell from the tree. A massive Heracross also tumbled down. Jiang Shan was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a joyous expression. Haha, this is indeed a stroke of luck. Heracross, it turns out, was hiding in the tree. No wonder I had encountered one before. It was concealed up there. If not for Ash and Infernape, he might have missed it entirely. Without hesitation, Jiang Shan swiftly took out his Pokédex. Name, Heracross, level 34. Type, bug fighting. HP, 108. Gender, female. Nature, adamant. Ability, overconfidence. Moves, Night Slash, Rock Blast, Iron Defense, Aura Sphere Goodness. It can learn Rock Blast and Aura Sphere. Both are exceptionally powerful moves. The former can counter flying-type Pokémon that threaten it, while the latter boasts immense power, almost guaranteeing a knockout. This Heracross is truly remarkable. Prompt. Random task triggered. Task details. Capture Heracross. Task reward. 50 lottery points. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Shan declared, Ash, you can take care of this Infernape, but this Heracross belongs to me. He showed no hesitation or politeness towards Ash. Xiaoxi nodded in a daze, acknowledging his lack of understanding regarding Heracross. Observing Jiang Shan generously allowing him to capture the defeated Infernape, coupled with the fact that Jiang Shan had saved him, he felt an immense sense of gratitude towards him. It was only later that he came to realize his regret. Each time he reflected upon that day, he would lament and beat his chest in despair, for he had missed the opportunity to capture a remarkably powerful bug-type Pokémon. Chapter 35, The Mighty Bug King Ash successfully captured the fiery monkey without any difficulties. And similarly, Jiang Shan faced no challenges. Heracross, a bug and fighting-type Pokémon, was weak against the flying-type move Hurricane, which dealt quadruple damage. Additionally, given the sheer power of Hurricane itself, even a formidable Heracross could not withstand the attack and was swiftly defeated by Beautifly. The prompt for a successful capture confirmed the completion of the task. The vibrant Rainbow City was now within reach. Jiang Shan continued on the journey alongside Ash and his friends. Compared to Goldenrod City, this place was far more bustling. Jiang Shan first visited the Pokémon Center to heal his Pokémon, and while there, he returned his Jigglypuff in exchange for Heracross. Afterward, the group set off toward the gym. Rainbow City's game center is renowned. There, one can exchange game coins for rare Pokémon or items. I plan to visit the game center after we finish at the gym. What about you? Jiang Shan inquired as they strolled down the street. Ash shrugged. I'll just follow Misty and the others. As they spoke, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, emanating from a nearby perfume shop. Before Jiang Shan and Ash could react, Brock and Misty had already followed the Sin into the store, leaving them no choice but to follow suit. Misty, we should hurry along. Buying such things is rather pointless. Ash voiced his impatience as he watched Misty trying various perfumes with the shop staff. The staff exchanged glances, their expressions shifting upon hearing his words. Jiang Shan inwardly cursed Ash's foolishness. To declare that another's merchandise was meaningless in their own shop. Wasn't that inviting trouble? Indeed. The shopkeeper, clad in a kimono, approached with a frown. Sir, what do you mean by saying that perfume is meaningless? Such remarks are quite impolite. Ash scratched the back of his head. Perfume is merely something women use to entice men, isn't it? That's precisely what I meant. The shopkeeper, now visibly irked, retorted. Perfume serves many purposes. It can uplift one's mood, enhance vitality, and more. Before she could finish, Ash interrupted. I am perpetually full of vitality and have no need for it. Ash struck a pose with pride. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper could no longer contain her frustration. Someone like you, who cannot comprehend the benefits of perfume, does not deserve to remain here. Indeed, a person like him will never be liked by any girl. The other staff members chimed in agreement. Ash, bewildered, responded, What is this? It means you should leave. With that, Ash was unceremoniously kicked out. How infuriating, he muttered as he got back on his feet. Jiang Shan quickly restrained him. Let it go. They can have their way. Let us head to the gym first. However, fine. Ash reluctantly nodded. The two crossed the street and swiftly arrived at the Rainbow Gym. Yet, just as they prepared to enter, they were stopped. What is the meaning of this? Why are we being barred from entry? Jiang Shan asked, somewhat irritated, only to hear the gym trainer say, Did you not just declare that perfume is meaningless in our shop? Those who lack an understanding of perfume are unqualified to enter our gym? Now, be gone. With that, they impatiently pushed Jiang Shan and Ash aside. However, this only fueled Jiang Shan's determination. You expect us to simply leave? I refuse. With a smile that belied his defiance, he continued, The league clearly stipulates that gym leaders cannot refuse a trainer's challenge. Are you truly willing to disregard the league's regulations? How absurd. The lead trainer, a blue-haired woman, scoffed. The league is far removed from here. This is our territory. And we make the rules. If we say you cannot enter, then you cannot enter. What can you do about it? How amusing. She could not help but wear a smug smile. Nearby, Ash was seething with the urge to punch her. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan felt utterly speechless. He had encountered several problematic gyms along his journey, such as the Withered Leaf Gym and Gold City's Natsumi, and now this Rainbow Gym, which scorned trainers simply for their disdain of perfume and barred them from challenges. He began to question the league's authority. What kind of imbecilic gym leaders were being chosen? Since they claim the league has no jurisdiction here, then I shall take it upon myself to handle them on behalf of the league. Alert, event task triggered. Task details, teach these gym trainers a lesson. Task reward, 50 lottery points. With the task activated, it seemed the system agreed with him. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Shan boldly declared, Are you determined to rely on your local authority to prevent us from challenging you? If so, then I shall forcibly challenge you today and claim that badge. At this proclamation, everyone fell silent. Ash was the first to react, his face alight with excitement. Did Jiang Shan intend to press on? With his strength, they could potentially seize the rainbow badge together. Encouraged by this thought, Ash wholeheartedly supported Jiang Shan. Meanwhile, the others exchanged derisive glances. Did you hear that? This person intends to challenge us forcibly. How utterly laughable. Who does he think he is? Just because he says he will challenge us, do we have to take him seriously? Ridiculous. Indeed, who cares about them? Shut the door and let them leave. They can't get in anyway. Let us go try the new perfumes. They laughed and turned away. Watching their retreating figures through the glass door, Jiang Shan retrieved a Pokeball. Hercross used Force Palm to shatter the door. Jiang Shan was not one to hold back. Hercross, upon receiving the command, sprang into action. Charging up its Force Palm, it struck with tremendous force. The tempered glass door shattered into pieces. The commotion caught the attention of the departing gym trainers. Staring at the scattered shards of glass, they angrily exclaimed, You brats! Dare to destroy our door? Do you think you can afford the damages? You must be seeking death. Sisters, teach them a harsh lesson. Go, Budu, use tackle. Jiang Shan watched them release their Pokémon with an unfazed demeanor. Not only would I breach your door, but I also declare that anyone who stands in my way shall be dealt with, even if it were your gym leader. With that, Jiang Shan commanded, use Night Slash. Night Slash has a high critical hit ratio, coupled with Heracross's formidable attack power. In an instant, Mewtwo was vanquished. A red glow enveloped her across. This was the activation of its overconfidence ability. Defeating foes would enhance its attack by one stage, meaning the more enemies it defeated, the stronger it became. However, it was evident that the gym trainers were oblivious to this. They continued to dispatch their weaker Pokémon in a fit of righteous indignation. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Oddish, you too, use Tackle. Rattata, use Quick Attack. Heracross, use Iron Defense. Clang clang clang. Iron Defense activated, bolstering its defense. The gym trainer's Pokémon struck Heracross as if they were merely tickling it, causing no real damage. In contrast, as Jiang Shan commanded Rock Slide, one Pokémon after another fell in rapid succession. The red glow around Heracross intensified. Now, the gym trainers were beginning to panic. This was troublesome. It seemed we had encountered a formidable opponent. Indeed, and I can't shake the feeling that this person seems familiar. I believe I have seen him somewhere before. Perhaps he is a renowned trainer. A famous trainer? Then, what should we do? There is no way out now. Quickly, summon the esteemed master of the establishment. Just wait, our master will come to deal with you. Observing their frantic rush to seek the master, Jiang Shan felt a surge of satisfaction within. So now they know fear. Calling for the master, are they? How delightful. I shall deal with that master as well. Chapter 36. Hitting a brick wall. Alicia, the gym leader, received the news with great fury. How dare anyone brazenly break into her gym and vandalize the door? Yet, a flicker of confusion crept into her mind. Who possessed such audacity? What could possibly drive someone to recklessly deface her establishment? It was only upon encountering Jiang Shan and his companion that the truth dawned upon her. So it was you who dared to wreak havoc here. Did you truly believe us to be easy prey? You refused to leave when commanded and yet have the gall to intrude so shamelessly. With a scowl, she retrieved her Pokeball. Jiang Shan silently assessed her. He recognized this gym leader. She was the proprietor of the perfume shop, Alicia. Indeed, where there is a leader, there are trainers. And her talent for playing the victim was truly remarkable. After scrutinizing her, he finally spoke. Before Alicia could utter a word, he continued, as a gym leader, you tolerate your subordinates mocking challengers while refusing to accept challenges yourself. Moreover, you hastily label us as bullies. Pray, may I ask, do you truly deserve the title of gym leader? Alicia's ire flared at his mockery. Whether I deserve it is not for you to decide. Furthermore, I shall inform you that with your attitude, you may never obtain the rainbow badge from me. She added with disdain, of course. If you are willing to apologize and compensate for the door, I might consider granting you a badge, should I be in a good mood. To demand an apology for one's own fault, and to wield the badge as a means of coercion. A profound disdain flickered in Jiang Shan's eyes. Hint, random task triggered. Task details, teach Alicia a lesson. Task reward, 50 lottery points. Hint, random task triggered. Task details, report Alicia to the League and retrieve her gym leader certificate and all badges for temporary custody by Professor Oak. Task reward, 100 lottery points. Well, it appears I have triggered 2 tasks at once. The system seems to share an utter disappointment in this gym. It desires a change in leadership at the Rainbow Gym, does it not? If that is the case, then let us resolve this matter swiftly. With this thought, Jiang Shan declared, I will not apologize. I will defeat you and report you to the League, reclaiming your gym leader certification and all the badges for the relevant personnel to handle. As he spoke, he gestured for Heracross to step forward. Alicia's eyes twitched slightly. Defeat her and report her? Reclaim her certification and all the badges? From where does your confidence to defeat me stem? I advise you not to underestimate the strength of a gym leader. With that, she threw her Pokeball and called, Come forth, Oddish. Use sleep powder. A cloud of powder wafted from Oddish's flower. Jiang Shan remained unfazed. Heracross, use your shell to fan the wings and blow that sleep powder back. Though Heracross lacked the flying type, as a bug, it possessed wings that could flutter. These wings were merely concealed behind its shell. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's command, it promptly opened its shell. With a buzzing sound, the transparent wings beat furiously, creating a strong gust that sent the sleep powder swirling back. Oddish succumbed to sleep, collapsing to the ground. Alicia seemed momentarily stunned. She did not anticipate Jiang Shan employing such a tactic. This time, her scheme had backfired, and she had inadvertently put herself to sleep. Heracross, use Aura Sphere. With a resounding impact, the Aura Sphere struck Oddish, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Alicia gritted her teeth. Go, Gloom. It's futile. My Heracross has already reached a level 6 attack boost due to your minion's earlier assault. You cannot withstand it. Use critical hit. With a swift strike, Gloom was instantly defeated. Witnessing this, Alicia's composure began to unravel. The other gym trainers were equally flustered. The gym leader could not defeat this challenger? Surely not. What would happen if the gym leader lost? This challenger had mentioned seizing her certification. It was a disaster indeed. Now there was but one course of action. We must unleash all our Pokémon to assist the gym leader in defeating this insolent brat. Agreed. Let us all attack together. The commotion behind Jiang Shan caught his attention. Unable to resist, he turned to see a dozen Pokémon charging toward him under the commands of the gym trainers. So, unable to win, they now resorted to overwhelming him with numbers? Yet, he too was not without his own Pokémon. Jiang Shan retrieved another Pokéball from his pocket. At that moment, Alicia's eyes brightened. An opportunity. You dare to be distracted while battling me. Come forth, Vine Whip, bind and attack. Vines promptly ensnared her across. A smile of triumph spread across Alicia's face. Bound by the vines, it could not unfurl its wings to blow away the sleep powder, could it? You've lost, sleep powder. As Vine Whip prepared to execute the command, Alicia seemed to envision Heracross's defeat. However, in the next instant, she stood dumbfounded. Heracross, charge. With a powerful leap, Heracross collided forcefully with the Vine Whip that was aimed at unleashing its attack. The impact was tremendous, sending the ensnared Pokémon flying and rendering it motionless. Jiang Shan did not pause. He summoned Zapdos and Butterfree. Little Raging Wind, unleash Heat Wave. Butterfree, use Hurricane. The scorching winds intertwined, a searing vortex engulfing the entire gym. Flora and fauna were devastated, and the gym trainer's Pokémon were obliterated en masse, leaving them incapable of rising again. The sheer force instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers. How could this be? This individual is extraordinarily powerful. Indeed. He possesses Zapdos, a legendary Pokémon. Wait, I recall a certain ferocious trainer on television. He also had a Zapdos and bore a striking resemblance to this fellow. Could he possibly be that infamous trainer, Jiang Shan? As this realization struck, a cold sweat broke out among the spectators. Alicia, too, became acutely aware. Jiang Shan was a renowned figure throughout the Kanto region. His influence was far-reaching. If he were to report her personally, Alicia tightened her grip on her clothing, unable to fathom the consequences. At that moment, Ash chimed in proudly. Indeed, he is the ferocious trainer Jiang Shan that you all have seen on television. Hey, he is my good friend. You dare to bully me and deny us a challenge. Humph, let us see how you handle this now. In that moment, Ash felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Jiang Shan, with pride, declared, will you hand over your gym leader certification and badges willingly, or shall I take action? I will provide them. Alicia replied despondently. It seemed her tenure as gym leader had come to an end. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have curbed her subordinates and ensured a fairer approach herself. Alas, it was too late now. Jiang Shan bore no pity for these individuals. They had lingered here for so long. Who knows how many trainers had been forced to relinquish their badges and depart in despair. Hence, once the matter concluded, he contacted Professor Oak. After all, Professor Oak was affiliated with the League. The gym leader's certification and surplus badges were sent to him for management. Subsequently, a prompt echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Prompt, 3 tasks have been completed. Prompt, 200 lottery points. Having dealt with the detestable individuals, he received his reward. This brought immense satisfaction and comfort. Chapter 37. Arrival at the Game City. The matters concerning the dojo have concluded. Following this, Jiang Shan arrived at the Game City. It can be said to be teeming with people. Everywhere there were players engrossed in connecting machines, and even more engaged in guessing card games and various other token-acquiring games. Here, game tokens could be exchanged for a plethora of items. Pokémon, skill machines, evolution stones, and so forth. Moreover, it is said that the offerings change each month. One can only wonder what treasures await this month. Hello, may I have a prize exchange list? Jiang Shan requested from the front desk. However, upon glancing at the list, he was taken aback. Mini Dragon, exchange price 9,999 tokens. Baby Tyranitar, exchange price 8,888 tokens. Eevee, exchange price 2,000 tokens. Mini Dragon and Baby Tyranitar. Both are exceedingly rare Pokémon. What luck. These 2 Pokémon are available this month. Additionally, there is Eevee, which has numerous evolutionary forms. Perhaps he could exchange for an Eevee and nurture it to acquire the evolution he desires. He must find a way to obtain these 3. As for the skill machines available for exchange, Jiang Shan was particularly interested in a skill called Meditation, priced at 3,800 tokens. Meditation can simultaneously enhance special attack and special defense by 1 level. This skill is remarkably useful. Acquiring it would undoubtedly be a wise investment. With a clear objective in mind, Jiang Shan promptly sprang into action. He opted to earn game tokens through the connecting machine. This device is simple to operate. One merely needs to press the switch at the right moment to align 3 identical patterns and earn tokens. It tests speed, precision, and a touch of luck. In the past, there had been a connecting machine at Xiao Mao's home. He and Xiaoji often played there, becoming quite familiar with it. Moreover, He always emerged victorious, while Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao would lose. With this machine, he felt confident in his ability to amass a fortune. Subsequently, he spent 5,000 to purchase 50 tokens. He inserted the tokens, and the game commenced. Ding. 3 Psyducks, 15 tokens. Ding. 3 are symbols, 100 tokens. Jiang Shan felt his rhythm coming to him. Though he did not hit the jackpot of 777, he was consistently winning small amounts. As he accumulated more tokens, other players nearby were drawn to the spectacle of his success. Ding. Yet again. 3 are symbols connected, 100 tokens. Wow, this guy must be incredibly lucky. How is it that I can't connect 3 Psyducks while he does it so effortlessly? This seems too good to be true. He connects every time. It appeared he had already won over 1,000 tokens. Look at how envious you all are. He is simply skilled. Indeed. This game demands keen eyesight and swift reflexes. Before long, Jiang Shan's tokens piled higher. The onlookers watched with bated breath, eager to see just how much he would win. However, at that moment, a bespectacled man approached, saying, "Sir, may I kindly request that you switch to another machine? I believe this one may be malfunctioning." A malfunction? Is he suggesting I'm cheating? Jiang Shan was well aware of the man's suspicions. This individual appeared to be a manager in the game city. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If he needed to switch machines, so be it. After all, he had not cheated. And switching machines would not affect him. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shan nodded and moved to play on a different machine. Ding, ding, ding. Ding dong, jackpot of 777. As the connecting machine dispensed 300 tokens, Jiang Shan beamed with delight. Switching machines had brought him even more fortune. How delightful. The bespectacled man, who had been observing Jiang Shan intently, furrowed his brow. Could it be that this kid is genuinely winning just by luck and skill? That is impossible. I must keep watching. As the manager, he began to question his own understanding of the game. Having been in the industry for many years, he had never encountered anyone like Jiang Shan, consistently winning small prizes, occasionally hitting the jackpot. Previously, others had rushed for the grand prizes and ended up losing everything. Yet this young man remained calm and collected, continuously winning. Ding. Once more. 3 are symbols connected, 100 tokens. Gazing at the mountain of tokens before Jiang Shan, the bespectacled man could no longer contain himself and approached, lowering his voice to threaten. "Friend, though I do not know how you are achieving this, I advise you to take your winnings and leave while you can. Otherwise," upon hearing this, Jiang Shan smiled knowingly. "Take my winnings and leave? Very well, but I'm still short. After all, my goal is Mini Dragon and Baby Tyranitar. I haven't taken my leave yet. I shall wait a while longer." At this, the bespectacled man's face turned a shade of iron. This kid isn't going to stop until he is both exceedingly rare Pokémon? Those 2 Pokémon were sent by the headquarters to attract players. Their presence ensured a steady influx of customers. Allowing them to be exchanged would be akin to sabotaging his own livelihood. This kid wants those 2 Pokémon? Absolutely not. With this thought, he snapped, "You little brat, even if you manage to gather enough tokens, do you really think we would part with such rare Pokémon? You must still be dreaming. You'd best get lost, or else you'll find yourself in a world of hurt." Jiang Shan found this remark displeasing. He looked up at the bespectacled man and calmly replied, "Not long ago, someone else told me to leave, and now she deeply regrets it. So, if you don't want to regret your words, it would be wise not to provoke me. You little brat, wait for me." The bespectacled man left in a huff, anger etched on his face. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. This kid's luck has surely run out. Indeed, provoking the manager will not end well for him. Someone will surely come to deal with him shortly. What a pity for all those tokens he has. True, he could have exchanged for something, but now he might end up being thrown out with nothing. He must be regretting his decisions now. Jiang Shan paid no heed to the chatter surrounding him. Shortly after, the bespectacled man returned, accompanied by 3 men in black. Seeing Jiang Shan still calmly seated, the bespectacled man sneered and turned respectfully to the leader of the black-clad men, saying, "Sir, this is the one. This little brat must have employed some cheating method to amass tokens. I suggest we teach him a lesson. We are running low on Pokémon. So as punishment for his cheating, let us take his Pokémon and put them into the prize pool." Upon hearing the bespectacled man's words, the leader of the black-clad men nodded. He stepped forward, ready to release a Pokémon to apprehend Jiang Shan. But as he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiang Shan's profile, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You are Jiang Shan?" His voice trembled with uncertainty. Jiang Shan turned, confused, and replied, "Indeed, and you are?" Upon seeing Jiang Shan's full face, recognition dawned upon the black-clad man. His complexion turned pale, and fear filled his eyes. Observing the black-clad man's expression, the bespectacled man asked in confusion, "What's wrong, sir?" "We should dispose of this little brat quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, The black-clad man slapped him sharply. Fool. Do you have any idea who he is? The black-clad man angrily seized the bespectacled man by the collar. The latter was utterly bewildered. Isn't this kid just an ordinary traveling trainer? Does he have some special identity? He is Jiang Shan, the ferocious trainer. The one who has caused Team Rocket considerable trouble. And he possesses several legendary Pokémon. Now do you understand? You think I should be the one to deal with him? Are you seeking to endanger my life? I didn't know he was Jiang Shan. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man was thoroughly panicked. He had certainly heard of Jiang Shan's reputation. After all, he was a prominent figure frequently featured on television. A true powerhouse. Had he known that the person standing before him was Jiang Shan, he would never have dared to provoke him. The man in black impatiently kicked him aside, exclaiming, "Get out of the way." Trembling, he then stammered, Mr. Jiang Shan, I sincerely apologize. I am the owner of the gaming city, and we deeply regret that this inconsiderate fellow has caused you any displeasure. Jiang Shan waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. It's all right. No harm done. I merely came to exchange tokens for some sprites. Upon hearing this, the man in black quickly replied, Understood. Understood. Please feel free to exchange your tokens for the sprites you desire. Moreover, as a gesture of goodwill, we would like to offer you an additional 5,000 tokens free of charge. What do you think? Free tokens? Such a delightful offer. How could one refuse? Jiang Shan nodded with a beaming smile, accepting the generous gift. This was a tremendous windfall. With these 5,000 tokens, he could acquire even more sprites or useful skill machines. How delightful. Chapter 38. Officer Apollo. The reputation of Jiang Shan in the Johto region is formidable, and with such a name comes undeniable strength. The man in black did not wish to provoke this ruthless individual, although he suffered a loss by trading away a rare Pokémon. He believed that peace was worth the cost, as he could gradually recover from this setback. Indeed, the man in black was quite adept at navigating social interactions. However, Jiang Shan was not one to let matters rest easily, especially considering he had obtained 5,000 tokens. This was enough to exchange for nearly everything he desired. After playing the arcade machine for a while, when his tokens neared 30,000, Jiang Shan finally ceased. Amidst the envious gazes of those around him, he exchanged his tokens for the items he sought. A mini dragon and a young Giratina cost him 20,000. He also acquired an EV and a few other items, leaving him with just enough tokens for a soothing bell, which would enhance his Pokémon's friendship. Just as Jiang Shan was about to leave, he was halted by a silent specter, a young girl who had been following him. There is a Team Rocket base below. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan was taken aback. Are you sure? He asked skeptically. The girl nodded. I just passed through the wall and saw several men in black shedding their outer garments to reveal their Team Rocket uniforms. As a ghost, she possessed the ability to traverse walls, and the uniforms confirmed their identities. But what was Team Rocket doing here? Curiosity piqued. Jiang Shan felt compelled to investigate. Hint. Random quest triggered. Quest details. Infiltrate the Rainbow Team Rocket base, uncover their purpose for establishing a base here, and report back to Junsha. Quest reward. 100 lottery points. With a quest in hand, Jiang Shan knew he had to proceed. But how do I get down? There's no way. Look at that poster. There's a mechanism behind it. The girl's words prompted Jiang Shan to rush to the neglected corner of the gaming hall where the poster hung. Lifting the poster, he indeed found a button. Team Rocket had hidden their mechanism well. With a click, he pressed the button, and the wall beside the poster vanished, revealing a staircase leading to the underground base. What kind of technology is this? An invisible wall? Did Team Rocket develop such advanced tech? His curiosity intensified as he eagerly ventured down the passage. At the end of the staircase, an elevator awaited, guarded by sentinels. As he approached, Jiang Shan overheard their conversation. Did you hear that the furious trainer Jiang Shan is here? What is there to worry about? We're not afraid of him. Remember, True Bird and Lord Apollo are here. Their dialogue caught Jiang Shan's attention. True Bird and Apollo must be Team Rocket officers. But what was this matrix they spoke of? And how could they claim that even the Elite Four wouldn't stand a chance against them? Goodness. The Elite Four are among the most elite Pokémon trainers in Johto. Hint. Random quest triggered. Quest details. Learn about the matrix. Quest reward. 50 lottery points. Listening to the prompt, Jiang Shan retrieved a Pokeball. Butterfree, use sleep powder. He summoned Butterfree and commanded it. As the powder dispersed, the two guards collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shan entered the elevator and, seeing the buttons numbered 0 to 5, he pressed the 5th floor without hesitation. Typically, a boss would reside at the lowest levels, while the other floors were likely filled with lackeys. Jiang Shan had no time to waste on them. Ding! The elevator soon arrived at the 5th floor. As the doors opened, Jiang Shan's pupils constricted. A burst of flame shot towards him at high speed. Butterfree, use Hurricane. Without a moment to spare, he issued the command. The elevator doors fully opened, and the powerful gust of wind dispersed the flames. A green-haired youth outside the elevator clapped his hands. You managed to react and avert danger in the blink of an eye. Not bad. Who are you? Jiang Shan scrutinized him. The youth smiled nonchalantly. Apollo. I'm an officer of Team Rocket. You must be Jiang Shan. I've heard quite a lot about you. You've caused many of our members, even our leader, significant losses. Well, I'm glad you know. Jiang Shan replied with pride. Apollo narrowed his eyes. In fact, I've been watching you since you entered the gaming hall. I didn't intend to pay you any mind, but here you are, foolishly seeking me out. So, you've laid a trap for me? Jiang Shan shrugged. Too bad you failed. Failure only indicates you possess a modicum of strength, perhaps just enough to be a worthy opponent. Apollo's expression radiated arrogance. With a wave of his hand, a black dog approached. This is Houndoom, a dark and fire-type Pokémon. The flames you just encountered were its doing. You seem confident you can defeat me? Jiang Shan inquired, glancing at Houndoom. Apollo nodded calmly. To me, you're merely a slightly stronger novice. As for those officers who fell to you, they are beneath my level. This braggart was indeed impressive, boasting the audacity of one with hair the color of forgiveness. You speak eloquently, but whether you possess true skill remains to be seen. Jiang Shan retorted. Apollo scoffed. Foolish and ignorant people often flaunt their cleverness, provoking the strong into their own demise. Clearly, you are seeking your end. Since you yearn for death so much, I shall oblige you. Houndoom. Use Inferno. Hint. Random quest triggered. Quest details. Defeat Apollo. Quest reward. 100 lottery points. As Apollo commanded. The hint appeared. Boom. Houndoom unleashed its attack. Inferno, a powerful fire-type move, ignited the surroundings, and the temperature soared as a crimson flame spiraled around Butterfree, nearly overwhelming it. See that? This is the might of my Pokémon. I know your Pokémon well. Most are grass, bug, electric types, and the rock flying type Aerodactyl. With that lineup, you cannot defeat me. Apollo's confidence grew as he observed Butterfree's weakened state. Is that so? I advise you not to be overly confident. Jiang Shan countered, producing a somewhat heavy Ultra Ball. Apollo shrugged, chuckling. My Houndoom alone can handle the majority of your Pokémon. Not to mention I have others. He believed he had the upper hand, knowing Jiang Shan's previous Pokémon choices, yet Jiang Shan had a few he had scarcely utilized. Holding the Ultra Ball, he pressed the button. Oh, then how about this Tentacruel? Boom. The massive Tentacruel emerged, bursting into the Team Rocket base, startling the members at work on the other floors into near panic. Apollo stood aghast, having heard of Jiang Shan's colossal Dragonite. Yet he had never anticipated the existence of such a gigantic Tentacruel. With such a creature unleashed, who could possibly contend with it? How do you possess such a thing? Apollo stammered, his composure faltering. Glancing at Houndoom, he noticed it trembling in fear. This useless mutt, Apollo cursed silently. At this moment, the prospect of defeating Jiang Shan seems utterly implausible. It is questionable whether one can even escape from the clutches of this colossal jellyfish. How infuriating. The intelligence reports did not indicate the presence of such a creature. The more Apollo pondered, the more his frustration intensified. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan began issuing commands. Toxic Sting Jellyfish. Unleash your Murky Wave attack. Upon receiving the order, the Toxic Sting Jellyfish activated its skill. A thunderous, turbulent wave surged forth, engulfing everything in its path. Faced with this terrifying deluge, Apollo's mind went blank. It was over. Had he known, he would never have provoked this harbinger of doom. Chapter 39. Eevee evolved. The turbulent waters were insurmountable. Apollo found himself submerged, utterly at a loss. Houndoom had completely lost its combat capability, while numerous Team Rocket grunts floundered in the waters. Jiang Shan contacted Junsha, the local authority, to hand over the Team Rocket members for the Alliance to deal with, as he had other matters to attend to. Chief among them was the mysterious matrix he had overheard. He sought to uncover the nature of this matrix. Thus, he pressed deeper into the 5th level. Along the way, he did not forget to scavenge for spoils. After all, this place was Team Rocket's base, where they had stored many valuable items and Pokémon seized from their exploits. Given that Jiang Shan was present, he would not miss the opportunity to collect these treasures. Unfortunately, after searching for a considerable time, he found little of value. He only managed to salvage a few evolution stones. Could it be that they had already been sent to Professor Oak? Alas, it seemed he had arrived too late. Shaking his head, he continued rummaging through the cabinets when suddenly, a tablet that had fallen to the ground captured his attention. What is this document? The screen displayed a plan for the Matrix composition. Upon opening it, he discovered a simple introduction. The Matrix was a highly secretive elite unit of Team Rocket. Its members were nearly all of gym leader caliber. Moreover, they were equipped with various expensive specialized gear, tasked with executing missions that other Team Rocket executives could not accomplish. This base was entirely under the control of the Matrix. The game city served merely as a tool for their profit. Furthermore, the headquarters dispatched Pokémon monthly to replenish the game city's prize pool. Naturally, these Pokémon were all obtained through theft. After reviewing the material, Jiang Shan mused. So, this base and the game city are both designed to support that Matrix unit. And they all possess gym leader level strength. The leader must be even more formidable. No wonder they boast of not fearing the Elite Four. Supporting such a unit speaks volumes of Team Rocket's ambitions. However, with the base in Rainbow City dismantled today, Team Rocket would certainly endure some hardship. In high spirits, Jiang Shan casually swiped the screen. Yet a particular line of text filled him with excitement. This line was even specially circled. Traces of Mew were discovered near Pallet Town. It continued to state that due to Professor Oak residing in Pallet Town, as well as being the hometown of renowned trainer Jiang Shan, the Alliance had instituted protections to ensure the capture of Mew. They planned to act during the time of the Kanto Grand Tournament, when the Alliance's defenses would be at their weakest. Moreover, the Matrix's success rate at that time would be significantly higher. Mew, the mythical Pokémon, an entity even rarer than Zapdos and its ilk. Team Rocket, having obtained Mewtwo, now sought Mew as well. Would they not ascend to the heavens if they succeeded? But Pallet Town, that is my home. How could I allow the Pokémon of my territory to fall into their hands? Planning to act before the Alliance tournament? How fortuitous. As I will also have gathered my badges by then, allowing me to capture it first, heh. After securing the tablet, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile slyly. The news of Mew was the most significant find of this expedition. Nevertheless, before departing, he conducted another thorough search to ensure he had not overlooked any valuable items. To his surprise, in the innermost office, he indeed found several TMs and a peculiar stone. Scanning the stone with his device, he read, Item name, Evolutionary Wonder Stone. Item effect. If held by a Pokémon capable of further evolution, it increases both defense and special defense by 50. What? A 50% boost to both defenses? Jiang Shan's eyes widened, his heart racing with exhilaration. The potency of this item was astonishing. If bestowed upon a Pokémon already possessing high defenses, the opponent would hardly be able to inflict damage, rendering it nearly invincible. Speaking of which, Luranus could still evolve. Its physical defense was already commendable, and with the stone, it could stand alongside Zapdos as a formidable ace. After equipping the Wonder Stone, Jiang Shan left in high spirits. By this time, Jun Sha and her team had already surrounded the area. Most of the Team Rocket members had been apprehended. True to his rank, Apollo had managed to escape. At this moment, a notification finally echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, 3 tasks completed. Notification, 250 lottery points. The matters surrounding the game city had reached a temporary conclusion. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Jiang Shan immediately transferred the EV he had acquired to exchange for his Pikachu. He did not retrieve the Larvitar and Dragonair, primarily because their levels were too low. Moreover, without evolution, they were not immediately useful. He decided to let them stay at home for a while longer before utilizing them. However, this EV was different. It could choose from multiple evolutionary paths, each with different requirements. Currently, what he lacked most was a viable tank. Ideally, he wished for it to evolve into either a Sylveon or a Vaporeon, both of which required a high level of affection, necessitating that he keep it close to accumulate enough affection for evolution. It seemed there was a beauty street nearby. With Eevee's Pokeball in hand, Jiang Shan contemplated giving Pokémon beauty treatments and massages. Could that not also enhance their affection? Perhaps he should give it a try? This would expedite the evolution process. Without hesitation, as the sun still lingered in the sky, Jiang Shan brought Eevee to the beauty street for various pampering treatments. This indulgence cost him several thousand coins. However, the results were remarkably evident. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Eevee began to glow radiantly. As the light faded, the enchanting Sylveon emerged. Jiang Shan promptly scanned it with his device. Name, Sylveon. Level, 35. Type, Fairy. HP, 122. Gender, female. Nature, gentle. Ability, Pixelate. Moves, Hyper Voice Baby Doll Eyes Yawn Wish. The information displayed on the device was a delightful surprise. This Sylveon possessed Hyper Voice, an immensely powerful normal-type move. Yet, with Sylveon's ability, Pixelate, normal-type moves were converted into fairy-type moves and received a 1.2 times power increase. Coupled with Yawn to induce sleep and Wish for healing, it could both tank and deal damage, which was quite appealing. Moreover, it could learn Calm Mind, enhancing its special attack and special defense. After using Calm Mind, Sylveon would be nearly invincible. Furthermore, if it learned Baton Pass, it could pass its boosts to Zapdos for a devastating sweep against all opposing Pokémon. In summary, Sylveon had an arsenal of formidable tactics. Deploying this against the Cerulean Gym and the Vermilion Gym might allow for a straightforward victory akin to the Rainbow Gym. Gently patting Sylvian's head, Jiang Shan contemplated. His team was beginning to take shape. The next step was merely leveling up and making adjustments. Of course, should he encounter other powerful Pokémon or types he currently lacked, he would still seek to capture them. After all, the journey ahead was long. Capturing formidable Pokémon would allow for the formation of various teams. When facing formidable adversaries, he would have multiple teams to choose from, enabling him to respond with composure. Speaking of the Cerulean Gym leader, he recalled that the leader had challenged the elite 4-member Koga. This gym leader was quite strong, but it would be fortuitous to gauge the strength of the elite 4 through him. A glimmer sparked in Jiang Shan's eyes. To become the champion, one must inevitably challenge the elite 4. Their strength was formidable, making victory a difficult endeavor. However, if he could engage with those near the elite 4's caliber, he could mentally prepare himself and significantly reduce the challenge. Enough pondering. Tomorrow, he would set off for Cerulean City. Chapter 40. Instantaneous Victory as Dawn Broke. Jiang Shan had already departed from Rainbow City. However, shortly after setting off, he received a phone call from the secretary of Silver Corporation, who extended an invitation for him to participate in the P1 fighting tournament, held in a nearby town. Jiang Shan had long been aware of this competition and had initially intended to enter after capturing her across. However, he was uncertain about the registration process. Now, with the secretary's assistance in registering him, all he needed to do was head to the town and compete. This town was conveniently located on the way to Pink City and not too far from Rainbow City. By noon, Jiang Shan had arrived at the town, only to discover that Xiaoji and his friends had already registered for the tournament before him. "I have a Monferno ready to compete," Xiaoji exclaimed, cheerfully shaking his Pokeball. Beside him, Xiaojing skeptically remarked, "That Monferno was caught with Jiang Shan's help, and it hardly listens to your commands. Are you sure you can win?" In response to Xiaojing's question, Xiaoji scratched his head, a bit uncertain, but ultimately nodded. "Well, I've registered, so I'll just have to give it a shot. By the way, Jiang Shan, have you registered too?" Jiang Shan nodded. "Someone helped me with the registration. I heard that besides the golden belt, the champion also receives a black belt that enhances fighting skills. It would be beneficial for my Heracross." Jiang Shan would never overlook such a valuable prize. Xiaoxia couldn't help but interject, "You want the black belt? It seems you really are aiming for the championship, but with your strength, you might actually defeat Mr. Shandu and claim victory." Her words piqued Jiang Shan's curiosity. "Mr. Shandu? Who is he? Is he formidable?" Jiang Shan inquired, puzzled. The mention of this name suggested he was quite significant, yet Jiang Shan had never heard of him. "Ha ha, how amusing. This guy doesn't even know the name of Mr. Shandu and still dreams of winning the championship," came a voice from nearby. The speaker was a young fighter, clad in combat attire. "What? Not knowing about Shandu means you can't win?" Jiang Shan retorted, genuinely intrigued. The fighter smirked with disdain. "Of course. Mr. Shandu is a renowned fighter in this area, and he and his fast-punching Pokémon have defeated countless opponents. For this tournament, he has even left home to train in the wild with his Pokémon. He is a top contender. If you don't even know him, you clearly haven't done your homework on your opponents. With your skills, winning is just a dream." It seemed this young fighter was a local fan of Mr. Shandu, though he had a point. Since knowing oneself and one's opponent is essential in battle, the tournament was still a fighting competition, regardless of the adversaries. The Pokémon allowed in the matches remained relatively the same. Jiang Shan possessed profound knowledge of Pokémon, so understanding his opponents was of little consequence to him. With this thought, he replied nonchalantly, "I don't need to know him. All I need to know is what Pokémon he uses. And you've just informed me that he uses a Machoke. Therefore, I will undoubtedly win against him." His confidence irritated the young fighter, who appeared to be of a similar age to Jiang Shan. He could not fathom how Jiang Shan believed he could defeat his idol, Mr. Shandu, let alone triumph over many strong opponents to win the championship. "Keep dreaming," he scoffed, walking away. "With my experience, I can tell you'll be eliminated in the first round." At that moment, the announcement for the P1 fighting tournament echoed outside, signaling the imminent start of the event. Shaking his head, Jiang Shan and the others hurried towards the arena. Upon arrival, a prompt appeared in Jiang Shan's mind. "Alert! Event task triggered. Task details. Win the P1 tournament. Task reward, 100 lottery points." Listening to the prompt, Jiang Shan surveyed the arena. He had anticipated a large turnout for the competition, yet to his surprise, there were only a handful of participants. Coincidentally, his first opponent turned out to be the very young fighter who had mocked him earlier. The system promptly issued a new task. "Alert! Random task triggered. Task details. Defeat the young fighter. Task reward, 50 lottery points." After the prompt concluded, Jiang Shan retrieved his Pokeball. Before the battle began, The young fighter couldn't resist taunting. Looks like luck isn't on your side. Delusional dreamer. You'll stop here. His unwavering confidence in his victory was palpable. Jiang Shan merely shrugged. If you're so skilled, I wonder what fighting Pokémon you're using? Humph. It's definitely stronger than yours. With that, the young fighter tossed out his Pokeball. A flash of light revealed a purple humanoid Pokémon. Mankey, the pre-evolution of Machoke. Its level seemed comparable to that of a Pidgey. Upon seeing this Pokémon, Jiang Shan nearly burst into laughter. Mankey, this is what you're using? He found it hard to believe that someone could be so confident with such a Pokémon. Unbeknownst to the young fighter, who believed Jiang Shan was intimidated by the delay in releasing his own Pokémon, he arrogantly declared, "Are you scared? I suggest you surrender now." Such arrogance was rather excessive. Jiang Shan shook his head and released his Pokémon. The one who will lose is you. Come forth, Heracross. With a buzz, Heracross emerged, its imposing stature creating a stark contrast to the diminutive Mankey. The young fighter was momentarily stunned. What Pokémon is that? You don't recognize it? Jiang Shan could no longer contain his laughter, covering his mouth. Given Heracross's rarity, it was understandable that few trainers knew of it. But for a fighting enthusiast like this young fighter not to recognize it was somewhat amusing. The young fighter's face flushed with embarrassment as Jiang Shan's laughter ignited his anger. Oomph, no matter what you use, you can't win. Mankey, use Flying Knee Kick. Upon receiving the command, Mankey charged at Heracross. The Flying Knee Kick was a powerful fighting move, which explained the young fighter's arrogance. If it were anyone else, they might have lost. However, for Jiang Shan, the situation was different. Heracross, take to the skies. With a buzz, Heracross opened its shell, revealing transparent wings that allowed it to soar into the arena's heights. Evading Mankey's attack, the young fighter was both shocked and furious. That's cheating. Fighting Pokémon can't fly. Jiang Shan retorted without hesitation. It is indeed a fighting Pokémon, and the tournament hasn't prohibited fighting Pokémon from flying to dodge attacks. Utilizing a Pokémon's inherent advantages to secure victory is the true path. Heracross, execute a surging strike. With a powerful thrust, Heracross descended from above, launching a fierce attack that knocked Mankey out of the arena. A swift victory left the young fighter in a state of bewilderment. Is it over already? How astonishingly swift it is. He had harbored hopes of securing a place among the top 3. Little did he expect to be eliminated in the very first match. Moreover, he was ousted by someone he regarded as a novice. The thought of having mocked this individual moments before, only to be swiftly vanquished by him, filled him with a desire to vanish into the earth. For it was indeed a most humiliating experience. Retrieving his sprite, he ultimately retreated in disgrace. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 50 lottery points. Chapter 41. The Insect King triumphs. The inaugural battle was effortlessly secured. Ash's journey was also surprisingly smooth. His Infernape exhibited commendable combat prowess, albeit still slightly inferior to Heracross. The subsequent encounters unfolded without significant upheaval, as Jiang Shan skillfully exploited Heracross's aerial advantage to swiftly dispatch opponents. Ultimately, he and Ash advanced to the semifinals. Their next adversary proved to be quite intriguing. This was Mr. Shandu, a robust and towering middle-aged man. His Hitmonchan performed admirably in the competition. As Shandu entered the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers, revealing his considerable fanbase. As for Jiang Shan, the absence of applause was primarily due to his reputation being widely acknowledged, yet few had witnessed him in action, leading most to believe he merely resembled Jiang Shan rather than being the man himself, hence the lack of support. Moreover, Shandu was entirely unfamiliar with Jiang Shan. After all, he had been honing his skills in the mountains. Confronted by Jiang Shan, Shandu displayed evident disdain. This is a fighting tournament. Yet you resort to exploiting the advantage of flight to gain victory over your foes. Such a triumph I cannot acknowledge. Your cleverness ends here. With that, he summoned his Hitmonchan. It was clear he held a significant grudge against Jiang Shan. His fans began to voice their discontent. Using flight in a fighting tournament? How pathetic. Indeed, I've wanted to say this for ages. Without the advantage of flight, he would never have reached the semifinals. He is merely a cunning trickster. Teach this rule-breaker a lesson, Mr. Shandu. Hearing their remarks, Jiang Shan felt a sense of incredulity. Flight was simply an inherent ability of the Pokémon. Utilizing the intrinsic advantages of Pokémon to secure victory is precisely what a competent trainer ought to do. Furthermore, even if we were to take 1,000 steps back, the rules stipulated the use of fighting Pokémon. There was no prohibition against employing flying capabilities. If the rules permit it, why not utilize them? These individuals were rather perplexing. Hint, triggered a random task. Task details. Utilize the advantage of flight to defeat Shandu. Task reward, 50 lottery points. This task seems rather intriguing. Accused of being clever? Unable to defeat Shandu? I shall indeed employ this cleverness to vanquish Shandu. Jiang Shan chuckled to himself. With a swift throw, he summoned her across. Both Pokémon took their positions, and the battle commenced. Shandu launched a rapid assault, ordering, use agility to close the distance for close combat. Agility significantly enhances speed, and close combat is as powerful as a flying knee strike. It appeared Shandu intended to conclude the battle in one decisive blow. However, Jiang Shan, understanding his strategy, was not about to acquiesce. With a flap of its wings, Heracross retreated to evade. Heracross immediately spread its wings, leveraging the force of its wing beats to withdraw a considerable distance. Shandu's close combat attack missed entirely. Realizing his plan had failed, Shandu furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan smiled. Heracross, ascend swiftly and continuously use iron defense to bolster your defenses. Continuous iron defense? Shandu's eyelids twitched. Iron defense substantially enhances defense. Heracross, already difficult to hit while airborne, would now possess formidable defenses. Was there any point in striking? Hitmonchan, use Sky Uppercut to interrupt it. Sensing impending doom, Shandu quickly commanded. As Heracross glowed with a silver sheen, Hitmonchan leaped forward, fist raised. At this juncture, Heracross could not evade. With a thud, Hitmonchan landed a hit. Yet, Heracross sustained minimal damage. Typically, fighting techniques inflict low damage, and coupled with iron defense, it was impervious to harm. Shandu found himself at a loss. What's the matter, Mr. Shandu? No attacks forthcoming? Noticing Shandu's silence, Jiang Shan casually remarked, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you do not strike soon, when I commence my assault, you shall have no opportunity left. Shandu clenched his fists, torn between frustration and resignation. He was vexed by his inability to devise a counter-strategy, and disheartened by the realization that victory was slipping from his grasp. Meanwhile, his fans in the audience murmured amongst themselves, is Mr. Shandu really out of ideas? Alas, Mr. Shandu cannot contend with him. It's infuriating. How can this opportunist, exploiting his flying abilities, have reached the finals? It's unacceptable. Is there truly no one who can stop him? Not necessarily. There is still an Infernape in the other bracket. Oh, right. Perhaps Infernape can defeat him. Infernape? They must be referring to Ash. It was unexpected that he had also reached the finals. Jiang Shan smiled, thinking victory was assured. After all, he was well acquainted with Ash, and he knew precisely what to expect from Infernape. As he pondered, his gaze returned to the arena. Ultimately, Shandu conceded defeat. He simply had no recourse. The repeatedly enhanced defenses of Heracross were insurmountable for Hitmonchan. Continuing would only result in further humiliation at Jiang Shan's hands. With his surrender, Jiang Shan completed his task. The final match was a foregone conclusion. The audience anticipated a fierce battle from Ash's Infernape. Yet, Jiang Shan altered his aerial tactics, allowing Heracross to land and engage in close combat with overwhelming force. Ash's Infernape was swiftly overwhelmed. Observing Jiang Shan joyfully claim the championship belt, Shandu's fans were utterly deflated. Jiang Shan, delighted, walked away with the golden belt, and the black belt awarded to Heracross. With the enhancement of the black belt, Heracross's fighting techniques would see a 20% increase in potency. Coupled with its ability to amplify attacks, and with assistance from other Pokémon to create favorable conditions, yet another swift knockout strategy was taking shape. However, it would be ideal if he could acquire Swords Dance. Retrieving Heracross, Jiang Shan contemplated. Swords Dance could elevate attack power by 2 levels. With the ability to stack up to 6 levels of attack enhancement, a Heracross bolstered by 6 levels would truly earn the title of the Insect King. Shall I try my luck with a lottery draw? Who knows, I might just obtain Swords Dance. Recently, I seem to have amassed a considerable number of points. With this thought, Jiang Shan promptly accessed the points panel. Remaining points, 1,200. Exchange for a rare lottery ticket. Let the drawing commence. The rare lottery will materialize before him, spinning. Hint, you have drawn TR029 Baton Pass X1. Staring at the disc in his hand, Jiang Shan paused momentarily. Baton Pass? A look of joy gradually spread across his face. Although he hadn't drawn Swords Dance, Baton Pass was even better. For while Swords Dance only enhances one's own attack, this skill can transfer status boosts. For instance, if another Pokémon performs Swords Dance or Calm Mind, and then Baton Pass is used to switch in Heracross, both enhancements can be conferred. Both Butterfree and Sylveon can learn this skill. Butterfree possesses Silver Wind to enhance all attributes. If luck is on his side, triggering it once or twice, and then passing it to Zapdos or another Pokémon would render them invincible. As for Sylveon, it has Calm Mind and Baton Pass. With this skill, his odds against Aji would significantly increase. With the disc in hand, Jiang Shan swiftly utilized the machine at the Pokémon Center to teach Sylveon Baton Pass. Butterfree learned Calm Mind. With all tasks accomplished, he was ready to move forward. Chapter 42. Scoundrels everywhere. The foul stench pervaded the dimly lit alley as Jiang Shan trudged forward, pinching his nose in discomfort. He had been away from Rainbow City for several days and had now entered the vicinity of Black Cloud City. Although he had heard of the severe pollution caused by the numerous factories there, he had not anticipated it to be as dire as it truly was. Today, however, he bore witness to the grim reality. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight, while the vegetation appeared mostly withered, lacking any vibrant green. The nearby waters, both sea and river, were foul and filthy, the stench overwhelming even before he reached the city center. Were it not for his Butterfree's illness and the absence of other Pokémon centers in the vicinity, he would have resolutely avoided this place. Fortunately, upon entering the Pokémon Center, the noxious odor dissipated. After handing over Butterfree to Nurse Joy, Jiang Shan couldn't help but inquire. Given the severity of the pollution and the unbearable stench, how do you manage to work here? Joy shook her head in response. Indeed, the pollution is quite severe, but that smell has only recently emerged. According to other trainers, it seems many Grimer have infiltrated the nearby waters. Grimer, a poison-type Pokémon, was composed entirely of foul, murky sludge. Such an unappealing creature was rarely favored by trainers, and they typically resided in specific habitats, avoiding close proximity to human settlements. The presence of a large number of Grimer here was certainly unusual, indicating that something was amiss. Is there no one who knows the cause? Jiang Shan pressed. Joy nodded. Yes, other trainers have investigated the matter. The Grimer originally inhabited a swamp near the coastline, but a Starmie arrived and drove them away. With nowhere else to go, the Grimer migrated here. Starmie? Jiang Shan recalled that Misty possessed one. It was a water and psychic-type Pokémon, effectively countering the poison-type Grimer. However, Starmie typically resided in water, so why would it venture onto land to compete with Grimer? The situation grew increasingly perplexing. Noticing Jiang Shan's interest, Joy teased. You seem quite intrigued. I'm somewhat curious, he admitted. She gestured toward a nearby poster. Look over there. Kunsa has issued a bounty for anyone who can capture a Starmie and drive the Grimer back. Jiang Shan approached the poster, intrigued by its contents, which echoed Joy's words. Kunsa was offering a reward of rare candies. These could directly elevate a Pokémon's level. To think Kunsa had such treasures here. Jiang Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement, as it seemed he had found a new ambition. At that moment, the system kindly announced a new task. Notice, random task triggered. Task details, capture the sought-after Starmie. Task reward, 100 lottery points. He desired both the candies and the lottery points. Naturally, the Starmie was a must-have as well. Currently, Jiang Shan lacked any water-type Pokémon, and Starmie possessed both water and psychic attributes. The psychic type countered poison types, making it potentially invaluable against a Jew in the light pink gym. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Shan promptly took action. He left Butterfree in Joy's care and, after inquiring about the general location of the Starmie, rushed off, eager to ensure the candies wouldn't be snatched away by others. Yet, he seemed to have arrived just a moment too late. Upon reaching the swamp near the coastline, he discovered that other trainers had already found the Starmie and were engaged in battle. This Starmie, like Butterfree, was a dazzling, pitch-black shiny Pokémon. Had it also been rejected by its peers? Without further contemplation, Jiang Shan's gaze shifted ahead. The trainer opposing the Starmie was using a Magnemite. Electric types typically had the upper hand against water types, putting Starmie at a disadvantage. Magnemite, Thunderbolt. A blinding bolt of electricity surged towards Starmie. Yet, it swiftly shrank to the size of a palm and evaded the attack. Moments later, a purple glow erupted, overwhelming Magnemite. Bang! Magnemite fell to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Shan nodded to himself, impressed by Starmie's ability to utilize evasive maneuvers and its powerful psychic attack, Psyshock. This Starmie was indeed formidable. Such prowess only heightened its capture value. Having witnessed the defeat of the trainer's Magnemite, Jiang Shan released his own Sylveon. With the previous trainer vanquished, he was now qualified to capture the Starmie. Although Sylveon was not particularly effective against Starmie, its high special defense and the ability to use Yawn to induce sleep significantly enhanced the likelihood of a successful capture. However, upon noticing Jiang Shan's actions, the defeated trainer scoffed, another novice trainer. I couldn't catch it with my electric-type Magnemite, and you think you can capture it with your Sylveon, which is weak against it. You'd better head home and get some rest. Jiang Shan shot him a glance, but chose not to respond. Such individuals, who, upon experiencing failure, sought to undermine others to feel better about themselves, were hardly worth his time. Ignoring the provocateur, Jiang Shan promptly issued commands. Sylveon, use Yawn. The effect would ensure that the opponent would fall asleep shortly. Sylveon executed the command flawlessly, and the effectiveness of the move meant that Starmie's shrinking state would not aid in evading it. Seizing the opportunity as Starmie began to drift into slumber, Jiang Shan ordered, "Use Calm Mind." Sylveon swiftly bolstered its special attack and special defense. "Now, unleash Hyper Voice." A colossal sound erupted from Sylveon's mouth, amplified by its special attack. As the powerful fairy-type sound wave struck Starmie down, the onlooking trainers were left in stunned silence. They had battled this Starmie for ages without success, let alone capturing it. Even if they had been able to defeat it, its ability to shrink had rendered their strongest attacks ineffective. Yet here it was, so easily vanquished by someone else. Disregarding the murmurs of disbelief, Jiang Shan readied a Pokeball for capture. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The trainer who had used Magnemite suddenly hurled his Pokeball, capturing the defenseless Starmie. "Haha, thank you, fool. I'll be taking this Starmie." He grinned at Jiang Shan, mockingly sticking out his tongue before sprinting away. The other trainers watched with a mix of schadenfreude, whispering, "How unfortunate. Someone stole the capture. Now that's a relief for them. How amusing. I bet that kid is on the verge of tears." Amidst the derisive comments, Jiang Shan remained composed. His gaze fixed on the retreating figure as he tossed a great ball into the air. A colossal shadow of a Dragonite loomed over the area. "I'll give you 3 seconds to escape its attack range. After that, it will unleash a flurry of blows. If you wish to perish, then keep running." Jiang Shan's voice was calm and gentle, yet the words struck terror into the hearts of those listening, especially when paired with the terrifying silhouette of the Dragonite. The trainers surrounding him were trembling in fear, while the individual who had attempted to seize the Pokémon stood frozen in place, quaking uncontrollably. Mechanically turning his head, he managed to muster a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, extending his hands with the Pokeball and stammering, "B brother, it's a misunderstanding, truly." As he retrieved the Pokeball, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification: task completed. Notification: 100 lottery points. The system proved to be fair, acknowledging the task's completion. However, as for this despicable trainer before him, a smirk crept across Jiang Shan's lips, and an idea began to form in his mind. Chapter 43. The dojo in the mountains. The gem starfish has been successfully captured. However, there remains the task of driving the stinky mud back. They are not only pungent but fierce, and their numbers are considerable, making them troublesome to handle. This laborious and thankless task was promptly assigned by Jiang Shan to that unscrupulous trainer who sought to snatch the gem starfish. Although the latter was deeply reluctant, he dared not oppose Jiang Shan out of fear. Nevertheless, the stench from the stinky mud was truly horrendous. Just getting close was enough to induce nausea. Yet, Jiang Shan was watching him closely. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself to deal with the situation. The unbearable stench nearly caused him to retch. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had encountered a villain to serve as labor. Otherwise, if he had to drive away the stinky mud himself, his situation would not have been any better. After casting a sympathetic glance at the man, Jiang Shan merrily collected his reward from Junsha. The man would likely never again dare to seize another trainer's Pokémon after this unforgettable experience. One less villain in the world, and a reward for himself. Jiang Shan felt quite pleased, a win-win situation. Moreover, he received 3 rare candies. He promptly fed all 3 candies to the newly captured gem starfish, as it might serve as a damage dealer against a Jew later on. Thus, enhancing its combat prowess was essential. After it consumed the candies, Jiang Shan took out the Pokédex. Name: Gem Starfish. Level: 40. Type: Water Psychic. HP: 110. Gender: genderless. Nature: reserved. Ability: Natural Recovery. Moves: Surf, Minimize, Psychic Recover, Natural Recovery. Jiang Shan was somewhat surprised. This ability allows for the automatic removal of abnormal statuses. However, the sleep from earlier did not seem to have been lifted. Could it be that its ability had already activated during battles against others, rendering it inactive for a short time? That must be the case. Truly fortunate. Furthermore, the Gem Starfish's moveset was quite impressive. 2 offensive skills, 1 recovery, and 1 enhancement. It seems that shiny Pokémon are adept at skill combinations. The Butterfree also had its own well-coordinated moveset. Indeed, shiny Pokémon possess high intelligence. After recalling the Gem Starfish, Jiang Shan stood up to leave. The Butterfree had already been healed by joy, but he decided to temporarily send it back to rest, letting the Gem Starfish take its place. Though the stinky mud had been driven away from Black Cloud City, the pollution in the area remained severe. So Jiang Shan had no intention of lingering. Seizing the daylight, he departed the city to continue his journey to Shallow Red City. However, the road ahead was fraught with challenges. Shallow Red City was a mountain city. To enter, one must traverse rugged terrain. Days after leaving Black Cloud City, Despite relying on the Pokédex map, Jiang Shan ultimately lost his way in the vast mountains. The treacherous paths made navigation difficult. Even with a map, it was of little help. Reluctantly, he decided to take one step at a time. Shaking his head, he closed the Pokédex map and relied on his instincts to navigate through the dense foliage, only to be captivated by the sight of a classical mansion that emerged before him. Who would construct a mansion in such a secluded area? Regardless, the presence of a house indicated the presence of people. If there were people, he could inquire about the route to Shallow Red City. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shan quickly approached the mansion. "Is anyone home?" he called out, knocking on the door, but received no answer. Just as he was about to knock again, the tightly shut door unexpectedly swung open on its own. What is going on here? Jiang Shan glanced inside, feeling suspicious. The mere existence of a hidden mansion in the mountains was already strange enough. Now, the door had opened by itself. It truly looked increasingly dubious. "This is a ninja's trap mansion." A ghostly girl's voice suddenly chimed in. "A ninja's trap mansion? So there is someone here?" "Yes. And they are right behind the wall next to you." "Next to me?" Jiang Shan instinctively reached out to push against the wooden wall. With the sound of gears turning, the wall swiftly sank into the ground, revealing a hidden space behind it, along with the person concealed there. It was a girl clad in a pink ninja outfit. She appeared equally surprised upon seeing Jiang Shan. "You figured out the traps here so quickly? Many trainers come here, but you are the first I've met who can see through the mechanisms at once." It was evident she held a certain admiration for Jiang Shan. However, he was more concerned about her mention of trainers. She seemed to imply that many trainers visited this location. Could it be a hidden renowned site? Yet, he had never heard of it. Rubbing the back of his head in confusion, he replied, "I was just lucky. May I ask who you are?" Regaining her composure, the girl brandished a shuriken, striking a pose she deemed impressive, and introduced herself. "I am the ninja trainer of this dojo." "Yeah. A dojo? What kind of dojo is this?" Upon hearing Aya's response, Jiang Shan quickly inquired. He had no recollection of any dojo hidden in the mountains. Noticing his confusion, Aya frowned. "This is the Shallow Red Dojo. You didn't know? Are you not here to challenge the dojo?" Aya's words caught Jiang Shan off guard. He had only heard of the Shallow Red Dojo being in Shallow Red City. He had never heard that it was situated deep within the mountains. This was indeed a case of serendipity. Jiang Shan chuckled. "I am here to challenge the dojo. I thought it was located in the city center, not here." Since this was indeed the Shallow Red Dojo, he continued, "Could you tell me where Master Aju is? I wish to challenge him for the Shallow Red badge." Aya's expression turned sly at his words. "To challenge the master, you must first get past me," she declared, producing her Pokeball. However, Jiang Shan had no intention of battling her. He aimed to challenge Aju at full strength and needed to ensure his Pokémon were in prime condition to avoid suffering losses even before the battle commenced. "I am here to challenge the master, not you. So please summon Master Aju." Upon hearing this, Aya instantly displayed a displeased expression. "What? You look down on me just because I am not the master?" She smirked coldly. "I will tell you this. If you do not defeat me today, you will not see Master Aju." It seemed he had encountered yet another stubborn opponent. Although he was reluctant to exhaust his Pokémon's condition unnecessarily, there was no other choice but to fight. Moreover, if he could swiftly defeat Aya's Pokémon, his own would likely sustain minimal damage. Hint: random task triggered. Task details: defeat the female ninja Aya. Task reward: 50 lottery points. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Shan shrugged. "I am merely concerned about how severely you might lose," he said, producing a Pokeball from his pocket. Aya couldn't help but laugh derisively. "Concerned about my loss? Don't think that just because you figured out the traps here and received some praise from me, you are truly the best. I've seen many novices like you, and they all fell before me." With that, Aya threw her Pokeball. A buzzing sound erupted as a fluffy creature leaped out. Jiang Shan stared at the fluffy creature, feeling somewhat speechless. After hearing Aya's claims of prowess, he had expected her to summon a formidable Pokémon capable of engaging him in a few rounds. Instead, she released a mere fluffball. What kind of rookies had she encountered before that she couldn't even handle a fluffball? Jiang Shan sighed helplessly, shaking his head in disbelief. Aya raised an eyebrow, questioning the expression on the other's face. "What does that look signify? Do you hold my fluffy companion in disdain? Individuals like you are truly insufferable, judging a spirit solely by its appearance. It is only after your defeat that you will come to terms with the harsh reality, won't you?" With that, Jiang Shan released a Pokeball, and the formidable presence of the Zapdos enveloped the arena. Aya was left speechless, while her fluffy companion feigned lifelessness. Chapter 44. The Poison King Aju and the Legendary Electric Bird. The fabled electric bird, a creature that particularly counters bug-type Pokémon, seemed to present an overwhelmingly advantageous situation. "This feels like delivering a free victory," Jiang Shan remarked. observing Aya's fluff ball lying still in a feigned state of defeat. Aya's complexion shifted rapidly from crimson to pale. Moments ago, she had confidently asserted that Jiang Shan would surely weep in defeat, only to find her own Pokémon opting to play dead in the face of insurmountable odds. Humph, you still possess some skill. Gritting her teeth, Aya recalled her fluff ball, conceding her defeat. A notification of task completion echoed in Jiang Shan's mind, delighting him with the prospect of acquiring 50 lottery points without effort. I have one. You should summon the gym leader, Mr. Aju, he stated as he withdrew the electric bird. I know. Must you rush me? Aya glared at him in displeasure. Humph, the gym leader is not like me. Even with an electric bird, should he unleash his full power, your victory is implausible. With that, she turned to call for Aju. Jiang Shan found no grounds to dispute her words, for Aju had indeed faced the Elite Four and was undeniably formidable. The chances of victory were slim, especially since the electric bird had no advantage over poison types. However, his primary asset was not the electric bird, but rather the gem starfish. Aya's awareness of the electric bird would likely mislead Aju into underestimating Jiang Shan's true capabilities. With these thoughts, Jiang Shan smiled slightly. Moments later, the gym leader Aju entered, clad in a ninja-like attire, a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority. Brother, this is the challenger, Aya announced. This fellow is overly arrogant, relying on his electric bird. I suggest you teach him a lesson with your prowess. Jiang Shan was taken aback to learn they were siblings. Acknowledging Aya's remarks with a nod, Aju addressed Jiang Shan. As the gym leader, I accept your challenge. The rules are a 3-on-3 battle until one side's Pokémon can no longer fight. Understood, but I hope you will give it your all. I am aware of your past encounters with the Elite Four and wish to gauge the disparity between us. Jiang Shan replied earnestly as he readied his Pokeball. Aju's expression shifted to one of surprise. This young man possessed ambition, even daring to use Aju as a benchmark to measure his own strength against the Elite Four. A sense of pride swelled within Aju, as he had not encountered such determination in trainers for quite some time. However, Aya's perspective starkly contrasted with her brother's. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's request for Aju to fight at full strength, she could not suppress her scorn. You are utterly oblivious. My brother can rival the Elite Four Eschuku. And you, a mere novice trainer, dare challenge him at his peak? You must be foolish. Aju shot her a weary glance before turning his attention back to Jiang Shan. I accept your terms. Let us commence. As he spoke, Jiang Shan received a notification. Notification, random task triggered. Task details, defeat the Poison King Aju. Task reward, 300 lottery points. The revelation startled Jiang Shan. Poison King Aju? According to the system's designation, Aju's true strength was likely very close to that of the Elite Four, making this confrontation all the more exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, he threw his Pokeball. Out leapt a blue Ninetales. Aju's eyes lit up. A Ninetales from the Alolan region? Impressive, then I shall summon. Grimer. With a foul stench, Grimer emerged. Far larger than any he had encountered in Black Cloud City. Ninetales, use Aurora Veil. Jiang Shan commanded, uncertain of Aju's tactics. Aju, perceiving Jiang Shan's cautiousness, chuckled. Being overly cautious is not always advantageous. Grimer, use Minimize. As Grimer shrank in size, Aya gleefully chimed in, after Minimize. It will be difficult for you to hit Grimer, and the poison from a poison-type Pokémon will continuously wear down your Aurora Veil. Fool. It seems your defeat is inevitable. Undeterred, Jiang Shan responded. That remains to be seen. Use Encore. Aju frowned slightly. With the Encore effect activated, Grimer could only continue to minimize. Seizing the moment, Jiang Shan recalled Ninetales and summoned Sylveon in its place, a strategic maneuver that left Aju perplexed. Aya mocked. This is hilarious. I've never seen someone willingly allow their opponent to strengthen themselves while they switch Pokémon. You won't just lose to my brother, you'll be obliterated. Aju shook his head, bemused. How could one hope to win while failing to land a hit on the opponent? However, Jiang Shan remained unfazed. He awaited the moment Grimer's Encore effect expired, then unleashed Yawn, a guaranteed hit that rendered Grimer asleep just as Aju attempted to mount an attack. Aju and Aya remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Sylveon, continue using Calm Mind. Upon hearing this, Aju's expression shifted to one of realization. You intend to use Encore to avoid damage, followed by sleep, and then enhance yourself with Calm Mind? Quite the strategy. He chuckled, but it seems you've overlooked something. Oh? What have I overlooked? Jiang Shan inquired. Aju's smile widened. Poison, it inflicts residual damage. No matter how much you strengthen yourself, the poison will take its toll. Grimer, unleash Toxic Attack. As Grimer awoke, it launched a wave of purple poison mist towards Sylveon, who, unable to evade, succumbed to the poison. Yet Jiang Shan remained composed. Continue using Calm Mind. Still using Calm Mind. Are you out of your mind? Aya exclaimed in disbelief. It's poisoned. If you don't switch to another Pokémon, it will soon be incapacitated. Her disappointment in Jiang Shan had reached its peak. Aju, however, felt a sense of unease creeping in, despite Jiang Shan's minor blunders. A trainer wielding a legendary electric bird would not continuously misstep, not even after recognizing his mistakes. Something was amiss. For safety's sake, he recalled Grimer, come forth, Crobat. The Crobat was his ace, and he could only risk it now. Yet this move provided Jiang Shan an opportunity. Sylveon, use Switcheroo. With that, Sylveon returned to its Pokeball, and the Gem Starfish emerged, inheriting the 6 levels of special attack and defense boosts. Aju's pupils constricted in realization. It was over. The Gem Starfish, possessing extraordinary abilities, has inherited top-tier enhancements, rendering it invincible. Indeed, at this moment, Jiang Shan displayed a smile. He unleashed a powerful psychic force. In an instant, the bat-like creature fell to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Aju swiftly substituted it with another spirit. With a single burst of psychic energy, the sludge creature was vanquished. Another pulse of psychic strength, and the moth-like creature was eliminated. Silence enveloped the entire gym, descending into a profound stillness. Aju wore a bitter expression, realizing he had underestimated the situation. He had assumed Jiang Shan had made a mistake, unaware that it was a deliberate strategy. Now, it was quite the predicament. He, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the Elite Four, had faltered against a trainer who had only recently debuted. Meanwhile, beside him, Aju was left in a state of shock. She recalled her earlier taunts directed at Jiang Shan. It was no wonder he had completely disregarded her. He must have viewed her as a fool. Notification, task completed. Notification, 300 lottery points. Chapter 45, Adaguo. The Poison King, Aju, met with defeat. Jiang Shan completed his mission and earned 300 points. Yet, more than the reward, he was elated by the taste of victory. Although this triumph bore elements of luck, it undeniably demonstrated his capability to confront the 4 kings head-on. The 4 kings represented the pinnacle of strength in the Kanto region, and he had proven himself capable of standing against them. This signified that his power was nearing the summit of Kanto. With this, the prospect of claiming victory in the Kanto Grand Tournament seemed within reach. Nothing could be more exhilarating than this. Ah, youth and achievement, you have triumphed. Aju retrieved his Pokémon and presented a badge, saying, "This year's Kanto Grand Tournament may be splendid due to your presence. I eagerly await the day you claim the championship." Jiang Shan gratefully accepted the badge. Now he was merely 2 badges away. After clarifying the route with Aju and his companions, Jiang Shan departed. Since he had already acquired the Shallow Red badge, there was no need to visit Shallow Red City. Instead, he would take a different path directly to Red Lotus Island to challenge the Red Lotus Gym. Was the next stop the Wild Wilderness area? As he walked through the forest, Jiang Shan examined the map. This Wild Wilderness area was merely a collective term. It encompassed numerous regions, including reserves and open fields. It was a vast expanse. To reach Red Lotus Island, one must traverse through it. The Wild Wilderness area was quite renowned in Kanto. It was home to many precious Pokémon. There were even reports of someone spotting the exceedingly rare Dragonair in the capture zone of the Wild Wilderness area. The mention of Dragonair reminded Jiang Shan of the Game City. He had traded for a Dragonair there. He wondered how it was faring with his Larvitar. Lost in thoughts of Dragonair, Jiang Shan failed to notice a youth riding a Doduo rapidly approaching from ahead. Realizing the imminent collision, he swiftly sidestepped. The Doduo brushed past him at an astonishing speed. The danger averted, Jiang Shan sighed in relief. However, the youth riding the Doduo turned back, glaring at him and angrily shouting, "Are you blind? Fool!" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan felt an urge to retaliate. However, the Doduo's speed was too swift. The youth had already vanished from sight. What a foul-mouthed individual, fortunate to be so fast. Had it not been for the Doduo, Jiang Shan would have certainly taken action. After all, this person recklessly charged down the rugged path, nearly colliding with him, and had the audacity to insult him instead of apologizing. Shaking his head, Jiang Shan continued on his way. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when he halted again. Another Doduo appeared before him. This one was larger than the previous youths, and its neck was a grayish-white rather than black. This coloration indicated a gender difference, not a shiny variant. Moreover, this Doduo showed no fear of humans. It approached Jiang Shan, its 3 heads and 6 eyes scrutinizing him. Shoo, shoo, Jiang Shan pushed the Doduo away. He had little interest in this 3-headed bird. Such creatures were typically utilized for their crowing or for riding. Their speed could exceed 60 kilometers per hour, making them decent mounts. However, Jiang Shan had no need for a ground-bound steed. He preferred something that could soar through the skies. To his surprise, after walking for a while, he discovered that the Doduo had been stealthily following him. Could it be that it wishes to be captured by you? The voice of a girl ghost echoed in his ears. Jiang Shan shook his head. How would I know? But it's possible. Well, let us check its attributes. If it's suitable, I might as well capture and train it. If its attributes are lacking, then so be it. As he spoke, he took out his Pokédex to scan. Name, Doduo, level, 40, type, normal flying HP, 110, gender, female, nature, cheerful, ability, early bird, moves, stomp, swords dance, agility. Brave bird. The information displayed by the Pokédex took Jiang Shan by surprise. This Doduo was indeed at level 40, and it possessed the formidable move Brave bird. Who would have thought? It has some merit. Jiang Shan waved his hand, and the Doduo approached him. Even before capturing it, it was already so obedient. However, its amiable demeanor suggested that perhaps no battle would be necessary for capture. Contemplating this, Jiang Shan retrieved a Pokeball. Just as he was about to capture the Doduo, a somewhat familiar voice called out from a distance. What are you doing, you fool? Stop right there. That Doduo is mine. You cannot capture it. Huh? Jiang Shan instinctively turned to look. It was indeed the youth who had nearly collided with him. The Doduo, upon seeing the youth, positioned itself behind Jiang Shan. You claim it is yours? But it is clearly a wild Pokémon, Jiang Shan remarked, petting the Doduo's head with a half-smile, eyeing the youth. The latter snorted derisively. Humph, a fool remains a fool. Did you not see the ring on its leg? It is a Pokémon from the reserve, belonging to our Legendarii tribe, and capturing it is prohibited. I came to take it back. Legendarii tribe? Jiang Shan had heard of this name. It seemed to be a people residing within the reserve. So this Doduo hailed from the Legendarii tribe. Yet, it was currently outside. Glancing at the Doduo's leg ring, Jiang Shan narrowed his eyes. Within the reserve, it may be a Pokémon of your Legendarii tribe. But outside the reserve, it is a wild Pokémon that any trainer can capture. If I catch it, what can you do? If the youth had spoken reasonably, Jiang Shan might have been amenable. However, this youth incessantly insulted him, calling him a fool. He had no intention of indulging such a foul-mouthed individual. Did he wish to take the Doduo away? Jiang Shan was determined to prevent that. Besides, the Doduo clearly did not wish to accompany this person. With that, he directly activated the Pokeball to make contact with the Doduo. Ding! The Doduo was captured without resistance. Watching the Pokeball transfer away in Jiang Shan's hand, the youth momentarily froze before his expression darkened. In this reserve, you are the first to dare provoke me in front of Dooley Fu. Kid, I see you are courting death. Dooley Fu declared, slapping the Doduo beneath him. Use Fury Attack on that little brat. The Doduo charged at Jiang Shan with ferocity. Unperturbed, Jiang Shan tossed out a high-grade ball. I've never seen a brash individual like you who would directly attack the trainer. You wish to battle me? I shall oblige. The massive form of a Tentacruel emerged. As its tentacles lashed out, the tremendous force shattered trees and crushed rocks, creating a massive crater before Dooley Fu, gazing into the several-meter-deep pit. Then lifting his gaze to the terrifying Tentacruel, Dooley Fu was filled with both fear and astonishment, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Had that strike truly connected, he and his Doduo would have been reduced to mere pulp. What in the world is that? Dooley Fu, trembling, inquired as he retreated on his Doduo. Jiang Shan shrugged. Just an ordinary Tentacruel. Dooley Fu's expression soured. Ordinary Tentacruel? Ordinary enough to be over 100 meters tall? Are you jesting? What? What do you intend to do? Wiping his sweat, Dooley Fu nervously fixed his gaze on the Tentacruel, fearing it might lash out. Jiang Shan, however, replied calmly. What do you mean? What do I intend to do? Have you not been the one looking for trouble? You want to fight me? I am more than willing to oblige. If you do not wish to fight, then be on your way. Dooley Fu's face flushed with anger. Yet, intimidated by the Tentacruel, he dared not utter a word. Contemplating the pursuit of the formidable Dooley, one finds oneself in a predicament where the creature has been captured by another, leaving one feeling utterly powerless in the face of the adversary. The frustration simmers within. Let us observe how events unfold. Humph. Gritting one's teeth, Doodly retreats in defeat. Unable to triumph in battle and with no recourse to reclaim Doodly, it has indeed been a significant loss. Gazing at the receding figure, Jiang Shan stifles a chuckle. Witnessing an enemy intent on delivering a lesson, only to find themselves unable to prevail, retreating in shame with their tail between their legs. One can succinctly encapsulate Jiang Shan's sentiment in a single word: contentment. Chapter 46. The sprite race. As twilight descended, Jiang Shan emerged from the forest, finding himself on the grassy plains of the protected area. This expanse also served as a grazing ground for the Legendarii tribe. Among those he encountered was Dooley Fu, a member of the Legendarii people, tasked with the care of a multitude of wild Doodly sprites. Capturing sprites here was strictly prohibited. However, those that strayed beyond the protected zone were exceptions. For instance, The Doodly Jiang Shan had captured was no longer under protection once it left the confines of the sanctuary. Trainers could capture it without fear of repercussions from the league, though caretakers would face penalties, which explained Dooley Foo's eagerness to reclaim the sprite. As Jiang Shan perused the map detailing the protected area, the sky darkened, and lights twinkled in the distance. Could that be the gathering place of the Lalamai tribe? With a renewed sense of purpose, he quickened his pace towards the shimmering village. Upon nearing the settlement, he realized preparations for an event were underway. With decorations adorning the area and numerous merchants bustling about, it was there he encountered Ash, who had arrived ahead of him and had also made the acquaintance of a local girl named Fuzi. Seizing the opportunity to inquire about the festivities, Jiang Shan asked, "I see the vibrant decorations. What occasion are you preparing for?" "We're preparing for the sprite race," Fuzi replied enthusiastically. "It's a long-distance race on our sprites, with prizes for the top 3. This event is a unique tradition held annually." Jiang Shan grasped the concept with intrigue. Riding sprites in a race sounded exhilarating. "Is this competition open to anyone?" he asked. "Indeed. Are you interested?" Fuzi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Shan nodded, excitement bubbling within him, especially because he had recently captured a Doodly adept at running. However, the sprite was not with him at the moment. He would need to summon it before participating. Just then, a familiar silhouette on a Doodly approached, startling him. You again?" Dooley Fu smirked, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Is there a rule against my presence here?" Jiang Shan retorted, maintaining his composure. Dooley Fu's expression darkened. "How unfortunate for you. You may have bested me before, but now you're on my turf. Let us see how I deal with you." His eyes glinted with malice. Unfazed, Jiang Shan calmly responded, "You intend to deal with me? How intriguing. What do you have in mind?" Dooley Fu's irritation was palpable. Did Jiang Shan truly underestimate him? This insufferable brat, Dooley Fu mused. Then recalled Jiang Shan's claim of participating in the race. This was his forte, a perfect opportunity to put Jiang Shan in his place. He looked up at Jiang Shan with a sinister grin. "I heard you plan to join the sprite race tomorrow." "I too intend to compete," Jiang Shan confirmed with a nod. "Excellent. Let us settle this through the race. If I place ahead of you, you must surrender your Doodly and that enormous Toxapex of yours. Should you finish before me, I will grant you a weight-enhancing item and leave you be. What say you? Do you dare to compete?" Dooley Fu's tone dripped with challenge. Jiang Shan received a notification in his mind. Notification. Event quest triggered. Quest details. Accept Dooley Fu's wager and compete in the sprite race hosted by the Lalamai tribe to secure first place. Quest reward. 100 lottery points. With the quest activated, he felt compelled to accept, especially for the enticing weight-enhancing item that could boost his sprite's HP growth, ideal for his Sylveon. Given Dooley Fu's insistence on the wager, Jiang Shan smiled and replied, "If you wish to compete, I shall oblige. Let us see who emerges victorious tomorrow." With that, he departed to summon his Doodly. However, the Lalamai gathering place lacked a Pokémon center, requiring him to traverse several locations to transfer his sprite. Fortunately, he eventually found the device to summon his sprite. After sending back his Vileplume and retrieving Doodly, he sought a place to rest. It was then he noticed a trio of familiar figures, a boy, a girl, and a Meowth. Was it Team Rocket? What a coincidence that they had arrived here as well. What were they up to? Deciding to follow them discreetly, Jiang Shan observed as they headed into the wilderness, wielding shovels and digging holes, burying what appeared to be explosive devices. He could overhear their conversation. "Is that brat Dooley Fu reliable?" Meowth queried. "Who cares? As long as we take out his opponents, he'll owe us a hefty reward," the girl replied. "If he doesn't pay, we'll teach him a lesson." Enough chatter, dig the traps. So it was Dooley Fu who had enlisted their help. What a scoundrel. To ensure his victory, he had resorted to employing Team Rocket to sabotage the race. Jiang Shan felt fortunate to have stumbled upon this scheme. Otherwise, victory would have been impossible. Notification. Random quest triggered. Quest details. Let Dooley Fu reap what he sows. Quest reward. 50 lottery points. Understanding the task. A smile spread across Jiang Shan's face. After Team Rocket departed, he quickly repositioned the explosives they had buried. The following morning, Jiang Shan arrived at the racecourse. Dooley Fu, who had been waiting impatiently, approached with a taunt. "You're finished. Your sprite will belong to me. Such overconfidence will be your downfall," Jiang Shan replied with narrowed eyes. Calm yet resolute, Dooley Fu laughed arrogantly. "I am confident, and my words will manifest into reality. I eagerly await witnessing your pitiful defeat." With that, he mounted his Doodly and rode off. Jiang Shan shrugged off the taunts as the race commenced. In addition to himself and Dooley Fu, Ash, who was substituting for the injured Fu Zi, and about 10 other Lalamai participants joined the fray, riding various sprites. Jiang Shan even spotted a contestant on a Wobbuffet. Dooley Fu was the fastest among them, but Jiang Shan, riding his Doodoo Lee, was not far behind. As they raced, they approached a rocky, sandy stretch of the course. Dooley Fu, wearing a sinister smile, glanced back at Jiang Shan and began to taunt. From here on, I'll leave you in my dust. Is that so? Doodoo Lee. Accelerate. Jiang Shan commanded, a grin spreading across his face. Doodoo Lee surged forward, leaving Dooley Fu momentarily stunned. Ahead lay one of the traps that Team Rocket had informed him about. Dooley Fu believed Jiang Shan would be caught in the explosion. Huh, you dare to oppose me? You'll regret it. Dooley Fu reveled in his anticipated victory. Yet, to his astonishment, nothing happened as Jiang Shan sped past the trap, gaining momentum towards the latter half of the race. Dooley Fu was left dumbfounded. No explosion? How is that possible? Did the bombs malfunction? Doubt crept into his mind. But he had no choice but to accelerate in pursuit of Jiang Shan. Unexpectedly, at the very moment he accelerated, a radiant light flickered beneath his feet. The specially crafted bomb of the rockets detonated. Dolph was instantly propelled far away. Listening to the explosion behind him, Jiang Shan couldn't help but chuckle. Did you truly believe you could outmaneuver me? I will not let you escape unscathed. Now, simply roll back to the last place. Note: mission accomplished. Note: 50 lottery points. Chapter 47. The mighty Fire Sparrow and the rocket team's trapped Jiang Shan was aware of the situation. The bombs they had buried had also been replaced. Dooley Fu had initially thought Jiang Shan would embarrass himself, but unexpectedly, it was he who ended up humiliated. With the explosion of the first trap bomb, Dooley Fu found himself increasingly doubtful about life as he fell victim to the bombs Jiang Shan had swapped. Victory was undoubtedly out of reach for him now. He was filled with both resentment and anger, resenting the choice of teaming up with the three incompetents from the rocket team. And angered by his own losses, he had lost not only his pride but also his resources. Jiang Shan's Pokémon were unattainable for him, and the hefty investment he had made in his items was now destined to be handed over to Jiang Shan. This was akin to suffering a loss of monumental proportions. Meanwhile, without Dooley Fu as a competitor, Jiang Shan, aided by the swift running speed of his Doodoo Lee, successfully claimed first place. Ultimately, a begrudging Dooley Fu had to surrender his resources, filled with regret. Jiang Shan accomplished his task. Notice: 100 lottery points. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Shan adorned the fairy-like EV with the wrist-like resource and subsequently departed from the gathering place of the Laomai tribe. The protected area was vast, and he wished to set out promptly, for most of the Pokémon here were beyond capture. Moreover, there were no gyms in the vicinity. Spending excessive time here was utterly unproductive. As he traversed the path, Jiang Shan opened the map. His next destination was the gathering place of the Bag Dragons. After passing through this area, he would finally reach a region where Pokémon could be captured, thus completely exiting the wild wilderness. Closing the map, he quickened his pace. By noon, he was nearing the Bag Dragon gathering place. However, he was halted by an individual. Please present your identification. Your Pokémon map will suffice. The approaching Miss Junsha, armed with a shotgun, scrutinized Jiang Shan with caution. Jiang Shan scratched the back of his head, slightly confused, but complied and handed over the map. Upon verifying his identity, Junsha's demeanor softened. Ah, it is Mr. Jiang Shan. My apologies, there have been many poachers around lately, and I must check the identification of everyone passing through. Poachers, or Pokémon hunters, specifically capture Pokémon to sell, and they would not spare the creatures of the protected area. The Bag Dragon was relatively rare, so it was not surprising that poachers would target it. Junsha's diligence was understandable, as it was her duty. However, was there an unusual number of poachers here? Were they perhaps operating in teams? Just as Jiang Shan pondered this, an explosion echoed nearby, accompanied by billowing black smoke. Seeing the smoke, Junsha's expression tightened. Damn it. Those poachers are using explosive devices to stun the Bag Dragons for capture. With no time to spare for idle chatter, Junsha mounted her motorcycle and sped towards the scene. Jiang Shan followed closely on his Doodoo Lee, intrigued by the poachers. Unlike other poachers who operated covertly, these individuals audaciously employed explosives. Were they so confident they wouldn't be discovered? Such arrogance was astonishing. With curiosity piqued, Jiang Shan urged Doodoo Lee to accelerate. Upon their arrival at the scene, they spotted a man clad in a gray-black uniform capturing a Bag Dragon that lay unconscious on the ground. So, the poachers were part of the rocket team. No wonder they dared to employ such brazen tactics. The man showed no sign of panic upon seeing Junsha. He leisurely picked up several Pokeballs containing Bag Dragons, commenting, "Though you arrived quite swiftly, it won't matter if you can't catch me." This remark ignited Junsha's fury. She raised her shotgun, aiming it at him. "Put down those Pokeballs." Seeing the weapon, the poacher frowned. "Don't try to intimidate me with that. Fire Sparrow, use a surprise attack to knock her shotgun from her hand." Suddenly, a shadow zipped across the sky. Before Junsha could react, Fire Sparrow launched its attack, sending her shotgun flying, snapping it in two. Jiang Shan watched in astonishment. He understood the speed of Fire Sparrow, but was its power not a bit excessive? After all, the shotgun was made of metal. How could a Pokémon with such low base stats and power shatter it so effortlessly? What was the secret behind this Fire Sparrow? Jiang Shan was puzzled, while the poacher, noticing their bewilderment, arrogantly threatened, "My Fire Sparrow is no ordinary Pokémon. If you don't want to bring trouble upon yourselves, I suggest you keep your distance. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Such audacity was staggering. Jiang Shan was taken aback, and the system began to issue a task. Notice, random task triggered. Task details, assist Junsha in capturing the poachers. Task progress, 05. Task reward, 500 lottery points. Task progress? A new element had been introduced. The requirement of 5 indicated there were additional poachers. It was indeed a group effort to seize Pokémon from the protected area. Yet these individuals were quite valuable. Completing the task would grant him a lottery draw, and with such a lucrative reward, it was a must. However, the poacher's Fire Sparrow was exceptionally powerful. Engaging it head-on was unwise. Perhaps he could have dutifully utilized its speed advantage to enhance its power with Swords Dance. Then seize the opportunity for a decisive blow with Brave Bird. With a plan forming in his mind, Jiang Shan commanded, "Doodly. Use Quick Attack to snatch the Bag Dragon's Pokeballs." Doodly promptly accelerated at the command. Seeing Jiang Shan's bold move, the poacher raised an eyebrow. "You little brat. Are you tired of living? If you seek death, I shall oblige you. Fire Sparrow, use Drill Run to take out that Doodly." Drill Run was a powerful ground-type move. This Fire Sparrow even knew Drill Run? Before Jiang Shan could consider further, Fire Sparrow soared into the sky and spiraled down towards Doodly. Fortunately, Doodly was fast enough to dodge. With a thundering crash, Fire Sparrow's attack struck the ground, creating a massive crater. The force behind it would undoubtedly be lethal if hit. "You brat, your Doodly may have dodged this time. But next time, it won't be so lucky." The poacher maintained his composure, confident that Fire Sparrow's might would ensure victory. Jiang Shan, however, remained unruffled. He continued to direct, "Use Swords Dance." You think you can enhance yourself to counter me?" The poacher, realizing Jiang Shan's intent, scoffed derisively. "It's futile. I can enhance as well. Fire Sparrow, mimic its Swords Dance." With that, Fire Sparrow was also boosted. Its already formidable strength would become terrifyingly potent. "You will regret provoking me. Fire Sparrow, use Quick Attack." The combination of immense attack power and lightning speed was overwhelming, and the poacher wore a victorious grin. Jiang Shan, calm and collected, issued another command. "Doodly, keep using Quick Attack to close in on that poacher." "What are you up to, kid?" The poacher was startled. But Jiang Shan wore a sly smile. Before the poacher could utter another word, Fire Sparrow approached Doodly. Yet Doodly leaped over the poacher, causing Fire Sparrow's target to shift to the poacher himself. Jiang Shan's grin widened. The poacher's expression morphed into one of sheer panic. "Foolish bird, stop. You must stop." With a scream, the poacher was sent flying. The power of this Fire Sparrow was indeed formidable. This time, it seems the poacher has suffered a severe setback. Meanwhile, the fiery sparrow, realizing the chaos it has caused, is in a state of utter panic. Yet, its flustered demeanor has afforded Jiang Shan a splendid opportunity. "Doodly, unleash the Brave Bird attack." With that command, a crimson aura envelopes Doodly. With a resounding crash, the formidable Brave Bird attack strikes the startled fiery sparrow, sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Seizing the moment, Junsha swiftly adorns the poacher with a silver bracelet. At this juncture, a prompt resonates in Jiang Shan's mind. Prompt. Task Progress 1-5. Chapter 48. Jiang Shan's Deception at Long Last. The first poacher has been apprehended. Yet, there are still 4 more lurking in the shadows. What kind of Pokémon are the others employing? Surely, they cannot all be as formidable as the Blazing Spearow. Moreover, it is troubling that these poachers are all members of Team Rocket. They are not mere common criminals. They do not lack for the petty funds obtained from selling Pokémon. Furthermore, the prowess of this Team Rocket poacher seems to overwhelmingly surpass that of those Jiang Shan has previously encountered. Why would such a powerful contingent from Team Rocket venture into a protected area to capture Pokémon? This has sparked a flicker of doubt in Jiang Shan's mind. However, he cannot afford to dwell on such thoughts at present. Capturing the remaining poachers is his immediate priority. Fortunately, locating them should not prove arduous. Their brazen actions will undoubtedly attract attention. As expected, Junsha receives a report. Poachers have also infiltrated the catchable zone. This so-called catchable zone does not permit unrestricted capturing. Accessing this area requires the purchase of 30 hunting balls for 5,000, which can be utilized within a specified time frame. However, the Pokémon captured here cannot engage in battle. One must resort to throwing berries or stones to diminish the Pokémon's resistance before attempting to ensnare them with hunting balls. This regulation is in place to prevent overzealous capturing. Simultaneously, the area is home to exceedingly rare Pokémon, such as the fabled Dragonair. It is no surprise that poachers would dare to breach such a place. After all, the security there is far more lax compared to the protected areas, allowing poachers to capture Pokémon without restraint. Having discerned their location, Jiang Shan promptly sets off. Upon his arrival with Junsha, chaos reigns. The administrator, Caesar, frantically exclaims, "This is terrible. Team Rocket's poachers have gone to Dragon Valley to capture Dragonair and Dragonair. They have also stolen all the hunting balls, intending to capture every last Pokémon." Stunned by this news, Jiang Shan pauses. All the hunting balls. Their greed is insatiable. And Dragonair is present here? Once it evolves, it will become Dragonite. The power of Dragonite is formidable, and Team Rocket must be coveting it. Where exactly is Dragon Valley? Time is of the essence. And Jiang Shan urgently inquires. Caesar gestures toward a direction, and without further ado, Jiang Shan mounts his Dojuo and hastens toward Dragon Valley. Meanwhile, within Dragon Valley, Lord Jinyao, one of our members, has gone missing. Upon hearing her subordinate's words, the bespectacled short-haired woman furrows her brow and immediately presses for details. Which one? The member responsible for capturing Bagons. Go check on it. After a moment's thought, Jinyao issues her command. Her subordinate nods and is about to depart when a voice from nearby interjects. Your member has already been captured. No need for you to go. Jiang Shan, riding his Dojuo, arrives at the lakeside. His gaze scrutinizes the figure of Jinyao standing upon a rock. He has heard of this woman. Previously, at the Team Rocket base in Rainbow City, the minions spoke of her name alongside the mention of the Matrix. Wait, the Matrix? A light bulb flickers in Jiang Shan's mind. He recalls that the Matrix is Team Rocket's clandestine unit, renowned for its members' terrifying strength. This seems to align closely with the poachers. However, the introduction also indicated that the Matrix was not yet fully assembled. How peculiar that they would undertake missions prematurely. As Jiang Shan ponders this, Jinyao remains silent, her eyes narrowed. Her subordinate, however, angrily retorts, "Who is this insolent brat? How dare he interfere with Team Rocket's affairs?" He is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As he speaks, he produces a Pokeball, preparing to teach Jiang Shan a lesson. Yet Jinyao raises a hand to halt him. Lord Jinyao, why are you stopping me? Though confused, her subordinate volunteers, "This brat dares to disrupt our operations. Let me go and teach him a lesson." Teach him a lesson? You lack the capability. Jinyao calmly adjusts her glasses. Upon hearing this, her subordinate becomes indignant. How can that be? This kid is merely a novice trainer at best. His victories over others are likely mere strokes of luck. Even if my strength is lacking, I should still be able to handle a rookie like him. His disdain for Jiang Shan is palpable, and he is visibly displeased with his superior's underestimation of him. Jinyao shakes her head in exasperation. Do you know who he is to dare speak so boldly? Her subordinate shakes his head. Is he particularly famous? Famous is an understatement. He is the #1 target of our leader's bounty, a ferocious trainer wielding 2 legendary Pokémon, Zapdos, and numerous other peculiar creatures. He is the very person you wish to confront. Jianyao's piercing gaze fixes upon Jiang Shan as she divulges his identity. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat breaks out on her subordinate's brow. He is well aware of the name Jiang Shan. This name has circulated widely within Team Rocket. Even the executive Ma Ji-Shur harbors psychological scars from their encounters. Many other executives tremble at the mere mention of him. Rumor has it that even the leader, Ban Mu, has suffered losses at his hands. To dismiss such a formidable opponent is sheer folly. Previously, he believed Jiang Shan to be a distant figure, one he would never encounter as a low-ranking member of Team Rocket, thus feeling secure. Little did he know that not only had he encountered him now, but he had also boasted about teaching him a lesson. Is he courting death? Has he not yet had enough of life? The more he thinks, the more fear and regret consume him. Ultimately, he cannot help but ask in a hushed tone, Lord Jinyao, what should we do now? Should we abandon Dragonair and flee? Abandon Dragonair and flee? Absolutely not. Jinyao responds with unwavering composure, producing a Pokeball. Upon seeing this, her subordinate's face lights up with hope. It appears that Jinyao is unafraid of Jiang Shan. Perhaps she possesses a method to defeat him. You go capture Dragonair. I shall handle him. Understood. Her subordinate immediately rushes to don a diving suit. While Jinyao regards Jiang Shan with grace and poise, you may have bested that enhanced Spearow, which is commendable, but to thwart us will be quite another matter. Does this imply that the Spearow is artificially created? Speaking of which, Mutwo is also a product of artificial creation. No wonder that Spearow is far stronger than the ordinary variety. Jinyao's Pokémon are likely even more potent. Nevertheless, I too possess 2 trump cards. Glancing at the 2 Ultra Balls in his pocket, Jiang Shan smiles faintly. Surely, you do not think that you alone hold the advantage with your formidable Pokémon? Are you planning to utilize Zapdos? Jin Yao confidently asserts. That would be futile. Even if you were to unleash Zapdos, you would not. Who said I was going to use Zapdos? Jiang Shan interrupts her, simultaneously pressing the buttons on the two Ultra Balls. Instantly, two colossal Pokémon materialize. Their immense forms blot out the sunlight. Nearby weaker Pokémon flee in terror. Zhen Yao and her subordinate stand in shock. What do you intend to do? It is a violation of battle rules to release two Pokémon for a one-on-one duel, especially two colossal Pokémon. Zhen Yao steps back a few paces, unable to contain her glare at Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan merely shrugs. You are employing artificial Pokémon. Yet you lecture me on battle rules? Furthermore, you are criminals. Engaging in a one-on-one with you is adhering to the rules. But at this moment, I have no interest in discussing rules. I merely wish to swiftly subdue you and allow Junsha to apprehend you. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yao and her subordinate exchange glances. Jiang Shan's audacity is unexpected. They had not anticipated such a brazen display. Moreover, he possesses two colossal Pokémon. Should he choose to play dirty, there is truly no one capable of countering him. Lord Zhen Yao, what should we do now? Her subordinate timidly inquires, casting a fearful glance at the massive Pokémon. Zhen Yao, exasperated, replies, what else can we do? Just wing it. She finds herself in a predicament. The existence of such colossal spirits is an inherent flaw, making them exceedingly difficult to confront, let alone the fact that there are two of them. She had contemplated utilizing multiple spirits for the battle, but the reality remains that Jiang Shan possesses 6 formidable spirits as well. As for the notion of fleeing, Zhen Yao is absolutely certain that if they attempted to escape, Jiang Shan would undoubtedly command the massive spirits to attack. With the sheer might of these two colossal entities, a single strike would leave them both utterly defeated, unable to prevail in combat and too fearful to flee. They can only wait for Junsha to arrive and capture them. Reflecting on this, Zhen Yao feels a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have refrained from engaging Jiang Shan in conversation and simply fled upon his arrival, thus avoiding this predicament entirely. It seems she has been utterly bewitched, foolishly striving to complete the task, and now, not only has she failed, but she has also compromised her own safety. Chapter 49. The dual-wielding Mantis leader of the Matrix surrendered. The other poachers were ultimately apprehended, and Jiang Shan gained further insight into the situation. The incomplete Matrix had begun to manifest on a small scale, primarily aimed at capturing rare Pokémon for mass replication, thereby significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of all Team Rocket members. This also served as an experimental endeavor to assess the practical combat abilities of the replicated Pokémon. Clearly, Team Rocket's experiment had met with considerable success. Just the mere presence of that blazing bird was already quite formidable. If Team Rocket were to replicate other rare Pokémon, the future prospects of the organization would indeed be terrifying. It seemed that Jiang Shan would need to exert greater effort to become stronger. Watching as the leader was escorted away, Jiang Shan mused quietly. After all, he was a thorn in Team Rocket's side, possessing numerous ultra-rare Pokémon. If these individuals truly became powerful, they would undoubtedly seek to trouble him. Jiang Shan had no desire to falter in the face of Team Rocket's might. When it came to strengthening oneself, aside from leveling up, capturing more Pokémon to bolster his team would also enhance his capacity to respond to challenges. Fortunately, he was currently in a catchable area, which should house the Pokémon he sought. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shan picked up the scattered Pokémon registration forms, which nearly catalogued all the catchable Pokémon in the vicinity. His eyes swept down the list. Nidoran, Swablu, Chansey, Scyther, Heracross, Rhinoceros Beetle. Chansey and Scyther? Scyther is renowned for its prowess in physical bug-type attacks, while Chansey boasts an extraordinary HP and serves as a special defense shield. Both of these Pokémon are indeed worthy of capture. With a target in mind, Jiang Shan wasted no time. He tucked away the registration form and collected 30 hunting balls, then immediately set off towards the locations where these Pokémon appeared. Scyther, being a social Pokémon, was relatively easy to locate. Chansey, however, had an unpredictable roaming pattern, making it troublesome. Thus, Jiang Shan decided to first capture the easier target. Arriving at the location where Scyther congregated, he found a group of Scyther engrossed in observing a battle between two of their kind. Scyther are known for their combative nature, often engaging in sparring sessions. Such scenes of conflict were hardly rare. However, this particular skirmish turned out to be fortuitous for Jiang Shan. Through their battle, it became apparent which of the two Scyther had the upper hand. Yet, Jiang Shan soon furrowed his brow in concern. As the two Scyther clashed, neither seemed to gain the advantage, and the situation appeared to trend towards a stalemate. This prompted Jiang Shan to ponder, should I attempt to capture both? Just as he was lost in thought, the battle took an unexpected turn. The Scyther on the left, with a darker hue, swiftly approached and unleashed a flurry of strikes with both its claws in a breathtaking display. It was astonishing to witness this Pokémon executing two moves simultaneously. Utilizing both Slash and Fury Cutter in a single assault was unprecedented. Typically, one would exert their full effort on a single move. How could the Scyther manage to multitask in such a manner? This dark-hued Scyther was simply astonishing. Faced with such an unconventional opponent, the other Scyther was utterly unprepared. With a resounding impact, the rival was defeated by the dark-colored Scyther. Jiang Shan, taken aback, quickly retrieved his Pokédex to scan the victorious Pokémon. Name: Scyther, level 33. Type: Bug Flying, HP 9999. Gender: female. Nature: stubborn. Ability: Technician. Moves: Slash, Fury Cutter, Focus Energy, Double Team. While the level and moves appeared rather standard, Jiang Shan could not shake off the memory of the earlier spectacle. The ability to execute two moves simultaneously was simply too overpowered. Cultivating such a Pokémon would be remarkable. Alert: Random task triggered. Task details: capture the dual-wielding Scyther. Task reward: 100 lottery points. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Jiang Shan cautiously approached. In this area, capturing Pokémon without engaging in battle was imperative, and he had no intention of violating that rule. Thus, he advanced with a berry in hand. The recently engaged Scyther, hungry from its earlier bout, dashed towards Jiang Shan without hesitation, snatching the berry and devouring it as if he were an old acquaintance. This Scyther was indeed extraordinary. While the other Scyther exhibited wariness, this one displayed remarkable boldness. Having consumed his berry, you belong to me now. Watching the Scyther relish the fruit, Jiang Shan seized the moment and threw a hunting ball towards its head, only to have it effortlessly sliced apart by the Scyther's scythe-like limbs. The disdainful glance it cast back at Jiang Shan indicated the failure of his attempt. Undeterred by this display of superiority, Jiang Shan became invigorated, launching over 20 hunting balls in rapid succession. Initially, the Scyther managed to slice through a few, but fatigue from the preceding battle soon took its toll. Ultimately, one of the hunting balls successfully captured it. Jiang Shan exchanged her across back to his collection, deciding to keep this unique Scyther by his side. Firstly, its level was still relatively low and required leveling up. Secondly, its ability to execute two moves simultaneously was exceptionally unique. Jiang Shan was eager to uncover the nuances of this ability, if he could fully comprehend it. Perhaps his other Pokémon could also learn to utilize two moves concurrently in the future. Alert: task completed. Alert: 100 lottery points. With the task complete and his hunting balls depleted, it appeared that capturing Chansey would have to wait for another occasion. However, this was of little concern. Securing this exceptional Scyther was a significant achievement in itself, and there was no need to demand more. Besides, with Sylveon serving as a special wall, he felt adequately fortified. Next, he planned to redeem a prize before departing. Upon returning to the resting area outside the catchable zone, Jiang Shan promptly accessed the system to check his remaining lottery points. Remaining lottery points: 1,300 points. With over 1,000 points accumulated, he chuckled to himself, recognizing that the Matrix had contributed 500 points. It seemed that earning points relied heavily on Team Rocket's activities. Redeeming for a rare lottery ticket, he initiated the draw. After the redemption, the rare roulette began to spin. Alert: you have drawn TM19 Roost 1. To his astonishment, he had acquired the TM for Roost. This essential flying-type endurance move could be learned not only by Zapdos but also by Scyther, with the ability to restore health. Scyther could utilize focus energy to bolster its attack without fear of injury from adversaries. In any case, injuries could be mended with Roost. Delighted with the CD, Jiang Shan borrowed a machine from Mr. Caesar to teach both Scyther and Zapdos the Roost technique. As the ace, Zapdos could hardly be without an endurance move. And as for Zapdos' offensive capabilities, they were already formidable. With moves like Heat Wave, Thunder, and Weather Ball at its disposal, it could adapt to various foes depending on the weather. Now, with Roost in its arsenal, Zapdos was invincible. As for Scyther, its output from Fury Cutter was already satisfactory. Although the move's initial power was modest, its damage would double with each successful hit, making it increasingly fearsome. Moreover, Scyther's technician ability enhanced the damage of lesser moves, and Fury Cutter fell within its enhancement range. In future battles, he could initiate with focus energy. After boosting its attack, the chances of landing critical hits would surge. Coupled with the doubling power of Fury Cutter, it could potentially fell an enemy with a single strike. With all necessary tasks completed, it was time to depart. However, just as he was about to depart, Junsha unexpectedly arrived on her motorcycle, seeking Jiang Shan's assistance. You want me to deliver these two Pokémon to Qianhong City? She inquired. Indeed, I would like to request your help in transporting them to the Qianhong Alliance office. It is no longer safe for Haxorus and Dragonair to remain here. Jusha produced 2 distinctive Pokeballs, each containing Haxorus and Dragonair. They had attracted the attention of Team Rocket, and remaining here certainly posed a risk of another encounter. However, Jiang Shan had no intention of heading to Qianhong City. He had already obtained his badges and wished to proceed directly to Honglian. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. A substantial reward awaits if they are delivered safely, she assured him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's eyes lit up. With the promise of a reward, he decided to embark on the journey. Chapter 50. The Cycling Rebels. The city of Qianhong is indeed quite substantial, with its downtown nestled within the mountains. However, its jurisdiction extends to the southern coast as well. It is said that many years ago, plans were laid to construct a bridge spanning approximately 20 kilometers across the ocean, connecting to the opposite shore. Yet to this day, there have been no updates regarding its completion. This has been another reason for Jiang Shan's reluctance to venture to that side. After all, who can say what state the bridge is in? What if it is only half finished? That would render the trip utterly futile. Of course, circumstances have changed. With the task assigned by Junsha to deliver items to the Qianhong Alliance, a mysterious reward awaits. As for crossing over to the other side to reach Honglian Island, renting a boat would suffice. It might just cost a bit more, but Jiang Shan is far more concerned about the enigmatic reward than the expense. Days later, Jiang Shan arrives at the Qianhong Alliance's facility, where the staff have long awaited his arrival. Mr. Jiang Shan, you have finally made it. They enthusiastically usher him inside. The place resembles a research institute, and within, he encounters numerous rare Pokémon. After handing over 2 Pokémon, he cannot resist inquiring, "What is the reward that Miss Junsha mentioned?" "That reward is right over there. Please take a look." The staff member gestures toward a corner of the hall where a striking red bicycle stands. It is brand new, and its design seems vaguely familiar. Jiang Shan recalls having seen it on television, a multifunctional bicycle, of which only 10 units were ever made available worldwide. Its original price was merely in the hundreds of thousands. But due to its extraordinary collectible value, its market price has skyrocketed into the millions. And yet, even at this exorbitant price, none have been sold. Is this truly a gift for me? Jiang Shan asks, somewhat incredulously. When did the Alliance become so generous? The staff member chuckles at his reaction. Consider it a token of appreciation from the Alliance for your efforts against Team Rocket. Moreover, you might be unaware, but the bridge on the southern coast is actually half completed. Although it is not yet suitable for cars, bicycles are permitted to cross. Many individuals have taken to riding their bikes on the bridge for a leisurely cruise. If you are interested, you are welcome to take a look. Jiang Shan is taken aback by this revelation. The lengthy bridge has indeed progressed. Riding across it sounds delightful. Yet, the Alliance's gift is so extravagant. Is it merely a gesture of gratitude for thwarting Team Rocket? Perhaps the Alliance seeks to win him over. Especially considering the incident with the Golden Leaf and Rainbow City has diminished their goodwill toward him. They fear he may harbor resentment against them. If this rising star were to oppose the Alliance, it would undoubtedly cause them considerable distress. As the saying goes, acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a noble pursuit. The Alliance recognizes its errors and seeks to rectify its internal affairs while extending a gift they hope he will graciously accept. Accepting the bicycle, Jiang Shan rides away. The comfort of this million-dollar machine is unparalleled. With it, he swiftly reaches the southern coast. Standing by the shore, he gazes at the immense white bridge stretching across the ocean, a sight that is truly awe-inspiring. Familiar faces await at the bridge's entrance. Is that Ash and the others? Jiang Shan quickens his pace toward the bridge. As he approaches on his stylish bicycle, Ash looks on with envy. Jiang Shan, where did you get that bicycle? He asks, unable to resist touching it. It was a gift from the Alliance. Jiang Shan shrugs. Misty, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarks, is it really that nice? That limited edition bicycle is worth several million. This thought triggers her memory of her own bike. If it hadn't been damaged by Ash, perhaps she could have ridden alongside Jiang Shan across the bridge. She shoots a glare at Ash, who seems to sense her ire and avoids her gaze. By the way, what are you all doing here? Jiang Shan inquires. Ash, with a hint of exasperation, replies, we also want to cross the bridge, but it only allows bicycles. And we don't have any. Why not check the Pokémon Center? Jiang Shan suggests, I saw several bicycles outside the center earlier. Perhaps you can borrow one there. This is the extent of assistance he can offer Ash. After bidding farewell to Ash, Jiang Shan enters the bridge. At that moment, he begins to understand the allure of cycling. Riding here not only allows for breathtaking views of the ocean but also the refreshing sea breeze. Yet, this tranquility is soon disrupted. A group of rebellious cyclists, clad in unconventional attire, approaches, surrounding Jiang Shan and making a raucous commotion akin to a protest. Hey, you're not from around here, are you? The leader, a red-haired rebel, scrutinizes Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan nods. I'm just passing through. I have somewhere to be. Goodbye. As he attempts to leave, the rebel leader swiftly blocks his path. You've entered our territory. It's rather rude to leave without greeting us, don't you think? The rebel leader grins. Taken aback, Jiang Shan politely responds, Hello, nice to meet you. Goodbye. Well, that's quite a formal greeting, the rebel leader muses, slightly perplexed. Listen, kid, when we say greet, we mean a battle with Pokémon. Engaging in combat with these unruly individuals, they appear to lack any real skill. Fighting them would be a pure waste of time. Moreover, looking up at the sky, he notices dark clouds gathering, signaling an impending downpour. I must be on my way. I don't have time to battle you, he says, maneuvering past the rebels on his bicycle. He has no desire to be drenched due to a skirmish with such individuals. However, his actions incite the ire of the rebel leader. Do you think you're above us? Stop him. The followers immediately obey, intercepting Jiang Shan. Kid, understand who's the boss here. The rebel leader sneers. You think you can just walk away without battling us? How amusing. Here's the deal. Either you fight us, or you can turn back. There's no way you're passing through. With that, the rebel leader displays a cocky grin. In that moment, the system presents a new task. Notification. Random task triggered. Task details. Defeat all the rebels. Task reward. 100 lottery points. It seems the system is eager for Jiang Shan to teach them a lesson. With no other choice, he reluctantly retrieves a Pokeball. I'm not battling you because you're beneath my experience level, but since you insist, I will oblige. Us beneath you? You think we're inadequate? The rebels bristle at his words, their anger palpable. The rebel leader retorts fiercely, You little brat, I thought we were cocky, but you're even more so. I bet you've never felt the sting of reality. With that, he throws a Pokeball, summoning his Geodude. The others follow suit, revealing their own Pokémon. Though these rebels lack formal training, nearly all their Pokémon are fully evolved, which surprises Jiang Shan. However, this does little to alter the outcome. Jiang Shan releases his own Pokeball, and a Scyther leaps forth. Upon seeing it, the rebel leader bursts into laughter. My Geodude is renowned for its exceptional defense, while your Bug-type Scyther is at a disadvantage. What gives you the confidence to claim we are lacking? I doubt we'll need anyone else to handle this. You were given an opportunity, yet you would not prevail against my Mandus. The subordinates of the head of the rampaging clan echoed in agreement. However, the next moment, their laughter ceased. The flying Mandus, after gathering energy, unleashed a dual consecutive slash. A radiant glow enveloped the flying Mandus. It then darted towards the Rhyhorn with astonishing speed, and before the astonished crowd, both scythe-like arms executed the consecutive slashes simultaneously. Sparks erupted upon striking the Rhyhorn. The first blow landed, and the second strike doubled in power. With the energy boost, it effortlessly struck the vital points. Furthermore, the activation of its ability enhanced the potency of the consecutive strikes. In an instant, the Rhyhorn was rendered incapable of battle. To launch 2 consecutive strikes at once? How could this be possible? This must be a hoax. I have never witnessed such a spectacle. My goodness, this flying Mandus is utterly preposterous. How can such a Pokémon even exist? At this moment, the rampaging clan was collectively bewildered. The leader of the rampaging clan was also left in a daze, unable to comprehend. The flying Mandus that annihilated the Rhyhorn. Who would believe this if it were to spread? It seems too far-fetched. Chapter 51. The imitator of the kingdom, the hearts of the Rampage clan, were shaken. No wonder this young man dared to say they were weak. It turned out he possessed such a formidable Pokémon. To unleash 2 skills simultaneously, what a revelation. The clan leader had intended to say something, but Jiang Shan commanded his Scyther to continue its relentless slashing attack. Like a dual-wielding swordsman, it gracefully weaved through the Pokémon, striking down one foe after another with remarkable prowess. In an instant, the Rampage clan's Pokémon were utterly vanquished. Jiang Shan recalled Scyther and departed. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 100 lottery points. 100 points and lottery tickets for free, quite splendid. Scyther also seized the opportunity to level up. It had eliminated numerous foes on the bridge. Although these Rampage clan Pokémon were of low level and offered little experience, their sheer numbers provided ample experience for a significant upgrade. After securing Scyther's Pokeball, Jiang Shan hastened to reach Sunshine Town on the opposite shore as the wind picked up and rain threatened. Taking refuge in the Pokémon Center, he also contacted the courier service. He needed to send this bicycle back. He certainly could not say he was embarking on a journey by riding it. One reason was that he lacked the skills to maintain the bike if it malfunctioned on the road. And the other was that cycling through many places would merely allow him to glance past them, thereby risking missing out on formidable Pokémon. Traveling, after all, required one to walk. After addressing the bicycle issue, Torrential rain began to pour. Shortly thereafter, Ash and his companions arrived hurriedly on their bicycles. Simultaneously, the Rampage clan also arrived. It seemed they had crossed paths with Ash before. Upon seeing Jiang Shan, a girl with green hair from the Rampage clan shyly approached him and asked, "Are you Lord Jiang Shan?" She appeared to recognize him, though her certainty wavered. The other members of the Rampage clan turned their gaze towards him. "Of course it is I." Jiang Shan nodded in affirmation. The girl, upon receiving his acknowledgement, became visibly excited. The Rampage clan members gathered together to whisper among themselves. Could he truly be the notorious trainer, Jiang Shan? They had heard tales of his collection of peculiar Pokémon. Indeed, today had proven enlightening. "Goodness, we were just considering challenging him," one remarked. "I recognized him earlier but didn't expect him to be the real deal. Boss, I want to ask him for an autograph." The trio of Ash overheard their discussions, and it was impossible for them not to feel envious. Misty could not help but whisper, "If only I had asked Jiang Shan if I could travel with him back in Pewter City. I might have gained some fame by following him." Brock and Ash could only shake their heads in resignation. As the rain subsided amid the murmurs surrounding Jiang Shan, he continued on his journey. Sunshine Town was still quite a distance from Fiery Island. However, after walking for 2 days, Jiang Shan heard something perplexing from fellow travelers along the road. It appeared someone nearby was impersonating him. This individual had even set up a stage to profit from his name. Notification, event task triggered. Task details, find your impersonator. Task reward, 50 lottery points. Upon hearing the task prompt, Jiang Shan chuckled. Even without the task's initiation, he was inclined to investigate. He was quite curious about this impersonator. Following the directions given by passers-by, Jiang Shan discovered that the impersonator indeed operated a dilapidated performance venue. The place was riddled with holes and cracks, exuding an air of poverty. It was evident that the owner had mismanaged it. But upon reflection, if one truly had talent, they wouldn't need to imitate him to gain attention and profit. As Jiang Shan wandered through the shabby performance venue, a cautious voice suddenly called out from behind, "Hey, who are you?" Jiang Shan instinctively turned around. To his surprise, he found another version of himself standing there. However, upon closer inspection, he could discern the differences. The features of this individual leaned more towards femininity. After sizing her up, Jiang Shan replied, "Hello, I am Jiang Shan, a traveling trainer from Pallet Town. I heard there are performances here." Before he could finish, she interrupted, "You're Jiang Shan? I don't believe you." Jiang Shan is a rising star from the Kanto region. How could he possibly come to such a dilapidated place to watch a show? She scrutinized Jiang Shan further. Then, unable to contain her curiosity, she continued, "I see you're also in the same line of work, right? Your imitation skills are truly remarkable. It's almost seamless. Tell me, how do you do it?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan nearly burst into laughter. He was being mistaken for an imposter. "I assure you, I am the genuine article, no jest," Jiang Shan insisted, but the other person seemed to have an epiphany. "Ah, so it's about immersion? You genuinely believe you are Jiang Shan, hence your natural mimicry. Indeed, that would make it all the more convincing. You truly are a genius," she exclaimed, unable to conceal her admiration. Jiang Shan found himself at a loss for words. What was with this person? Why was she so eager to imitate him? Unable to hold back any longer, Jiang Shan inquired, "What is your purpose in wanting to imitate Jiang Shan? Is it merely to profit from his name?" "I'm simply at a loss and have resorted to this," she replied, removing her makeup and costume. "I am Amity, and I have been running this performance venue, but my partner, Ditto, has been having issues. When it transforms, it cannot mimic facial features. This makes it appear quite bizarre. As a result, fewer and fewer people come to see the shows. If I don't find a way to earn some money soon, I might not even have food to eat. Which is why I resorted to this tactic of imitating him to attract customers." As she spoke, she summoned her Ditto. No matter how it transformed, its eyes remained green and bean-like. Quite peculiar, no wonder no one came to see. Yet, it was rumored that many Pokémon could unleash their potential in dangerous situations. Considering this, Jiang Shan suggested, "What if you battle it with a Pokémon to draw out its potential so that it can transform more convincingly?" "That's futile. At least ordinary Pokémon won't work. Immediately limited, it has seen many Pokémon and is not afraid, so it cannot tap into its potential." "Oh, what about Zapdos?" Jiang Shan pressed further. Immediately paused momentarily. "Zapdos? Don't joke around. That legendary Pokémon is only in the hands of the real Jiang Shan. Where would an impersonator like you get a Zapdos?" Recovering from her surprise, Immediately looked skeptical. Jiang Shan smiled. "I truly am Jiang Shan." Upon hearing him emphasize this again, Immediately frowned and remarked, "I appreciate your willingness to help, but is it necessary to keep pretending? I don't even know what you look like without makeup." Why was this person so stubbornly disbelieving? Jiang Shan had no choice but to open a Pokeball to prove his identity. With a flash of electric light, Zapdos appeared. Its blinding radiance illuminated the dim performance venue, causing Immedia's heart to race. This is the genuine Zapdos. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "You truly are Jiang Shan?" Covering her mouth, she was overwhelmed with excitement. But then she seemed to remember something, looking somewhat fearful. Before Jiang Shan could say anything, she quickly added, I really didn't intend to ride on your coattails. I just didn't have any other options." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Jiang Shan shook his head. He had never intended to hold her accountable. "It's nothing. I didn't take it to heart. Let's hasten to allow Ditto to battle Zapdos and resolve its issue with those green bean eyes." Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Imelda was profoundly touched. Jiang Shan, unexpectedly, bore no resentment and was even willing to assist her. With such magnanimity, he truly deserves the title of the Kanto region's rising star. Meanwhile, a surprising notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification: assist Imelda in addressing Ditto's green bean eyes. Notification: 50 lottery points. Chapter 52. The Dark Elf Ball. The legendary Zapdos exudes an overwhelming aura. The timid Ditto could hardly muster the courage to confront it. Under the formidable pressure of Zapdos, the terrified Ditto finally tapped into its potential to resolve the issue of the green-eyed creature. Now, Ditto could transform flawlessly. With its partnership alongside Amady, they were poised to earn a fortune. The performance venue would likely soon be bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan continued his journey. Having arrived at the Pikachu Forest, this forest was home to numerous Pikachus, and beyond it lay Makit City, where Dr. Akihabara resided. This esteemed doctor was quite renowned in Kanto, having invented the Pokémon teleportation system. Jiang Shan was inclined to pay the doctor a visit. However, upon entering the forest, he found himself puzzled, for there was not a single Pikachu in sight. Could it be that all the Pikachus had gone on a collective vacation? This was exceedingly strange. As he pondered this, a notification from the system arrived. Notification: random task triggered. Task details: locate the Pikachu group. Task reward: 50 lottery points. A task to find the Pikachu group? Very well. Since the system was graciously offering points, it would be unwise to decline. Yet, where could he possibly find this group of Pikachus? Jiang Shan glanced left and right, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon a half-exposed, palm-sized golden figure nestled within the bushes. Was that a solitary Pikachu? He instinctively approached to investigate. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this Pikachu was injured. It was considerably smaller than the average Pikachu, and upon noticing Jiang Shan's approach, it visibly recoiled in fear. However, its injuries rendered it incapable of escaping. Seeing its distress, Jiang Shan took out some healing spray, and fortunately, the injuries were not severe. It quickly regained its vitality. Once healed, the Pikachu no longer feared Jiang Shan and instead approached him, chirping excitedly. It gestured toward the path ahead. Do you wish for me to accompany you there?" Jiang Shan inquired tentatively, to which the Pikachu nodded. Although uncertain of its intentions, he recalled the task of locating the Pikachu group and decided to follow it. After all, if this little Pikachu knew the way, he could complete the task effortlessly. His suspicions were soon confirmed. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the little Pikachu grew cautious, following it as it parted the bushes. Jiang Shan received another notification in his mind. Notification: task completed. Notification: 50 lottery points. Listening to the notification, Jiang Shan furrowed his brow slightly, for he had caught sight of Team Rocket. Not far away, their members were capturing numerous Pikachus in cages, preparing to transport them. It seemed they intended to send these Pikachus somewhere. Capturing rare Pokémon was one thing, but to capture such common creatures as Pikachu in bulk? What were they scheming? Jiang Shan was perplexed when the system issued yet another task. Notification: major city task triggered. Task details: thwart Team Rocket's conspiracy in Makit City. Task reward: 300 lottery points. A major city task? This was a new category altogether, and a reward of 300 points. Quite generous, indeed, just as Jiang Shan marveled at the reward. The members of Team Rocket noticed his unexpected presence. Recognizing him as their arch-nemesis, they immediately alerted their leader. "Boss, it seems to be Jiang Shan. What should we do?" A Team Rocket grunt asked nervously, clutching his Pokeball. "We can't handle this guy. Should we retreat?" Upon hearing his subordinate, the leader chuckled. "Why are you all so flustered? We may have feared him in the past, but don't forget, this time we are well prepared." As he spoke, the leader produced a black Pokeball that Jiang Shan had never seen before. The other grunts steadied themselves. "Right, how could I have almost forgotten about this? This is our latest research achievement. With this, combined with the boss's Pokémon, perhaps we can finally turn the tide. Yes, let's redeem ourselves and seize his Pokémon." The grunts became increasingly excited. The Team Rocket leader boasted, "Kid, I believe you've encountered the synthetic Pokémon wielded by the Matrix Brigade, haven't you?" "Indeed. This is what it is." Jiang Shan's gaze was fixed on the black Pokeball. The leader grinned. "This device is called the Dark Ball. Pokémon captured by it have their abilities nearly maximized. Moreover, they become ferocious and unyielding. Most importantly, they obey commands without question. You insolent brat. With this enhanced synthetic Pokémon, even if you unleash your colossal Pokémon, we can still contend with you, perhaps even defeat you." As he spoke, he tossed the Pokeball, summoning his Pokémon. Out emerged a robust Kangaskhan. However, this Kangaskhan was peculiar. Its eyes were a dull red, devoid of soul. Its skin had turned a ghastly gray, appearing rather unhealthy. Rather than a Pokémon, it resembled a soulless puppet. "You think such a creature can defeat me?" Jiang Shan retorted calmly, retrieving his own Pokeball. The Team Rocket leader, however, remained unfazed. "Perhaps one won't suffice, but what of 2 or 3? I have 3 of these creatures. Kid, today you will fall to my might," he declared, producing 2 more Dark Balls. The 2 Pokémon released were a Rattata and a Spearow, and their states mirrored that of the Kangaskhan. Notification: Random task triggered. Task details: defeat the 3 dark Pokémon. Task reward: 50 lottery points. Equipped with 3 Pokémon. Jiang Shan certainly hadn't anticipated this. Observing Jiang Shan's astonishment, the leader grew even more arrogant. "You see, we are transporting the Pikachus to Macket City. And as for this kid, I can easily handle him. Just wait for the headquarters to send me a certificate of achievement." How could he be so presumptuous before the battle even began? As the grunts prepared to take off with the captured Pikachus, Jiang Shan could no longer afford to converse idly with the Team Rocket leader. He promptly threw his Pokeball. Out sprang a Scyther. "Scyther, use double team in charge." Buzzing, the Scyther immediately created several illusions of itself. As it continued to gather energy, the Team Rocket leader derisively remarked, "You dare employ that against my 3 formidable dark Pokémon? You truly are ignorant of your own limitations. Very well, after I defeat you and seize your Pokémon, you will no longer be so arrogant." He commanded, "Rattata, clamp down; Kangaskhan, use heavy slam; Spearow, attack with Peck." The 3 Pokémon executed their commands with mechanical precision. A loud crash accompanied the destruction of Scyther's illusions, sending debris scattering. Their augmented strength was evident. However, none managed to strike the actual Scyther. The Team Rocket leader frowned. "You seem to have been fortunate." Hearing this, Jiang Shan chuckled. "Fortunate? You are remarkably foolish. Have you not noticed the issues with your Pokémon?" "What issues?" the leader questioned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Jiang Shan pointed at his head. "Your intellect. While your Pokémon's strength has increased, they merely execute commands mechanically. Even the Spearow, with its keen vision, fails to attack its target. You traded intelligence for power. How foolish." Without allowing the leader further contemplation, Jiang Shan commanded, "Scyther, unleash a series of double slashes." The flying Mantis brandished its twin blades and launched an assault. The dual-wielding technique unleashed a devastating strike, instantly doubling its power. Coupled with the triggered critical hit from the accumulated energy, 3 dark elves perished in the blink of an eye. The eyes of the Team Rocket leader nearly fell from their sockets in shock. This Mantis employs a dual-wielding strategy. What peculiar creatures does Jiang Shan possess? And to think his 3 dark elves could be so easily vanquished? Just moments ago, he had aspired to defeat his opponent. Yet now it was evident that his Pokémon lacked the strength to contend with Jiang Shan. The outcome was inevitable. He was destined to be sent to prison by Jiang Shan. It was over. The Team Rocket leader slumped helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification: task completed. Notification: 50 lottery points. Chapter 53. The despicable doctor, the leader of Team Rocket, suffered a swift defeat, leaving his bewildered minions in shock. They had witnessed defeats before, but never one so rapid. However, they had no time to ponder the event further, as Jiang Shan had set his sights on them. With the Scyther under his command approaching to attack, the henchman hastily fled in terror. Jiang Shan did not permit Scyther to pursue, as it was ill-suited for long-distance flight. Instead, he summoned Doduo, for he had a substantial task yet to complete, and with uncertainty surrounding Team Rocket's intentions, he needed to reach Mach City as swiftly as possible to mitigate losses. At a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, Doduo proved invaluable, and he did not forget to bring along Pikachu. As for the defeated Team Rocket leader, Jiang Shan had bound him in the forest, planning to summon Junsha to apprehend him upon his arrival in Mach City. The distance between Pikachu Forest and Mach City was not far, and with Doduo's speed, Jiang Shan arrived by afternoon. Strangely, Mach City appeared tranquil, devoid of any signs of invasion or assault by Team Rocket. The more peaceful it seemed, the more suspicious Jiang Shan became, as Team Rocket's behavior was exceedingly irregular. They might be plotting something sinister. Reflecting on this, Jiang Shan was about to inquire with the Alliance's law enforcement in Mach City when he unexpectedly encountered Ash and his companions. "Where are you headed?" Jiang Shan asked, noticing the rudimentary address map in Ash's hand. Ash scratched his head and replied, "There's an issue with the Pokémon Center's storage teleportation system. So Nurse Joy sent us to find Dr. Akihabara to see how to resolve it." Dr. Akihabara? Jiang Shan's interest piqued. Could Team Rocket's objective be him? And the malfunctioning storage system? It could very well be a scheme orchestrated by Team Rocket. Regardless, he decided to accompany Ash to meet Dr. Akihabara. Upon arriving at the Doctor's residence, they found it dilapidated and dimly lit. Although they did not locate the doctor himself, they discovered a large teleportation device, which did not appear intended for transporting Pokémon. Curiously, Ash and the others stood upon it, when suddenly, a glass cover descended, trapping all except Jiang Shan. Before they could comprehend the situation, a projection of a bespectacled middle-aged man appeared on a nearby screen. Jiang Shan recognized him as Dr. Akihabara. "Greetings, I am Dr. Akihabara. I believe I have identified the issue with the Pokémon Center." He paused before continuing. "Someone has stolen my multiform Beast Zero and infiltrated the computer world using this machine, secretly replacing all the rare Pokémon. So what is it you want to convey?" Jiang Shan inquired, glancing at the trapped Ash. Dr. Akihabara, with a look of exasperation, responded, "Those who enter the computer world can be eliminated by antivirus software. But they don't deserve such a fate. I wish to enter and resolve the situation. But I fear that the Pokémon Center might send someone to install antivirus software to eliminate me." So at this point, Jiang Shan grasped the situation. He couldn't help but question, "Are you implying that out of fear for your own life, you intend to confine Ash and his friends and send them into the computer world to force them to assist you?" Dr. Akihabara fell silent, clearly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions were on the brink of exploding with rage. This man professed to wish to save the computer world, yet was too afraid to enter himself. Now attempting to send them to their doom? What kind of logic was that? It was utterly nonsensical, especially for someone purportedly esteemed as a doctor. The system, unable to tolerate the situation, issued a task. Notice, triggered punishment task. Task details, disgrace Dr. Akihabara. Task reward, 100 lottery points disgrace. This punishment seemed mild. Seeing Ash and the others teleported away, Jiang Shan promptly instructed the spirit girl to pinpoint Dr. Akihabara's location. He then unleashed Scyther to cleave through the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall collapsed, and guided by the spirit girl's directions, Jiang Shan hastened to the room where Dr. Akihabara was hiding. The doctor, having seen Jiang Shan and Scyther approaching via surveillance, felt a surge of fear, especially upon seeing Scyther's gleaming blades, which made him break into a cold sweat and tremble uncontrollably. What do you want?" he stammered. "I am Dr. Akihabara, a doctor. How dare you threaten me? The Alliance will not let you off easily." His instinct for self-preservation prompted him to threaten Jiang Shan in hopes of instilling fear. However, Jiang Shan was impervious to such intimidation. Staring at the pale-faced Dr. Akihabara, Jiang Shan coldly stated, "You had better pray they return safely. Otherwise, your demise will be quite messy. And also, provide me with a copy of the surveillance footage." Surveillance? Dr. Akihabara was taken aback by the request. Yet, under the threat of Scyther's blade, he complied and obediently copied the footage for Jiang Shan. Once he received the material, Jiang Shan retracted Scyther and cast another glance at Dr. Akihabara. With a smile, he remarked, "Perhaps you have yet to recall who I am, but you shall soon remember. Furthermore, this evidence should be sufficient for you to spend the remainder of your life in prison." He waved the USB drive before turning to leave. Jiang Shan had deduced who had entered the computer world first. It was undoubtedly those Team Rocket miscreants. As for Ash and the others, they would have to fend for themselves. Surely there were other Team Rocket members lying in wait. They would not risk having all of their operatives enter the computer world at once. Jiang Shan had to uncover their plans and eliminate them. Meanwhile, Dr. Akihabara had recognized Jiang Shan's visage from television broadcasts. This was the formidable individual who had boldly confronted Team Rocket. With a plethora of powerful Pokémon at his disposal, he was a thorn in Team Rocket's side. And the Alliance held him in high regard, even going so far as to lavish him with a limited edition bicycle. Rumor had it that he hailed from Pallet Town. So perhaps he had ties to Professor Oak. To cross paths with such a person was akin to courting disaster. The irony was that today, he had unwittingly made an adversary of Jiang Shan. At the very least, Jiang Shan's impression of him was exceedingly poor, particularly after he had taken the surveillance footage from their earlier conversation. If anyone else had taken it, Dr. Akihabara wouldn't have cared. Given his status, the Alliance would not impose severe penalties. But if Jiang Shan were to present that evidence to the Alliance, Dr. Akihabara would not only face complete disgrace, but the Alliance might even imprison him to placate this rising star. His life as he knew it would be over. In a state of panic, Dr. Akihabara realized that while he might not care about his reputation being tarnished, he certainly did not wish to spend eternity behind bars. What to do? Should he plead for mercy? That seemed to be his only option. He hoped Jiang Shan might show him some leniency. However, first, he needed to ensure the safety of Ash and his friends. If they remained unharmed, perhaps Jiang Shan would harbor less animosity towards him. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan had uncovered Team Rocket's location. This band of miscreants had seized control of the Pokémon Center. Jiang Shan was indifferent to the minions of Team Rocket. Yet one familiar face caught his attention, the bespectacled woman, Jean Yao. Hadn't she just been captured not long ago? How had she managed to escape and return to cause chaos? Jiang Shan revealed a peculiar smile, having captured the true bird once. He was certainly capable of ensnaring her a second and third time. This time, the true bird would once again fall into his grasp. Chapter 54. The frantic true bird. Jiang Shan stumbled upon an old acquaintance, the true bird. Undoubtedly, True Bird also noticed his approach. If one were to inquire about her most despised individual, she would undoubtedly answer Jiang Shan without hesitation. Shortly after her induction into Team Rocket, she had skillfully accomplished numerous missions assigned by the board, ascending to the rank of leader of the Matrix. She felt a sense of pride in her achievements, until Jiang Shan made his appearance, shattering her pride. She found herself imprisoned by the Alliance. Moreover, the board's leader was intent on devising a plan to extricate her, which she deemed an utter humiliation. Well, we meet again, you little brat, True Bird exclaimed, her demeanor markedly more irritable than their first encounter. Gone was her initial composure. Jiang Shan, however, could empathize. He would hardly be cordial if he were confronted by the one who had cast him into the depths of despair. He responded with a smile, what a pleasure. This only served to further irritate True Bird. A pleasure? What a joke. I can't fathom how your nose is so keen, tracking us down wherever we go. But this time, even if you find us, you won't be able to thwart our plan. With that, she flashed a triumphant grin. Her rapid shift in expression, quite remarkable. Jiang Shan paid little heed to her words. Cannot thwart? Don't be too hasty with your conclusions. We will deal with those who have invaded the digital realm. Hearing this, True Bird scoffed. Do you truly believe I care about your ability to eliminate those 3 fools in the computer world? I lured them there on purpose. Once they categorize all the rare Pokémon, we'll cut off the power to the entire city, using an army of Pikachu as the energy source for the Pokémon Center. That way, we will take all the Pokémon for ourselves, while you cannot prevent us. Her words elucidated Jiang Shan's confusion. No wonder Team Rocket sought to capture so many Pikachu, it was to power the Pokémon Center. If the entire Makata city lost power, those outside would be unable to disrupt Team Rocket's transmission of Pokémon through the computers. They would also be incapable of running antivirus software to eliminate Team Rocket's presence in the digital world. Yet, simultaneously, they would be trapped alongside Ash. Those who ventured inside would be treated as pawns. Once those rare Pokémon were taken, True Bird would care not for the fates of those within the digital realm. As for her mention of those 3 fools, it was likely a reference to the trio from Team Rocket. This woman resembled Dr. Akihabara and her penchant for manipulating others. However, True Bird was far more brazen. Yet, Jiang Shan found one aspect perplexing. Aren't you afraid that by revealing your entire plan, I might thwart you and lead to your failure? Jiang Shan could not help but voice his curiosity. Even if he couldn't enter the digital realm to intervene, he could still prevent the power outage. True Bird dismissed his concerns with a sneer. Stop with the notion of obstructing us. How laughable. I have learned from my previous failure and come prepared this time. Even if you unleash those 2 colossal Pokémon, we might not defeat them, but we can certainly hold them off. Plus, we have numbers on our side. What can you possibly use to obstruct us? Oh, so you have learned from past mistakes? Quite impressive. But it seems the other Team Rocket executives have not. True Bird possesses the potential to achieve great things. If only her ambitions weren't so nefarious. Jiang Shan thought to himself, narrowing his eyes. You wish to know what I can use to thwart you? As it happens, I do have something in mind. Let me guess, some peculiar Pokémon? Your ability to capture odd Pokémon is indeed impressive, but no matter how outrageous the creature, it won't work this time. She waved her hand to her subordinates. The other Team Rocket members promptly produced dark balls. As the dark balls opened, a horde of formidable Pokémon, radiating dark energy, erupted forth, their terrifying visages enough to frighten a child. With such a powerful array of dark Pokémon, it was no wonder True Bird exuded confidence. However, Jiang Shan was not merely relying on Pokémon. True Bird remained oblivious to his hidden advantages. Noticing Jiang Shan's lack of immediate action, she cruelly mocked. Last time, I was the one forced into a corner, unable to fight or flee. Now the tables have turned. Of course, you could run away. If you tuck your tail and flee, I won't pursue you. With that, she stifled a laugh with her hand over her mouth, while the other Team Rocket members reveled in their newfound confidence. Previously, they had been terrified of Jiang Shan, but now they finally felt vindicated. After today, should Jiang Shan flee without a fight, no one would dare oppose Team Rocket again. Yet Jiang Shan merely regarded their dark Pokémon with an air of calm. And what can you truly do to me with this? He signaled to the girl ghost beside him. Understanding the cue, she activated her psychic abilities. A crisp crack echoed through the air as True Bird's pupils dilated in horror. She witnessed the dark balls of all Team Rocket members suddenly cracking, followed by their shattering. Without the control of the dark balls, the dark Pokémon regained their awareness. They were not genuinely loyal to Team Rocket and began to flee en masse, leaving True Bird utterly dumbfounded. What? What was that ability? She stammered, unable to comprehend the recent turn of events. Jiang Shan simply shrugged. Haven't you heard? There are always those in this world who possess supernatural powers. Superpowers? That's impossible. True Bird exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. She had devised this scheme meticulously, even persuading the board to invest heavily in the creation of dark balls. Yet now, her plan had been undone by this so-called supernatural ability? This enigmatic force was beyond her comprehension, and she had no desire to understand it. All she knew was that her meticulous plan was inexplicably crumbling. Without holding back, Jiang Shan threw out a great ball, releasing a colossal Dragonite to begin decimating the remaining grunts who were no longer under the influence of the dark balls. As his gaze fell upon True Bird, he smugly remarked, "Caught off guard, are we? I have many secrets up my sleeve. Do you truly believe your Team Rocket can defeat me and steal my Pokémon? Dream on. If I truly wished to, I could make you all question your very existence." Seeing his arrogance, True Bird was pushed beyond the brink of sanity. She hurled her Pokeball in a fit of rage, shouting, "Meowth, use Iron Tail and attack that little brat directly." Meowth charged forward, its ferocity evident. Yet Jiang Shan remained unfazed, commanding, "Dragonite, Thunder Punch." A gigantic fist crackling with electricity descended with a thunderous crash. Meowth and the surrounding Team Rocket grunts were sent flying hundreds of meters away, rendered unconscious by the overwhelming power of the colossal Dragonite. True Bird had now lost her last bastion of support. She collapsed weakly onto the ground, her once vibrant eyes now devoid of luster. She had transformed into a mere shell of her former self. Relying on Pokémon could not vanquish Jiang Shan. Banding together did not suffice. Even technology fell short against him. What was left for her? There was no longer any sport in this. It was utterly futile. In her eyes, Team Rocket had lost all hope. Since victory over Jiang Shan was unattainable, perhaps surrendering and resigning herself to a passive existence was the only option. With her resistance abandoned, the nefarious schemes of Team Rocket were declared a failure. In the depths of my mind, a notification echoed. Notification, task completed. Notification, 300 lottery points. Chapter 55, The Mighty Speed Dog. The Rocket Team's conspiracy declared a failure. Ash and his companions have emerged safely. Alongside them is the Meowth trio. Treated as pawns, they are quite irate, yet upon witnessing that the True Bird has been captured once more, they express their schadenfreude and swiftly make their escape. These three rascals may lack other skills, but their ability to flee is truly remarkable. The League enforcers were utterly unable to stop them. However, those apprehended were not limited to the Rocket Team. The renowned Dr. Akihabara was also among them. The surveillance footage was submitted to the League by Jiang Shan. He shows no leniency towards individuals like him. Furthermore, regarding Dr. Akihabara's research on the teleportation system, the data concerning the device that can transport people was also confiscated by Jiang Shan, as leaving such information behind could potentially allow the Rocket Team to exploit it for nefarious purposes. The matter in Makata City has come to a close. Jiang Shan is now prepared to continue his journey. But before he could wander far, he was intercepted by Miss Jusha. Miss Jusha? Is there anything else? Indeed. I have a rather unique Houndour here. Although it possesses immense power, it refuses to heed our commands. Junsha spoke, producing a Pokeball. A Houndour leapt forth from the ball, its entire body shimmering with golden light. Undoubtedly, this is a shiny Pokémon. It is highly aggressive and combative in the past. While pursuing criminals, it would recklessly charge in, inflicting severe injuries. Fortunately, its targets were all wrongdoers. Yet, this has become quite troublesome for us. Junsha's expression revealed her exasperation. Even among criminals, there are varying degrees of severity, and this Houndour's uncontrolled aggression will inevitably lead to significant issues. Contemplating this, Jiang Shan could not help but inquire, "So, Miss Junsha, what do you intend to do?" "I plan to entrust this Houndour to you. It is no longer suited to remain by my side." Junsha handed the Pokeball to Jiang Shan, stating, "It is better suited to be with a Pokémon trainer, engaged in battles rather than pursuing criminals." with your capabilities. I believe you are the best person for it. I hope you will take good care of it. Jiang Shan nodded. I will. This shiny Pokémon certainly deserves proper care. To his surprise, he had acquired another formidable companion. Moreover, it happens to be the fire type he was lacking. This is the advantage brought about by reputation and strength. Speaking of which, if he continues on from Makata City, it seems he could quickly reach Stun Town, a place renowned for its abundance of evolution stones, particularly fire stones. With the stone, Houndour could evolve. Its evolved form, Houndoom, is a highly sought-after Pokémon. Bidding farewell to Junsha, Jiang Shan set off for Stun Town. Meanwhile, he returned Dada to exchange for Houndour. By the time he arrived in Stun Town, 3 days had passed. Before entering the town, he encountered numerous individuals mining for stones at Evolution Mountain, as evolution stones are quite valuable, and it is normal for people to mine them for profit. Simultaneously, he heard another piece of news. The EV brothers were hosting a festival. Jiang Shan was unfamiliar with the EV brothers. However, knowing who they were was not particularly important. What mattered was that they were giving away evolution stones for free to facilitate Pokémon evolution. Free evolution stones? This was an opportunity too good to pass up. After inquiring about the location, Jiang Shan promptly made his way to the festival. On the way, he ran into Shigeru driving a sports car. Oddly enough, this time he was not accompanied by his female admirers. Shigeru, have you come to the festival as well? Jiang Shan asked curiously upon recognizing him. Shigeru scoffed. The festival? Aye. The young master have no time to waste on a few cheap evolution stones. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Do you remember the stolen Squirtle? Of course. What about it? Jiang Shan responded, puzzled. He certainly remembered the incident involving the stolen starter Pokémon. Had it not been for that, he might have set off with Squirtle instead of activating the system to obtain Zapdos. Why was Shigeru bringing this up now? Did he have a lead on the stolen Pokémon? Jiang Shan pondered, only to hear Shigeru continue. I found the person who stole the Pokémon. Noticing Jiang Shan's surprise, he elaborated. Initially, I encountered her in the wild, where she deceived me with sweet words into purchasing a bunch of fakes. Later, I ran into her again in Rainbow City, and we got into a scuffle. The Squirtle she was using is the one that was stolen. But that girl seems to be quite adept at fleeing. I chased her all the way to this vicinity before losing her trail. With that, Shigeru pulled out a blurry photograph. The thief appeared to be a young girl. Upon seeing the photo, a notification rang in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, special mission triggered. Mission details, locate the thief Shigeru mentioned. Mission reward, 50 lottery points. A mission triggered? Jiang Shan's eyes glimmered with excitement. The mission release clearly indicated one thing. The thief was still in Stun Town. As for her exact location, Jiang Shan glanced towards the venue of the EV Brothers Festival nearby, a smile spreading across his face. I think I might know where she is. Jiang Shan spoke confidently, leaving Shigeru bewildered. You know? He asked, confused. Jiang Shan nodded. She managed to sell fakes in the wild, which suggests she is in dire need of money. You don't think someone in such a financial predicament would pass up an opportunity to obtain evolution stones for free, do you? Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Shigeru's eyes lit up. So you mean she is hiding in the crowd at the festival? Exactly, let's go find out. With that, Jiang Shan entered the festival and Shigeru hurriedly followed. Upon their entrance, they immediately spotted Ash and his companions. To their surprise, the festival had attracted them as well. Ash, upon seeing Jiang Shan and Shigeru, was equally astonished. Jiang Shan, Shigeru? What are you two doing together? Jiang Shan briefly explained the situation. At that moment, the hosts of the festival, the EV brothers, also noticed the newcomers and approached them eagerly. You were that fierce trainer? The eldest brother, Zhang, asked excitedly. The other three brothers looked at Jiang Shan with enthusiasm. He nodded. Yes, that's me. I heard you were hosting a festival to distribute evolution stones, and I happen to have a Houndour that requires a fire stone to evolve. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the exuberant Zhang. Yes, we are giving away evolution stones for free. If you need any, just take them. Brothers, quickly. Bring out the evolution stones to show to Lord Jiang Shan. The brothers rushed to present several boxes of evolution stones to Jiang Shan. Overwhelmed by their generosity, Jiang Shan felt a bit embarrassed. However, seeing the EV brothers' enthusiasm, he reluctantly accepted their gifts. After receiving the fire stone, Jiang Shan released Houndour. Wait, your Houndour is golden? Shigeru exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide. Jiang Shan nodded. This shiny Pokémon was entrusted to me by Miss Junsha from Makata City. And it was given to you? Shigeru nearly choked with jealousy. Why did this guy always receive such wonderful gifts wherever he went? As Shigeru looked on enviously, Jiang Shan took out the fire stone, and as he did, Houndour began to glow. Its form gradually expanded. Moments later, the light faded, and the evolution was complete, revealing a dazzlingly golden, robust Houndoom. Jiang Shan immediately scanned it with his Pokédex. Name, Houndoom. Level, 35. Type, Fire. HP, 118 118. Gender, female. Nature, stubborn. Ability, justified. Moves, Outrage, Morning Sun, Flare, Blitz, Flamethrower. Goodness? It can learn both Outrage and Morning Sun? One is an immensely powerful Dragon-type move, while the other is a skill that restores a significant amount of stamina. Coupled with the fiery, high-impact move, Flame Charge, this speedster dog truly exhibits formidable prowess in both offense and defense. Moreover, with its adamant nature and the ability of Justified, it is no wonder that it prefers to disregard commands from Junsha and instead chooses to fiercely assault wrongdoers. Indeed, this time, I have stumbled upon a treasure. Haha. Chapter 56. The Thief. Xiaolan the golden, speedy dog exuded an air of grandeur, instantly capturing the attention of all. However, jealousy transformed Xiaomao's expression into one of discontent. Yet, he and Jiang Shan did not forget their primary objective. The thief was still hidden within the fairgrounds. After Jiang Shan informed the 4 EV brothers about the thief, they readily agreed to assist by sealing off all exits in the vicinity. Meanwhile, the thief began to feel anxious. She had not anticipated that Xiaomao would enlist Jiang Shan's help. Initially intending to hide from Xiaomao and casually acquire a fossil, she now found herself trapped, unable to escape. As she watched Jiang Shan and Xiaomao methodically surge through the crowd, panic set in, prompting her to retreat. Ironically, this only made her more conspicuous. Jiang Shan quickly spotted her furtive movements. Notification. Task completed. Notification. 50 lottery points. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Shan approached briskly. Are you the one who stole the Squirtle in Jinshin Town? He inquired, fixing his gaze on the red-haired girl clad in a black dress. The girl, feeling guilty, retorted. So what if I am? Noting her feigned bravado, Jiang Shan shook his head. What do you mean? If you've stolen something, you must return it. And you owe Xiaomao for the money you took. To be honest, Jiang Shan's 2 demands were not unreasonable. However, the girl, resolutely defiant, replied. That fool's money is long gone. As for the Squirtle, it is now my Pokémon. Why should I just hand it over to you? I stole it fair and square from the research lab. Her audacity left Jiang Shan and his companions utterly speechless. Dealing with someone so unreasonable was futile. Therefore, the only option left was to reclaim the Squirtle by force. With that thought, Jiang Shan ready to Pokeball. Seeing Jiang Shan's readiness for action, the girl panicked. Although she had not witnessed Jiang Shan's prowess firsthand, she had heard tales of his formidable abilities. His team was replete with an array of peculiar Pokémon, any one of which could easily overpower a Team Rocket officer. As a novice, she was no match for him. If it came to a battle, she would likely be defeated in an instant. As for escaping, there was no chance now with everyone focused on her. She would have to wait until the crowd's attention waned to find an opportunity to flee. What should she do? The girl felt desperate. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the speedy dog. Wait a moment. That speedy dog must have just evolved. This meant it was likely the weakest Pokémon in Jiang Shan's possession, the most feasible opponent to defeat. A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Returning her attention to Jiang Shan, she said, if you insist on reclaiming the Squirtle, I might consider it, but I have a condition. What could a thief possibly want? Jiang Shan paused, unable to suppress his curiosity. The girl huffed. The Squirtle now recognizes me as its master. Even if you steal it back, it won't obey you unless I voluntarily return it. So, if you want it, you must battle me. Surprised by her audacity, Jiang Shan pondered. Had this girl not heard of his reputation? Did she truly have the courage to challenge him? Intrigued, he felt a spark of interest in the impending duel. A battle? Very well, I accept your challenge. Jiang Shan nodded, but the girl quickly added. I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't be so quick to agree. Not finished? What more could you possibly want? Jiang Shan inquired, amused. You are the renowned rampaging trainer, while I am merely a novice. If you use your powerful, seasoned Pokémon against me, it would be utterly unfair, she said, feigning a pitiful expression. Jiang Shan sighed in resignation. And what do you propose? For the sake of fairness, you must use a different Pokémon. That newly evolved Speedy Dog seems quite suitable. You can only use it for a one-on-one battle with me. As she spoke, a mischievous smile spread across her face. At that moment, Jiang Shan understood her strategy. The girl likely believed that his newly evolved Speedy Dog would not be particularly strong and thus easy to defeat. If she won, she could escape without consequence. It was an astute calculation, but she had miscalculated. His Speedy Dog was far from weak. With a disdainful smile, Jiang Shan agreed. Just then, the system issued a new task prompt in his mind. Notification. Random task triggered. Task details. Defeat Trainer Xiaolan. Task reward. 100 lottery points. So, the thief's name was Xiaolan. Acknowledging the system's notification, Jiang Shan signaled for the Speedy Dog to take the stage. However, Xiaolan could not contain her laughter. Hee, I can't believe you actually let it battle. You're surely going to lose. Go, my Pokémon Blastoise. With a thud, the blue Blastoise emerged from its Pokeball. As a water type, it had an advantage over Jiang Shan's fire type. The onlookers began to worry for Jiang Shan. Was that not the final evolution of Squirtle? This was troubling. The speedy dog might struggle against it, regardless of Jiang Shan's prowess. His newly evolved Pokémon was still at a disadvantage when facing an opponent that countered its type. In truth, the girl was too cunning. Jiang Shan could very well face defeat. It seemed that the crowd held little hope for the speedy dog. Yet, Jiang Shan maintained his composure. Xiaolan, however, was becoming overly confident, declaring, while your Pokémon excels in battle, it will never match my intellect. Defeating the infamous rampaging trainer will surely make headlines. I wonder how the media will portray me? Once I gain notoriety, I might be even more beloved than you. Ignoring her boasts, Jiang Shan promptly commanded. Use flamethrower. A torrent of scorching flames erupted from the speedy dog's mouth. Xiaolan, undeterred, countered, use water pulse. A wave of icy water surged towards the flames, creating a thick cloud of steam as fire met water. See, fire is useless against water. Xiaolan chuckled, continuing, Blastoise. Charge forward and use Water Tail to knock the speedy dog down. Oh, speedy dog, use flame charge to evade. The speedy dog reacted swiftly, enveloped in a blazing aura as it accelerated, dodging the attack and repositioning itself. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shan commanded, Flamethrower. The intense flame struck the unprepared Blastoise. Though it sustained some damage, the water type still remained relatively unharmed due to its type advantage. However, Jiang Shan refused to relent, ordering, Flame Charge, collide with it. That's futile. Blastoise, retreat into your shell. Xiaolan confidently commanded, as Blastoise withdrew into its shell for defense. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Shan chuckled, You're finished. What do you mean? Xiaolan stammered, momentarily confused, but before she could process his words, Jiang Shan issued a new command. Cease Flame Charge and maintain Flamethrower. The blazing flames scorched the shell of Blastoise. Xiaolan shook her head dismissively. What good will that do? The flames can't penetrate the shell to harm my Blastoise. She believed Jiang Shan's attack was a mere waste of time. However, as the speedy dog unleashed a relentless barrage of flamethrowers, Blastoise, hidden within its shell, could not suppress its cries of pain. It became evident that it was suffering greatly. This unexpected turn of events left both Xiaolan and the onlookers momentarily stunned, until they caught a whiff of the savory aroma of meat. Stop. You must cease at once. My little turtle is about to be cooked. The realization of the enticing scent nearly brought tears to Little Blue's eyes. No wonder Jiang Shan claimed her defeat. The water turtle, retreating into its shell, seemed destined to become mere meat simmering in a pot. At that moment, others too grasped the situation. Is it truly possible to engage the water turtle in such a manner? Remarkable. Indeed, the fragrance was simply irresistible. Inhaling that delightful scent made my own stomach grumble. Tisk, truly worthy of a fierce trainer, impressive. Amidst the accolades from those around and Little Blue's surrender, Jiang Shan's mind was also filled with the system's notifications. Notification, task completed. Notification, 100 lottery points. Chapter 57. The Cadre Lambda Xiaolan scheme has ultimately failed, leading to a complete defeat of her Blastoise. The crowd believed she would have no choice but to return the Pokémon. However, seizing the moment when everyone's attention was fixed on the victor, Jiang Shan, she cleverly threw down a smoke bomb and fled with her Blastoise. By the time anyone realized what had happened, she had vanished without a trace. Such an escapability is truly remarkable, rivaling that of the notorious Team Rocket trio. Jiang Shan, well aware of her intentions, knew she would not return the Pokémon willingly. The Blastoise she possessed was likely the Squirtle stolen from Professor Oak, now evolved and emotionally bonded to her. How could she possibly part with it? Nonetheless, her theft remains a fact, and Jiang Shan vowed that next time they crossed paths, he would not be so forgiving. At the very least, she would owe him compensation. For now, however, he decided to let it go, knowing that their paths would inevitably cross again during his travels. With his new Houndoom evolved, Jiang Shan resumed his journey. His next destination lay through a vast thicket known as Thorny Forest. He had heard tales of Snorlax frequenting the area, as they were particularly fond of feasting on thorny shrubs, often spotted in a state of blissful slumber after a hearty meal. Snorlax is a formidable Pokémon, possessing immense strength and thick skin, almost perfect, save for its somewhat lazy demeanor. Jiang Shan was quite eager to capture one for himself. Thus, upon reaching Thorny Forest, he slowed his pace. Due to the dense thorns, most Pokémon avoided the area, fearing injury, which meant fewer disturbances. This allowed the Snorlax to lounge about comfortably. Not long after entering the forest, Jiang Shan encountered one such Snorlax, seemingly well-fed, nestled among half-eaten thickets, snoring away. Excitedly, he pulled out his Pokédex to scan it. Name: Snorlax, level 38, type: normal, HP 181. Gender: male, nature: careful, ability: thick fat, moves: rest, sleep talk, power up, punch, Psyshock. Seeing the displayed moves, Jiang Shan's excitement grew. Rest would restore its health and cure any status ailments, while sleep talk would allow it to unleash moves even while asleep. Psyshock, a psychic type move, paired with power up punch, would bolster its attack after hitting an opponent. This Snorlax exhibited a clever combination of skills, definitely worth capturing. Alert: random task triggered. Task details: capture Snorlax. Task reward: 50 lottery points. Upon receiving the alert, Jiang Shan closed the Pokédex and prepared to throw his Pokeball. However, before he could make his move, a coughing appeared, launching a sludge bomb at the unsuspecting Snorlax. The attack struck the Snorlax in the face, rousing it from its slumber, and it grimaced in discomfort at the foul odor. A voice rang out nearby. Still not awake? Coughing, hit it again with sludge bomb. The coughing obeyed the command, and Snorlax's brow furrowed as it began to stir. Jiang Shan, unable to contain himself, covered his face in disbelief. He glanced at a nearby middle-aged trainer and cautioned, if you wish to capture it, just throw the ball. Why attack it first? Don't you know that waking a Snorlax can be disastrous? The trainer scoffed. Kid, do you have any common sense? Everyone knows you weaken a Pokémon before capturing it. If you don't understand that, you shouldn't be giving me advice. I suggest you go home and play house. His disdain for Jiang Shan was palpable, and he continued to issue commands for his coughing to attack. Jiang Shan refrained from further objections, understanding that this middle-aged man would not heed his advice unless he experienced the consequences himself. Meanwhile, the Snorlax was becoming increasingly agitated, and as it opened its eyes, it fixed its gaze on coughing. With a swift motion, it swatted coughing into the ground with a tremendous power-up punch, instant annihilation. The trainer was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and released more of his Pokémon to engage in battle. A flash of light revealed 5 additional coughing, to Jiang Shan's astonishment. This man had brought 6 coughing with him. Snorlax, now furious, unleashed its wrath, sending the remaining coughing flying with powerful punches. The trainer's confidence evaporated, and in a panic, he attempted to retreat, calling back his Pokémon as he ran toward Jiang Shan. What are you just standing there for? Help me. Help you? Why would I do that? You didn't believe me earlier, did you? And your request for assistance comes with such an attitude? Jiang Shan crossed his arms, unmoved. As Snorlax charged, the trainer frantically pleaded, all right, I admit it. I was wrong. Please, help me. Seeing him relent, Jiang Shan nodded in satisfaction. Sometimes a little intimidation was necessary for those who refused to listen. With the trainer now compliant, he released his Sylveon and commanded, use Yawn, and then evade its attacks until it falls asleep. Sylveon complied, skillfully dodging Snorlax's onslaught while executing Yawn. The effect took hold swiftly, and Snorlax, drowsy, collapsed with a resounding thud. The immediate threat had been averted. With danger averted, the middle-aged trainer emerged to taunt. I concede that waking a Snorlax can be terrifying, but without weakening it, I doubt you can capture it. Jiang Shan shrugged and threw his Pokeball. With a satisfying click, the Snorlax was captured. Alert. Task completed. Alert. 50 lottery points awarded. The trainer stood dumbfounded. Is this even possible? You didn't weaken it at all. His understanding of capturing Pokémon had been completely upended. Traditionally, every trainer knew to weaken a Pokémon first before throwing a ball. Yet this young man had succeeded without doing so. Snorlax is inherently gentle and not very resistant, especially after a satisfying meal, Jiang Shan explained. So, the capture rate is high when it is well fed and asleep. Conversely, if you insist on waking it up with attacks, imagine being jolted awake from a deep sleep. Wouldn't you want to retaliate? The trainer nodded instinctively but felt a nagging doubt. After all, he had never heard anyone else mention such a strategy. As he observed Jiang Shan walking away, he noticed the amulet swaying at his waist. The trainer's expression darkened. You little brat, flaunting that anti-shake amulet. If I had that, I could catch it in one throw too. What makes you think you're so special? Infuriated, the middle-aged man stamped his foot, exclaiming, no one has dared to flaunt before me, Grandpa Lambda of the Rockets. Just wait, as I shall pilfer your amulet. With that, Lambda pursued Jiang Shan. However, it appeared he did not recognize Jiang Shan. Little did he know the moment he recalled that he was chasing after the arch-nemesis of the Rockets, the ferocious trainer. His expression would surely be a sight to behold. Chapter 58. The informal gym emerging from the forest, Jiang Shan arrived at the City of Darkness. The rumors surrounding this city were scarce. As Jiang Shan drew closer, he was taken aback by the city's appearance. Ruins lay scattered everywhere, and the streets bore the scars of battle, as if a great war had erupted. There was not a soul in sight. Jiang Shan had thought that Golden City was desolate enough, but he found this place to be even more tragic. What exactly had transpired here? Hint: triggered a random task. Task details: discover the reasons behind the desolation of darkness. Task reward: 50 lottery points. A task had been activated? Then he should venture in and inquire. Jiang Shan hastened into the city. But before he could find anyone to ask, he was intercepted by several individuals clad in blue uniforms. Their menacing demeanor made it clear they were not benevolent. Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Shan scrutinized them warily. The burly leader assessed Jiang Shan before speaking. Kid, by your appearance, you must be an aspiring Pokémon trainer on a journey? Indeed. What is it to you? Jiang Shan replied. Good. The burly man grinned, but Jiang Shan's confusion deepened. The man continued. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the trainers of the Kaz Gym in Darkness City. I hope you can temporarily join us. Of course. We will compensate you. Joining you? What is your intention? Jiang Shan questioned. Do you not have enough trainers already? A gym does not require this many trainers, does it? The burly man shook his head. We have an adversary vying for the formal gym status, and we must hire more trainers to defeat them. Only then can we become a legitimate gym. After all, two gyms cannot coexist. At this revelation, Jiang Shan understood. Two informal gyms were competing for legitimacy. But their approach seemed misguided. Shouldn't such qualifications be determined by strength in battle? Relying on numbers to win was futile. Even if they succeeded, they would lack the requisite strength to fend off challengers later. Would they resort to overpowering trainers by sheer numbers? If it were a different matter, Jiang Shan might have considered assisting them. However, he could not support their underhanded tactics to gain formal gym status. Aiding them would merely perpetuate a corrupt practice, which was a far graver issue. If other gyms followed suit, the very purpose of gyms as a measure of strength would be lost. It would be better to close the gyms altogether. With this thought, Jiang Shan resolutely declined. I shall not join you. Your methods are inherently flawed. Instead of preying on incoming trainers, why not strive to become stronger and defeat your rivals? You seem to have only resorted to these dubious tactics. Even if you managed to win, I doubt the league would ever grant you a formal gym certificate. With that, Jiang Shan turned to leave. The burly man's expression darkened instantly. The others closed in around Jiang Shan. You little brat, are you trying to instruct me? The burly man approached menacingly. Let me make it clear. You either join us and earn a wage, or you leave. Do you think we would let you wander in freely? Who knows what you might do inside? What if you join our opponents? I will not provide the enemy with the means to gain strength. This logic repulsed Jiang Shan. Not allowing entry unless he joined? These were clearly not good people, and their gym did not deserve to be recognized. Casting a disdainful glance at the ill-intentioned crowd, Jiang Shan scoffed. You think you can prevent me from entering? How absurd. I will enter today, regardless. His words were perceived as a challenge by the burly man, whose already dark expression grew even more ominous. In Darkness City, no one dared to provoke him. Who would have thought this outsider would be so audacious? Had he simply left, nothing would have happened. But now that he had dared to challenge him, the burly man felt compelled to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. With a subtle gesture, he signaled to his companions, and they promptly released their Pokeballs. Rattata, Arbok, and Hitmonchan appeared, surrounding Jiang Shan. Listen here, brat. Do you know the saying that trouble comes from the mouth? The burly man sneered. Now that you're here, you still dare to provoke us? I think you were tired of living. At that moment, Jiang Shan received a system prompt. Hint: triggered a random task. Task details: teach a lesson to those who seek to bully you. Task reward: 50 lottery points. Upon hearing the system prompt, Jiang Shan narrowed his eyes. I advise you to retract your Pokémon and step aside. He brandished his own Pokeball, adding, otherwise, when I make my move, you may regret not having heeded my warning. What? You dare to resist? The burly man could not help but mock. Do you not see how many of us there are? You're putting on a brave front at this point? Huh. Once we beat you senseless, you certainly won't be so arrogant. His companions joined in the ridicule. This brat truly does not know how dire his situation is. No matter how strong you are, numbers will prevail. The burly man felt a sense of accomplishment at the prospect of defeating this insufferable brat. As they continued to boast, Jiang Shan wasted no time and threw out his Ultra Ball. With a resounding thud, a massive Tentacruel emerged, its colossal form casting an imposing shadow that enveloped all present. The burly man looked up at the gigantic Tentacruel, his legs trembling. He had never encountered such a colossal Pokémon before. The others, along with their Pokémon, were rendered speechless by the sight. Observing their fright, Jiang Shan smiled and inquired, what were you just saying? That you were going to beat me? Realizing the gravity of their miscalculation, the burly man nervously backed away. His subordinates, sensing the shift in power, hastily pushed him forward, meekly stating, this was all his idea. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, he's the boss. We dared not disobey. We were forced into this situation. Please, Spare us. Jiang Shan could hardly contain his laughter at their pleas. Meanwhile, the burly man's face shifted through shades of red and white. Startled by how easily his subordinates had betrayed him, he had not anticipated that merely summoning a colossal tentacruel would intimidate his crew into abandoning him. Realizing that his life was at stake, the burly man attempted to muster a pitiful smile to plead for mercy. But Jiang Shan had no intention of allowing them any further opportunity to speak. Enough. Look at your pathetic selves. You thrive on bullying the weak, yet tremble in the presence of strength. I have encountered many individuals of your ilk. Without imparting a lesson, it seems you shall not amend your ways. Venomous jellyfish. Unleash your sting upon them. With a swift motion, the venomous jellyfish brandished its tentacles. As the colossal, bucket-thick appendages lashed towards them, the stout men, enveloped by an aura of impending doom, felt their pupils constrict in terror, nearly succumbing to fear. Fortunately, the jellyfish was aware of its limits. It merely struck the ground, sending a flurry of sand and debris towards these men. Thus, they sustained only minor injuries, with no lasting harm. Nevertheless, the previous encounter instilled a profound psychological scar. Henceforth, they would not only refrain from bullying others, but the mere sight of a venomous jellyfish or any tentacle-like form would likely leave them trembling with fear. At that moment, a voice resonated in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification. Task completed. Notification. 50 lottery points. Chapter 59. The terrified foolish masses after dealing with the ruffians. Jiang Shan ventured into the city. Initially, he intended to inquire about the situation from someone, yet after wandering for quite some time, he encountered not a soul. Fortunately, he stumbled upon an operational tavern. Before entering, he assumed that, given the desolate nature of the dark city, there would be few patrons. To his astonishment, however, the tavern was bustling with people. Strangely, each individual bore a serious countenance, resembling attendees at a corporate meeting rather than revelers enjoying food and drink. Upon his arrival, the gaze of the entire assembly fell upon him, leaving Jiang Shan feeling rather uncomfortable. Approaching the counter, he could not restrain his curiosity and asked the proprietor, "What is the situation here? Why is everyone staring at me so intently?" "They are assessing whether you are a Pokémon trainer," the owner replied with a wry smile. Casting a glance at the patrons, Jiang Shan's curiosity deepened. Is being a Pokémon trainer problematic? If you are indeed a Pokémon trainer, that could spell trouble. The locals here harbor a strong disdain for trainers. They might resort to violence. The owner shrugged, his expression reflecting helplessness. Why such animosity towards trainers? Jiang Shan inquired. The owner began to recount the tale of the two unofficial gyms in the Dark City, the Kaz Gym and the Yas Gym. These establishments, in their fierce competition for formal recognition, had engaged in reckless battles throughout the city, disregarding the consequences. Initially, their impact was minimal. But as they began to hire outside trainers, the number of combatants swelled, leading to increasingly destructive confrontations. Countless individuals suffered losses, and the Dark City descended further into decay. Consequently, the local inhabitants developed a profound aversion, even hatred, towards all Pokémon trainers. The Pokémon Center had long since closed its doors, and the gathered individuals were deliberating on countermeasures. Having absorbed the gravity of the Dark City's plight, a prompt illuminated his mind. Notification. Mission completed. Notification. 50 lottery points. Jiang Shan recalled the burly man he had encountered earlier, who seemed affiliated with the Kaz Gym. The other gym was likely no better. These two establishments were nothing short of a malignancy. Until they were eradicated, the Dark City would know no peace. Jiang Shan's thoughts aligned with the system, prompting it to issue him a new task. Notification. Urban mission triggered. Mission details. Eradicate the two malignant gyms in the Dark City. Mission reward. 150 lottery points. With the mission set forth, Jiang Shan resolved to eliminate the two gyms. However, at that moment, a voice from the tavern's corner pierced the air. "Everyone, be aware. That brat is a Pokémon trainer. He must be looking to join one of the gyms. Let us drive him out of the Dark City." The voice struck a chord of familiarity, yet Jiang Shan could not place it. Nevertheless, the identity of the speaker mattered little. What was significant was that upon hearing these words, the already wary crowd turned their animosity towards Jiang Shan. "That brat is indeed a trainer." "Humph. I sensed it the moment he stepped in," shouted a voice within the crowd. "Let us expel this scoundrel trainer." Yes, the Dark City has no room for Pokémon trainers. They only bring destruction. They should be banished. As the crowd began to shove and push him, Jiang Shan felt a tightening at his waist. Looking down, he saw a hand reaching for him. Before he could react, the hand snatched away his protective charm, an item obtained through 1,000 points, crucial for capturing special Pokémon. While he might have tolerated the theft of other possessions, this particular item was intolerable. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Shan found himself unable to chase after the thief due to the throng of people pushing against him. He glared at the angry mob, contemplating how the dark city had fallen into such disrepair. Why not confront the two gyms directly? Their hostility towards traveling trainers was nothing but cowardice, akin to a bully who preys on the weak. The citizens bore a significant share of responsibility for the city's plight, and as he reflected on this, Jiang Shan's disdain for them grew. Fixing his gaze on the retreating thief, he forcefully kicked aside the man who was holding him and threw a pokeball. The Flying Scyther and the Starmie materialized. Flying Scyther, pursue that individual. Starmie, unleash Surf upon this crowd. Upon receiving their orders, the two Pokémon sprang into action. The Flying Scyther, with its incredible speed, swiftly overtook the thief, while Starmie's Surf dispersed the crowd with a powerful wave. The citizens, now even more incensed, shouted in outrage. This brat dares to attack us. Everyone, let us teach him a lesson. Yes, let him know we are not to be trifled with. Jiang Shan could not help but chuckle at their absurdity. How amusing. You cower before the two gyms that wreak havoc on the city, yet you unleash your fury on an innocent traveler. With such foolish masses inhabiting the dark city, it was no wonder it had become so desolate. Angered by his words, the crowd seethed. What do you know, brat? Those gym members are numerous and possess powerful Pokémon. How can we possibly contend with them? Isn't that the very definition of cowardice? Jiang Shan retorted. The citizens' faces flushed with rage, yet they found themselves unable to respond. After a moment, one person glared at Jiang Shan and challenged, if you accuse us of cowardice. What of you? Are you not afraid of the two gyms, which is why you are here berating us? If you have the capability to confront them, do so. If you can defeat them, I shall reward you with a Dragon Fang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan inquired with a smile, really? The Dragon Fang can enhance the power of Dragon-type moves. It would be a valuable asset for Dragonite or Houndoom. The citizen nodded emphatically. Of course it's true. But do you have the courage and strength to follow through? Don't expect us to carry you back when you fail. Laughter erupted from the crowd in agreement. Jiang Shan narrowed his eyes, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, the Flying Scyther returned, clutching the thief, who turned out to be the middle-aged man who had previously attempted to capture a Snorlax. Seeing Jiang Shan, the man stubbornly threatened, You little brat, I am Lambda, an officer of Team Rocket. I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Jiang Shan responded with a smirk. So you are an officer of Team Rocket? Do you know who I am? Lambda scrutinized Jiang Shan closely. You seem somewhat familiar, but why should I care? Jiang Shan shook his head. Think again. My name is Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan? Lambda frowned, recognizing the name. It was one that appeared on the bounty list on the first page. His complexion paled as he recalled that he was the notorious trainer who had caused Team Rocket considerable distress, sending their members to prison on 2 occasions. Had he fallen into the hands of such a formidable foe? Not only Lambda, but also some citizens in the crowd gasped in realization. Jiang Shan? The infamous and ruthless trainer Jiang Shan? Is it really him? It turns out to be the illustrious Master Jiang Shan. Is this for real? I'm somewhat terrified. Please lend me your support. Alas, alas, to have offended Master Jiang Shan. It seems I am doomed. Truly, what a band of fools. This predicament has escalated significantly. The tavern erupted into chaos. Regret and fear were etched upon every face. The formidable reputation of Jiang Shan had been exaggerated to such an extent that they could scarcely fathom the consequences of provoking such a titan. Naturally, they dared not entertain the thought. Among them, one person felt particularly distressed. It was the one who had wagered the dragon's tooth as a stake. With Master Jiang Shan intervening in the affairs of the 2 dojos, it would likely pose no challenge. Now, his precious dragon's tooth was destined to change hands. Chapter 60. The ruin of the dojo. The name Jiang Shan is a living legend. Many have never seen him, yet almost no one is unfamiliar with his name. The power of this name is so immense that upon hearing it, Lambda and the citizens felt as if the sky itself had fallen. If they realized this was Jiang Shan, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to provoke him. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. To incur his wrath is to invite misfortune. Thus, Lambda is destined for imprisonment. This group of citizens will become the subject of ridicule. However, Jiang Shan has no intention of delving into their affairs at present. His priority lies in addressing the 2 dojos. Word has spread of an impending clash between the 2 dojos, and Jiang Shan swiftly arrived at their dual location, lying in wait. As expected, both sides soon gathered. Jiang Shan had encountered the Kaz dojo before, while the Yas dojo donned green uniforms. Though both groups came to duel, they were taken aback by the sight of Jiang Shan standing between them, accompanied by the citizens. They did not anticipate anyone would dare intervene in their conflict. The 2 factions exchanged glances. What do you think you're doing, you little brat, standing in our way? They questioned in unison. It was surprising how in sync they were. In response to their inquiry, Jiang Shan replied candidly, I am here to eradicate the malignant dojos of the Dark City. This audacious proclamation offended both sides. Indeed, the atmosphere grew tense. They had encountered arrogant trainers before, but never had they seen one so brazen as to provoke two dojos simultaneously. Who granted this boy such confidence? This question lingered in the minds of both factions. The leader of the Kaz dojo scoffed at Jiang Shan, saying, Kid, do you not comprehend the concept of humility? How dare you label us as the malignancy of this place? And you have the audacity to claim you will eliminate us? The sun has yet to set. Cease your dreams. With that, his followers echoed their agreement. The Yas dojo, unable to contain their derision, chimed in, You little brat. How dare you harbor thoughts against our Yas dojo? Have you never tasted defeat? Even if you possess some strength, you could at most deal with the waste of the Kaz dojo. To think you can confront us is sheer folly. At this, the Kaz dojo grew incensed. What did they mean by merely being able to handle their so-called waste? As if the Yas dojo were any more formidable. Humph. You Yas dojo only boast with your words. The leader of the Kaz dojo continued, I believe we need not waste further time bickering here. I suddenly have an idea. Perhaps we can resolve our conflict directly. Oh, what is this idea? Pray tell, came the intrigued response. Quite simple. Since this brat is so arrogant, let us strike simultaneously and see who can defeat all of his Pokémon first. The victor shall earn the right to apply for an official dojo. The leader of the Yas dojo's eyes sparkled with interest. This was indeed a splendid idea, allowing for a swift resolution. After entangling with the Kaz dojo for so long, it was time to determine the victor. Nodding in agreement, both factions turned their malicious gazes towards Jiang Shan. However, Jiang Shan was utterly speechless. Did they dare use him as a bargaining chip without even knowing his strength? Did they consider him mere prey on a chopping block? These individuals were both inept and malicious. As he pondered how to teach them a lesson, the dojo leaders grew impatient, urging, You brat, you keep proclaiming you will resolve us, yet you have yet to unleash your Pokémon. If you're afraid, then hasten and flee. We have no time to waste on a coward. With that, they released their Pokémon, a Scyther and an Electabuzz. Gazing at these creatures, Jiang Shan smirked coldly. Just as he was about to retrieve his Pokeball, the burly man who had initially intercepted him rushed over, bandaged and flustered. He cast a fearful glance at Jiang Shan before anxiously addressing the leader of the Kaz dojo. Boss, we must flee. This person, he is insane. Before he could finish, he was struck across the face. The Kaz dojo leader barked, Enough. I know this kid is an incredibly arrogant trainer. And you wish to retreat because of one person? Who has made you so timid? The burly man held his head in dismay. He wanted to say more, but the leader would not allow it. You lot, drag him away. He commanded his subordinates to pull the burly man aside before turning back to Jiang Shan. You brat. Hurry up and make your move. Seeing his urgency, Jiang Shan wore a peculiar smile. He had never encountered someone so eager to meet their demise. Since he was so insistent, Jiang Shan would oblige him. You want it quickly? Very well. With that, he swiftly tossed out his Pokeball. In an instant, a powerful aura surged forth. Blinding electricity erupted from the Pokeball. Accompanied by a sharp screech, the legendary Pokémon Zapdos appeared, enveloped in lightning. At that moment, it was the most dazzling presence in the arena. All eyes were drawn to it. Is that the legendary Pokémon Zapdos? Someone slapped me to ensure this isn't a hallucination. My goodness, this kid possesses a legendary Pokémon. A dreadful premonition washed over them. Oh no, I feel a calamity approaching. We are undoubtedly doomed, for I now recall who this individual is. He is the rampant trainer, Jiang Shan. Nearby, the injured burly man sighed deeply. Why did no one heed his warning? Now it was too late. He hobbled away, convinced that Jiang Shan would surely punish the leaders of both dojos. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Jiang Shan. Now, he simply wished to distance himself, lest he be caught up with those foolish individuals. His instincts were correct. Witnessing the stunned expressions of the two dojo leaders, Jiang Shan showed no mercy, commanding Zapdos to attack. Faced with Jiang Shan's ace, the leaders of both dojos were utterly defenseless. Their Pokémon fell in an instant. Jiang Shan's gaze then turned towards them. What is that look in your eyes? What do you intend to do? Our Pokémon have already lost. You cannot attack us. The two dojo leaders retreated in a panic, completely stripped of their earlier bravado. Listening to their words, Jiang Shan scoffed. Not attack you? Do you think I will spare you to teach you a lesson? Use Thunderbolt and strike them. Zapdos transformed into a harbinger of thunder. The dojo leaders screamed in agony as the electrical onslaught continued. Jiang Shan did not spare their sycophantic subordinates either. As for their dojo, he unleashed his colossal Dragonite, demolishing their structures as if they were mere building blocks. In this manner, their foundations were entirely obliterated. The two dojo leaders were left in utter despair. After toiling for a lifetime to accumulate some wealth, they found themselves reduced to nothing in a single moment. Reflecting on their earlier arrogance in provoking Jiang Shan, they wished they could slap themselves. Why had they chosen to provoke such a calamity? Now, everything was lost, and they risked being expelled from the Dark City by the very citizens they had scorned. After all, they now possessed almost nothing. Unable to pay their subordinates, they would soon find themselves abandoned. Faced with the citizens' wrath, they were powerless to resist. This was indeed the consequence of their destructive actions against the city. They have been resolved, and a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 150 lottery points. Chapter 61. The unscrupulous magician. The two establishments in the Dark City were eliminated, and after acquiring the dragon's tooth, Jiang Shan departed. He had no desire to linger in that desolate city any longer, especially since his supplies were completely depleted. Thus, it was imperative for him to reach the next town swiftly to replenish his resources. Fortunately, the next town was not far from the Dark City, and he arrived there the following morning. The town was bustling with a carnival atmosphere, attracting numerous merchants. Jiang Shan successfully restocked his supplies. While wandering near the circus, he encountered Xiaoji. The three of them were with a round-faced magician, and upon seeing Jiang Shan, Xiaoji enthusiastically waved him over. With a shrug, Jiang Shan reluctantly approached. "What are you three doing here?" he inquired, scrutinizing the magician. The man's appearance seemed rather simple and honest, yet the cunning glint in his eyes betrayed his carefully crafted facade of sincerity. Jiang Shan chose not to comment further, as he was not well acquainted with this magician. Hearing Jiang Shan's question, Xiaoji replied, "We are here to help Mr. Ma Jian find ways to increase his audience. His magic is hit or miss, and without spectators, he earns no money. If this continues, he might be dismissed." Indeed, per Mr. Ma Jian, Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang nodded in agreement. Jiang Shan remained expressionless, pondering the situation. The magician's inconsistent performances? Wasn't that simply a lack of skill? Rather than striving to improve his craft to attract more viewers, he was seeking shortcuts to increase his audience. It was evident that this individual was anything but honest. Who knew what ulterior motives he harbored? It was wise to minimize interactions with such opportunistic people to avoid falling victim to their schemes. Realizing this, Jiang Shan merely nodded and said, "You all can take your time helping him. I must be on my way." "What? Jiang Shan, you're leaving already? You're so clever, why not lend a hand?" Xiaoji couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Shan shook his head, choosing silence as he walked away. Observing his demeanor, Xiaoji pouted. This guy is usually so helpful. Why is he acting like this today, right? What is wrong with Jiang Shan? Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang were equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma Jian watched Jiang Shan depart, cursing inwardly. How could he not assist him? What an irritating fellow. Unaware of their thoughts, Jiang Shan continued to roam for a while before preparing to leave. However, he soon halted, furrowing his brow. He noticed Xiaoxi and Mr. Ma Jian swiftly exiting the town, and something seemed amiss with Xiaoxi. He appeared dazed, as if he had lost his soul, following Mr. Ma Jian without question. What was going on? Xiaoxi had seemed fine just moments ago. His demeanor suggested he was under some form of hypnosis. Had Mr. Ma Jian hypnotized him? What were the intentions of this unscrupulous man? Jiang Shan scrutinized Mr. Ma Jian's retreating figure, growing suspicious. Alert, punishment task activated. Task details, punish the unscrupulous Mr. Ma Jian. Task reward, 100 lottery points. The notification echoed in his mind, indicating the task was triggered. Even the system deemed Mr. Ma Jian unscrupulous, underscoring the extent of his wrongdoing. Whether for the sake of the task or concern for Xiaoxi, Jiang Shan promptly pursued the two. Their destination appeared to be a forest. Along the way, Mr. Ma Jian's malicious nature became increasingly apparent. Perhaps disdaining the rugged terrain, he had somehow procured a wooden cart and commanded Xiaoxi to pull him along. Was he too lazy to traverse even a bit of the path? Such a combination of lethargy and malice would incite anyone to want to confront him. However, Jiang Shan held back, wishing to see what this man was truly up to. After half an hour, they arrived at their destination, a forest of coconut trees. Mr. Ma Jian's intentions soon became clear. He first hypnotized Xiaoxi, commanding him to battle the coconut trees, and then he wildly threw pokeballs, capturing a multitude of them. The more trees he captured, the more gleeful he became. Haha, I've caught so many coconut trees. With this many, I can hypnotize everyone in town to watch my magic show and give me money. Mr. Ma Jian reveled, his voice betraying his intentions. Jiang Shan heard every word clearly, and at that moment, the full extent of Mr. Ma Jian's scheme dawned on him. Rather than refining his craft, he sought to hypnotize others into being forced spectators. Xiaoxi, under his control, was reduced to mere labor for this nefarious plot. This man was indeed despicable, perhaps even worse than Team Rocket. With that realization, Jiang Shan decided to reveal himself. Mr. Ma Jian, caught off guard, exclaimed, "How did you end up here?" Panic was evident on his face. Jiang Shan regarded him coolly and replied, "What do you think? I heard and saw everything you just said and did." Hearing this, Mr. Ma Jian grew more frantic. Yet, his expression soon shifted to one of malevolence. "Since you know now, I apologize. Coconut trees, use hypnosis," he commanded, adding with a laugh, "You've merely provided me with another audience member. I now command hundreds of coconut trees. From now on, this place is under my control." His pride swelled as he spoke, but Jiang Shan coldly snapped his fingers, and the hidden spirit girl activated her psychic powers. The coconut tree's hypnosis was instantly reflected back upon them, resulting in their own confusion. Mr. Ma Jian was rendered speechless by this turn of events. "You're unharmed? How is this possible?" he shouted, eyes wide. "Continue using hypnosis. All of you, come out and use hypnosis. I refuse to believe it won't work." He unleashed all the captured coconut trees, but against the millennia-old spirit girl, it was futile. The psychic powers surged forth once more, and in an instant, all the coconut trees were thrown into disarray. Jiang Shan stood there unaffected, a smile gracing his lips. "What's wrong? Why have you stopped?" he inquired, gazing at Mr. Ma Jian with amusement. Drenched in sweat, Mr. Ma Jian was anxious and flustered. He couldn't fathom why his hypnosis had failed. It had worked flawlessly on Xiaoji. Yet here it bore no effect whatsoever. "What are you? What is going on?" he stammered, gripping his magic wand, anxiety evident in his eyes. Jiang Shan simply replied, "Guess." Mr. Ma Jian was infuriated by those two words. Jiang Shan, however, taunted, "What can you do? You're just an unscrupulous magician. Lazy and inept, who repays kindness with malice." Mr. Ma Jian stomped his foot in frustration. He longed to retort, to unleash his anger upon Jiang Shan. But the truth of Jiang Shan's words rendered him speechless. In a fit of rage, he swung his wand to strike Jiang Shan, only to be swiftly knocked down by Jiang Shan's kick. "Oh, so you have some fight in you?" Jiang Shan quipped, continuing, "Oh, I forgot to mention. I didn't just hear what you did. I recorded it with a sketch. I will personally submit it to the local league. You can expect to be scorned by everyone. Perhaps you will only find work performing in prison," he declared, a smile on his face that concealed a blade beneath. Mr. Ma Jian, upon hearing this, felt as though his world was collapsing. He was still young, yet to realize his dream of becoming a great magician. Jiang Shan's actions would undoubtedly ruin the rest of his life. After all, no one would engage a magician with a tarnished reputation. Should his name become synonymous with disgrace, he would find himself bereft of an audience, rendering him irretrievably lost. Contemplating this, Ma Jian felt an icy chill enveloping his heart. Unable to contain himself, he erupted in impotent fury, exclaiming, You despicable wretch." Chapter 62, the tragedy of Ma Jian's chance for redemption had vanished. Jiang Shan successfully claimed his reward. Shortly thereafter, the hypnosis was lifted, and Xiaoji awakened. He couldn't recall the events that transpired until Jiang Shan showed him the video recording, illuminating Ma Jian's sinister intentions. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Xiaoji reflected on his prior doubts about Jiang Shan's character. Little did he know, it wasn't Jiang Shan who had changed. Rather, it was he who had failed to see through Ma Jian's malevolence. Gazing at Jiang Shan's distant figure, Xiaoji sighed. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan continued his journey towards Honglian Island. However, perhaps his luck had run out, as the weather abruptly shifted, unleashing torrential rain that rendered travel arduous. Though Jiang Shan sought refuge from the downpour, there were no towns nearby. After enduring several days of rain, he caught a cold. Coughing, he lamented, "When will this rain cease?" Raising his gaze to the overcast sky, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, Jiang Shan hastened on his way. In his dazed state, he spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Was someone there? Jiang Shan quickly approached. To his delight, he discovered a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Elated, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The fatigue of the past few days weighed heavily upon him. After knocking on the door, he leaned against the doorframe and succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, it was already noon the following day. His headache had vanished. Had he fully recovered from the cold? Sitting up in bed, Jiang Shan felt invigorated. At that moment, a beautiful girl entered the room, dressed in a rare Chinese-style blouse, her hair styled in a bun. "Oh, so you've awakened," she remarked, holding herbs while tidying up. Jiang Shan nodded, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" "My name is Qing Mei, and I help my grandmother run this traditional medicine shop." As Qing Mei chatted amiably with Jiang Shan, he learned that he had arrived in Songzhou town, where this was the only pharmacy, specializing solely in self-made herbal remedies. Through their conversation, Jiang Shan discovered that Qing Mei was developing a special potion capable of fully restoring Pokémon to their optimal state, as well as enhancing their intellect. Most astonishingly, she had made some progress. She was just one step away from completion. The potential of this potion amazed Jiang Shan. Could it truly elevate Pokémon beyond their natural limits? For instance, his dual-wielding Scyther, or that remarkably clever Venusaur. The advent of such a potion would undoubtedly create waves in the world. Curious, Jiang Shan asked, what is still required for the potion? Calming himself, he could not resist inquiring. Qingmei replied with a hint of frustration, I need a Parasect Spore. I have a Paras, but it's too timid to battle. Lacking the experience necessary for evolution, which has stalled the process. Obtaining a Parasect Spore was not overly difficult. If he could facilitate Paras's evolution, the issue would be resolved. With so many Pokémon at his disposal, he could easily let one lose to Qingmei's Paras a few times, enabling its evolution. The thought excited Jiang Shan. If he succeeded in helping Paras evolve, the potion would be successfully developed. Perhaps Qingmei might even share some with him? What if he administered it to Zapdos? Surely, it would become even more intelligent and formidable. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, just as a notification chimed. Notification, event quest activated. Quest details, assist Qingmei's Paras in achieving evolution and aid her in successfully creating the special potion. Quest reward, 150 points. The activation of this quest was anticipated by Jiang Shan. It would have been peculiar had no quest triggered. Yet, he was soon taken aback as the system's notification continued. Notification, special quest activated. Quest details, protect Qingmei and her research. Quest reward, 300 lottery points. A second quest had been activated, and it was a protection mission for Qingmei. Could someone be targeting her? Jiang Shan instinctively thought of Team Rocket, but upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. After all, Team Rocket was preoccupied with larger cities and would likely overlook a small town like Songzhou nestled in the mountains. But then again, one could never be too sure. Just as Jiang Shan pondered this, a noise from outside startled him, prompting him to swiftly open the window and peer out. Yet, there was nothing to be seen. At that moment, a ghostly voice whispered in his ear. It's not Team Rocket, it's a strange middle-aged man. He has been eavesdropping for quite some time. A strange middle-aged man? And eavesdropping? If he was listening in, he must have ulterior motives, even if he wasn't affiliated with Team Rocket. He could very well belong to another nefarious organization intent on seizing Qingmei's work. No, he had to chase after him to uncover the truth. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shan hurriedly rushed outside. Qingmei watched his departing figure with curiosity. Why was he acting so erratically? Nevertheless, he didn't seem like a bad person. Shaking her head, she returned to her task of concocting the potion. Jiang Shan, on the other hand, released his Houndoom to give chase. With its keen sense of smell and remarkable speed, it was perfectly suited for tracking adversaries. Before long, Houndoom led Jiang Shan into the dense forest. At last, he spotted the eavesdropping middle-aged man. This individual, clad in a suit and wearing glasses, might have appeared to be a successful businessman at first glance. Yet, his attire was tattered, riddled with holes, and his glasses were cracked. You dare to follow me, you little brat? The man spat, his face contorted with malice upon seeing Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan scrutinized him, asking, Who are you? What did you intend to achieve by eavesdropping on my conversation with Qingmei? What I am is none of your concern. As for eavesdropping, naturally, I was planning to summon someone to seize the documents and potion from that girl, which are not meant for someone of her tender age. The man smirked ominously. How audacious to speak so brazenly about theft. Who was this person, and what gave him such arrogance? Although Jiang Shan could not discern his identity, he was undeterred. If you wish to steal something, you must first get past me, he declared, gesturing for Houndoom to step forward. The man retreated a step, sneering, You'd best run far away while you still can, or I might just let you off easy. Threats were nothing new to Jiang Shan. Is that all you have to say? Because I'm about to take action. Seeing Jiang Shan remain unfazed, the man grew furious. Fool, you insist on being obstinate, don't you? Let me inform you. I have already contacted a Team Rocket officer, and he will be arriving shortly. You must know of Team Rocket, right? The man's arrogance was palpable as he continued. This is a super terrifying organization that even the League cannot contend with. Do you dare to provoke me? When the Team Rocket officer arrives, you won't have a place to weep. Is that officer you speak of the one approaching? Jiang Shan asked, a smile playing on his lips as he pointed to the individual drawing near. The man, upon seeing the approaching figure, grew even more animated. Indeed, boy. You may wish to run now, for it seems you can no longer escape. How dare you pursue me? Let us see how you fare now, he said, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Shan. However, the approaching Team Rocket officer was drenched in cold sweat, his heart sinking as he couldn't help but slap the middle-aged man across the face, roaring, Idiot! How could you bring this calamity upon us? What? Is this kid really formidable? The middle-aged man was left dazed by the slap. He glanced at the cadre with a hint of trepidation and inquired. The latter cast a sardonic glance towards the mockingly observing Jiang Shan and bitterly remarked, He is the ferocious trainer Jiang Shan. Do you wish to know how formidable he is? I was just defeated by him in the dark market. With a resounding kick, he struck the middle-aged man again. This Rocket Team cadre was none other than Lambda, who had previously been incarcerated by Jiang Shan in the dark market. And he was now at a loss as to how he had managed to escape. Lambda felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had traveled great distances to retrieve valuable information coveted by his leader. Yet, before he could even lay eyes on the data, he now feared he might be pummeled once more. All of this was the fault of that fool. The more Lambda pondered, the angrier he became. The middle-aged man was also in a state of panic, terrified beyond measure. Little did he know that the young man before him was indeed Jiang Shan. This was the end for him. Chapter 63. The electric bird speaks. Lambda and the middle-aged man were bound by the constraints of the kingdom. In the absence of an enforcement agency in Songzhou town, releasing them posed a risk of clandestine mischief. Thus, temporarily restraining them was the most prudent course of action. At least until Qingmei completed her potion, he would not release these two individuals who sought to seize the potion and related materials. Furthermore, having Lambda around was a blessing. He possessed 6 double-edged gas Pokémon, which could offer valuable experience for Palace's evolution. As for the middle-aged man's identity, Jiang Shan had uncovered it. He was, in fact, the manager of Silver Company. After Jiang Shan dealt with Team Rocket in Jinhuang City, this man had gone into hiding, even fleeing to the wild area to evade the Alliance's enforcers. Unfortunately, Jiang Shan had also ventured into that realm, resulting in a confrontation with Team Rocket. Sensing impending doom, the Silver Manager had hastily retreated to the vicinity of Songzhou town to avoid capture. During his time there, he learned of Qingmei's potion development and reported it to Bammu, hoping to prove his worth and rejoin Team Rocket. Subsequently, Bammu had dispatched Lambda to assist him. Little did they know that Lambda was far from reliable. He was more interested in meandering about aimlessly. Midway, he encountered Jiang Shan, who was trying to catch a Snorlax. After learning the full story, Jiang Shan couldn't help but remark, "I truly wonder if I am exceptionally fortunate, or if you are simply unfortunate. It seems I am destined to cross paths with you in whatever endeavor I undertake." Lambda rolled his eyes, hesitant to engage with Jiang Shan, whom he considered a harbinger of disaster. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Meanwhile, the Silver Manager glared at Jiang Shan, seething with resentment. "You insolent brat, I advise you not to revel too much in your triumphs. We have a backup plan, just wait." "A backup plan?" Jiang Shan inquired, intrigued. The Silver Manager smirked. "To be frank, Lambda has already discreetly sent out a distress signal. Reinforcements from Team Rocket will arrive shortly. They come prepared. Your time is up." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan remained calm, his expression unperturbed. However, Lambda inwardly cursed the man for his foolishness. By informing Jiang Shan of the impending reinforcement, he had inadvertently prepared him for what was to come. It was baffling how such an individual could rise to a managerial position at Silver Company. Nevertheless, Jiang Shan's awareness of the situation did not alter the fact that the reinforcements would not be ordinary individuals. Jiang Shan might find himself challenged. Contemplating this, Lambda felt a slight sense of ease. Yet, Jiang Shan was unconcerned about who Team Rocket would send. For him, even an army would merely serve as fodder. Casting a glance at Lambda and the former manager of Silver Company, he shook his head and departed to assist Qingmei in enhancing Palace's experience. Palace was not only timid but also exceedingly fearful of pain, often feigning defeat at the slightest contact. It was no wonder it had yet to evolve. However, Jiang Shan was not without solutions. Much like the previous encounter with Amati's Ditto, some Pokémon would not exhibit their true potential unless pushed to the brink. Thus, he resolved to intimidate Palace slightly, teaching it that feigning defeat would not suffice, and that it must summon the courage to battle. With a plan in mind, Jiang Shan set to work. Palace, a bug and grass-type Pokémon, harbored a fear of fire. Consequently, Jiang Shan summoned his speedy Houndoom. Houndoom, unleash a barrage of flamethrowers on it. The scorching flames erupted forth, causing the timid Palace to immediately feign defeat, convinced Jiang Shan would relent. Yet, he did not stop, as flames threatened to engulf it. Palace panicked and rolled away to escape the blaze. Why was it no longer pretending to be defeated? "Continue the assault," Jiang Shan commanded, a devilish grin spreading across his face. As Houndoom relentlessly unleashed flames, the fearful Palace exerted every ounce of strength to evade the fire, practicing tirelessly until Houndoom was utterly exhausted. Eventually, Palace glimmered with light, and when the radiance faded, the mushroom-bearing Pokémon emerged. Palace had successfully evolved into Parasect. Qingmei also acquired the spores from Parasect. The final step was at hand. Observing Qingmei enter the room to concentrate on potion making, Jiang Shan anxiously awaited news. Then came the notification, task completed. Reward, 150 lottery points. The task was complete? This signified Qingmei's success. Indeed, she emerged from the room, brimming with excitement, holding a green potion. How about this? Would you like to try it? She inquired, extending the potion toward Jiang Shan. To be honest, Jiang Shan hesitated, uncertain of how the potion would affect his Pokémon. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a Pokeball and released his prized Electabuzz. Its appearance astonished Qingmei as she realized who stood before her. After all, trainers possessing Electabuzz were a rarity. She had heard of Jiang Shan from the television, but never expected to encounter him in person, especially not with the intention of using her potion on his Electabuzz. This was an extraordinary honor, and Qingmei was elated. Jiang Shan allowed Electabuzz to make its own choice, explaining the potion's effects. After listening to Jiang Shan's description, Electabuzz seemed thrilled, eagerly biting the vial and downing the potion. Yet, moments passed and nothing occurred. Your potion seems to lack any effect? Jiang Shan turned to Qingmei, who shook her head in disbelief. That cannot be. It should have had an effect. Suddenly, laughter erupted from another room. Lambda and the manager observed through the window. Seeing the potion's ineffectiveness, Lambda chuckled. You, Jiang Shan, scurried around for this potion, only to find it utterly useless. What a futile endeavor. With a smirk, Lambda thought to himself, now I can report back to the boss. And since it proved ineffective, Bamboo won't punish me. Jiang Shan, on the other hand, wore a look of disappointment, realizing he had set his expectations too high. After all, a potion capable of unlocking a Pokemon's mind was something even Silver Company could not produce. Shaking his head, Jiang Shan prepared to recall Electabuzz. Just then, an astonishing event unfolded that left everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Shan? A voice, clear and melodious yet unfamiliar, echoed in Jiang Shan's ear. Confused, he glanced back at Qingmei. But she shook her head, indicating she had not spoken. Perplexed, he wondered who had just called his name. The voice came again from above. Look here. It is I who speaks. I can talk now. Jiang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. Electabuzz was staring at him intently. Was it Electabuzz that was speaking? How could this be possible? Although he had encountered talking Pokémon like Meowth and Gengar, those had learned to speak over time. But Electabuzz. Wait. Could it be the potion from earlier? Suddenly enlightened, Jiang Shan's disappointment transformed into elation. His Electabuzz could speak. Meanwhile, Lambda and the manager stood in shock. Is this real? That potion can enable Pokémon to speak? Lambda, this potion is of immeasurable value. Indeed, I am well aware of its significance. This potion is nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps the effects of that potion extend beyond merely granting the ability to speak to the sprite. Lambda observed that the electric aura surrounding Jiang Shan's Zapdos had intensified, exhibiting a power surpassing its previous state by at least double. The once golden strands of electricity now approached the hue of nature's most potent violet lightning, an embodiment of unparalleled power. The more Lambda contemplated, the deeper his astonishment and unease grew. Jiang Shan's Zapdos, having ingested the initial potion, might very well evolve into the mightiest of all sprites. Given sufficient time, even Mewtwo might struggle to contend with it. What a predicament this presents, considering Jiang Shan is an adversary of Team Rocket. Chapter 64, Lightning in the Hot Wind Zone. The effects of the potion were astonishing. The brain of the lightning bird had been fully developed, and its electrical abilities had undergone a qualitative transformation. Today, it rightfully earned its title as a trump card. Among those most delighted by the lightning bird's transformation was Jiang Shan, with its newfound strength and intellect. Perhaps it could even master extraordinary techniques akin to the dual wielding of the flying mantis. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. While Jiang Shan reveled in his triumph, the Rocket Team found themselves in distress. Jiang Shan had grown increasingly formidable. Could the Rocket Team still contend with him? Lambda began to feel anxious about the Rocket Team's prospects. Observing Jiang Shan and the lightning bird outside, Lambda sighed, but suddenly felt a powerful pull from behind. Before he and the former manager of the Silver Company could react, they were whisked away to safety. Their savior was a blonde woman clad in a Rocket Team officer's uniform, holding a tulip. Lambda recognized her. It was Domino, a remarkably unique talent within the Rocket Team. She operated without Pokémon, relying solely on technology for her missions. Rumor had it that she was equipped with numerous advanced Rocket Team inventions, capable of physically confronting powerful Pokémon. To Lambda's surprise, Boss Sakaki had dispatched her for assistance. With her presence, perhaps there was a chance to deal with Jiang Shan. With this thought in mind, Lambda cautiously inquired, Domino, if the boss sent you, you must have a way to handle that kid, right? Perhaps with your technological weapons? Domino rolled her eyes at this comment. Did Lambda truly lack common sense? If she could confront Jiang Shan, there would be no need for her to sneakily come over to rescue these two fools. Lacking perceptiveness, how foolish. Gazing at Lambda with a look of incredulity, Domino mocked. Have you completely lost your mind? Just look at his lightning bird. Do you not grasp how formidable it is? If you wish for me to perish, just say so. Ramda felt utterly embarrassed by her retort, while the former manager of Silver suppressed a laugh. Clearing his throat, the manager asked, "So, what do we do now?" Ramda glared at him, pressing for answers. The mission from Boss Sakaki could not simply be abandoned. Domino understood this well and sighed. "For now, we cannot bring back that woman. As for the data, I have yet to find anything useful. It seems all the information is likely lodged in her mind. Fortunately, as I made my way here, I managed to take a bit of the leftover potion residue from her room. Perhaps we can study it back at base." Potion residue? Well, better than nothing. Under the circumstances, they could only take back the remnants. The three exchanged glances and quietly slipped away. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification. Task completed. Notification. 300 lottery points. Jiang Shan was taken aback by this announcement. Was this the reward for the mission to protect Chime? He had yet to see any support from the rocket team. Had the task been completed inexplicably? Had the reinforcements feared he might escape? Whatever the case, a completion was a gain. However, given the potency of Qingmei's potion, the rocket team would undoubtedly not relinquish her or her formula easily. Thus, before departing, Jiang Shan contacted the League to ensure Qingmei's protection. With the League's safeguarding, she would be secure. Having settled matters here, Jiang Shan continued on his journey. Initially, he had hoped to procure more potions, but Qingmei's materials had been exhausted, leaving him no choice but to wait for the next opportunity. Speaking of which, he had accumulated quite a few points recently. As he walked, the thought of a lottery drew his attention. After all, it had been quite some time since he last participated in one. He wondered how many points he had saved. His hands itched with anticipation. System. Check my remaining points. Remaining lottery points. 1,950 points. Just 50 points shy of an even 2,000. With 2,000, he could partake in the luxurious draw. Jiang Shan vividly recalled the last luxurious lottery, which had yielded a protective talisman. He wondered what divine artifacts he might acquire this time. Regrettably, he was so close yet so far. Sigh. If only he could trigger a minor task to bridge that gap. Slowing his pace, Jiang Shan scanned his surroundings, eager to trigger a task and gather the remaining points for the lottery. However, it was challenging to activate tasks in this desolate wilderness. After wandering for a considerable time, he had yet to encounter a single Pokémon. The prospect of triggering a task seemed utterly bleak. Was he truly destined to wait until the next town to secure those final 50 points for the lottery? The thought left him restless. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. "Jiang Shan? Hey, you up ahead. Are you Jiang Shan?" Hearing this voice, Jiang Shan's heart leaped with joy. Someone meant the possibility of triggering a task. Excitedly turning around, he saw a girl in a dress, adorned with a sun hat, emerging from the bushes. "Yezi? What are you doing here?" Jiang Shan exclaimed, astonished. Yezi was also a trainer who had set out from Pallet Town. She had departed on the same day as Jiang Shan, but due to his Squirtle being stolen by Xiaolan, he had only begun his journey the following day. Including Ash and his group, there were a total of 7 trainers in their cohort, excluding Xiaolan. Encountering Yezi here was unexpected for Jiang Shan. Yezi smiled and replied, "How could I not be here? After hearing about your exploits, I followed your trail all the way here. Finally, I've caught up with you." With that, she flashed a victorious grin. "Wait, why are you chasing after me?" Jiang Shan asked, puzzled by her intention. Yezi matter-of-factly responded, "Of course, to challenge you. Everywhere I went, people were discussing you, yet you were the last trainer to set out among us. The tales of your feats have been utterly exaggerated. I wanted to see for myself if you truly possess any skill." She bore a hint of defiance in her expression. Jiang Shan, however, was not concerned with her words. He was merely waiting for a task. Notification. Random task triggered. Task details. Defeat trainer Yezi. Task reward. 50 lottery points. Upon hearing this notification, Jiang Shan's face lit up with joy. "All right, let us commence our battle," he declared, eagerly retrieving a Pokeball. His urgency was so palpable that Yezi began to harbor doubts. Was she the one challenging Jiang Shan? Why did he seem more eager than she was to battle? Did he underestimate her and wish to conclude swiftly? This thought irked Yezi. "Humph, you shall not easily defeat me. My Pokémon are no weaklings. Even if you use the Lightning Bird, victory is not guaranteed. Go, Venusaur." The stout, fierce-eyed Venusaur materialized, clearly indicating a considerable level. No wonder Yezi felt confident against Jiang Shan's Lightning Bird. In the past, she might have posed a challenge, but now, the Lightning Bird was far beyond its former self. Impatient to engage in the lottery, Jiang Shan immediately threw his Pokeball. The Lightning Bird, encircled by purple and golden lightning, emerged. Upon witnessing it, Yezi appeared momentarily stunned. This Lightning Bird seemed quite different from what she had learned. Without elaborating, Jiang Shan commanded, "Little rascal, use Heat Wave." A scorching whirlwind erupted. with flickers of lightning visible amidst the tempest. The scorching wind swept through with a furious intensity, and before Venusaur could evade, it was directly struck by the searing gust. The formidable flames were intermingled with crackling lightning. Despite Venusaur's robust defenses, it could not withstand the onslaught. In that instant, Venusaur succumbed to its incapacitation, leaving Leaf in a state of shock, questioning her very existence. Her Venusaur had previously withstood the might of Fire-type Pokémon. Fire-type attacks had never managed to defeat her Venusaur, yet this Zapdos had dispatched it in a single blow? This was utterly beyond the realm of belief. What manner of creature was this Zapdos? At that moment, it was not only Leaf who struggled to comprehend the situation. Even Jiang Shan was taken aback by the overwhelming power of the gust. This was a significant escalation compared to the previous winds. Was this the enhanced strength of Zapdos? This Zapdos seemed extraordinarily powerful. Jiang Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and just then, a notification chimed. Notification, task completed. Notification, 50 lottery points. The notification concluded, and at last, he had gathered 2,000 points. Chapter 65, Kakuko's Jengar with sufficient points accumulated. It was time to draw a prize. Jiang Shan promptly exchanged his points for a luxurious lottery ticket. He harbored no concerns about the roulette being visible to Yi, as it appeared that outsiders could not see it. Thus, he felt at ease as he initiated the lottery draw. As the opulent wheel began to spin leisurely, the pointer eventually came to rest on a peculiar item resembling a headband. This headband was a pale lavender with a hint of red in the center. What kind of item was this? He had never encountered it before. Jiang Shan produced the item card and began to scan it. Item name, Exquisite Headband. Item effect, increases the attack of the equipped spirit by 50, but the spirit is limited to using only the same skill actively. A 50% increase in attack? This enhancement was astonishing. Yet, the corresponding cost was significant. The spirit could only repeat previously used skills. This item was best suited for swift spirits, allowing them to eliminate opponents in a single strike with its formidable boost. However, this did not preclude other spirits from utilizing it. Perhaps the headband had alternate applications. Gazing at the headband, Jiang Shan thought of Snorlax. What if Snorlax were the headband and utilized rest? It could only refrain from using other skills actively, but after rest, Snorlax would passively execute skills unconsciously. Perhaps this strategy could work? It seemed particularly advantageous against opponents reliant on hypnosis. Alternatively, it could be equipped to Zapdos, regardless of who received it. This item was worth 2,000. Its enhancements were simply too formidable. After securing the headband, Jiang Shan felt a sense of satisfaction. However, Yi, who had been overlooked for a while, was not pleased. Jiang Shan, what are you babbling about? She glared at him, her irritation palpable. Humph. Just because you've gained some notoriety doesn't mean you can ignore me. No, I was just lost in thought. Jiang Shan scratched his head sheepishly. Yi sighed and shook her head. I advise you not to get too carried away. You may not realize it, but aside from you and Xiaoji, everyone else has already collected 7 badges, which means you two are trailing behind. At that moment, Jiang Shan was taken aback. He and Xiaoji had 6 badges, while the others were nearing completion. The pace at which they were progressing was rather alarming. It seemed that everyone else was doubling their efforts, and he could not afford to lag behind and be overtaken. I see. I was just about to head to Neon Town, continuing on to the Honglian Gym. Neon Town? That's conveniently along the way. Shall we travel together for now? Jiang Shan accepted Yi's suggestion without hesitation. As they progressed, Yi seemed to recall something and remarked, by the way, after Neon Town, you'll need to cross the Desha Valley to reach Honglian Island, right? Probably. Why do you ask? Jiang Shan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Have you not heard? Ancient spirits have awakened, such as the fossil pterodactyl and Kabuto. Yi continued as they walked. Although there were rumors of a technology that could revive ancient spirits, those revived were not accessible to us ordinary trainers. However, wild ancient spirits have appeared in Desha Valley, and someone even captured a Lilith. What? You don't want to catch an ancient spirit? Jiang Shan actually possessed a fossil pterodactyl, which he had caught after it was revived in Nibi City. Therefore, he felt no need to capture another. However, other ancient spirits were worth pursuing, such as Kabuto, which was documented to exist. That spirit, being rock and water type, had a unique ability to double its speed in the rain, making it a perfect ally for his rain dance team. It appeared essential to explore Desha Valley. I want Kabuto. I will go there afterward. The two continued their conversation as they pressed on. Days later, they finally arrived in Neon Town, a renowned city of perpetual light. The city remained illuminated 24 hours a day. The inhabitants and their Pokémon slept very little, resulting in a population rife with agitation, with frequent violent altercations occurring. Additionally, the area was chaotic, harboring various thugs and nefarious organizations. The Alliance faced considerable challenges in attempting to restore order here. One had to exercise constant vigilance, as one could never know when they might attract the attention of a rogue or, worse, be accosted for merely brushing against a passerby, only to be overwhelmed by a group of ruffians. Jiang Shan, intent on avoiding trouble, remained cautious. Yet, trouble found him nonetheless. After parting ways with Yi, he arrived at the Pokémon Center to transfer Snorlax in place of his shiny Starmie, preparing to leave. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he collided with someone. "Which way you're going?" "Huh? Jiang Shan?" The other person, irritable at first, quickly reined in their temper upon recognizing him. It was none other than Zhu Sha. The ever-vigilant officer of the Night City was indeed a force to reckon with. However, if even Zhu Sha appeared this agitated, one could only imagine the state of the others. "It's me. Is there something I can assist you with, Officer Zhu Sha? Actually, I just received word that you were coming. There's a matter the Alliance would like you to help resolve," Zhu Sha stated, producing a letter for Jiang Shan. The letter bore the insignia of the highest governing body of the Kanto Alliance. The Alliance was indeed proficient at delegating tasks. Shaking his head, Jiang Shan opened the letter to read its contents. It appeared that Night City was facing some issues. The populace had been influenced by a certain artificial force, leading to diminished sleep and increasing irritability. The Alliance hoped Jiang Shan could address this concern and promised him a generous reward. Notice, City Mission activated. Mission details, complete the commission from the Alliance. Mission reward, 300 lottery points. In truth, the reward from the Alliance was of little consequence. What mattered was the task itself and the substantial lottery points. Thus, Jiang Shan readily accepted the commission. Stowing the letter, he turned to Officer Zhu Sha and inquired, "You must have some leads on the issues in Neon Town, right? After all, this problem has persisted for quite some time. Surely the Alliance has conducted some investigation?" "No," Zhu Sha replied decisively, shaking her head. Jiang Shan could not help but facepalm, incredulous at their lack of preparedness. "You can't be serious. Don't wear that expression. The reason we are turning to you, a renowned figure, is precisely because we cannot resolve it ourselves. The local personnel will assist you," Zhu Sha offered, noticing Jiang Shan's evident frustration. At that moment, a soft voice echoed in Jiang Shan's ear. "Be cautious. There's a ghost on the upper floor watching you." Upon hearing the girl's warning, Jiang Shan felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he glanced upwards towards the distant high-rise. Amidst the flickering lights, he caught sight of a shadowy figure abruptly disappearing into the building. Beneath his feet, he sensed a chilling presence. The moment the girl's ghostly power activated, she whisked him away from the spot. Turning back to the original location, he beheld a deep purple Jengar emerging from the shadows, grinning at him. Notice, challenge mission activated. Mission details, defeat champion Kikuko's Jengar. Mission reward, 150 lottery points. The system's notification heightened Jiang Shan's alertness. Kikuko, she was a renowned ghost-type champion in Kanto. To think one of the Elite Four would actively assault him? What could she possibly want? Was she attempting to thwart his investigation? What secrets lie hidden within this neon town? Gazing intently at the ghostly figure, Jiang Shan suddenly broke into a smile. The situation appears to be growing increasingly intriguing. It seems that this time, a substantial amount of lottery points may be earned. Chapter 66. The Four Heavenly Kings. The Pokémon of the Four Heavenly Kings are undeniably formidable. This Jengar, of course, is no exception. Yet, Jiang Shan remains undeterred. He harbors aspirations of becoming the champion and knows that he must confront each of the Four Heavenly Kings of Kanto. This encounter is merely a prelude. Fear. On the contrary, Jiang Shan feels exhilarated. There is a profound sense of accomplishment in overcoming those who are stronger than oneself. "You wish to battle me, don't you? I shall oblige." Fixing his gaze upon Jengar, Jiang Shan retrieves a Pokeball. However, at that moment, Jengar vanishes into the shadows. Fleeing? Jiang Shan surveys his surroundings with a smile. To think it would attempt to escape after failing its ambush? Such folly. He throws another Pokeball. A dazzling golden Arcanine leaps forth. When it comes to pursuit, none can rival its prowess. Sensing Jengar's scent, Arcanine leads Jiang Shan in pursuit, with Zhu Sha calling upon the other Alliance enforcers to follow closely. Soon, they arrive at an abandoned building. Jengar perches at a rooftop window, grinning mischievously. Behind it, a shadowy figure is barely discernible. It appears that Jengar is not fleeing. It has deliberately lured them here for battle. How intriguing. Wait here. Jiang Shan instructs Zhu Sha and the others, then ascends with Arcanine to the pinnacle of the building, where one of the Four Heavenly Kings, the ghost-type Master Yuki, awaits with her cane. "Ah, the ferocious trainer, you have finally arrived." Yuki's voice is raspy, sending shivers down one's spine. Having surpassed the age of 60, She is the eldest of the kings, yet this also signifies her vast combat experience. Why are you hiding here, esteemed king? Jiang Shan scrutinizes Yuki, continuing. Please do not tell me that the troubles in Neon Town are of your making. Hiki, what if I were to say that they are? Yuki's smile is somewhat sinister. Young man, your talent is indeed rare. To confine you to the alliance would be a grave misallocation of your gifts. Why not join us instead? Jiang Shan is momentarily taken aback. Aren't the 4 heavenly kings part of the alliance? Why does it sound as if they represent 2 opposing factions? And Yuki is inviting him to join. Confusion swirls within him, prompting him to ask. What do you mean? It sounds as though you are not part of the alliance. What does joining you entail? Yuki tightens her grip on her cane, her expression turning serious. Young man, the alliance is not a monolith. Our philosophies as the 4 heavenly kings conflict with those of the alliance. You must be aware of the issues arising from humanity's destruction of nature. The living space for Pokémon is shrinking. We advocate for granting them freedom to eradicate certain humans for the sake of preserving the Pokémon sanctuaries. Jiang Shan listens, his head spinning. To eliminate humanity? To provide Pokémon with more space? Good heavens, these are terrifying proclamations. It is difficult to fathom that this is the ideology of the 4 heavenly kings. In Jiang Shan's mind, they should be paragons of greatness. They are the aspirations of Kanto trainers. Yet Yuki reveals to him the true nature of the 4 heavenly kings. The exalted image he held is crumbling. In this moment, Jiang Shan categorizes the 4 heavenly kings alongside Team Rocket, akin to a criminal organization. However, they are even more fearsome. After all, Team Rocket never aimed to exterminate humanity. The 4 heavenly kings not only contemplate it, but possess the capability to execute such plans. He must stop them, Jiang Shan resolves. At that moment, a notification from the system echoes in his mind. Notification, regional quest activated. Quest details, locate the base of the 4 heavenly kings, defeat them, and destroy their base to thwart their anti-human agenda. Quest reward, 1,000 lottery points. Additional reward, unlock Royal Roulette. A regional quest? Royal Roulette? Could it be a lottery superior to the luxurious one? Incredible, a royal draw. There is no other option. He must eliminate the 4 heavenly kings. Very well. I shall target Yuki first. Yet before that, I have a few questions. Is the higher-ups of the Alliance aware of your activities? Jiang Shan inquires cautiously. Yuki scoffs. Do you truly believe those incompetent fools could know of our affairs? They require your assistance to even resolve issues in other cities, do you not think? It seems the Alliance is entirely oblivious. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility entirely. After all, they did send him to handle the situation. Perhaps the Alliance has caught wind of something. The diminishing sleep of the residents in Neon Town. That, too, is our doing. We are researching a certain psychic wave that can influence human behavior. The people here are affected, resulting in reduced sleep. It is a pity there have not been more sudden deaths. Jiang Shan shudders at her words. What does she mean by pity there have not been more sudden deaths? Does she wish for more casualties? Even Team Rocket would not dare to harm others to such an extent, would they? Are all of the 4 heavenly kings of this ilk? Good heavens! This cannot be allowed to continue. They must not inflict further harm. Signaling Arcanine to advance, Jiang Shan fixes his gaze upon Yuki. You have shown me what true evil looks like. Team Rocket pales in comparison to your malevolence. Enough talk. I must eliminate you first. Arcanine, use Flare Blitz. With that, Arcanine transforms into a blazing inferno and charges towards Gengar. Yuki scoffs dismissively. Ignorant child. Do you truly believe the strength of the 4 heavenly kings can be compared to that of a mere novice trainer? Gengar, retreat into the shadows. At her command, Gengar immediately sinks into the shadows, evading Arcanine's attack, but then re-emerges behind it, forming a shadow ball that strikes Arcanine. Boom. Arcanine is sent flying, severely injured by the tremendous force. Observing his struggling Pokémon, Jiang Shan furrows his brow. Yuki, on the other hand, laughs mockingly. Foolish boy, you have learned too much about us for your own good. You cannot be allowed to live. Your journey as a trainer ends here. Gengar, use Hypnosis. Gengar obeys, floating into the air and initiating the attack. In that moment, Jiang Shan calmly retrieves another Pokeball, releasing Snorlax and recalling the injured Arcanine. Buzz. Gengar's Hypnosis lands squarely on Snorlax. Yuki shakes her head. What difference does it make to switch Pokemon? It is already asleep and of no use. Foolish boy. Accept defeat. Gengar, use Dream Eater. To Yuki, Jiang Shan's failure seems inevitable. After all, a sleeping Pokémon can hardly utilize its skills. Yet he faces Snorlax, who is known to speak in its sleep. As Gengar prepares to unleash Dream Eater, Jiang Shan commands, Snorlax, use Sleep Talk. Roar. Snorlax emits a sound akin to snoring, then instinctively uses an enhanced punch that strikes Gengar with considerable force. The sudden turn of events catches Gengar off guard. It fails to evade, and the punch connects. Yet, the punch merely passes through its form. Seeing this, Yuki smirks. What good is using a skill? Fighting in normal moves cannot harm Gengar. Ah, I am well aware of that. You know. Yuki's brow furrows suddenly. How is he so calm in such a disadvantageous position? What is this boy plotting? Yuki is perplexed, yet she observes Snorlax glowing with red light. The effect of the enhanced punch has increased its attack stat. Although it did not damage Gengar, the buff effect still triggers. Seeing this, Yuki's eyelids flicker. A sense of foreboding wells up within her. Is it merely an illusion? She wonders, but hears Jiang Shan issue another command. Snorlax, continue using sleep talk. Roar. Snorlax keeps snoring. This time, it did not employ the enhanced punch. Instead, it rose to its feet and, taking advantage of Juzzy's momentary distraction before she commanded Gingawe, it charged forth with a powerful strike. A glimmer of white light was faintly visible on Snorlax's forehead. Upon witnessing this maneuver, Juzzy's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be the psychic headbutt? This was dire. Her body trembled, and she nearly lost her grip on her cane. The psychic headbutt is a physical attack of the psychic type, and Gungawae's physical defenses are notoriously fragile. Coupled with Jiang Shan's focus on the headscarf and the first-level attack bonus. With a resounding thud, Gingawe was rendered unconscious in a single blow. A one-hit knockout against the Elite Four's Gingawe, he had achieved it. Yet Juzzy stood there, her face a mask of disbelief and astonishment. She had anticipated that her Gingawe would suffer significant damage, but she never fathomed it would be defeated so swiftly. Her Gingawe was of exceptionally high level. Even with its frail defenses, it should not have been so easily vanquished. What kind of item was this Snorlax wielding? She could not comprehend. And Jiang Shan would never divulge the secret. At that moment, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification. Task completed. Notification. 150 lottery points. Chapter 67. The mysterious fossil Kiku was taken aback by her swift defeat. The formidable strength of Jiang Shan exceeded her expectations. Without eliminating him, the ambitions of the four heavenly kings would be difficult to achieve. A resolute determination took root within her. Yet she found herself too exhausted to continue the fight. Initially, she had assumed that Jiang Shan would be an easy adversary. Thus, she had only brought her powerful Gungawe to confront him. In her mind, her Gungawe's prowess should have easily sufficed to handle Jiang Shan. However, who could have anticipated that Jiang Shan would play by his own rules? He had even brought along a Snorlax that could unleash an absurdly high level of attack. Her arrogance had led her to this downfall, and now there were no other forces in Neon Town to assist her. Reluctantly, she decided to abandon her position. Gritting her teeth, Kiku summoned her subordinates. As one of the four heavenly kings, her influence was considerable, and she had secretly recruited many powerful and loyal followers. With their aid, Kiku ultimately managed to escape, while Junsha could only apprehend those left behind. Jiang Shan had not disclosed the matter of the four heavenly kings to her. Even now, the alliance could not afford to confront them openly, especially with the urgent preparations for the upcoming alliance competition. Ultimately, it fell upon him to resolve this. Casting a glance at the captured trainers, Jiang Shan and Junsha swiftly extracted information regarding the experiment base of the four heavenly kings. Due to Kiku's hasty retreat, there was little resistance to Jiang Shan and his companions. The powerless research facility was brought under control, and devices that disrupted sleep were dismantled. Henceforth, the people of Neon Town would be able to enjoy peaceful slumber. Upon completing these tasks, Jiang Shan felt a sense of accomplishment. Task completed. 300 lottery points awarded. As the notification echoed, Junsha spoke up. Is that person on the rooftop Kiku, one of the four heavenly kings? You saw her? Jiang Shan turned his head. I couldn't see clearly, but I could barely recognize her. I've seen Kiku and Professor Okido many times at the Alliance venue. She replied. The four heavenly kings attended every Alliance competition, and Professor Okido was indeed a consultant for the Alliance, often present as well. It was not surprising that Junsha had recognized them. With her acknowledgement, Jiang Shan simply nodded. The four heavenly kings seemed to harbor many secrets. And while he did not know their intentions, she indicated that they could be contacted if necessary. Our Junsha family has great expectations for you. Noticing Jiang Shan's nod, Junsha continued, You must be aware that I am speaking of the Junsha family, not the Alliance. It appeared that the Junsha family was closely observing him and was interested in fostering a relationship. If the need arises, I shall not hesitate to reach out. By the way, what about the reward promised by the Alliance? Jiang Shan inquired, still hopeful about the prize. Surely, the Alliance would not offer something of little value. However, the item that Junsha presented puzzled him. It was a semi-transparent amber of an orange hue. This object did not resemble a Pokémon item. What exactly was this amber? In response to Jiang Shan's confusion, Junsha shrugged. I don't know, or rather, no one currently knows what this amber is. The researchers have temporarily named it Secret Amber. Some prefer to call it Mysterious Amber. However, its significance is considerable. Studies indicate that it possesses the power to revive Pokémon that have turned into fossils. Reviving fossils? How extraordinary! Jiang Shan marveled. Yet, he felt a sense of familiarity with the name. Ah, I recall hearing about it in Nibi City. The fossilized Aerodactyl was revived using this amber. It should be capable of reviving other fossils as well, such as the Scyther or Omanite. Seeing Jiang Shan's expression of excitement, Jun Sha continued, after leaving here. You will soon reach the Great Fool Valley. Many fossils have been unearthed there. I believe the Alliance considered this when they provided you with this, hoping you could revive and capture the Pokémon you desire. Indeed, the Alliance had been quite thoughtful in this regard. Excellent. My trip to Neon Town was not in vain. After securing the amber and healing his injured Pokémon at the Pokémon Center, Jiang Shan left with a sense of satisfaction. The journey to Great Fool Valley would take 3 days. Leaf arrived a step ahead of Jiang Shan. Alongside her were Ash and Green, those competitive individuals who, upon arrival, began to compete over who could unearth the most fossils. Jiang Shan, however, had no time to indulge them. Bidding them farewell, he proceeded to the Fossil Museum in Great Fool Valley. This was the place to revive fossils. Upon entering the museum, the staff seemed to have received news from the Alliance about his arrival. They greeted him warmly and escorted him to the fossil exhibition area. Here, various fossils were displayed, and Jiang Shan even spotted fossils of ancient birds. Could there be ancient flying Pokémon? Though curious, he refrained from asking further, as his goal did not involve flying-type creatures. Is there anything I should be aware of when reviving fossils? Jiang Shan inquired, producing the secret amber provided by the Alliance. The staff adjusted their glasses and smiled. You've come to the right person. We are well-versed in fossil revival technology. The revived Pokémon share a close relationship with their fossils, which directly influences their strength. The more intact the fossil, the stronger the revived Pokémon will be. Additionally, the size of the fossil also affects its power upon revival. Jiang Shan had not anticipated this. Fortunately, he had prudently inquired, for otherwise, haphazardly reviving a fossil could have resulted in significant losses. However, Leaf had previously mentioned that there were ancient Pokémon that had naturally revived here. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Shan asked the staff, who smiled wryly in response. Indeed, there are. We discovered this by accident. While excavating fossils, we unearthed a special Scyther fossil deep underground, but before we could retrieve it, we were attacked. The attackers were, in fact, ancient Pokémon. The staff then presented several photographs to Jiang Shan, showcasing several ancient Pokémon with glowing red eyes, including a fearsome fossilized Aerodactyl. Yet, what intrigued Jiang Shan most was the Scyther fossil, which appeared significantly larger and more intact than the others, as if guarded by the surrounding ancient Pokémon. However, lacking the physical fossil, Jiang Shan could not fully trust his instincts. Yet, one thing was certain, the Scyther revived from that fossil would undoubtedly be formidable due to its completeness and size. Can we still access the site where the fossils were discovered? Well, yes, but it's quite dangerous. You need only take me there. I can handle the danger. Ah, very well. After a moment of hesitation, the staff nodded. Given Jiang Shan's formidable reputation, perhaps he truly could manage to deal with those ancient Pokémon and retrieve the fossil. That was an incredibly rare and intact fossil. They were also curious to see how strong the revived Pokémon would be. As the staff led the way, both felt a sense of anticipation. The news of the fossil was indeed an unexpected boon. With this, capturing the Scyther seemed guaranteed. Perhaps he could also catch other ancient Pokémon along the way. Lost in thought, the two quickly arrived at the excavation site, which was now surrounded by barriers, with Miss Jun Sha and Alliance enforcers standing guard nearby. As he entered, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, random task triggered, task details, prevent Team Rocket from seizing the special fossil, task reward, 100 lottery points. Team Rocket? Have they already infiltrated? With Jun Sha outside, how could they have gained access? Strange, but never mind. Pondering it further serves no purpose. Regardless, their arrival would merely grant him lottery points. Why not collect both the fossil and the points? He hastened deeper into the subterranean cavern, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 68. The true bird grows stronger. The underground cavern was dark and damp, littered with the remnants of broken excavation machinery, left behind by the museum's diggers. It appeared they had suffered a fierce assault. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned their equipment in such haste. As Jiang Shan cautiously made his way forward, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted ahead, accompanied by flickering flashes of light. It was unmistakably Team Rocket. Aside from them, there was no one else present, and given the commotion, it seemed they had engaged in battle with the ancient Pokémon. This presented a perfect opportunity for him to reap the rewards. With a sly grin, Jiang Shan stealthily approached. On the other side, Team Rocket continued their fierce confrontation. A surprising number of ancient Pokémon had awakened, their crimson eyes reflecting their agitation. Roused from slumber and eager to engage in combat. The Team Rocket members present were few, but they appeared to be elite operatives. Jiang Shan spotted 3 of them, one of whom was a familiar face, Jinyao. It seemed she had once again been bailed out by Ban Mu, indicating her significant standing in his eyes. As he would repeatedly extricate her from prison without reason, concealed in the shadows. Jiang Shan observed as the battle between the ancient Pokémon and Team Rocket neared its conclusion. Despite the Pokémon's strength, they were no match for the coordinated assault of the elite members. Strangely, Jinyao had not engaged in the fight at all. Was she merely there to supervise and spectate? This left Jiang Shan with lingering doubts. As the elite members of Team Rocket subdued the ancient Pokémon and collected the special Scyther fossil, he noted how remarkably well-preserved and lifelike it appeared. This fossil belonged to the leader of the ancient Pokémon, and it was evident why the other Pokémon guarded it so fiercely. Upon hearing Jinyao's remarks, Jiang Shan began to piece together the situation, which only intensified his desire to resurrect this fossil. Its status as a leader suggested immense power, and he wondered if it would retain its original strength upon revival. Casting a glance at Team Rocket as they prepared to depart with the fossil, Jiang Shan stepped into view, blocking their path with a smile. Thank you for locating and packaging this fossil for me. You've saved me quite a bit of trouble. The elite members of Team Rocket appeared startled, but Jinyao maintained her composure, retorting, "Humph, you indeed came. It seems my decision to hold back was wise. How did you know I would be here?" Her words caught Jiang Shan off guard. "I just guessed," she replied coolly. "Every time we embark on a mission, you inevitably show up to disrupt it, making it hard not to suspect you would come this time, and it appears I was correct. To deduce that is quite impressive. With your talent for guessing, you would make a fine fortune teller," Jiang Shan teased. Jinyao turned to her companions, instructing, "You all take the Scyther fossil back to headquarters. As for him, leave him to me." The remaining Team Rocket members swiftly retreated, eager to avoid confrontation with Jiang Shan, who was less inclined to let them escape so easily. "You wish to flee? I have yet to grant my consent." Jiang Shan summoned his wind speed dog to obstruct their exit. However, Jinyao countered by releasing 2 Pokeballs, summoning a Geodude and a Happiny to interrupt Jiang Shan's advance. Seeing these Pokémon, Jiang Shan frowned. "Are you truly lacking in memory? After being defeated by me multiple times, you dare to challenge me again?" Jinyao sneered. "For me, each defeat merely serves to enhance my experience. There is nothing to fear about facing you again." With her command, Geodude unleashed Stealth Rock, while Happiny employed Minimize. The underground space soon filled with hidden spikes, a tactic designed to harm any new Pokémon that entered the fray. Jinyao seemed to have devised a strategy that combined Geodude's defensive capabilities with Happiny as support, presenting a formidable challenge. It appeared that each defeat had only served to strengthen her resolve and skill. No wonder Ban Mu held her in such high regard. With her abilities, it was difficult to predict how powerful she could become. With newfound caution, Jiang Shan readied himself as the system issued a task regarding Jinyao. Hint: challenge task activated. Task details: defeat the strengthened Jinyao. Task reward: 100 lottery points. Acknowledging the task, Jiang Shan released his Sylveon. "Sylveon, use Calm Mind." A radiant glow enveloped Sylveon. Observing this, Jinyao adjusted her glasses and mocked, trying to play the enhancement game. "Perhaps in the past, I was unaware of your tactics, but now, you cannot rely on them any longer. Happiny, use Thief to steal your enhancements." Caught off guard, Jiang Shan watched as Sylveon's boosts were stripped away, while Happiny gained a boost to its special attack and special defense. "Surprised? I have meticulously studied your battles. Your tricks are now ineffective against me. Geodude, use Curse." Geodude let out a pained roar, causing Sylveon's health to dwindle as a result. In return, Geodude sacrificed half of its own health. Jinyao's subsequent actions were equally astonishing. She commanded Geodude to use Rest while Happiny performed Heal Bell, restoring Geodude's health and awakening it immediately. This strategy was ruthlessly effective, employing a combination of attrition and infinite sustainability. As Sylveon succumbed to the effects of Curse, Jinyao declared triumphantly, "In this underground space, you cannot summon large Pokémon. My tactics are impenetrable. Jiang Shan, this time, you have truly lost." Her arms crossed over her chest, radiating confidence that would likely overwhelm anyone else. Yet, Jiang Shan's repertoire of strategies was always more diverse. Shaking his head, he recalled Sylveon and Windspeed Dog, then threw out 2 more Pokeballs, releasing Snorlax and Zapdos. Despite suffering minor damage from the spikes upon entering, the imposing presence of Zapdos commanded attention, momentarily leaving Zhen Niao awestruck. Seizing the moment, Jiang Shan issued his commands. Snorlax, charge forward and pin down Happiny. Zapdos, use Heat Wave against Geodude. Though it was challenging to hit a minimized target with standard attacks, Jiang Shan knew that Snorlax's sheer size and resilience could effectively overwhelm the smaller Pokémon, especially those unable to evade due to their reduced stature. Jin Niao understood that Jiang Shan often deviated from conventional tactics, but she had not anticipated his willingness to employ such an unorthodox approach to counter Happiny's minimize by simply overpowering it. Crushed beneath the weight, it was unable to assist Long Rock, and that lightning bird. The true bird cast its gaze towards it, with a thunderous roar. A searing crimson wind surged forth like a fiery wave, intertwined with flickering bolts of lightning, incinerating Long Rock to an unbearable heat, resulting in its immediate demise. In a swift strike, the lightning bird cast a disdainful glance at the true bird, and, amidst her astonished expression, uttered two words. Ha! Weak. What was that? Mocking its own weakness? A mere creature daring to deride itself? This irritable chicken was as insufferable as its master, glaring at the lightning bird. The true bird seethed with fury. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 100 lottery points, Chapter 69. Alliance with the rocket team. The true bird was once again defeated by Jiang Shan. However, she had successfully delayed his plans. The fossil of the scythe helmet had already been taken away. Though Jiang Shan was anxious, he chose not to pursue. As a new idea suddenly dawned upon him, casting his gaze upon the despondent true bird, Jiang Shan spoke. If you wish to avoid prison, assist me in contacting your leader, Bammu. Contact the leader? What do you intend to do? The true bird immediately became wary, fixating her attention on Jiang Shan. He was a formidable enemy they dreaded, now seeking to communicate with their leader. To the true bird, it seemed Jiang Shan might harbor ulterior motives. Yet, his next words caused her to hesitate. There's no need for such tension. I merely wish to have a conversation with him. Frankly speaking, we currently share a common adversary, and if possible, I would like to temporarily ally with you. Jiang Shan displayed a cunning smile. His words left the true bird in a state of half-belief. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the communicator. As the communicator activated, Bammu's projection appeared. Jiang Shan? True bird, what is going on? Bammu frowned upon seeing Jiang Shan. The true bird quickly explained, this mission was a success. We successfully extracted the fossil of the special scythe helmet. As for him, he wishes to speak with you. He proposes a temporary collaboration. You wish to collaborate temporarily? Bammu directed his gaze at Jiang Shan. The latter nodded. You are aware of the four heavenly kings, are you not? While they are at odds with the alliance, they still appear to be under its jurisdiction, thus they must strike at you criminals. Their existence certainly poses a nuisance for you, does it not? Listening to Jiang Shan, Bammu fell into contemplation. The threat posed by the four heavenly kings was indeed substantial. And as a group, they were even more troublesome than Jiang Shan. Did Jiang Shan intend to join forces to eliminate the four heavenly kings? But what were his motives? Why wish to eradicate them? Bammu feared that Jiang Shan could be playing a double game. If he were to trust him, it could lead to a catastrophic downfall for the rocket team, caught in a pincer movement by Jiang Shan and the alliance. First, tell me why you wish to deal with the four heavenly kings. To be cautious, Bammu began to inquire about the reasons. Jiang Shan had no qualms in revealing the plans of the four heavenly kings to eliminate humanity. He was untroubled by the potential for Bammu to disclose this information, for he was the leader of the rocket team, a notorious criminal organization. Who would believe that he spoke ill of the four heavenly kings? Simultaneously, Jiang Shan had other intentions in partnering with the rocket team. He envisioned a scenario where the rocket team would exhaust their resources against the four heavenly kings. Once both sides had depleted their strength, he could extinguish the plans of the four heavenly kings while delivering a significant blow to the battered rocket team. Perhaps he could eliminate the rocket team altogether? Naturally, Bammu could not be privy to these ulterior motives. After hearing Jiang Shan's account, Bammu began to believe him, as he had some understanding of the clandestine activities of the four heavenly kings, albeit not comprehensive. Jiang Shan had clarified their objectives. The rocket team merely sought to dominate the world, not annihilate humanity. After all, ruling a world devoid of humans bore no significance. Thus, it became evident that the rocket team must also eliminate the four heavenly kings. Their goals aligned with Jiang Shan's. Very well, let us collaborate to eliminate the four heavenly kings. Bammu concluded in his mind. For now, we can work together, but our role will be limited to locating their base and providing you with their whereabouts. Do not expect us to handle anything beyond that. Upon hearing Bammu's words, Jiang Shan shook his head. That won't suffice. The four heavenly kings are your enemies too. You must contribute more. Finding their base, I will lead an assault, and you must also deploy forces to attack, and return that fossil to me. No major action should be taken in the meantime. During our collaboration, I prefer not to engage in conflict with you. The 2 Pokémon belonging to the true bird, kindly lend them to me for the duration. Jiang Shan's lengthy list of demands caused Banmu's brow to twitch. This insufferable brat certainly had a multitude of requests. Moreover, he wanted to borrow the true bird's powerful Pokémon? What did he mean by lend them? He feared that they would be borrowed and never returned. Nevertheless, these requests were necessary to accommodate, for the opportunity to resolve the issue of the 4 heavenly kings might only arise this once. After this opportunity passed, it could be lost forever. Resolving the 4 heavenly kings would facilitate many of the rocket team's future plans, and in the long run, the benefits would outweigh the losses. Banmu took a puff from his cigar to steady his nerves before nodding. All right, I can begrudgingly accept your demands, but you must ensure the elimination of the 4 heavenly kings. Rest assured, I must eliminate them regardless. Jiang Shan impatiently interrupted Banmu. Humph, it is best to adhere to that. Banmu severed the connection. Shortly thereafter, the departing elite members of the rocket team obediently returned the stolen fossil of the scythe helmet to Jiang Shan, as per Banmu's orders. With the fossil in hand, a system notification chimed. Notification, task completed. Notification, 100 lottery points. This was the reward for thwarting the rocket team's theft of the fossil. With the fossil returned, the task was naturally deemed complete. Now, may I borrow your 2 Pokémon? Upon securing the fossil, Jiang Shan beamed at the true bird. The latter wore a reluctant expression. Will you truly return them? I shall return them after use. Now, hand them over. Without allowing her to dwell on it further, Jiang Shan swiftly seized the Pokémon. With the fossil acquired, he had also gained 2 formidable Pokémon. This time, he had truly struck gold. As for returning them to the true bird, he would address that matter when his journey concluded and he became the world champion. At which point he would no longer require these 2 Pokémon. Besides, they might very well be the ones stolen by the rocket team. Borrowing them again seemed quite reasonable. Having obtained the Pokémon and fossil, Jiang Shan exited the underground cavern. This time, he did not send the true bird back to prison, as it would be futile. She would eventually be bailed out by Banmu. Furthermore, it was inappropriate to imprison her during their cooperative period. Now he awaited the rocket team to provide leads on the 4 heavenly kings. Contemplating these matters, Jiang Shan, with the fossil in hand, swiftly arrived at the museum in Big Fool Valley, seeking the staff to commence the revival process. As the experimental platform radiated a brilliant light, a towering black scythe helmet came to life. Black? This creature was also a shining Pokémon. Jiang Shan promptly produced a Pokédex to scan it. Name, Scythe Helmet, Level, 45, Type, Rock Water, HP, 122, Gender, Female, Nature, Stubborn, Ability, Unyielding, Moves, Critical Hit. Stealth Rock, Water Jet, Water Tail. This Pokémon even possessed the move Stealth Rock, and its ability, Unyielding, perfectly complemented the requirements of a rain team. Moreover, it was a physical attacker, compensating for the rain team's shortcomings in physical offense. Overall, Jiang Shan was quite satisfied with this scythe helmet. As the scan concluded, the scythe helmet emitted a fierce roar. It abruptly swung its sharp dual blades, and with a snap, the bulletproof glass shield of the experimental platform was sliced open. This creature's strength was indeed formidable. No wonder it was the leader of the ancient Pokémon group. Yet, perhaps due to just having been revived, the scythe helmet's mental state was not optimal, and its movements were somewhat sluggish. Seizing the opportunity while it was in a weakened state, Jiang Shan released his Ninetales to engage. Utilizing immobilization techniques along with subsequent attacks, the scythe helmet found itself in a difficult position. Combined with its current condition, Jiang Shan effortlessly captured it. This excursion to Big Fool Valley had yielded him 3 rare Pokémon. There had never been a more exhilarating moment than this day. Having acquired the desired spirits, there is no longer any need to linger in the vast expanse of the Great Fool's Valley. Chapter 70. The Scythe Helm of Death. Jiang Shan emerged from the Great Fool Valley, adorned with the Scythe Helm. The flying manuses had been promptly teleported back. As he departed, he unexpectedly received a peculiar gift from the museum, a ammonite beast. While this creature was of little immediate use to him, its attributes aligned with those of the Scythe Helm, suggesting it might prove invaluable in the future. Thus, Jiang Shan accepted it with a sense of satisfaction. Having been away from the Great Fool Valley for 3 days, he traversed a forest road, consulting his map. It indicated that the next town lay at the end of the road, accompanied by an intriguing annotation. A mansion belonging to a wealthy magnate was situated nearby. In this desolate wilderness, a mansion? Such extravagance! Shutting the map, Jiang Shan could not help but marvel at the eccentricities of the affluent. Shaking his head, he pressed on, only to be captivated by a missing person notice affixed to a tree by the roadside. The photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to a younger version of Kojiro. Could this individual truly be Kojiro? As he scrutinized the image, doubt flickered in his mind. His gaze shifted downward to the notice, which read, "Attention, whoever can locate the young Master Kojiro and return him to the mansion will receive a reward of 3 million. Upon reading the reward, Jiang Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement. 3 million? That was no trifling sum. Who would ever turn down such a fortune? This task was destined to be accomplished. Yet, where could he possibly find Kojiro? The whereabouts of Team Rocket were notoriously unpredictable. Pondering, Jiang Shan tore down the notice and tucked it away. At that moment, a truck came barreling down the road, swaying precariously as if it might topple at any moment. Accompanying the truck was a familiar, frantic voice. "Hey, you little brat. Get out of our way." Musashi? Jiang Shan was momentarily taken aback. Watching the uncontrollable truck approach, he felt an exhilarating surge of joy. He had just been contemplating where to find him and escort Kojiro to the mansion for the reward. Little did he know they had come right to him. What a stroke of luck. Filled with delight, Jiang Shan threw a Pokeball into the air. "Come forth, Snorlax. Block that truck." Snorlax's immense strength would easily halt the out-of-control vehicle. With a resounding crash, Snorlax swung its hefty paw and smashed through the front of the truck, successfully stopping it. "Musashi. Kojiro, we meet again," Jiang Shan exclaimed with a smile as the trio emerged from the vehicle. His joy contrasted sharply with Musashi's dismay. She was not eager to see him again. "You little brat, why is it you again? How infuriating." Musashi glared fiercely at Jiang Shan, who simply brandished the notice. "You couldn't have arrived at a better time. I was just about to find Kojiro." "Is this you, Kojiro?" The Team Rocket trio glanced at the missing person notice, Musashi and Meowth expressing their surprise. However, Kojiro averted his gaze, remaining silent, his demeanor suggesting something amiss. It seemed undeniable, this individual was indeed Kojiro. How peculiar. Why would he abandon his privileged life to join Team Rocket as a villain? Perhaps he had his own reasons. Ultimately, what mattered was bringing him back to claim the reward. "Ah, so it is you in the photograph. 3 million is mine. Come with me," Jiang Shan declared, reaching out to seize Kojiro, who wore an expression of despair as though returning home was a dreadful prospect. At that moment, Musashi intervened. "You little brat. Who gave you the right to take him?" "Humph, if we're going for the reward, we want our share." She yanked Kojiro closer, while Meowth excitedly waved its paws. 3 million. That could buy a mountain of premium cat food and high-tech gadgets. With that money, robbing Pokémon would be so much easier, Meow. Yes. I could even get a makeover." Musashi and Meowth began to daydream about a splendid future. However, Jiang Shan had no intention of relinquishing the money. Casting a scornful glance at Musashi and Meowth, he retorted, "You two think you have the right to contend with me over 3 million? Who gave you the audacity? I reckon you're just itching for a beating. And Meowth, I haven't even caught you yet. Today presents a perfect opportunity to capture you as well." His words startled Musashi and Meowth. While they felt uncertain facing Jiang Shan, the allure of the 3 million reward was too great to resist. Reluctantly, Musashi declared, "You little brat, don't get too cocky. We're not soft targets to be easily squished. Go, Arbok. Use Poison Sting." Musashi unleashed her Pokémon alongside Kojiro. After some time apart, both had evolved. Yet, even with their evolution, they would prove no match for Jiang Shan's Snorlax. "Just you two? You're not even a warm-up for Snorlax," Jiang Shan sneered. Surprisingly, Musashi did not react with anger. Instead, she proudly declared, "Who said we only have these 2 Pokémon? Meowth, unleash them." "Got it, Meow. Watch out, you little brat," Meowth exclaimed, eagerly opening the truck door. Suddenly, a swarm of Pokémon surged forth from the vehicle, Rattata, Heracross, Hitmonchan, and many more. An estimate suggested there were 30 to 40 in total. Where had they acquired so many Pokémon? Did they capture or steal them? Did they possess such strength? Surrounded by so many Pokémon, Jiang Shan was taken aback. It appeared Team Rocket had indeed made some progress. Observing the astonished expression on Jiang Shan's face, Musashi took great pride. "Didn't he expect us to have so many Pokémon, did you? You little brat. Hiki, how will you handle this many Pokémon? You're finished this time, Meow." Meowth chimed in excitedly, dancing with glee. Prompt. Triggering random task. Task details. Defeat the Pokémon summoned by the trio. Task reward. 50 lottery points. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Shan calmly shook his head. Did they think that sheer numbers could overwhelm him? Such naivety. However, it presented an excellent opportunity. Ever since he captured the Scythe Helm, he had yet to showcase its true prowess. This was the perfect moment for the Scythe Helm to shine. With that thought, Jiang Shan retrieved the Pokeball containing the Scythe Helm. "So you seek to provide experience, do you? Then I shall gladly accept." Declaring this, Jiang Shan swiftly threw the Pokeball, and the Scythe Helm erupted forth with a fearsome roar. Its imposing frame, fierce red eyes, and glistening black armor gleamed ominously in the sunlight. What in the world is that Pokémon? Musashi gasped, her heart racing at the sight of the scythe helm. This creature appeared far more formidable than the legend suggested. One of the ancient, fearsome Pokémon, the scythe helm. Meowth, I'm scared. Meowth squeaked, hiding behind Musashi. That scythe helm looks even more terrifying than the rumors say. Humph, no matter how strong, it's just one. Attack, Musashi commanded, wiping the cold sweat from her brow and attempting to feign confidence. Dozens of Pokémon began to close in on the scythe helm. Just as Jiang Shan prepared to issue a command, the scythe helm took the initiative, unleashing water jet and whirling forth like a tempest. Its razor-sharp blades effortlessly severed Heracross's horn and Rattata's fangs, demonstrating a level of destructive power that was insurmountable. In an instant, half of the surrounding Pokémon were obliterated. Its crimson eyes fixated on the other elves, exuding a murderous aura akin to the Grim Reaper from the depths of hell. The other elves, paralyzed by fear, huddled together, shielding their heads in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Jiang Shan's heart raced wildly. Is this the true prowess of the scythe helmet? Indeed. It is no wonder that this fearsome ancient elven leader has proven to be a remarkable find. As the elves' fighting spirit dissipated, a notification echoed. Notification, task completed. Notification, 50 lottery points, Chapter 71. The rescue of Kojiro the Scyther had remarkably regained its ferocity. At this moment, it had completely shed the weakness it exhibited upon its revival. Jiang Shan felt a tinge of relief, grateful that it had not fully recovered earlier. Otherwise, capturing it would have demanded considerable effort due to its terrifying autonomous combat abilities. However, this Scyther appeared rather belligerent, evidently eager to continue fighting. The surrounding Pokémon, however, could hardly withstand its onslaught. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Shan withdrew the Scyther, his gaze shifting back to Meowth, who still had an unfinished capture mission. A smile crept across his lips as he suddenly hurled a Pokeball. Upon seeing the ball soar towards it, Meowth panicked and fled in a frenzy, determined not to be captured by Jiang Shan. With a resounding thud, the Pokeball fell to the ground as Meowth darted away. It had no special skills but certainly excelled in speed. Casting a glance at the vanishing Meowth, Jiang Shan chose not to linger, focusing instead on Musashi, who was binding Kojiro and heading towards the manor. Securing the 3 million reward was of utmost importance, and following the map, he swiftly located the estate. Yet, upon arrival, Kojiro adamantly refused to enter. What are you so afraid of? Jiang Shan could no longer contain his curiosity and questioned Kojiro. Isn't it better to be a carefree rich kid with no worries? At this, Kojiro shivered. You don't understand. My parents are not ordinary. They are incredibly domineering, and they constantly insist that I marry a truly terrifying woman. I would rather die than go back. Kojiro's words deepened Jiang Shan's confusion. Can't you simply express that you don't wish to marry? After all, we live in an era of free marriage. Kojiro shook his head. It's futile. This is a marriage of convenience, and I have no control over it. A wealthy family's alliance? There's nothing I can do. Then you must fend for yourself. Jiang Shan shrugged. Just then, a young lady dressed in elegant attire from the manor noticed them. Kojiro? Lord Kojiro. Her excitement was palpable as she bounced toward him. Upon seeing her, Kojiro's face turned pale. Oh no, she is here too. Jiang Shan vaguely heard Kojiro muttering these words, his voice trembling with fear. Was he truly that terrified? The young lady appeared to be an ordinary girl, strikingly similar to Musashi, save for her different hairstyle. May I inquire who you are? Jiang Shan assessed her with curiosity. The noble lady politely replied, I am Rumika. Furthermore, I am Lord Kojiro's fiancée. So she is the object of Kojiro's arranged marriage? This seemed rather ordinary. Why was Kojiro so frightened? Jiang Shan pondered, but Rumika then inquired, Did you bring Lord Kojiro back here? Indeed. I heard there would be a reward. Jiang Shan produced the missing person notice and handed it over. Rumika nodded. There is indeed a reward. A substantial sum. Let us discuss it inside. Following Rumika, Jiang Shan entered the grand hall of the manor. The architecture was quite extravagant. Even the doghouse for the carty dog was several stories high. The main building resembled an ancient castle, adorned with opulent furnishings. Jiang Shan marveled at Kojiro's family's immense wealth. Soon after, Rumika returned with 3 million in cash accompanied by a pair of noble gentlemen and lady, presumably Kojiro's parents. Thank you for bringing our son back, the noble couple expressed as they handed the reward to Jiang Shan. Having received this substantial sum, Jiang Shan felt thoroughly satisfied as he prepared to leave the estate and continue his journey. However, just as he exited, an anguished voice echoed from within. Rumika, I will never marry you. Ah, it was Kojiro's scream. It seemed Lord Kojiro still had more training ahead of him, as Rumika's voice turned ominous. Then came the sounds of slaps, accompanied by Kojiro's cries of anguish. What was happening? Jiang Shan furrowed his brow. Hint. Random task triggered. Task details. Rescue Kojiro. Task reward. 50 lottery points. The task had been initiated? I must see what is transpiring. Turning back. Jiang Shan approached the castle window. Through the glass, he witnessed Rumika, having shed her earlier gentility, now donned in a queen's attire, mercilessly whipping Kojiro. Meanwhile, his parents leisurely sipped tea, seemingly indifferent to their child's suffering. What was wrong with Kojiro's parents? And as for Rumika, her repeated reference to Lord Kojiro had led him to believe she harbored genuine affection for him, only to discover she enjoyed tormenting him? How twisted. No wonder Kojiro wished to flee. With a family like this, no amount of wealth could inspire affection. Observing Kojiro's miserable state compelled Jiang Shan to burst through the door and rush to his side. What is wrong with you? How can you treat him this way? The three individuals within turned their displeasure towards him. You commoner, this is a family matter, and it does not concern you. Indeed, as nobles, we must ensure that Lord Kojiro embodies the qualities of a true aristocrat. It is my duty as his fiancé to rigorously train him in noble etiquette. Without strictness, he will not remember. Rumiko asserted, her grip on the whip unwavering. Kojiro's parents nodded in agreement. As our son, he must learn noble decorum to uphold our family's dignity. He must obey our commands. Whatever we ask him to do, he must comply. If we require him to marry Rumika, he must marry her. He has no right to resist us, only to accept. At this revelation, Jiang Shan was rendered speechless. To be ensnared by such parents and a fiancé was utterly dreadful. If he were in Kojiro's position, he would also refuse to return home. It was futile to reason with such domineering individuals, so Jiang Shan decided to leave with Kojiro. Yet, Rumika immediately blocked their path. You think you can come and go as you please? This is not your place. With that, she tossed out a Pokeball, summoning a Vileplume. Glancing at Jiang Shan and the weakened Kojiro, Rumika smirked. Lord Kojiro is trapped in my grasp. And as for you, the reward will be revoked. Revoked? Jiang Shan was far from pleased. He shot a cunning glance at Rumika and her companions. I did bring Kojiro here, so I rightfully deserve the reward. Moreover, your missing person notice did not stipulate that I could not take him away upon bringing him back. I intend to take him. What can you do about it? This blatant defiance infuriated Rumika. Humph, merely the nonsensical reasoning of a lowly commoner. With that, she commanded, Vileplume, use sleep powder. As Vileplume prepared to attack, Rumika's arrogance was palpable. With my Vileplume, you will not take Lord Kojiro, nor will you claim the 3 million reward. Is that so? We shall see. Jiang Shan employed Kojiro as a shield against the sleep powder, then swiftly threw out a Pokeball to release his ferocious scyther. Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped the hall. The temperature within plummeted. The terrifying gaze of the scythe helm sent chills down the spine of Remagia, yet she gritted her teeth and, trembling, commanded, unleash the sunbeam. Upon hearing the order, the flower of Overlord moved unsteadily. The blinding sunbeam, after gathering intensity, shot forth at great speed. This sunbeam was a formidable grass-type ultimate move, quadrupling its effectiveness against the scythe helm, and a direct hit would cause severe injury. Jiang Shan instinctively prepared to command the scythe helm to evade, but to his astonishment, it ferociously raised its blade and initiated a water jet attack. Everyone watched in shock as the next scene unfolded. The scythe helm, utilizing the water jet, leapt into the air, tracing a perfect arc to evade the sunbeam's assault, and then descended upon the flower of Overlord, striking down upon it just as it released the sunbeam. The powerful beam ceased instantaneously. With a thud, the flower of Overlord collapsed helplessly to the ground. Another instant kill, and this time, a reverse attribute instant kill. Everyone was left dumbfounded by the scythe helm's maneuver. Yet Jiang Shan's reaction was the swiftest, seizing the moment while others were still in shock. He quickly grasped the scythe helm, urging it to execute another water jet and take flight. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 50 lottery points awarded, Chapter 72. This is a disaster. The Scyther is unbelievably powerful. The Scyther's prowess is astonishing. Not only does it possess immense destructive power, but it appears to be remarkably intelligent as well. The previous scene serves as ample evidence of its cunning. It calculated the angle of the water jet to evade attacks while simultaneously landing a precise and lethal strike on its opponent's head. Such skill is beyond the capability of most Pokémon. After all, executing commands to unleash abilities is simple. Yet calculating the angle for such maneuvers while balancing offense and defense is a formidable challenge. This Scyther is not only formidable, but also exceptionally astute. I cannot fathom how many more tricks it has up its sleeve. From now on, it shall not be regarded as an ordinary Pokémon. As Jiang Shan pondered, he released his companion, Kojiro, who was now a safe distance from the grand estate of his family. You're quite the understanding fellow, Kojiro exclaimed after being rescued. He had not anticipated Jiang Shan would return to save him. Despite being adversaries, Jiang Shan had proven to be quite commendable. After all, he did not turn a blind eye to Kojiro's suffering. Kojiro's perception of Jiang Shan began to shift. Of course, Jiang Shan had his reasons for rescuing Kojiro. Firstly, there was the task that had been triggered. Secondly, Kojiro was originally his responsibility, intended to enjoy a life of luxury at home. Who could have anticipated that his family would be so treacherous? Witnessing Kojiro's brutal treatment, Jiang Shan felt a sense of duty to take him away. Lastly, there was the allure of profit. Kojiro's family was not just wealthy, their assets would eventually be inherited by him. And the personal favor he owed could potentially be monetized later on. After all, rescuing him would yield a profit, an advantageous outcome. However, Kojiro was still a member of Team Rocket. Jiang Shan had no intention of continuing to accompany him. He instructed Kojiro to find a way to contact Musashi and, following the map's guidance, began his journey to the next town. Yet, 2 days later, before he could reach the town, individuals from the next town came seeking him. Who are you? What do you want with me? Jiang Shan inquired, confused by the group before him. They were dressed in suits, exuding the air of successful individuals. Among them appeared to be a journalist. We are the organizers of the beauty pageant in Doll Town. The lead man in a suit spoke respectfully. The annual beauty pageant is an essential event during the Ladies' Day and Doll Festival. We wish to make the event even more lively. Lord Jiang Shan is quite renowned in Kanto. Your presence would surely attract more attendees. Thus, we invite you to be a special guest. Of course, we will offer you a generous reward. The Doll Festival? Jiang Shan was familiar with this celebration. It was a time when women indulged in shopping sprees, as various stores offered discounts and even free gifts to female customers. Naturally, men had to pay full price for their purchases. The beauty contest was essentially a competition among women, with the prize being a limited edition doll set. Jiang Shan's family had previously won one of these sets. Agreeing to be a special guest posed no issue, as it would not impede his progress and would provide him with compensation. Very well, I shall attend. Jiang Shan nodded in acceptance of the invitation. The suited men were eager to escort Jiang Shan, but he declined, stating he needed to visit the Pokémon Center first. After checking his Pokémon and spending the night at the center, the bustling doll festival commenced the following morning. There, Jiang Shan encountered Ash and Brock, who were accompanying Misty on a shopping expedition. Reluctantly, Ash complained, "We should have already passed through Doll Town. It's all Team Rocket's fault for stealing a group of Pokémon and fleeing, getting attacked on the way, and leaving the Pokémon severely injured. In the end, we had to help with their recovery. Sigh, this delay has cost us time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to bear the burden of carrying Misty's things." He gestured to the numerous items in his hands, all various clothes and dolls purchased by Misty. Jiang Shan felt a deep sympathy for their plight. Fortunately, he had not brought along a female companion, or he too would have faced the same fate. After bidding them farewell, Jiang Shan proceeded to the department store, where the beauty pageant was being held on the top floor. As the invited special guest, he needed to report to the special guest reception room to coordinate with the organizers. However, just as he was about to enter, he was blocked by a rather displeased security guard. "Hey, you can't just waltz in here." The guard glared at him. "If you're here to shop, you should go elsewhere." "No, Jiang Shan began to explain, but the guard interrupted him. "I don't care who you are. Can't you read the sign? This is the special guest reception room. It's not for kids like you. Now scram, or I'll have to escort you out." Jiang Shan found himself at a loss for words, and worse yet, other shoppers began to glance over. "Look, there's someone trying to enter the reception room. Thinks he is a celebrity? Huh, he looks like Jiang Shan. But come on. Jiang Shan's a traveling trainer too busy collecting badges to come here as a special guest. Right. He probably just wants to sneak in for a photo with a celebrity." Hearing this, the security guard became even more hostile. "Sneak in your dreams. Get lost," he barked at Jiang Shan. At that moment, a sudden commotion drew everyone's attention, and a handsome figure arrived, flanked by throngs of female admirers. Upon seeing him, the guard's demeanor shifted entirely. "Mr. Takaya, you have finally arrived." The guard beamed, quickly opening the door for him. Jiang Shan recognized the name. Takaya was a highly renowned idol in Kanto. To his surprise, he too had been invited. As Jiang Shan took in the scene, the guard sneered, "See? Only someone like Takaya can enter here. You, on the other hand, should just head home and play." Jiang Shan frowned at this remark. "I say, aren't you going to verify my identity? What if I'm a VIP?" The guard scoffed. "Do you think I'm foolish? There's no way the organizers would invite a kid like you. Verify? What a waste of my time. Now, if you don't leave, I'll have to take action." "Take action? Go ahead. I dare you." Jiang Shan countered defiantly. The guard was furious and opened his mouth to retort. But Takaya, pushing past his fans to enter the reception room, noticed the commotion. Upon seeing Jiang Shan, he paused. You're the rampaging trainer Jiang Shan? I heard they invited you, but I thought it was just a rumor. I can't believe you actually came. Stepping closer, Takaya spoke excitedly. As someone entrenched in the entertainment industry, he could easily recognize the genuine Jiang Shan before him, unlike those who merely resembled him. Moreover, he held a deep admiration for Jiang Shan, given his significant influence at such a young age, something Takaya could only dream of at that age. Meanwhile, the security guard was left in shock, realizing he had indeed been confronting the rampaging trainer. Jiang Shan? It was true. This young man was a celebrity. Even Takaya revered him. Realizing he had made things difficult for such a prominent figure, the guard feared for his job. He should have verified Jiang Shan's identity when he had the chance. This moment was utterly complete, leaving the security guard filled with regret. The onlookers, having received Zhu's affirmation of the authenticity of Jiang Shan, were equally elated and immediately surged forward. The opportunity to encounter Jiang Shan was rare and fleeting. Missing it could mean a lifetime of regret. At this moment, their hearts were consumed by a singular thought. They must obtain Jiang Shan's autograph and a photograph with him. Chapter 73. The Four Heavenly Kings. The beauty contest of Doll Town has commenced. News of Jiang Shan's arrival quickly spread. Countless individuals were drawn by his presence. Among them were numerous trainers, many of whom sought to challenge him. However, the organizers promptly declined these challenges on Jiang Shan's behalf. Their reasoning was that as a special guest of the contest, any challenges or photographs with him would only serve as secondary rewards for the victors. Although this left many trainers disappointed. The female trainers, however, were particularly elated. The opportunity to take a photograph with their idol Jiang Shan and engage in battle. This was something they had never dared to dream of. Yet now, they astonishingly had the chance to do both. It is easy to imagine the fervor among these young women. This enthusiasm led to a significant increase in the number of contestants. In their quest for this rare opportunity, the usually gentle female trainers battled with an unusual ferocity, creating a scene so intense that one might think there was a personal vendetta between them. During the intermission, Jiang Shan received a phone call. It was the Team Rocket's Zhen Niao reaching out. Jiang Shan had a temporary cooperative relationship with Team Rocket. Did she have something to discuss? Jiang Shan activated the video call. What is it? We have located the whereabouts of the Four Heavenly King, Kona, came the voice from the communication interface. Team Rocket's efficiency was indeed impressive. It had only been a short while, and they already had a lead. It seemed that collaborating with Team Rocket was indeed the right choice. You are quite efficient. Go on, Jiang Shan encouraged. Jin Niao adjusted her glasses and replied, we discovered that Kona seems to have left the Orange Archipelago and has come to the mainland, and she is currently in Doll Town. Kona, the Ice-type champion of the Four Heavenly Kings, typically resided in the southern Orange Archipelago. Why had she suddenly come to Doll Town? This place held no particular significance. Did you uncover why she made this sudden visit? Jiang Shan inquired, stroking his chin in contemplation. Jin Niao hesitated before responding. Unreliable intel suggests she came to the mainland in pursuit of a legendary water-type Pokémon. What do you mean by unreliable intel? Can't Team Rocket be more precise? Jiang Shan's remark displeased Jin Niao. If you are so capable, why don't you investigate it yourself? I have no more information to share. Do as you wish. She attempted to end the call, but Jiang Shan intervened. Why the rush to hang up? Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Jiang Shan continued, you also have a stake in taking down the Four Heavenly King. So it would be wise for you to send some personnel over. Otherwise, even if I manage to defeat her, who knows if she has a backup plan to escape? Jiang Shan recalled the incident with Jiuzi, who had slipped away under the cover of her subordinates. This time against Kona, caution was paramount. Jiang Shan's reasoning resonated with Jin Yao, who nodded. I will inform the leader and see how he arranges it. Make it quick. With that, Jiang Shan severed the communication. Simultaneously, the system issued a new mission. Hint, challenge mission triggered. Mission details, locate and defeat Kona. Mission reward, 300 lottery points. A reward of 300? Jiang Shan was taken aback. He remembered that defeating Josie had only granted him 150 points. Why was the reward for Kona doubled? Was she truly that much stronger than Josie? This seemed implausible. While astonished, Jiang Shan also grew wary. The system would not bestow such rewards without reason. Often, benefits are proportional to dangers. Cautiously, he thought it best to find her first. After securing the communication interface, Jiang Shan departed the resting area. The beauty contest would last quite a while longer, granting him ample time to search for the Four Heavenly King, Kona, in Doll Town. As a member of the Four Heavenly Kings, she would not be wandering aimlessly. She had a purpose for visiting Doll Town. Jiang Shan's initial thought turned to the dolls in this town. The exquisite Pokémon dolls of Doll Town were renowned. There had been rumors of Kona being an avid collector of dolls. It was plausible that she had come here in pursuit of the unknown legendary water-type Pokémon, while simultaneously indulging in her hobby of purchasing dolls. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Shan made his way to Doll Street. Here, Minnie had not participated in the contest. As he gazed upon the throngs of people, he was about to enter the crowd when someone carrying an armful of fluffy dolls emerged, inadvertently colliding with him. Various Pokémon dolls tumbled to the ground. Jiang Shan instinctively bent down to assist in gathering them. The person opposite him appeared contrite. "I am truly sorry." That voice. Jiang Shan abruptly lifted his head. Before him stood a striking red-haired woman with waist-length hair, her features exquisitely beautiful, adorned with glasses, and clad in a black trench coat. "You are Kona." Jiang Shan's gaze sharpened. He had seen the 4 Heavenly King Kona on television. Thus, he was familiar with both her voice and appearance. Observing her black trench coat and the hat that had just fallen to the ground, it was no wonder no one else had recognized her. Wrapped so tightly, it would be a challenge to identify her, had it not been for their accidental collision. He too might have walked past her without a second glance. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's voice, Kona looked up, and upon recognizing him, her expression mirrored surprise. However, she quickly regained her composure. "What an unfortunate coincidence to bump into you. I hadn't intended to engage with you so soon." Kona shook her head, no longer concealing her identity. Jiang Shan replied nonchalantly, "We would have to confront each other sooner or later. For me, encountering you early and thwarting your schemes would be most advantageous." His straightforwardness caused Konoha's brow to furrow slightly in displeasure. "Thwart us? You are not yet capable of that. Do not think that just because you defeated the careless Josie, you possess the strength to contend with us, 4 Heavenly Kings. I advise you to recognize your own limitations. Do not act recklessly and invite trouble." Kona, stroking her long hair, spoke condescendingly. Even a fool could perceive the mockery in her words. She intended for Jiang Shan to recognize his own strength and not to overreach. However, Jiang Shan had no intention of heeding her advice. Fixated on Kona, he retorted, "I am not one to shy away from trouble." It seems you will only learn the hard way." With a cold expression, Kona produced her Pokeball. Was she truly planning to battle here? Did she not fear exposing her identity in front of so many onlookers? Jiang Shan was taken aback. And the surrounding crowd was no less perceptive. They had already recognized Jiang Shan and the Ice-type 4 Heavenly King, Kona. Is that Lady Kona battling the ferocious trainer? Jiang Shan is challenging Kona? Quick, record this. Is Jiang Shan getting a bit too reckless? Indeed, the 4 Heavenly Kings were formidable. How long had he been in the arena to dare challenge such a renowned figure? This was arrogance, and he was likely to face dire consequences. No matter the circumstances, he could not possibly defeat a 4 Heavenly King. Despite these murmurs, Jiang Shan remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Kona had released her Pokeball. A white sea lion leapt forth. With a relaxed demeanor, Kona remarked, "Let us see if my weaker white sea lion can test your strength adequately enough to use her weakest Pokemon as a gauge." Such a display of disdain towards Jiang Shan was astounding. Testing with the weakest? Very well, Jiang Shan scoffed, and subsequently threw his own Pokeball. A menacing black Scyther emerged. The moment it appeared, a terrifying aura immediately locked onto the white sea lion. Konoha's brow furrowed. She had never encountered a Pokemon with such a menacing presence. It was akin to a malevolent spirit. Yet Jiang Shan did not afford her the luxury of contemplation. He did not even give her the chance to issue an attack command. Scyther, eliminate it. He commanded, mocking her choice to test his strength with her weakest Pokemon. Then let us retaliate with a swift strike. A wicked grin adorned Jiang Shan's face. In the next moment, a crimson light flashed in the eyes of the Scythe helmet, and the torrent of water surged forth, propelling the Scythe helmet instantaneously before the white sea lion. The razor-sharp, dual blades, akin to the Scythe of Death, cleaved into the white sea lion. An explosion of terrifying power erupted. The ground collapsed around the white sea lion, which was sent crashing underground, frothing at the mouth. This, a momentary defeat? How could this be possible? The onlooker, Kina, was utterly astonished. The spectators who had doubted Jiang Shan were left in disbelief. A single strike annihilated the elite of the 4 Heavenly Kings? This cannot be an illusion, can it? My heavens, is this the Scythe helmet? How can it be so fearsome? This is the dazzling Scythe helmet, truly remarkable. The ferocious trainer is indeed as wild as rumored. It is hard to believe that this is merely a newcomer who has just debuted for a few months. Forced to regain composure, Kina solemnly withdrew the severely injured and unconscious white sea lion and took out a luxurious ball. Jiang Shan is far too powerful. I can only rely on this. Chapter 74. The Ace Articuno. Each of the Elite 4 possesses their own ace. Kikuko's ace is a formidable Jengar, while Kona's ace is rumored to be Lapras. However, such claims remain dubious. The true identity of her ace is still uncertain. Yet, perhaps Jiang Shan will be fortunate enough to witness this ace in action. His Scyther is exceptionally powerful, even though the White Sea Lion is relatively weaker. Its swift demise left Kona astounded. She conceded that she had underestimated Jiang Shan. Consequently, she resolved to unleash her true abilities in battle. The luxury ball in her hand is indeed her ace. To face it is a stroke of luck. Kona gazed at the luxury ball, directing her attention towards Jiang Shan. He too was curious about what she would summon, though his curiosity did not translate into fear. After all, he still had his own ace Pokémon yet to be revealed. Gently patting the Pokeball containing his Zapdos, Jiang Shan remarked, "I hope the Pokémon you choose to unleash truly possesses skill, or else it may crumble under Scyther's onslaught, much like the White Sea Lion." This statement, admittedly, was somewhat audacious. Kona's ire surged upon hearing it. Did he truly regard the Elite Four as mere novices? Today, she was determined to teach him a lesson. "Humph, your confidence ends here. This Pokémon of mine is one you cannot defeat," Kona declared, her face brimming with self-assurance as she threw the luxury ball. As it opened, before her Pokémon emerged, the temperature throughout the entire playroom and its surroundings plummeted. A chilling breeze began to spread. Within this icy air, a pair of blue wings unfurled. A colossal avian Pokémon, shimmering with ice crystals, made its entrance. The blue bird emitted a cry. It sported a three-pronged deep blue crest, crimson eyes, and a gray beak, with long blue tail feathers dancing in the wind. Upon its appearance, onlookers gasped in awe. "This is the legendary Pokémon, Articuno." "What? Articuno? One of the legendary birds? Could this be Kona's ace?" "It is indeed Articuno. So beautiful. Being a legendary Pokémon, Jiang Shan is in peril. After all, Kona is a champion. And now she possesses Articuno." The fact that Kona, one of the Elite Four, possesses Articuno was something Jiang Shan had never anticipated. Thus, he was taken aback upon witnessing this majestic creature. The combination of an Elite Four member and a legendary Pokémon spells trouble. No wonder the system awarded a hefty 300 points. The system must have been aware of Kona's Articuno long before. Though astonished, Jiang Shan remained composed. Articuno, a legendary Pokémon of the ice and flying types, is countered by Zapdos, so he felt no trepidation. Moreover, Scyther is immensely powerful. Perhaps there would be no need for Zapdos to enter the fray, as Scyther might handle this adversary solo. Kona, however, was unaware of Jiang Shan's thoughts. She had no intention of losing. With her ace unleashed, she was resolute in her victory. "Aren't you going to switch in your Zapdos?" Observing Jiang Shan's calm demeanor, Kona continued, "Your Scyther stands no chance against Articuno. Just the aerial advantage Articuno possesses will give your Scyther a headache. You should summon your ace, Zapdos. Otherwise, you won't even have an opportunity to retaliate." On the ground, facing the air does indeed pose a disadvantage. Yet, Jiang Shan was determined not to withdraw Scyther from battle. Besides, Scyther was brimming with fighting spirit at that moment. "You should refrain from speaking so confidently," Jiang Shan countered. "You may act first, but be wary. My Scyther may launch a preemptive strike that could end the battle in an instant." Hearing this, Kona could not help but shake her head. Others began to disparage Jiang Shan as well. Already at a disadvantage, he was audaciously demanding others to act first. Jiang Shan's previous victory had evidently inflated his ego. Overconfidence often leads to downfall. Does he not realize that? This fellow, having had a smooth journey thus far, would surely think twice about being so arrogant after being bested by the esteemed Kona. Hey, the downfall of a reckless trainer. Let us record this. Upon hearing such remarks, Jiang Shan surveyed the onlookers. It seemed the audience had swelled significantly. More and more people were drawn to the spectacle. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly to prevent any chaos from the growing crowd. "If you want to make a move, then I shall not hold back." Wishing to avoid further delay, Jiang Shan commanded, "Scyther, use Water Jet to propel yourself upwards, then follow up with a Water Tail attack." Scyther immediately executed the skill. Harnessing the force of Water Jet, it ascended into the air. Kona, upon witnessing this, wore a captivating smile. "I already told you, your Scyther cannot win. If you do not believe me, I shall prove it to you. Articuno, use Ice Beam to immobilize its movements." A beam of blue light shot forth. The water beneath Scyther's feet was instantly frozen. The rapid freezing nearly immobilized its legs, but fortunately, Scyther reacted swiftly and severed the encased water. However, this caused it to plummet from the sky. Falling from the air, it was rendered unable to attack or defend. The situation was perilous. As expected, Kona adjusted her glasses, a gleam in her eye. Articuno, seize this opportunity and unleash Freeze Dry. A gust of icy air surged forth. The descending Scyther was struck directly. Freeze Dry inflicts double damage on water types. Even the formidable Scyther was significantly injured. The biting cold rendered its joints stiff. Its mobility was severely hampered. The outcome was becoming increasingly apparent. Defeat was inevitable. Kona, brimming with confidence, remarked, Articuno. Maintain the ice beam assault to finish off this Scyther. Articuno complied and launched a relentless barrage of icy beams. Scyther remained calm, evading the attacks with agility. Jiang Shan, meanwhile, was deep in thought, contemplating a strategy. There is no need for contemplation. Just switch in your Zapdos. Kona taunted from across the field. Otherwise, once the ground is entirely frozen, your Scyther will struggle to move on the ice, let alone attack. Kona continued her verbal assault. The spectators shared her skepticism, doubting Scyther's ability to turn the tide. It appeared that Jiang Shan's defeat was all but certain. Yet, Jiang Shan, noticing the previously frozen water jet, suddenly had a revelation. Scyther, fold your body and slide. He commanded urgently, startling everyone with the unusual order. In the eyes of the onlookers, Scyther quickly folded its limbs and glided along the icy ground, moving with astonishing speed that rendered Articuno's attacks ineffective. Folding its body was a unique ability of Scyther. It was how they originally swam through water. Kona, bewildered, struggled to comprehend his strategy. What on earth does this kid intend to do? Amidst the puzzled gazes, Jiang Shan was about to issue another command when he noticed Scyther, having grasped his intent, used its incredible speed to launch towards the ice pillar, ascending rapidly towards Articuno like a bullet. At this moment, Kona's pupils dilated in realization. She understood what Scyther was attempting, but her comprehension came a tad too late. Utilizing the momentum from its high-speed slide, Scyther soared through the air, its body unfolding as it swung its blades. The powerful strike connected with Articuno's head. A direct hit to such a vital area left Articuno dazed, causing it to plummet to the ground. With a resounding crash, Articuno crashed heavily, suffering significant damage and ultimately losing its battle capability. One hit, 2 defeats, and a legendary Pokémon vanquished. Scyther achieved instant fame, leaving the venue in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that Scyther would emerge victorious. Kona remained momentarily speechless. She could hardly believe she had been defeated so easily. She is indeed one of the 4 kings, accompanied by legendary Pokémon. Yet, she was unexpectedly defeated by Jiang Shan in a mere 2 strikes. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 300 lottery points. Chapter 75. The Rising Star. Jiang Langmi. The victory of the Scythe Helm is no mere stroke of luck. Its triumph is attributed to its formidable strength, and not just in prowess, but also in intellect. It comprehends Jiang Shan's strategies, anticipating his commands even before they are issued. Such a scythe helm is nothing short of perfection. It could easily be deemed a 3rd ace, with the 2nd being the Vine Monster. That creature's intellect is equally impressive. The Weather Squad can indeed strategize around them. However, this is not the time for such considerations. Jiang Shan's gaze fell upon his opponent, Kona. At this point, Kona's trump cards had already been defeated. Even if she possessed other Pokémon, they would undoubtedly fall short against his. She understood this and would not continue the battle. Now, she must devise a means of escape. Sure enough, Kona withdrew her Articuno. You have become powerful to a certain extent. Stepping back and fixing her gaze on Jiang Shan, she continued, the oversight in recognizing you as a hidden threat lies with us. But you cannot do anything to us. Without evidence, the League cannot apprehend us. So, farewell. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. With that, she swaggered away. Just as she had stated, Jiang Shan had no evidence. Even if he alerted the League, it would be futile. Without proof of her malicious intent, they could not act against her. Moreover, her esteemed status as a member of the Elite Four rendered her untouchable. Yet, Jiang Shan has never been one to play by conventional rules. While others might hesitate to confront Kona, he dared to do so. The League needed him to deal with the Elite Four, and whatever actions he undertook, they would merely turn a blind eye. Thus, he could act with unrestrained boldness. Kona, however, did not grasp the gravity of the situation until the blade of the scythe helm was poised at her neck. A chill coursed through her, causing her to shudder. Jiang Shan, what? What do you intend to do? Do not forget my status as a member of the Elite Four. Fear flickered in her eyes, her voice trembling. In that moment, all her earlier confidence had dissipated. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers began to murmur, what is happening? What does Jiang Shan plan to do? Surely he isn't about to assault the Ice Queen. Is there some grudge between them? It is possible. Jiang Shan is renowned for his crusade against criminal organizations and would not act without cause. How intriguing, what animosity could exist between them? This is quite the spectacle. You must record this. Jiang Shan paid no heed to the spectators' thoughts. He was solely focused on his own gain. Capturing an elite member should yield some reward. The lottery points did not count, as those were bestowed by the system. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Shan spoke up. I have heard you are pursuing a certain legendary Pokémon. He leaned closer to Kona, a smile playing on his lips. This was something she had mentioned during their earlier communication with the true bird. Kona, taken aback, replied, "How do you know?" This was a matter she had shared with only a few. How could this traveling trainer be aware of it? As she assessed him, her perception of Jiang Shan shifted. In her eyes, he was a promising young talent with remarkable strength, and he possessed his own network of information, a combination not typical of an ordinary trainer. The more she contemplated, the more unease filled her. Unaware of her growing trepidation, Jiang Shan pressed on, "Tell me, what Pokémon have you discovered that led you all the way here?" "One of the three sacred beasts, Suicune." After a brief silence, Kona answered honestly. Although knowledge of it was still scarce, she believed it would eventually become widely known. Thus, she thought there was no harm in informing Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan, on the other hand, was somewhat taken aback. Suicune was a legendary Pokémon from the neighboring city of Johto. Why had it suddenly come to Kanto? Why has Suicune appeared in Kanto? Jiang Shan inquired, to which Kona shook her head. "I only know that they are likely drawn here by some power of Ho-Oh. But the specifics elude me." Ho-Oh? A figure flashed through Jiang Shan's mind. It was the mysterious Pokémon he had encountered on his first day of travel. Moreover, he had received a feather from Ho-Oh. Wait, a feather? A glimmer of realization sparked in Jiang Shan's eyes. Could it be that Suicune was attracted by that feather? This possibility was certainly not out of the realm of reason. With this thought, Jiang Shan could no longer conceal his excitement. Suicune's arrival in search of the feather indicated that he might have the opportunity to encounter it. Another legendary Pokémon could soon be added to his collection. As he pondered this, a sudden sound pierced the sky. A Dragonite came hurtling toward them. Its target appeared to be the Scythehelm, but Jiang Shan's Scythehelm was no ordinary foe. It deftly leaped aside, evading the Dragonite's onslaught. However, this also provided an opening for the Dragonite to rescue Kona. Quick reflexes indeed. At that moment, a young man with a red, spiky hairstyle descended from the Dragonite. Clad in a cloak, he exuded an air of confidence. Jiang Shan's eyelids twitched as the crowd erupted in cheers. "What do I see? The Dragon King Edu. What an extraordinary day. 2 elite members. Are they here to confront Jiang Shan? How impressive. Is Edu also here to challenge him?" The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Who among them was stronger, the newcomer or the rising star Jiang Shan? Amidst these murmurs, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, random mission triggered. Mission details, intercept Edu, who is taking Kona away. Mission reward, 100 lottery points. Intercept? Not simply a direct challenge to defeat him? Jiang Shan was puzzled by the mission details when Edu arrogantly declared, "Your strength may indeed allow you to contend with the Elite Four, but to vanquish us? That is beyond your current capabilities. Today, I have matters to attend to and lack the time to discipline you. However, should we cross paths again, you shall not be so fortunate." With that, he commanded, "Dragonite, let's go." As the two prepared to make their exit, Jiang Shan rolled his eyes. "Why does everyone look down upon me? Is it customary for anyone who encounters me to issue threats? What do you mean you have no time to teach me a lesson? Do you plan to return and punish me when you have the opportunity? You think you can just whisk her away in front of me?" Without hesitation, Jiang Shan tossed out a Master Ball. "I grant you permission to leave." The colossal Dragonite unleashed its quick attack, crashing into them. With its titanic form, the enormous Dragonite dwarfed Edu's Dragonite, which was hardly larger than a palm. As the quick attack was unleashed, the gargantuan Dragonite surged forward with an overwhelming force that left no room for evasion. The result was a resounding crash as Edu and his Dragonite plummeted from the sky. Moments later, Edu emerged, covered in dirt and disheveled. "Fly? Why aren't you flying anymore? If you dare to take to the skies, I shall strike you down. Naturally, if you wish to confront me, I shall oblige. After all, I have 6 Pokémon at my disposal." Jiang Shan taunted, unperturbed by their disarray. The onlookers were equally astonished. Who could have imagined Jiang Shan's audacity? He had just knocked down 2 elite members. Wow, a fierce trainer, truly formidable. This is no mere fierce individual. This is Jiang Langmi. He has just defeated an elite member and is still going strong. Remarkable. How admirable. He embodies the spirit of defiance. I am a fan now. From this moment on, if you speak well of Jiang Langmi, we shall consider ourselves brothers of different mothers. As the auditory prompts resonated, a notification declared, "Task completed." Another followed, 100 lottery points acquired. Claiming the reward and delivering a blow felt exhilarating. However, Edu now found himself enveloped in a mixture of embarrassment and fury. He had just boasted with bravado, only to be swiftly and decisively humbled by Jiang Shan, leaving him in an utterly humiliating predicament. Had he known that rescuing Ku would lead to this outcome, he would have chosen differently. Yet, in his desire to maintain a fade, he had miscalculated, leading to a disastrous misstep. A lifetime of reputation, now tarnished in an instant. Chapter 76. Shrimp and Pork Heart. Adu was furious and wanted to punch Jiang Shan. However, he was indeed pressed for time. As the League had been closely monitoring them lately, many of their urban outposts had been discovered, and the Rocket Team had suddenly gone quiet. With the Rocket Team no longer causing disturbances, the League was free to investigate them thoroughly, which posed a significant problem. He had to quickly erase any traces to prevent their plans from being uncovered by the League. He had to endure until the plan could be executed smoothly. With this thought in mind, Adu chose to retreat. After all, he was a formidable Dragon-type champion. He ran with all his might, and Jiang Shan could not stop him. Coincidentally, Kana also managed to escape alongside Adu once they fled. Jiang Shan was not overly concerned. This was because he had previously called upon the Rocket Team for assistance, and Adu and his companions still needed to contend with them. He was uncertain whether the Rocket Team could handle the situation. Shaking his head, Jiang Shan began to assess his recent gains. Aside from points, he had also acquired an additional item. Item name: Kuna's Notebook. Item description: contains records of Kuna's secrets. Glancing at the item, Jiang Shan opened the notebook. It was accidentally dropped by Kana during her retreat. This notebook contained numerous records, ranging from how she acquired the legendary Articuno to her daily musings. It also vaguely mentioned the plans of the Elite Four. They seemed intent on summoning the fabled sea god, but regrettably, the specific steps of their plan were not detailed. Jiang Shan learned that her motive for capturing Suicune was due to the severe industrial pollution affecting many areas of Orange Islands, leading to the tragic demise of countless Pokémon. Kana was involved in this plan because she wished to prevent further Pokémon deaths caused by humanity. The objective of capturing Suicune was to purify the waters. While the intention was commendable, the method was flawed. Perhaps I could offer her some guidance. She might even become an insider and assist me in dealing with the other 3 members of the Elite Four. A strange light flickered in Jiang Shan's eyes. This idea seemed feasible and worth exploring. However, there were other matters to attend to first. After securing the notebook, he departed from Doll Street. At this moment, the beauty competition was nearing its conclusion. He returned just in time for the award ceremony for the victors. As a token of reward, he also participated in a symbolic battle, earning himself a 30-day complimentary stay voucher for a luxury hot spring resort on Red Lotus Island. This would prove immensely useful upon reaching Red Lotus Island. After stowing away the voucher, Jiang Shan left the venue. Shortly thereafter, news spread throughout Doll Town. Jiang Shan's victory over the 2 Elite Four members became a topic of lively discussion. From that point forward, he acquired the moniker Jiang Wolf Slayer. While the Scythe Helm was dubbed the fiercest Pokémon in history, the crowd even bestowed upon it the title of Demon. Jiang Shan later learned of these developments during his travels. Simultaneously, he heard about another matter: the presence of scallion ducks in the area he was traversing. It was said that this Pokémon was delectable and came with its own seasoning. For this reason, it had become exceedingly rare. Jiang Shan found himself intrigued by the scallion duck. If he could capture it and breed it on his ranch, he would have a steady supply of scallion duck for meals. The thought made his mouth water. The only question was whether he could find it. Jiang Shan slowed his pace, scanning his surroundings in search of the elusive creature. Suddenly, he heard a sound emanating from the thicket ahead. Accompanied by this sound, a Pokémon resembling a wild duck with a body of gray and white, wielding a green scallion, entered Jiang Shan's line of sight. It waved the scallion, seemingly trying to capture his attention. This was peculiar. Why was the scallion duck unafraid of humans? Typically, rare Pokémon preferred to remain hidden from prying eyes. Yet this one was acting unusually. Regardless, capturing it took precedence. Hint: random task triggered. Task details: capture the behaving oddly scallion duck. Task reward: 50 lottery points. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Shan readied a Pokeball for battle. To his surprise, the scallion duck suddenly turned and fled. He could not allow the duck to escape his grasp. Jiang Shan dashed into the woods in pursuit. However, as he rounded a bush, he was unexpectedly knocked down. My apologies. Are you all right? A stranger's voice reached his ears. Jiang Shan shook his head and stood up. The one who had collided with him was a young man clad in red. Seeing Jiang Shan unharmed, he wore a half-smile before hastily fleeing. After this encounter, the scallion duck vanished from sight. Jiang Shan suddenly felt something was amiss. The pocket where he kept his Pokeballs felt lighter. Reaching inside, he discovered that the Pokeballs were gone. Had he been robbed? Jiang Shan recalled the young man from earlier. That smirk seemed to mock him when he fled. And that scallion duck with its strange behavior. It had probably lured him into the woods on purpose. Its aim was to assist the young man in stealing his Pokémon. Given their proficiency, this was likely not their first offense. A criminal gang. And they had targeted him? To steal from him and then mock him? Their audacity was truly astonishing. Jiang Shan's expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic. Meanwhile, the system in his mind continued to issue tasks. Hint: random task triggered, task details, teach the thief gang a lesson, task reward, 50 lottery points. Once the prompt faded, Jiang Shan followed the direction the young man had taken, arriving at their camp with the scallion duck. From a distance, he could see the two of them reveling in their success. Haha, that fool brought 8 Pokémon. Scallion duck, you did splendidly. As the young man spoke, he lifted the tent flap. Upon placing the 8 Pokeballs inside, Jiang Shan's expression changed. The tent was crammed with backpacks of various sizes and numerous Pokeballs. The sheer quantity of Pokeballs numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds. Had they stolen all of these? How many victims had he and the scallion duck harmed? Even the rocket team couldn't compete with such brazen thievery. Allowing such a menace to go unpunished would be a severe injustice. He needed to confiscate their tools of crime. Jiang Shan cast a mischievous glance at the scallion duck. The system had issued a capture task, indicating that this scallion duck had not been captured by the young man but was merely following him. This made it easier for him to subdue it. With this thought, Jiang Shan strode forward. His appearance startled the young man. You? I didn't expect you to find me. The young man looked at Jiang Shan with a mocking expression. Jiang Shan fixed his gaze on him, speaking coolly, return my Pokémon, and if you confess to your crimes, I shall overlook your thievery. Otherwise, if I become serious, you will regret it. Upon hearing this, the young man laughed. The scallion duck joined in with its own cackles. Return it? Confess? Are you out of your mind? Why should I return what I stole through my own efforts? The young man wore a disdainful expression as he continued. What can you trainers, who become useless without their Pokémon, do to me? You threaten me? It's pointless. This statement nearly made Jiang Shan laugh. Just because he stole it through his own means, he thought it was his to keep? How amusing. He was quite the character. Jiang Shan chuckled lightly and replied, moreover, I believe you have a misunderstanding regarding Pokémon trainers, don't you? Who told you that trainers are powerless without their Pokeballs, that they are defenseless? What do you mean? What are you planning? The young man began to feel uneasy as he observed Jiang Shan's confidence. Jiang Shan did not respond but merely snapped his fingers. Boom. A sound erupted from the young man's tent, accompanied by a blinding flash of light as Zapdos burst forth, toppling the tent in its wake. Before Jiang Shan could issue a command, it unleashed a surge of electricity, shocking both the young man and the scallion duck, causing them to convulse on the ground. Why did you strike so recklessly? Jiang Shan exclaimed, chastising Zapdos. He believed he had been too harsh until Jiang Shan spoke again. How could you treat someone half dead like this? They must be suffering immensely. Remember to be merciful next time. This nearly caused the young man in red to choke with indignation. What did it mean to remember to be merciful next time? Was he suggesting sending him directly to his grave? Such cruelty. The young man in red struggled to rise, but Jiang Shan suddenly crouched down beside him and whispered, I must confide in you. I have contacted Junsha. With the number of spirits you've pilfered, you could be imprisoned for 20 or 30 years. Also, I've confiscated this large scallion duck. It emits a delightful aroma. Perhaps one day it could serve as an emergency ration for a hearty meal. Farewell. Jiang Shan spoke softly. The young man in red felt his mind shatter. Just moments ago, he had nearly been electrocuted by the lightning bird. Having narrowly escaped disaster only to be told he might face decades in prison, and to have his companion seized as emergency provisions? Such heartlessness. The young man in red spat blood and fainted. Notification. 2 tasks have been completed. Notification. 100 lottery points. Chapter 77. The treasure scythe helmet. The realm of power is never gentle, particularly when it comes to dealing with those we despise. The consequences can range from a mere thrashing to confinement in a dark cell. In more severe cases, it may involve both, a harsh beating followed by imprisonment. The audacity of the young man in red, who brazenly declared his intent to keep the stolen elf, was clearly a grave miscalculation. Thus, he bore the brunt of a hefty price for his folly. Jiang Shan had captured his prized duck and received a reward for it. Shortly after departing from the young man's encampment, he received a call from the Ice King, Kona. Jiang Shan had anticipated this contact, for he still possessed Kona's precious notebook, an item of immense significance to her. Within its pages lay numerous secrets, including plans devised by the 4 kings to eliminate humanity. Should this notebook fall into the hands of the Alliance, it would serve as irrefutable evidence against the 4 kings. Currently, the 4 kings could not afford to confront the Alliance, not yet, at least. Hence, Kona was eager to retrieve her notebook. When Jiang Shan opened the video communication, Kona wasted no time, directly inquiring, that notebook of mine is in your possession, isn't it? I want it back. If you have a moment, let us discuss this. Not one to beat around the bush, Jiang Shan agreed. All right, where should we meet? He pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Kona responded, continue forward. You should be able to gather information about a mysterious garden nearby where a Bulbasaur is located. It's a secluded spot. We can meet there. Jiang Shan nodded and ended the video call. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Notification, random mission activated. Mission details, meet with Kona at the designated location. Mission reward, 50 lottery points. Could this also trigger a mission? The reward was certainly enticing. Stowing away the video device, Jiang Shan pressed onward along his path. The primary objective was to rendezvous with Kona and persuade her to assist him, but perhaps he could also extort some advantages from her. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. As evening approached, rain began to pour, compelling Jiang Shan to seek refuge in a nearby cave. Fortuitously, he discovered others seeking shelter from the storm, one of whom possessed an elf Jiang Shan had never seen before. This is my partner, Lucario, the young trainer introduced. Seemingly sensing Jiang Shan's curiosity, the trainer, a boy about Jiang Shan's age, continued, my name is Zongzi. I aspire to become a Pokémon researcher, traveling far and wide to conduct investigations. What Pokémon are you currently studying? Jiang Shan inquired. Upon hearing this, Zongzi produced a photograph and replied, I heard that someone spotted the legendary Ho-Oh in Johto. I came here to investigate that. Do you know about the 3 legendary beasts of Johto? Jiang Shan nodded, fully aware of them. According to my research, when Ho-Oh appeared in Johto, it surely gifted a certain trainer the Rainbow Wing, which attracted the 3 legendary beasts to confirm whether that trainer could become the Rainbow Hero. Without a doubt, Ho-Oh will reappear, right at Tianqing Mountain. Zongzi declared confidently. Jiang Shan could hardly contain his excitement. He had guessed correctly. Suicune was indeed searching for him. The prospect of encountering Ho-Oh once more was beyond what he had anticipated. How can you be so certain that Ho-Oh will appear at Tianqing Mountain? He pressed, suppressing his elation. Zongzi smiled knowingly. You might not be aware, but according to ancient legends, once the Rainbow Hero is acknowledged by the 3 legendary beasts, they must go to the Rainbow Rock at Tianqing Mountain to summon Ho-Oh. If that Rainbow Hero truly arrives, Ho-Oh will undoubtedly manifest at Tianqing Mountain. Now everything made sense to Jiang Shan. Summoning Ho-Oh appeared to necessitate additional conditions. Primarily the acknowledgement of the 3 legendary beasts. If the beasts did not recognize him, possessing the Rainbow Wing would not guarantee Ho-Oh's summoning, even at Tianqing Mountain. However, gaining their recognition would likely not be difficult. After all, the legendary beasts would eventually seek him out. He merely needed to continue his journey, and when the time came, he would capture them all. The more Jiang Shan contemplated, the more jubilant he became, unable to suppress a laugh. Ho-Oh and the 3 legendary beasts will surely be mine. Zongzi, listening beside him, wore a bemused smile. He had encountered many aspiring trainers like Jiang Shan, and while he was accustomed to their lofty dreams, others around them were not always as kind-hearted. Huh, you must be dreaming. You think you can capture the legendary beasts and Ho-Oh? Have you looked in the mirror lately? A harsh voice rang out from the shadows. Both Jiang Shan and Zongzi turned their attention toward the source of the sound, revealing a brown-haired boy who had also sought refuge in the cave. He had overheard Zongzi's earlier remarks. Initially, Jiang Shan had no intention of responding to the taunts. But the boy continued, you know, you look quite a bit like Jiang Shan, but surely you don't think you can compare yourself to him? He possesses strength. Do you have that kind of power? Besides, without the Rainbow Wing, how do you expect to summon Ho-Oh? Are you still dreaming? In the dim light of the cave, Jiang Shan's features remained obscured. The boy had not introduced himself, so both he and Zongzi assumed Jiang Shan to be just another ordinary trainer. However, the boy's mockery was amusing. Comparing Jiang Shan to himself? With a playful glint in his eye, Jiang Shan retorted, what if I truly were Jiang Shan and possessed the Rainbow Wing? What would you say then? Only a fool would believe your nonsense. The boy scoffed, but soon found himself taken aback. Jiang Shan produced a shimmering feather that radiated with iridescent light. Zongzi's expression shifted dramatically. The Rainbow Wing? You actually carry the Rainbow Wing? As Jiang Shan nodded, Zongzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, the boy who had mocked Jiang Shan now displayed a glint of greed. So it truly is the Rainbow Wing. I never expected that, he muttered, inching closer to Jiang Shan. Hey kid, tell me, what would I need to offer you to exchange for that Rainbow Wing? Exchange? No way. I'm merely showing it to elicit your envy. Jiang Shan replied playfully, a smirk on his face. The boy's expression darkened. Offering you an exchange is a sign of respect. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Hearing this, Jiang Shan smiled sweetly and asked, what? By the looks of you. If I refuse to exchange, are you planning to steal it? The boy, clutching his Pokeball, glared intently. Only the worthy are deserving of such things. If I were to take the Rainbow Wing from you, it would be no loss. If you don't give it, then I suppose I'll have to take it by force, he declared, tossing his Pokeball, summoning a crimson wolf-like Pokémon unknown to the Johto region. Lycanroc, seize the Rainbow Wing. With a fierce howl, Lycanroc lunged at Jiang Shan. At that moment, the system issued a new notification. Notification, random mission activated. Mission details, defeat Cross. Mission reward, 100 lottery points. Listening to the mission prompt, Jiang Shan remained unfazed. He swiftly released his scythe helmet to counter the attack. With a resounding clash, the scythe helmet swung its blade, sending Lycanroc flying. Scythe helmet? Not bad, but it won't be enough. Lycanroc, use spike cannon. As Lycanroc regained its footing, it launched a barrage of sharp stone spikes toward the scythe helmet. Yet, the latter remained still, its crimson eyes fixated on Lycanroc, tracking every movement as it prepared its attack. Seeing the scythe helmet unmoving, Cross smirked. It seems your scythe helmet is too frightened to move. But Jiang Shan remained unperturbed. He was acutely aware that his scythe helmet could not be rendered immobile by fear. Its stillness surely concealed a purpose. Indeed, just as it appeared poised to be struck by the sharp stones, the scythe helmet suddenly folded its limbs and glided along the ground, evading the impending attack and positioning itself behind the Rockwolf. In the instant it unfurled its form, it launched a counteroffensive. A multitude of sharp stone spikes began to coalesce. With a resounding crash, the stone attack struck the unsuspecting Rockwolf, inflicting severe injuries on the already wounded creature. Observing it struggle to rise, one could surmise that it was too weak to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan gazed at the scythe helmet, his eyes filled with astonishment. Stone attack? He certainly did not recall the scythe helmet possessing such a skill. Could it be that the scythe helmet had just learned this ability? Had it mastered it in mere moments? Its capacity for learning was astonishing. Truly, this scythe helmet was a remarkable treasure. Chapter 78, Kona's Betrayal and the Defeat of Cross's Blaze Roar Tiger. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede defeat and sought to seize the feather. However, his strength seemed inadequate for such an endeavor. His other Pokémon had been successively vanquished. Dreadful. Only the Blaze Roar Tiger remained. Cross gritted his teeth and unleashed his trump card. This Pokémon was a strikingly crimson humanoid tiger. The Blaze Roar Tiger was not a creature native to the Kanto region, indicating that Cross was likely not from Kanto either. Nonetheless, although Jiang Shan was unfamiliar with this Pokémon, he could discern its fire attributes. Fire type, which was weak against the Scyther. Is that all you've got? You won't be able to snatch the feather. Attributes do not dictate everything. My Blaze Roar Tiger has triumphed over foes with adverse types before. Cross coldly remarked to Jiang Shan. Without allowing Jiang Shan further dialogue, he commanded, Blaze Roar Tiger, charge forth and use Cross Slash for close combat. With a thunderous roar, the Blaze Roar Tiger lunged forward, closing the distance to Scyther, and swung its arms to strike. However, Jiang Shan's Scyther was no pushover either. Instead of meeting the attack with its dual blades, it swiftly turned and executed a water tail attack. With a resounding clash, the Blaze Roar Tiger was sent staggering back. Neither side gained an advantage from this encounter. Although Water Tail was effective against the Blaze Roar Tiger, its Cross Slash was equally a solid counter against Scyther. Since a direct confrontation yielded no victor, Jiang Shan had to resort to alternative tactics. Scyther, fold and use Water Jet. Jiang Shan commanded with a gleam in his eyes. Once folded, Scyther glided along the ground, propelled by the force of the Water Jet, allowing it to move rapidly. The Blaze Roar Tiger found it impossible to lock onto its target. Witnessing this, Cross's expression darkened. Scyther's speed while gliding was too formidable. His Pokémon could not catch it and was left to endure the onslaught. Was his ace about to fall as well? Cross was filled with discontent, yet felt powerless. As Jiang Shan commanded Scyther to unleash another Water Tail, the rapidly maneuvering Scyther seized upon a flaw in the Blaze Roar Tiger's defense, launching a decisive attack that ended the battle. Notification, mission completed. Notification, 100 lottery points. Upon hearing the notifications, Jiang Shan recalled Scyther. Cross stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant. He had never anticipated being so thoroughly defeated, and his disbelief was palpable. Moreover, Zhongzi, who had traveled extensively and encountered numerous trainers, found himself equally astonished. He had seen many promising trainers, but never one as formidable as Jiang Shan, and that ferocious shiny Scyther. Surely, he must be well known in Kanto? Perhaps he could inquire further. Observing Jiang Shan, Zhongzi pondered. Having just arrived in the Kanto region and often investigating Pokémon in the wild, he was not well acquainted with Jiang Shan. However, Cross was not so fortunate. Upon regaining his senses, he recognized Jiang Shan. After all, merely resembling someone was not enough to deceive himself. But that sinister Scyther was unmistakable. Reluctantly, Cross had to concede defeat. He had truly run into a formidable opponent this time. Fortunately, Jiang Shan did not overly dwell on the matter, merely teaching him a lesson before claiming his reward and continuing onwards after the rain ceased. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the mysterious garden of the Bulbasaur. Numerous wild Bulbasaur thrived here, and with the river at its back, one could see the beautiful sunset. Yet, Jiang Shan did not find Kona. As night fell, she still had not appeared. Could it be? Did she stand him up? Unable to wait any longer, Jiang Shan began to harbor doubts. At that moment, the clouds parted and a full moon rose, as the wild Bulbasaur gathered to collectively welcome their moment of evolution. Jiang Shan chose not to disturb them and prepared to leave. Just as he turned, a voice called from the riverbank. What? I just arrived. And you're already impatient to leave? I thought you weren't coming. Gazing at Kona, Jiang Shan shrugged. Kona, looking somewhat helpless, remarked, I can't help being late. The League is watching closely, Team Rocket is searching for us everywhere, and the Elite Four are hardly united. All in all, it's a miracle I could come. It seemed that Kona had her own difficulties. Jiang Shan felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Let us get to the point. Shall we? You want your notebook back. What will you offer in exchange? Jiang Shan asked with a smile, holding up the notebook. Kona hesitated before producing a blue stone. This is a rare item, the ice stone. It can extend the duration of snowfall. I'll trade it for my notebook. Before she could finish, Jiang Shan interrupted her. Is that all? Are you jesting with me? You think I'll be satisfied with a mere stone? Although he expressed dissatisfaction, Jiang Shan nonetheless took the stone. His intention was clear. He would take the stone, but Kona would need to present something of greater value. Kona glared at Jiang Shan, wishing she could strike him down. This guy was exceedingly greedy. Taking a deep breath, she raised the stakes. I have news about a wild Articuno. That should suffice, right? If you're still unsatisfied, then we have nothing more to discuss. Articuno? A wild one? Do tell, Jiang Shan said, his interest piqued. Head to Fiery Island. You'll pass near Twin Islands. Deep within Twin Islands, there's a wild Articuno hidden, Kona said, reaching for the notebook. However, Jiang Shan cleverly dodged her grasp, stating firmly, while the information is valuable, how do I know you're telling the truth? Kona was infuriated by his response. What? What do you want then? She asked through gritted teeth, her eyes furious. If it weren't for her lack of strength, she would have loved to freeze Jiang Shan and dispose of him in the river. Alas, that was merely a fleeting thought. After all, she was unable to defeat Jiang Shan. Listening to Kona, Jiang Shan replied languidly, when I pass by Twin Islands and capture Articuno to prove the information is true, then I'll return it to you. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Kona clenched her fists. Don't push your luck. Oh, what will you do about it? Jiang Shan laughed mischievously. No matter how excessive I am, it can't compare to the lengths that the Elite Four would go to eliminate humanity. By the way, I read your diary. You just want to purify the waters and address those causing harm to Pokémon by opening factories, right? Why resort to such extreme measures? I have a better way to help you resolve your issues. Upon hearing this, Kona's expression softened. You have a solution? What could you possibly do? For that matter, how could you possibly catch the water deity, whom even I cannot find? She dismissed Jiang Shan's words as unrealistic. It was only when Jiang Shan produced his rainbow feather that she realized its significance. Rainbow feather? You're seeking the water deity? It would come to find me willingly. Observing the astonished Kona, Jiang Shan declared triumphantly, if you help me with a little task, I will resolve your problem. A mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you think? Kona began to contemplate seriously. After a moment, she asked, what do you want me to do? Jiang Shan flashed a grin, revealing a full set of bright teeth. What else could it be? Become an informant. To be honest, I'm collaborating with Team Rocket. I'll lead them to confront the Elite Four. Let them fight it out. Taking advantage of the situation, he tidied up both sides, ensuring that he would have a plethora of points at his disposal, while also enhancing his own reputation within the alliance, granting him greater authority and influence. With such power, resolving issues with the factories would be merely a matter of his command. Our collaboration would lead to their downfall, securing substantial profits. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Kina could only exclaim in shock at the cunning nature of his strategy, although she was uncertain about the nature of the points he mentioned. She was taken aback by his affiliation with the Rockets, and even more so by his intention to eliminate both sides. The troubling aspect was that his devious plan seemed genuinely feasible. It was hard to fathom how this individual could be so ruthless. Opposing him could very well mean facing an untimely demise without even realizing it. A shiver ran down her spine as Kina nodded resolutely. All right, fortune favors the bold. I am willing to take the risk. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, successfully seduced the 4 heavenly kings. Kina, notification, 200 lottery points. What a delightful surprise. 200 points? Quite a generous reward. This time, he had acquired a chilling stone, gained intelligence about the freezing bird, and successfully turned Kina to his side, all while securing those 200 points. This venture was exceedingly profitable. As he reflected on these gains, Jiang Shan felt an immense sense of joy. Chapter 79, The Rocket Team Academy, Farewell to Kona as the journey continues. He was unconcerned about Kona betraying him, for such an act would ultimately harm her own interests. Jiang Shan still held leverage over her, not to mention his potential to capture the Water Lord. Most importantly, Jiang Shan possessed strength. Even if he were betrayed and exposed, no one would dare confront him. The Elite Four would find it exceedingly challenging to defeat him. At most, the Rocket Team could sever their collaboration, but they were truly powerless against Jiang Shan. If Kona were to betray him, the consequences would only fall upon her, making her a target of the Rocket Team and the other 3 members of the Elite Four, while Jiang Shan would remain unaffected, continuing his endeavors as usual. In this situation, Kona knew exactly what to do, though a hint of trepidation lingered in her heart. After all, Jiang Shan aimed to engulf 2 formidable factions, both renowned in the Kanto region. His ambitions were vast, and Kona feared a potential downfall. Yet, having already embarked on this treacherous path, there was no turning back. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan contemplated his next steps. With Kona as an insider, he had acquired vital information about the Elite Four. Coupled with his status as an ally of the Rocket Team, he could incite discord among them. However, he needed a plausible reason for them to turn on one another. As he pondered, he absent-mindedly strode along, unaware of the graceful figures stumbling forth from the woods. With a thud, the 2 figures collided. Jiang Shan rubbed his head, ready to curse, but halted abruptly upon recognizing the girl before him, sporting a stylish cap adorned with a duck motif and a single ponytail. The injury-laden girl was none other than his friend, Mei, one of the 7 trainers who had set out on their journey from Xinxing Town. Encountering her here was not surprising. After all, traveling trainers wandered everywhere. What perplexed him was her battered state, marked by numerous scratches and bite wounds, suggesting she had been assaulted by numerous Pokémon. Mei, however, appeared quite cheerful. Cough, cough. Jiang Shan, is that you? How wonderful. Supporting her as she stood, Jiang Shan could not contain his curiosity. What on earth happened to you to end up so injured? Oh, these are all the work of the Rocket Team. Jiang Shan was even more baffled by her response. Why would the Rocket Team pursue her in such desolate mountains? As Mei sat down to rest, she explained, they didn't come to these wilds to hunt me down. They actually established a Rocket Team training academy deep within these mountains. I stumbled upon their hidden academy, and they discovered me. I barely managed to escape. The existence of a specialized training academy for the Rocket Team was indeed impressive. It confirmed their status as Kanto's foremost criminal organization, dedicated to training their members in secrecy. Jiang Shan realized that the existence of such an academy was likely unknown to many. If it weren't for Mei, he would remain oblivious. The academy's deep concealment indicated its significance to the Rocket Team, presenting an opportunity for him. If the academy was of such importance to the Rocket Team, the arrival of the Elite Four to dismantle it would undoubtedly provoke a furious retaliation from Banmu, who would seek to confront the Elite Four. Conversely, if the Elite Four were attacked, they would not let it slide. Jiang Shan could manipulate the situation to sow discord further. A grin spread across his face as he formulated his plan. Just then, a prompt echoed in his mind. Prompt. Random mission triggered. Mission details. Destroy the Rocket Team Training Academy. Mission reward. 200 lottery points. It appeared that the system was in full support of Jiang Shan's intentions. With a plan in mind, he began to take action. First, needing to ascertain the location of the academy. Initially, Jiang Shan intended to inquire about its whereabouts from Mei, but before he could ask, he heard voices nearby. Continue the search. We must capture that wretched girl, or the academy's location will be compromised. The forest echoed with numerous responses, indicating there were at least dozens of individuals present. It was remarkable that Mei had managed to evade them. However, the presence of pursuers was fortuitous. He could let them lead him directly to the academy without needing to ask Mei for directions. After all, he was currently in the position of an ally. The Rocket Team could hardly turn against him. With this thought, Jiang Shan spoke. You should go ahead. Head to the town or the Pokémon Center and report to Junsha. As for the others, leave them to me. Mei had heard of Jiang Shan's prowess. After all, rumors suggested he could easily overpower the Elite Four. If he took charge, things should be manageable. Realizing that staying would only hinder him, Mei nodded and swiftly departed through the opposite side of the woods. Meanwhile, the pursuers closed in. The leader of the pursuers furrowed his brow upon spotting Jiang Shan. Kid, have you seen A? Not at all. Jiang Shan interrupted before he could finish his question. The pursuer's expression darkened immediately. How can you claim that without me even asking? You little brat, are you looking for trouble? Jiang Shan found his reaction surprising. Logically, the Rocket Team should fear him, given that he had bested them so many times. His reputation was well known among them. Even those who had never encountered him had seen his photographs. Yet, This individual before him seemed utterly oblivious to his identity. Did the Academy's members not know of him? Or was it a closed institution, devoid of outside information? It was certainly a possibility. While Jiang Shan mused over these possibilities, the leader of the pursuers grew increasingly enraged. He recognized that Jiang Shan had not even deigned to look at him. As an instructor at the Rocket Team Training Academy, he was accustomed to respect from his students. Yet today, he found himself disregarded in such a manner, and his pride could not withstand it. Seize this brat. He must have seen that girl. Teach him a lesson, and we can extract her whereabouts. As he spoke, the others swiftly surrounded Jiang Shan. Prompt. Random mission triggered. Mission details. Repel the pursuers. Mission reward. 50 lottery points. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Shan remained unfazed. He had no fear. However, his fearless demeanor was interpreted by the pursuer's leader as a sign of helplessness, leading him to mock. You little brat, do you understand that resistance is futile? Why act recklessly? Are you scared now? Too late. Jiang Shan found himself speechless at this comment. Who said I was afraid of you? He shook his head and summoned his Pokeball. You must be suffering from some delusion. Snorlax, go. With a thud, Snorlax emerged, and with its sheer strength, there was no need for it to employ any skills. It simply unleashed a barrage of slaps, sending the lackeys flying, incapacitated and unable to rise. The pursuer's leader, undeterred, released several of his own Pokémon to retaliate, only to find them utterly outmatched by Snorlax. A flurry of blows led to their swift defeat. Jiang Shan couldn't help but chuckle at the leader's lack of combat prowess. Is this truly your only skill? You are the most incompetent rocket team leader I have ever encountered. The leader's blood pressure surged at these words. Yet, he was unable to retaliate. Reduced to merely glaring at Jiang Shan. I relish your futile attempts to intimidate me, but you simply cannot match my strength. The little leader erupted with impotent rage. Yet within Jiang Shan's mind, a voice echoed. Notification, mission accomplished. Notification, 50 lottery points awarded. Chapter 80. The Four Heavenly Kings. Shiba mocking the little boss was merely a diversion. Extracting the Academy's address was the crux of the matter. Although the little boss stubbornly refused to divulge any information, others, gripped by fear, readily complied. Following the provided address, Jiang Shan swiftly arrived at his destination. The Rocket Team's academy was concealed with great secrecy, surrounded by numerous high-tech devices that rendered it nearly undetectable. Without the address, Jiang Shan would have been unable to locate it. He was quite curious about how Boumei had discovered it. That chance encounter now seemed worthy of contemplation. But such musings were of little importance at present. What truly mattered was that his plan could proceed. Hidden among the grass, Jiang Shan observed the academy in the distance. This institution was far larger than any Pokémon academy he had previously encountered, with hundreds of Rocket Team members divided into groups for training on the grounds. As he watched, Jiang Shan retrieved a map and contacted Kona to summon the Four Heavenly Kings. He then proceeded to dial Jin Yao's number. What brings you to call me? Jin Yao's expression soured upon seeing the video call. Jiang Shan feigned ignorance, saying, I heard you have a specially established training academy for the Rocket Team? How did you come to know of this? Jin Yao's gaze intensified as she scrutinized Jiang Shan. I happened to run into an acquaintance who mentioned it. I also heard she reported your academy. TSK. The Four Heavenly Kings might pay a visit, Jiang Shan remarked, flashing a grin at Jin Yao. I merely wish to offer a friendly reminder as a cooperative ally. After all, the Four Heavenly Kings have yet to be eliminated. If you were to fall, it wouldn't bode well for me. Though his words appeared reasonable, Jin Yao sensed something amiss. Could Jiang Shan truly be so benevolent? Surely, he would relish the downfall of the Rocket Team. Their collaboration was only temporary. He remained an adversary. Nonetheless, the training academy was indeed crucial, as many elite members honed their skills there. Thus, it was imperative to prevent the Four Heavenly Kings from wreaking havoc. After a moment's deliberation, Jin Yao fixed her gaze on Jiang Shan and spoke. I know you harbor ulterior motives and are not genuinely concerned for our well-being. However, I am not afraid of your underhanded tactics. I will instruct the boss to dispatch more elite members to our aid. We can counter your schemes. Her serious tone nearly elicited laughter from Jiang Shan. To prevent him from employing dirty tricks, she intended to send more elite members. He would welcome the Rocket Team, delivering all their elite fighters to him. If they fell to the Four Heavenly Kings, would Banmu not be furious enough to spit blood in a duel against them? Jin Yu was, in truth, outsmarting herself. Yet, this was precisely the reason Jiang Shan had called Jin Yao. Furthermore, he sought to garner additional benefits. The lottery points were provided by the system and did not count. With a cunning glint in his eyes, Jiang Shan devised a plan. Oh, come now. There's no need to be so wary. I, Jiang Shan, can occasionally exhibit benevolence. For example, assisting you in repelling the Four Heavenly Kings to safeguard your training academy from destruction. All I require is a small favor. He deliberately emphasized the phrase a small favor. However, Jin Yao was fully aware of Jiang Shan's character. His small favor was likely a lion's share. Yet, with his assistance, their position would indeed be more secure. Reluctantly, she thought it wise to ascertain his demands, and if they were not excessively outrageous, she might agree to his request. Very well, what is it that you desire? Upon hearing the inquiry, Jiang Shan smiled. I simply need a CD of Swords Dance. That should not be too difficult, right? With my strength, you only need a single Swords Dance to enlist my help against the 4 Heavenly Kings. You cannot lose by exchanging just one Swords Dance. It's quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Shan sought the Swords Dance to enhance the formidable output capability of his scythe helm. Jin Yao was taken aback by his request. A single Swords Dance was a trivial matter for the rocket team. Had Jiang Shan suddenly grown generous? Unable to fathom it, she decided not to dwell further. After all, the rocket team stood to gain. I can agree to this request. Soon, our reinforcements will arrive with what you seek. Jin Yao concluded, since you know about the academy, you must also be aware of its location. They will rendezvous with you there. With a gentle smile, she ended the call, her attitude towards Jiang Shan having softened. She felt that acquiring Swords Dance in exchange for Jiang Shan's assistance was advantageous. Jiang Shan, now elated, tucked away the map and could no longer suppress his laughter. With his objective accomplished, he had secured Swords Dance without cost. Would Jin Yao not be enraged upon discovering the truth later? With a chuckle, Jiang Shan reclined on the grass, awaiting the next phase. Meanwhile, Jin Yao and Kona acted swiftly. Both groups arrived almost simultaneously. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Without waiting for the transport aircraft to land, the two factions unleashed their Pokémon and engaged in battle. Despite the rocket team's numerical advantage, the strength of the 4 Heavenly Kings' subordinates was formidable. The clash escalated, with dazzling beams of light illuminating the battlefield. Seizing the chaos, Jiang Shan stealthily infiltrated the academy. As a vital stronghold of the rocket team, it was certain to house rare items or Pokémon. This opportunity was too rare to miss. Anything he could collect would be a boon. However, after searching for some time, he found nothing of value and instead encountered Kona, who appeared to be idly passing the time. What are you doing here while others are fighting? Jiang Shan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Kona pointed outside. Yukiko is out there, protected by her subordinates. Oh, so it is she. How did you persuade her to join us? Do I really need to explain? After ado, and I left the doll town. We encountered the rocket team you summoned for an ambush. They have long sought revenge against the rocket team. Kona shrugged and continued, this time. I simply mentioned that someone had discovered their training academy, which conveniently provided them with a target. As Kona explained, Jiang Shan understood. 2 immensely powerful fighters were merely chatting while outside. 2 factions were locked in fierce combat. However, their leisurely conversation was not to last long. With a thunderous crash, an unexpected guest burst in, a Machamp rampaging through the ranks of rocket team members, defeating them with ease. At that moment, a mission notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Hint: challenge mission triggered. Mission details: repel the 4 Heavenly King, Shiba. Mission reward: 300 lottery points. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Shan stood alert. The fighting king among the 4 Heavenly Kings had arrived. How frustrating. Kona and T warned him. Yet, it mattered little. He was merely intent on acquiring points. Jiang Shan readied his Pokeballs for battle, and as Shiba approached, he noticed Jiang Shan and the seemingly nonchalant Kona preparing to confront him. You are Jiang Shan. You are here too. Perfect. I shall deal with you as well, he declared, commanding his Machamp to advance while addressing Kona. You have already been defeated by him. I will handle this. Very well. I'll leave it to you. Kona contemplated her escape route and, surprised by Shiba's thoughtfulness, had no reason to refuse. With a knowing glance at Jiang Shan, she slipped away to find another place to linger, while Shiba, evidently lacking in insight, failed to perceive the unusual circumstances. Upon this, the realm also cast forth a Pokeball. It appears that this time, not only can one acquire the Dance of the Sword without cost, but there is also the opportunity to earn an additional 300 points. Chapter 81. Denying Close Combat. Shiba, a renowned master of hand-to-hand combat, is well known for his prowess. Most of his Pokémon are of the fighting type. Although the flying type Zapdos has an advantage over fighting, Jiang Shan has sent out his Sylveon. Does he expect Shiba to utilize his ace, Zapdos? That remains to be seen, as Shiba seems to have perceived Jiang Shan's cautious intentions. As a prominent member of the Elite Four, he feels insulted by such disdain. Thus, he intends to unleash his frustrations through battle. Makoke, unleashing a powerful earthquake attack right from the start. It appears that Shiba is truly eager to confront Jiang Shan. His emotions are evident in his commands. Yet, Jiang Shan will not allow Sylveon to take the hit head-on. Sylveon leaped to evade. Sylveon springs into the air with all its might. The tremor of the earthquake misses its target. Shiba, however, smirks. Now's your chance, Machoke. Rush in and use your fighting techniques to throw it down. Jiang Shan's eyelids twitch at this command. Was the earthquake merely a diversion? The shoulder throw is the real offensive maneuver. Although the shoulder throw is not classified as a skill, Machoke's inherent strength is formidable. Sylveon, suspended in the air, is left defenseless. Even if it doesn't lose its fighting capability, the impact from such a throw could leave Sylveon severely injured and unable to continue. Shiba may not appear particularly clever, but his battle tactics are quite impressive. Nevertheless, Jiang Shan has his own strategies. Sylveon, unleash a calm mind. As Machoke lunges to grab Sylveon, Jiang Shan issues a command that leaves Shiba perplexed. Calm mind? What is that? He has never heard of such a skill, nor does he understand its purpose. In the midst of Shiba's confusion, Sylveon's ribbon-like antennae begin to sway, making contact with Machoke. The fierce expression on Machoke's face transforms into one of relaxation, and it releases its grip on Sylveon. What just happened? Shiba is bewildered. Seeing Machoke abandon its assault, Shiba grows restless. He cannot fathom what Sylveon has done until Jiang Shan cheerfully explains. Through its ribbons, Sylveon emits a wave of calm that halts combat. Anyone who touches it must comply. You think you're the only one with skills beyond the ordinary? Jiang Shan scoffs, a smirk on his face. Shiba is left speechless upon hearing this. How could there be such an ability that forcibly prevents combat? Most of his Pokémon are fighting types. How can they fight if they can't engage the enemy? It feels like a complete disaster. Gazing at the Machoke that has settled down to rest, Shiba glances at the other Pokeballs in his pocket, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan revels in his triumph. What's wrong? No fight left in you? Are you surrendering? His smug demeanor infuriates Shiba. After all, as a distinguished member of the Elite Four, he cannot simply concede. You want me to surrender? Dream on. With a stern expression, he recalls Machoke and releases another Pokeball, declaring in a low voice, your Pokémon has some merit, but against this one, its abilities are futile. Go, Lucario. The humanoid, dog-headed Pokémon emerges. Jiang Shan recognizes Lucario from his previous encounters with Zongzi, who had won. This creature appears to be a combination of fighting and steel types. Shiba's possession of it is unexpected. Although not entirely familiar with this Pokémon, Jiang Shan decides to enhance his own capabilities first. Once fortified, he can handle any challenges ahead. With a thought, Jiang Shan commands, Sylveon, use Calm Mind. Sylveon begins to empower itself. Shiba, however, will not allow it to strengthen uninterrupted. Lucario, interrupt with Aura Sphere. Following the command, a powerful energy sphere hurtles towards Sylveon, which is still in the process of enhancing itself and cannot evade in time. The explosion creates a cloud of smoke. Fortunately, Aura Sphere is a special attack, and Sylveon's special defense is high, resulting in only minor injuries. However, with visibility obscured by smoke, Shiba seizes the opportunity. Lucario, use Quick Attack and engage in close combat. Lucario dashes forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Sylveon. Then, it unleashes a devastating fighting skill for close combat. Sylveon, unleash Calm Mind. Jiang Shan instinctively commands as he witnesses Sylveon being harmed. Yet, what unfolds next surprises him. Lucario emanates a blue aura as if shielded, neutralizing Sylveon's calming waves. Lucario does not halt its assault either. BM. Sylveon is violently hurled backward. The force of close combat is immense, leaving it significantly injured. Shiba bursts into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. I told you that Sylveon's ability was ineffective against Lucario. Do you believe me now? Lucario possesses aura abilities capable of attack, sensing, and defense. Your Sylveon has lost its most advantageous means of combat. It can only be defeated by Lucario now. With victory seemingly assured, Shiba is in high spirits. He doubts Jiang Shan can turn the tide. Even if he were to summon Zapdos, it would be futile. Though his Pokémon are fighting types, they are not without techniques to counter flying type attacks. To Shiba, Jiang Shan's defeat is merely a delayed inevitability. How about it? Are you ready to surrender now? Shiba taunts. Jiang Shan remains calm in the face of his mockery. Is it too early to celebrate? Sylveon, wish. The wish is cast, and Sylveon's wounds begin to mend. Jiang Shan has no intention of playing any longer. Use Yawn to put Lucario to sleep. Once it is asleep, what can you do? Can your other Pokémon withstand the Calm Mind? I was merely toying with you. Eliminating you is no challenge at all. Jiang Shan relishes the moment, observing Shiba's reaction. Shiba's smile falters, realizing that while his Pokémon are indeed strong, only Lucario can resist the effects of Calm Mind. Once Lucario succumbs to slumber, it will be game over. Lucario, hurry. Stop it. Shiba commands urgently. Lucario springs into action, but Yawn, A guaranteed move that induces drowsiness proves impossible to evade. Though it exerts its formidable willpower for several minutes, it ultimately succumbs to sleep. Meanwhile, Sylveon continues to enhance itself, bolstering its special attack and special defense sixfold, ready to unleash a mighty force. No matter how formidable Shiba may be, he can only endure his impending defeat. Today, he finds himself thoroughly vexed. As a champion of close-quarters combat, he faces an opponent who cannot be approached. This sensation is more unbearable than swallowing a fly. As Jiang Shan beams with pride, Shiba seethes with frustration, cursing the obnoxious little brat. Observing the situation from a distance, Kona wears a peculiar expression. Although she was aware that Jiang Shan would not fail, she did not anticipate that he would prevail against Shiba in such an unconventional manner. Preventing an opponent from engaging in their preferred close combat effectively nullifies their strengths. It is a brilliant strategy. Where did this boy acquire such bizarre techniques? Both Kona and Shiba ponder how Jiang Shan has devised these peculiar battle strategies. Meanwhile, a notification resonates in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 300 reward points. Chapter 82. The emergence of the Flame Emperor. The battle at the Rocket Team Academy raged on fiercely. Although Kena, one of the Elite Four, was idly slacking off, and Shiba had been defeated and forced to retreat by Jiang Shan, there remained Kikuzi to maintain the situation. Despite the Rocket Team's numerical advantage, facing 3 of the Elite Four proved to be overwhelming, leading to a gradual and comprehensive defeat. The Academy was also being devastated in the process. Jiang Shan refrained from challenging Kikuzi again, as there was no need. His objectives had already been fulfilled. The animosity between the Rocket Team and the Elite Four had escalated. Having repelled Shiba, he had inadvertently assisted as well. It was difficult for Jin Niao to accuse him of idleness, capitalizing on the Academy's not yet complete destruction. Jiang Shan sought out the individuals who had supported the Rocket Team and acquired the sword dance before making his escape. Subsequently, the Rocket Team members were utterly vanquished and apprehended by the arriving League enforcers. This time, the Rocket Team suffered tremendous losses, with over 100 captured, including many elites. The Academy, a vital asset, was utterly ruined. Jiang Shan, who had already slipped away, received a notification. Notification, task completed. Notification, 200 lottery points awarded. He had profited significantly, earning over 500 points. Jiang Shan was elated, but Bama was seething with rage. A loud crash resonated from his study. Jin Niao stood silently, her head bowed. Explain to me what transpired. Banmu inquired, his voice cold after a moment of composure as he held the report. Jin Niao dared not conceal the truth, recounting every detail. She concluded with a remark that the situation was rather suspicious. It seems too coincidental that Jiang Shan discovered our academy and the Elite Four appeared so swiftly. Although the report of the incident is genuine, their rapid response feels almost as if they were tipped off before the news had spread. It's as if someone bypassed the League to summon them in advance. Upon hearing this, Banmu furrowed his brow. He had suspected Jiang Shan might be involved, but upon further contemplation, it seemed improbable. To bypass the League and mobilize the Elite Four would require a significant degree of authority within the League. Jiang Shan, while well known, wielded no such power. As for the notion of him colluding with the Elite Four, they would be more inclined to eliminate him rather than cooperate, especially since he had already repelled Shiba at the Academy, which cleared him of suspicion. If it wasn't Jiang Shan, then who could it be? Was there a traitor among their ranks? Moreover, this individual must possess considerable influence within the League. This possibility is quite substantial. With this thought in mind, Bama began to strategize. Jin Niao, summon the other executives back. The fact that 3 members of the Elite Four attacked us indicates their relentless intent to dismantle our enterprise and weaken our power. This vendetta cannot go unpunished. Additionally, we must identify any potential traitors among us. After a moment of reflection, Banmu issued his directive. Jin Niao nodded and swiftly set about executing the orders. It appeared that the Rocket Team was gearing up for revenge against the Elite Four. This outcome was precisely what Jiang Shan had hoped for, however. Upon arriving at the Catty Dog Police School, he remained unaware of Banmu's thoughts. Upon entering the police dog school, he encountered familiar faces. In addition to Ash and his companions, there were 2 others. Bumei, whom Jiang Shan had met previously, and a young boy named Xiao Chu, one of the 7 trainers from Xin Town. It was unexpected to see so many acquaintances in one place. The group took a rare moment to sit together and reminisce. During their conversation, Jiang Shan inquired about the previous incident. And Bumei candidly admitted that she had not stumbled upon the academy by chance. She had encountered the Rocket Team with Yezi in Ziwang Town, where the academy had been mentioned. Later, while traveling through the academy's vicinity, her curiosity drew her closer, leading to her discovery. In Ziwang Town, I met an old man. He claimed to have created the strongest Pokémon. I suppose he was just joking, Boumei shrugged, dismissing it as a mere jest. However, Jiang Shan did not share her lightheartedness. Having encountered Mutwo, he pondered whether the old man Boumei met could be one of the researchers behind Mutwo's creation. Perhaps he should pay him a visit someday. Of course, he must first collect all the badges before doing so. As their casual conversation came to a close, each had their own tasks to attend to. Ash intended to enlist Junsha's help in training his Pokémon, similar to how he had trained his catty dog. Jiang Shan planned to stay the night, draw some lottery tickets, and teach his scyther the sword dance before setting off again. System, check my remaining points. Remaining points, 2,150 points. That was remarkably quick. He had accumulated over 2,000 points again. The simultaneous battles with the Elite Four and the Rocket Team had been quite lucrative. After this round of draws, he might consider saving some points, especially with the Royal Roulette awaiting him. He was curious how many points each draw would require, but given the system's trend of increasing costs, it was certain to exceed the 2,000 points of the Luxury Roulette. Thus, it was prudent to save points for the Royal Roulette. Not wanting to dwell on it further, Jiang Shan proceeded with his draws. Notification, minus 2,000 lottery points. Notification, obtained Luxury Lottery Ticket X1. The exchange concluded, and the roulette began to spin. Notification, drawn TR081 Fraud X1. With a clatter, the disc landed in Jiang Shan's hands. Fraud? He had drawn this particular skill. Gazing at the disc, numerous ideas raced through his mind. The intricacies of various strategies played out in his thoughts. The uniqueness of the fraud skill was remarkable. Once activated, the user could harness the enemy's own power to inflict damage upon them. The greater the enemy's strength, the higher the damage inflicted. This skill would prove exceptionally effective against certain formidable foes, such as the fighting-type Elite Four member, Shiba. Perhaps it would be beneficial for his Ninetales to learn it. Ninetales already possessed numerous methods to hinder enemies, but its output capability was somewhat lacking. However, with the addition of fraud, it could leverage the enemy's strength to offset this shortcoming. Yes, and there was also that icy rock from last time. I should give it to Ninetales as well. With a plan in mind, Jiang Shan set to work. However, just as he finished teaching Ninetales the fraud skill and imparted sword dance to Scyther, a cacophony of catty dog howls erupted outside, accompanied by Junsha's shouts and the excited exclamations of Ash and his friends. What was happening? Had another incident occurred? Jiang Shan stood up and looked out the window. In the distance, a towering figure emerged from the woods, its mane billowing like smoke, adorned with a red six-pointed star on each cheek. Its limbs surrounded by red flames, exuding an imposing presence. This was the legendary Pokémon, the Flame Emperor. The three sacred beasts Flame Emperor had appeared here. Had it come seeking the power of the Rainbow Feather? Initially, he had expected to encounter Suicune first, but instead, he had come face to face with the Flame Emperor. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang Shan took out his scanner for a remote scan. Name, Flame Emperor. Level, 55. Type, Fire. HP, 208. Gender, None. Nature, Naive. Ability, Pressure. Moves, Sacred Fire Tackle Psychic Power Fire Fong Smokescreen Flame Vortex Bluff. Level 55? That was manageable. The scan completed, and the system task activated. Notification, Random Task triggered. Task details, Capture the Flame Emperor. Task reward, 200 lottery points. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Shan immediately prepared to rush out and capture it. However, Ash and Xiao Chu were quicker, racing towards the Flame Emperor, which promptly turned and vanished into the thicket. These two. Do they think they can outpace me? Humph, how unfortunate. The one who captures it will undoubtedly be me. With no time to ponder further, Jiang Shan released his Zangoose and, mounting it, leaped through the window, pursuing at breakneck speed. Chapter 83. The little fire dragon's counterattack. The speed of the wind speed dog is indeed remarkable. It is said that it can travel 10,000 kilometers in a single day, effortlessly surpassing Ash and his companion. Soon, the legendary NEI was also pursued by it. Initially, Jiang Shan intended to capture it through direct confrontation, but NEI appeared disinterested in battle, at least for the moment. It glanced at Jiang Shan, who was closing in, and then let out a series of roars towards the Rocky Mountains not far into the forest. What could it possibly be doing? Jiang Shan, unable to comprehend the Pokémon language, was bewildered. Fortunately, he had a ghostly girl by his side. It wants you to go to the Rocky Mountains. According to its words, something is happening over there. The ghostly girl cast a glance at the mountains and continued. It also said that it won't acknowledge you unless you resolve the situation there. So, it meant that one must complete a task before being allowed to battle? It turns out that gaining its approval requires undertaking a quest. Well then, let us complete the task and capture NEI afterward. With a glance at NTI, Jiang Shan made his way towards the Rocky Mountains. The area was sparsely vegetated, with few Pokémon around. Yet, Jiang Shan encountered a familiar face. Cross. Get lost. You useless creature. Cross impatiently scolded the little fire dragon at his feet, then kicked it aside without a shred of compassion. The little fire dragon, already looking weak, was left unable to rise after that harsh blow. Was Cross being too excessive? Jiang Shan could no longer stand by. Cross, you truly are despicable. He helped the little fire dragon to its feet and approached Cross. Upon seeing him, Cross appeared anxious. Jiang Shan, what are you doing here? He asked, retreating nervously. Rumors had it that Jiang Shan was a man of justice, having taken down countless miscreants along his journey, many of whom ended up in the Alliance prison. It was one thing not to recognize him before, but now that he did, Cross had no desire to provoke him. Jiang Shan, however, was indifferent to Cross's thoughts. He simply could not tolerate Cross's cruelty towards the little fire dragon. What I am doing here is not important. What matters is, what are you doing? He inquired while applying medicine to the little fire dragon. Cross scoffed, nothing much. It's just a useless Pokémon. I released it, but it insisted on following me. I had no choice but to kick it away. Otherwise, how would this waste learn its lesson? He said this with a sense of justification. But Jiang Shan found his words increasingly offensive. If you didn't want it, then why did you capture it in the first place? Once you take it, you must take responsibility. Can't you train it if it's weak? Cross shrugged at Jiang Shan's rebuttal. I caught it on a whim and later lost interest. As for training? I don't have that much time. After sizing up Jiang Shan caring for the little fire dragon, he continued. How about you just take this useless creature? It's a nuisance following me around. The more Cross spoke, the more Jiang Shan's displeasure grew. Calling it a waste? Are you really that impressive? Who knows which waste was defeated by me 6 times? Jiang Shan's words struck a nerve with Cross. Being defeated by a single Pokémon was a painful memory for him. Humph, your Scyther is inherently powerful and unique. If you are truly capable, why not battle me with that little fire dragon? You simply rely on your powerful Pokémon. Cross retorted defiantly. Jiang Shan merely smirked. Don't make excuses for your inadequacies. Even if I trained this little fire dragon to battle you, the outcome would still lead to your defeat. Anyone can boast. Cross sneered, but since you are so confident, let us have another match, shall we? We shall wager the rainbow feather. You will use that little waste, and I will use my Incineroar. Cross had the audacity to challenge a little fire dragon against an Incineroar. How could he even utter such words? Seeing Jiang Shan speechless, Cross added, our battle will take place in 3 days. Don't say I didn't give you time to train, since you are so confident. 3 days should be ample time for you, right? Of course, if you're scared, then just forget it. At that moment, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, trial task triggered. Task details, accept Cross's wager and defeat him in the official battle 3 days later. Task reward, 100 lottery points. A trial task? Another new type. Wait a moment. Could this task be the trial for NTI? If I defeat Cross, will I gain its acknowledgement? If that is the case, I have no choice but to accept. But since I am wagering the rainbow feather, Cross must put something at stake as well. Glancing at the little fire dragon, Jiang Shan said calmly, I can't agree to this battle. But if I wager the rainbow feather, what will you stake? You dare to accept? How intriguing. Cross smirked. I have no items, but I possess many Alolan Pokémon, ones that you and Kanto do not have. If you win, I will teleport one to you. This wager sounded enticing. Jiang Shan nodded in agreement, and then inquired about the location of the Pokeball for the little fire dragon that Cross had discarded, retrieving it. With the little fire dragon and Snorlax sent back, the little fire dragon obediently followed Jiang Shan, having been deeply hurt by Cross's previous words. Now filled with determination, it aimed to train hard, grow stronger, and defeat Cross to make him regret his actions. Jiang Shan's training method involved having it battle his other Pokémon. To enhance its combat abilities in a short time, evolution was undoubtedly the best path. The remaining aspects would be skill combinations and techniques. To learn new skills, it could seek instruction from NEI, who had been observing from the mountains and had not fled. It simply refrained from battling humans. When Jiang Shan attempted to approach, it was chased away by roars. Ash, however, was undeterred but ultimately could not prevail. After 2 days of struggle, they left. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan's little fire dragon, under rigorous training from the other 5 Pokémon, saw a significant increase in experience and steadily ascended in levels. The little fire dragon was exceptionally diligent, training tirelessly from dawn till dusk. By noon of the first day, it evolved into a Charmeleon, and by the 3rd morning, it further evolved into a Charizard. As evening approached, drawing near the time for the battle against Cross, Jiang Shan took out his Pokédex to scan the current strength of his Charizard. Name, Charizard. Level, 40. Type, Fire Flying. HP, 124-124. Gender, female. Nature, hardy. Ability, Solar Power. Skills, Dragon Claw, Flamethrower, Roar, Hurricane, Earthquake. In just 3 days, the little fire dragon accomplished 2 evolutions and reached level 40, although it still did not surpass the level of Incineroar. Its rapid improvement was remarkable. Furthermore, its skills, Hurricane and Earthquake, were learned from TMs, while Roar was taught by Jiang Shan through any ice guidance. This skill could confuse the enemy and increase their physical attack by 2 levels. If Cross's Incineroar fell into confusion and could not follow commands, Jiang Shan's Charizard would have the opportunity to defeat it, as a disobedient Pokémon would reveal the greatest vulnerabilities. Now, I will see how you can win. Looking at the Poké Dex, Jiang Shan chuckled with satisfaction. This time, Cross will not only face defeat at his hands once more, but he will also acquire an Alolan Pokémon. One can only wonder what creature it might be. TSK, the thought evokes a sense of anticipation. Chapter 84. Good fortune continues. Cross arrived as promised, believing he was destined to win this time. After all, 3 days of training was hardly sufficient. In his estimation, no matter how hard the Charmander tried, it would only manage to level up slightly before evolving into a Charmeleon. What could a mere Charmeleon possibly achieve? It was hardly a match for his Blaziken. However, upon witnessing the Charizard, he was taken aback. In just 3 days, it had evolved twice? Is there a problem? Jiang Shan chuckled. Cross scrutinized the Charizard but remained silent. Although he had not anticipated its double evolution, he still felt unfazed. His Blaziken had been evolved for quite some time, having triumphed over numerous formidable adversaries with ample combat experience. Meanwhile, his opponent was merely a freshly evolved Pokémon. No matter how one looked at it, his chances of victory were substantial. Despite the evolution, a weakling remained a weakling. There was no way it could defeat him. Without further ado, Cross threw out his Pokeball and summoned Blaziken, commanding, "Blaziken, use Bulk Up." The move would enhance its attack and defense. Clearly, Cross was somewhat apprehensive, opting to fortify his defenses to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. A commendable strategy, albeit ultimately futile. "Charizard, use Roar," Jiang Shan ordered. The command was executed, and the effect of the move enraged Blaziken, enhancing its attack and locking its focus onto Charizard. Cross inwardly cursed his luck. Blaziken, consumed by fury, would not heed his commands and charged recklessly at Charizard. However, Charizard could fly and evaded the attack effortlessly. With the advantage of flight, Charizard unleashed an earthquake attack. The ground-type move was particularly effective against fire types. Although Charizard's attack could not defeat Blaziken outright, it would certainly inflict considerable damage. Since Blaziken was now acting on its own volition, it bore the brunt of the earthquake. Cross's brow furrowed with tension. He had not anticipated being at a disadvantage right from the start, especially against what he deemed a weak Charizard. Jiang Shan's ability to combine skills was impressive. If this continued, he would undoubtedly face defeat. Desperate to turn the tide, Cross issued a new command. "Blaziken, use Taunt. Prevent it from using any transformations." Once affected by Taunt, Charizard would be limited to attacking moves. It seemed Cross was not entirely foolish after all. However, this tactic appeared somewhat ineffective. Even if it could only attack, victory was still out of reach. Jiang Shan wore a confident expression and commanded, "Charizard, use Hurricane." A powerful gale swept towards Blaziken, an attack it could not evade. "Use DD Arm Thrust and charge forward," Cross commanded without hesitation. Did he intend to trade blows with Charizard? With a 3-level attack boost, the damage would be significant, and a direct hit from his move could indeed spell disaster for Charizard. Think you can win? I advise you not to dream. Charizard, ascend higher and unleash Flamethrower. As Charizard took flight, it expelled flames downward. With each elevation, Blaziken, unable to fly, could only stare helplessly. Coupled with prior injuries from Earthquake and the relentless assault from Hurricane, it could hardly withstand Charizard's fiery barrage. Ultimately, Blaziken was ground down, losing all stamina to the continuous Flamethrower attacks from above. Meanwhile, Cross's expression darkened considerably. This time, he had not succumbed to brute strength, but rather to Charizard's strategic advantages. Unable to fly, he could only endure the onslaught, a bitter pill to swallow, especially from a creature he had deemed inferior. "Cross, what more do you have to say?" Jiang Shan taunted as Charizard descended to mockingly display a middle finger towards Cross. Being scorned by Jiang Shan was one thing, but to be ridiculed by Charizard was unbearable. Cross, seething with frustration, could only grit his teeth and stomp his feet, pent up with indignation. Jiang Shan added insult to injury. "A bet is a bet. Hand over your Alolan Pokémon." "You, humph. I didn't bring them with me," Cross retorted, his face flushed. He had initially thought victory was assured and had not bothered to bring his Pokémon along. Little did he know he would face defeat. "Oh, you didn't bring them? Thought you were invincible, did you? Now see how reality bites." Jiang Shan's taunts pushed Cross to the brink of despair. "Enough. I can teleport to the nearby Pokémon Center and retrieve them for you. Cross snapped back, frustrated. With that, he recalled Blaziken and fled from the K9 Police Academy. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan received a notification in his mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 100 lottery points. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Shan smiled victoriously. In the distance, NEI nodded approvingly. He had now earned NEI's recognition, and it was time to capture it. Recalling Charizard, Jiang Shan released Ninetales. Although Ninetales' Ice type was weak against NEI, its diverse range of moves could significantly hinder NEI's capabilities. First, he would exhaust NEI with Ninetales, then deploy other Pokémon to capture it. Ideally, if Ninetales could defeat NEI, that would be splendid. NEI, however, quickly sensed Jiang Shan's intentions. Before he could command Ninetales, NEI charged forward, unleashing Fire Fang. The attack was too swift to evade. Ninetales used Aurora Veil to reduce damage. Unable to dodge, Ninetales could only mitigate the damage as best as possible. The Aurora Veil absorbed half the damage, yet due to the type disadvantage, Ninetales still sustained considerable injury. Thankfully, it could continue fighting, as long as it avoided any powerful moves. Ninetales used Confuse Ray. NEI fell into a state of confusion. Fire Fang could no longer be utilized, but it retaliated with Fire Spin, encircling Ninetales in flames. Did it intend to immobilize Ninetales and finish it off? A clever plan, but ultimately ineffective. Ninetales, use Encore. Ninetales successfully caught NEI in Encore, forcing it to repeat its less effective move. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan seized the opportunity to counterattack. Ninetales, keep using counter. Ninetales counter-activated, channeling NEI's formidable energy against it. NEI, still trapped in its cycle of Fire Spin, desired to unleash a more powerful move to end the battle, but was unable to due to its earlier misstep. Thus, it fell victim to Ninetales' own strength. As Ninetales continued to wear it down, NEI suddenly roared, ceasing its attacks, and approached Jiang Shan, surprising him with its willingness to enter the Pokeball. This unexpected turn of events left Jiang Shan astonished. NEI willingly submitted to his capture. Could this be a reward for being recognized? Delighted, he received another notification. Notification, task completed. Notification, 200 lottery points, 200 points in NEI. All secured. Jiang Shan watched the Pokeball being transported with satisfaction. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Notification, random task triggered. Task details, capture the legendary Pokémon Suicune. Task reward, 200 lottery points. This task. To capture the 3 holy beasts, the Water Lord? Jiang Shan was taken aback for a moment, but soon elation surged within him. The system's mission revealed a crucial piece of information. The Water Lord was nearby, watching him. Chapter 85. The fury of Raikou. The sudden appearance of the Water Lord was astonishing. Following closely behind was the Emperor of Flames. This inevitably stirred suspicions within Jiang Shan's mind. Were the 3 holy beasts engaging in collective action? Did the Thunder Lord materialize immediately after the Water Lord? Jiang Shan could not help but let his thoughts wander. Yet, despite his musings, he had to continue the search for the Water Lord. However, this elusive entity was as difficult to track as a phantom. After leaving the Police Dog Academy, Jiang Shan had pursued the Water Lord for several days, only to end up in a different city. Yet, the Water Lord showed no signs of wanting to confront him. This creature was even more troublesome than the Emperor of Flames. Jiang Shan sighed as he sank into a recliner. The task of capturing the Water Lord was indeed a formidable challenge. Just as he lamented, someone approached him. Master Jiang Shan. The voice sounded familiar. He turned abruptly to see a Joy, who was not clad in a nurse's uniform, but rather dressed casually, complete with sunglasses. Which Joy are you? He inquired. Have we met before? While Jusha could differentiate them by their badges, Jiang Shan truly could not tell one Joy from another. Noticing Jiang Shan's slight confusion, Joy smiled. I was the Joy from Golden City before I resigned. We met before. But what will happen to Golden City now that you've left? Jiang Shan asked, surprised by her departure from nursing, which was quite unusual. Golden City is now under my sister's care. As for me, I have joined the Alliance's PIA. Joy sighed, adding, due to your appearance, the Alliance realized there were too many problematic gyms, leading to the recruitment of many newcomers. I am here to execute a task assigned by the Alliance. PIA stands for Pokémon Inspection Agency. They are responsible for overseeing gyms across various regions. If they discover issues or incompetence among gym leaders, the gyms might face closure. Unsuitable leaders could also lose their qualifications. Of course, they occasionally undertake other duties. Jiang Shan was astonished to learn that the Joy from Golden City had become an inspector. Executing tasks? What kind of tasks? He asked. Curiosity piqued amidst his astonishment. Normally, Joy would not divulge such details to others. However, Jiang Shan was regarded highly by the Alliance, making him an exception. After a moment of hesitation, Joy spoke. Reports have emerged of a criminal gang capturing a Pokémon resembling the Thunder Lord during its movement. Moreover, it was captured illegally using machinery. The Alliance is uncertain about the veracity of this information. Hence, I was sent to investigate. As she finished speaking, a notification echoed in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, trial task activated. Task details, rescue the Thunder Lord and complete the Water Lord's trial. Task reward, 200 lottery points. Ah, what is this? A trial task from the Water Lord? No wonder that elusive creature had been leading him on. It seemed intent on hastening his arrival for the task. With Joy present, he could gather more information. Miss Joy, have you uncovered anything? He inquired. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's question, Joy furrowed her brow slightly. I have discovered that the illegal capture of the Thunder Lord appears to be linked to a certain criminal organization. And I also heard that the 4 Heavenly Kings, particularly Adu, was seen in this vicinity 4 days prior. Adu? This surely could not be a mere coincidence. Jiang Shan pondered, stroking his chin in suspicion. The 4 Heavenly Kings were indeed scheming. It was entirely plausible that the Thunder Lord had been taken by them. But why hadn't Kina informed him? He needed to call her immediately. After saying farewell to Joy, Jiang Shan swiftly initiated a communication. Jiang Shan, I was just about to discuss something with you. Kina's voice resonated through the device. Jiang Shan immediately inquired, is it about the Thunder Lord's capture? You know? Who told you? Kina sounded genuinely surprised. Jiang Shan shook his head, signaling her to continue. We have indeed captured the Thunder Lord. Because of your presence, Adu became concerned about potential changes to the plan and altered it. That Thunder Lord. He intends to send it to Sufang Island to serve as an energy source to activate a certain machine. If we don't intervene, it could spell trouble. Jiang Shan understood the necessity of thwarting Adu. The pressing issue was that he had no idea where Adu was located. Just as he prepared to ask Kina, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A resounding roar echoed from afar. Accompanied by the sound, plumes of black smoke billowed into the air. He could vaguely discern an airship marked with the letter R. The system's voice rang in his mind. Notification, challenge task activated. Task details, defeat the 4 Heavenly King Adu. Task reward, 200 lottery points. Only 200 points? How could it be less than what Kina offered? Moreover, the 4 Heavenly Kings were alongside Team Rocket? Were they seeking revenge due to the Academy? It was quite possible. It seemed the last battle had yielded significant results. This development inadvertently aided him, as he had initially planned to ask Kina about Adu's whereabouts, and now Team Rocket had inadvertently revealed it. Disconnecting the communication, Jiang Shan promptly set off. At this moment, the two factions were embroiled in an intense battle. The clash was taking place at the assessment examination grounds. It was astonishing to discover that this was a base for the 4 Heavenly Kings. Despite the institution's long establishment, no one had uncovered it. The 4 Heavenly Kings had indeed conducted their secrecy adeptly. As Jiang Shan observed the fray, he quickly arrived at the scene. By the time he reached, Joy had already arrived. Upon seeing Team Rocket, she was inclined to assist Adu. However, her understanding of the 4 Heavenly Kings was limited. Thus, she merely perceived it as an invasion by Team Rocket. Yet, Jiang Shan intervened to halt her actions. Simultaneously, he refrained from rushing to mediate the conflict. Currently, Adu was under attack by the Officer Apollo. Jiang Shan decided it would be prudent to let them exhaust themselves first while he ventured into the assessment institution to locate the Thunder Lord. Once he found the Thunder Lord, he could then deal with the others. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shan and Joy entered the institution. Numerous subordinates from both sides were engaged in combat. However, this posed no challenge for Jiang Shan. So, you are undertaking this task for a promotion, correct? He inquired as they maneuvered past the clashing forces. Joy nodded. By completing additional tasks and achieving merit, I should soon be promoted to an elite inspector. Then perhaps I can assist you. Jiang Shan squinted, a smile gracing his face. What kind of merit? Joy seemed puzzled. Jiang Shan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate at the moment. The duo swiftly approached the lowest level of the assessment institution. But at that moment, a roar erupted from the room at the end of the corridor. The sound was filled with fury and rage. Alongside the roars were screams and curses. Suddenly, the wall was shattered by a tremendous force. Through the breach, they glimpsed the chaotic scene within. The room was in utter disarray. Members of Team Rocket and the 4 Heavenly Kings were present, each wary of the other while also attacking a towering figure enveloped in black mist not far away. The Pokémon's various light waves and beams seemed utterly ineffective against it. The figure appeared completely unfazed. It merely roared, unleashing countless bolts of lightning. The power of this electricity was terrifying, instantly incapacitating many Pokémon and their trainers in the room. It advanced relentlessly, with no one able to stand in its way. As it drew nearer, a system prompt echoed. Notification, random task activated. Task details, capture the 3 holy beast Raikou. Task reward, 200 lottery points. The notification concluded, and Raikou was now close. Simultaneously, the black mist surrounding it began to dissipate. This allowed Jiang Shan to discern its condition. He beheld a creature crackling with electricity, its eyes glowing red, its gaping maw displaying sharp fangs while it panted heavily. Its demeanor was exceedingly abnormal. It resembled a Pokémon controlled by a dark ball. Yet, it seemed even more ferocious than such creatures. Upon witnessing the tempestuous fury of the Thunder Lord, Jiang Shan beheld a fierce glint in his eyes. Yet, almost instantaneously, a flicker of lucidity returned, accompanied by a visceral roar of anguish. Before Jiang Shan could respond, the being erupted in a flash of lightning, darting forth with alarming speed. Jiang Shan had no choice but to hasten in pursuit. Chapter 86. The Wrath of the Thunder King. The appearance of the Thunder King was utterly abnormal. It was imperative to subdue it swiftly to avert unforeseen consequences. Thus, Jiang Shan hastily pursued it outside. The two factions were still engaged in combat. Upon witnessing the frenzied Thunder King charging forth, Team Rocket reveled in schadenfreude, while the four kings' expressions soured, particularly that of the Dragon King, Edu, whose mood was notably foul. His anger was palpable and was directed at Team Rocket. Apollo, who was already at a disadvantage, was overwhelmed. However, Team Rocket had achieved their objective of revenge. Their intent was to create havoc for the four kings. Capturing the Thunder King was the pinnacle of their ambitions. If they failed to seize it, it mattered little, as long as they had wreaked havoc. Hence, they cared not for the consequences. Under Apollo's leadership, they began their retreat, while Edu prepared to chase after the Thunder King. Yet, Jiang Shan would not permit him to do so. For Jiang Shan, should the Thunder King escape, he could still lure it back with the feather of the heavens, so he remained unperturbed, only concerned about the Thunder King's state. In stark contrast, Edu was on edge, for he had no rainbow feather. Should the Thunder King flee, who knew if he would ever encounter it again? One was calm, while the other was frantic. The disparity was evident. Jiang Shan greeted Edu with a playful grin. Dragon King, where are you headed? Faced with Jiang Shan's cheeky demeanor, Edu felt an overwhelming urge to kick him in the face, though it remained a mere thought. Jiang Shan would not simply stand by to be struck. Edu realized he had to defeat him promptly to continue his pursuit of the Thunder King. With clarity, Edu wasted no time and threw out two Pokeballs, summoning his Kingdra and his ace, Dragonite, coldly stating, "You will regret obstructing the four kings' affairs, you insolent brat." Edu's tone was unusually menacing. Dragon King, there is no need for such hostility, Jiang Shan replied, feigning a calm demeanor. Edu, his face darkened, chose not to respond further. He swiftly commanded, Kingdra, use Dragon Dance. Dragonite, employ Thunder Punch, strike hard. His orders were laden with fury. Jiang Shan would not remain passive. He immediately unleashed his Ninetales and Sylveon to counter. Sylveon yawned at Kingdra, while Ninetales retaliated with Ice Beam against Dragonite. The Ice-type attack was 4 times effective against Dragonite. Dragonite, which had intended to swiftly execute Thunder Punch, was forced to break suddenly, turning to evade the incoming Ice Beam. Although Kingdra had successfully boosted its power with Dragon Dance, it succumbed to Sylveon's yawn. Despite Edu's formidable Pokémon, they were singular in type, heavily disadvantaged by Ice-type moves. Coupled with his prior exhaustion from battling Apollo, Edu had only these 2 Pokémon left to rely on. Under different circumstances, he would have unleashed all 6 of his Pokémon upon Jiang Shan. Alas, there were no what-ifs in this world. Returning to reality, Edu furrowed his brow. Kingdra, having succumbed to sleep, was rendered nearly useless. His primary combat strength lay solely with Dragonite. Remaining composed was crucial. Tactics were necessary. Forcing himself to regain calm, Edu commanded, Kingdra, deploy a smokescreen. At his command, Kingdra expelled a vast cloud of black smoke, obscuring Jiang Shan's vision of Edu's Pokémon. Kingdra then succumbed to slumber. Jiang Shan shrugged at the situation. Really? Dragon King? Playing with smoke bombs? Upon hearing his words, Edu snorted. As long as it leads to victory. Dragonite, use agility immediately. The smoke made it difficult to pinpoint Dragonite's location. Its enhanced speed rendered it even harder to strike. However, Jiang Shan remained unfazed. Ninetales, use Aurora Veil. The shimmering shield enveloped both of his Pokémon, ensuring Dragonite could not eliminate them instantly. With a foundation of protection, Jiang Shan grew audacious, instructing Sylveon, continuously use Calm Mind to strengthen yourself. Oh, you wish to play your favorite enhancement strategy? Edu scoffed. You think you can outsmart me? Dragonite, execute Dragon Rush against Sylveon and retreat into the smoke while maintaining high speed. Dragonite surged forth to attack. The power of Dragon Rush was formidable and intimidating, capable of interrupting Sylveon and inflicting severe damage. Yet, upon witnessing Adu's command, Jiang Shan revealed a sly smile and immediately issued 2 commands. Sylveon, abandon Calm Mind and use Wish. Ninetales, wait for the opportune moment and use Encore. As Sylveon executed its move, Dragonite charged from the smoke, ready to unleash Dragon Rush upon the unsuspecting Sylveon. However, the attack was unavoidable and the collision echoed. Thankfully, the Aurora Veil mitigated the damage, allowing Sylveon to stay in the fight. Following this, the wish began to take effect, and Sylveon swiftly regained its vigor. Adu, noticing Sylveon still lively, felt his previously calmed heart race anew, and then Ninetales' move sent him spiraling back into fury. After Dragonite completed its attack and aimed to use agility to vanish into the smoke, Ninetales executed Encore. Dragonite turned around, launching another Dragon Rush. This time, Sylveon, prepared, evaded effortlessly. However, Dragonite was not so fortunate. Ninetales targeted with Ice Beam. Ninetales unleashed an Ice Beam, striking Dragonite, which was charging in for Dragon Rush, directly on the forehead. The fourfold effectiveness resulted in significant injury. And yet, this was not the end. The Encore effect compelled Dragonite to repeat its actions 3 times uncontrollably, leading it to recklessly dash back and forth, ultimately resulting in its own demise. As the smoke began to dissipate, Kingdra, still asleep, was also defeated by Ninetales. Adu's face turned a ghastly shade of green upon witnessing this. Between the Ice Beam, Encore, and Aurora Veil, Ninetales was a bane to the Dragon King. Now, with Jiang Shan having bested both his ace and Kingdra, Adu found himself bereft of Pokémon, unable to pursue the Thunder King. His plans had been thwarted repeatedly, and one by one, the 4 kings had been vanquished. Cursed brat, damn Team Rocket. You will pay for this, just wait. Adu's heart echoed with a desperate cry. In Jiang Shan's mind, prompts echoed. Notification, task completed. Notification, 200 lottery points. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Shan began to comprehend the situation. It was no wonder defeating Adu had yielded only 200 points. One reason was that Ninetales was far too effective against him, and another was Adu's prior fatigue from battling Apollo. Had he engaged directly, he likely would have earned over 300 points. Enough of that. Pursuing the Thunder King is paramount. As for Adu, with no Pokémon remaining, he posed little threat. Jiang Shan, uninterested in him any further, released his Houndoom to chase after the Thunder King. Houndoom's keen sense of smell quickly located the Thunder King, which was perched upon a rock, growling ferociously. In its current berserk state, it was exceedingly aggressive. Aside from the Thunder King, there was another presence, a familiar figure, Joy from Goldenrod City. She had shown remarkable cunning, stealthily following the Thunder King during Jiang Shan and Adu's battle. You certainly run swiftly. She chuckled, not elaborating further. As Jiang Shan retrieved the Pokédex to commence scanning, he was met with the following information. Name, Raikou, level, 55, type, electric, HP, 132-181, gender, none, nature, arrogant, ability, pressure, moves, Thunderfang, discharge, volt, switch, reflect, bite, quick attack. The level appeared to be on par with that of the previously encountered Inti, suggesting that the 3 legendary beasts possess similar strength. Notably, its vitality seemed diminished, likely due to the recent battle. Just as Jiang Shan was about to stow the Pokédex, a blue figure surged towards him at an astonishing speed, coming to a halt before Raikou. It was Suicune. Remarkably, it had approached of its own accord. Observing its fearless demeanor in the face of the rampaging Raikou, Jiang Shan couldn't help but wonder if it had come to challenge Raikou. Chapter 87. The Water Lord battles the Thunder Lord. The little boat of the 3 sacred beasts capsized unexpectedly. The Water Lord surprisingly intended to awaken the Thunder Lord. Their levels were comparable, yet the elemental disadvantage rendered the Water Lord at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, the Thunder Lord possessed more than just elemental superiority. Due to unknown circumstances inflicted by Team Rocket or the Elite Four, the Thunder Lord had entered a frenzied state, exhibiting heightened aggression. It seemed nearly impervious to pain, as evidenced by previous assaults against it. It appeared to be unaffected by the attacks, yet its stamina was indisputably depleting. Thus, it could only be deduced that its sensation of pain had diminished, likely a consequence of its current state. Fearless of injury and pain, and with a distinct advantage, how could the Water Lord dare to engage? Never mind, let us first examine the Water Lord's profile. Jiang Shan activated the Pokédex and began the scan. Name, Water Lord. Level, 55. Type, Water. HP, 192-192. Gender, none. Nature, reserved. Ability, pressure. Moves, Absolute Zero, Rain Dance, Psychic Surf, Mirror Coat. Absolute Zero, Mirror Coat. No wonder it displayed such audacity. The former could eliminate an opponent in an instant upon impact, regardless of the enemy's strength, unless the attack was ineffective. The latter could reflect special attacks. If the Thunderlord were in its rational state, it might have leveraged its advantages to outmaneuver and easily defeat the Waterlord. However, the Thunderlord was now devoid of reason. The Waterlord possessed two formidable skills. Despite the natural advantages of the Thunderlord, it could hardly withstand being both reflected and eliminated. Indeed, the frenzied Thunderlord commenced its assault, launching a powerful thunderbolt towards the Waterlord. To its surprise, the Waterlord activated Mirror Coat, directly reflecting the thunderbolt back. It was injured by its own attack. Though it felt no pain, the Thunderlord was incensed, leading to even more ferocious strikes. This time, it abandoned the thunderbolt and charged at the Waterlord with a swift leap, jaws wide open to unleash a Thunderfang. Physical attacks could not be reflected. The Thunderlord's speed was overwhelming, and the Waterlord failed to evade, enduring a fierce bite. Yet, the Waterlord merely exhibited slight discomfort without panic. Instead, it seized the opportunity to unleash Absolute Zero. Perhaps sensing the peril of Absolute Zero, the Thunderlord released its grip and leapt backward to evade the attack, while simultaneously unleashing an electric attack. The Waterlord's Absolute Zero was interrupted, and it was struck by the electric attack, sustaining further injury. Was the Waterlord struggling against it? Nearby, Joy looked on with concern for the Waterlord. Jiang Shan remained silent. The Waterlord's advantage lay in its skill effects, but without precise execution, it would be of little use. As the Thunderlord prepared to strike again, Jiang Shan tentatively commanded, "Use Surf to evade." The Waterlord immediately executed Surf, gliding over the waves to avoid the attack. It actually complied? In that case, let us continue. Jiang Shan urged, "Waterlord, use Psychic to attack. Maintain your distance. Do not allow it to close in." The Waterlord responded with a roar, then unleashed a long-range Psychic attack on the Thunderlord. Whenever the Thunderlord attempted to approach for a physical attack, the Waterlord would retreat, maintaining its distance while continuously wearing down the frenzied Thunderlord. Infuriated by the repeated mockery, the Thunderlord roared and summoned purple rain clouds to rise above its back. What skill is this? No, it seems to be an ability. Jiang Shan had barely deduced its nature when powerful bolts of lightning erupted from the rain clouds, striking fiercely towards the Waterlord. Fortunately, it dodged quickly, otherwise, being struck by such potent lightning would have resulted in significant injury. The Thunderlord's ability, Summon Lightning. It could catch one off guard, yet it was ultimately ineffective. Waterlord, retreat and use Mirror Coat. Jiang Shan commanded, continuing, "As long as you maintain your distance and avoid its various close-range physical attacks, you will be fine. It can unleash electric attacks from afar, which you can reflect. Seize the opportunity to use Psychic to wear it down." The Waterlord understood Jiang Shan's intent. Relying on its Mirror Coat, it remained unperturbed, reflecting while occasionally launching Psychic attacks, ensuring it stayed out of reach of the Thunderlord's physical assaults. Thus, over an hour passed. The frenzied Thunderlord could no longer endure. Its berserk state appeared to be improving, with clarity flickering in its eyes more frequently. Finally, with one last Psychic attack, the Thunderlord could withstand no longer and collapsed to the ground, devoid of combat capability. The Waterlord, too, sat down to rest, panting heavily. Its exertion had not been less than that of the Thunderlord, after all, as it had to maintain reflections and counterattacks while constantly monitoring the distance between them. Jiang Shan was now elated. A Thunderlord stripped of its combat prowess. Alongside an exhausted Waterlord, he contemplated the possibility of capturing them both. With a thought, he produced a Pokeball and tossed it towards the Thunderlord. Snap! The Thunderlord was captured, only to immediately break free. "What? Again?" Jiang Shan exclaimed. This time, he threw a Great Ball. Ding! A critical capture. Success was achieved. The system in his mind chimed with a reward notification. Notification: 2 tasks have been completed. Notification: 400 lottery points awarded. The 2 tasks included capturing the Thunderlord and saving it. As he watched the Great Ball being transported away, Jiang Shan suddenly recalled something. Did capturing the Thunderlord directly mean he bypassed the trial task? In other words, it was an implicit acknowledgement. Wait, wasn't he at a loss of 200 points for not having a task? Jiang Shan suddenly realized he had incurred a loss. Never mind. Over 200 points weren't too significant. He then took out another Pokeball aimed at the Waterlord. Capturing the Waterlord would yield another 200 points. However, just as he threw the Pokeball, another Pokeball was tossed from a distance, colliding with Jiang Shan's Pokeball. Snap! Both Pokeballs fell to the ground. Jiang Shan, quite displeased, turned to see a cute girl with a bun hairstyle approaching, accompanied by a penguin Pokémon, Piplup. That penguin was not a regional Pokémon. Was this another trainer from a different area? Thoughts swirled in his mind, but Jiang Shan couldn't help but inquire, "What are you doing? Do you intend to capture this water lord?" "What do you mean by capture? It hasn't been defeated by you. I saw earlier that it was weakened by the Thunder Lord you captured, since it is the result of two wild Pokémon battling. Why shouldn't I attempt to capture it?" She responded with conviction. Jiang Shan frowned, "But I found it first. You must wait until I attempt to capture it before you can try." Hearing this, the girl scoffed. "This is the legendary water lord. It isn't something anyone can capture so easily. I suggest you give up. Instead of wasting time, let me handle it. I have a team of water-type Pokémon, and the water lord would surely prefer me. My chances of success are higher, and if you waste time here, it might escape." Her words irked Jiang Shan. "What do you mean by saying I'm wasting time? Can you guarantee a 100% capture rate?" Jiang Shan glared at her, producing a Pokeball. "Humph. Just wait until I capture it, and you won't be saying that anymore. Is that so?" The girl smirked dismissively, yet the very next moment, her expression froze. Jiang Shan's Pokeball had yet to be thrown, but the water lord approached and voluntarily touched the Pokeball, diving inside. Having gained its recognition after orchestrating a battle, the water lord seemed unbothered by the prospect of being captured. This left the girl utterly incredulous. When did legendary Pokémon become so easy to capture? It even willingly dove into someone else's Pokeball? Such fortune had never come her way before. This truly was astonishing. The perplexed young girl finds herself in a state of disarray amidst the wind, while a notification reverberates in Jiang Shan's mind. Notification, task completed. Notification, 200 lottery points.